The scene opens with a dramatic overhead shot.
A young man, dressed in a school uniform, plummets from a great height, his body a small silhouette against the vast expanse of the sky. The camera angle shifts, revealing a sprawling cityscape far below. The city's towering buildings and bustling streets stretch out beneath him, a stark contrast to his isolated fall. The perspective changes abruptly to a close-up of the falling student's face. His eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and confusion. A guttural, pained sound escapes his lips as he thinks, "Why the hell?" His thoughts trail off, replaced by a desperate question, "Am I?" The young man, Kim Hyun-sung, is shown mid-fall, his body contorted in an unnatural position. His expression is one of pure terror as he desperately reaches out, grasping for something, anything, to stop his descent. The scene shifts to a rooftop. Several figures, presumably his bullies, watch Hyun-sung fall, their expressions a mixture of indifference and malice.
Hyun-sung's internal monologue reveals his thoughts, "I was going to graduate soon."
He continues his internal lament, "I endured all those hardships for this."
His face, now close-up, shows utter despair and disbelief. The final thought bubbles up, "I don't understand." A dark, blurry image depicting a fall. The background is mostly black, with streaks of gray and white suggesting motion blur. The perspective shifts dramatically. We see only a pair of feet dangling above a blurry, rain-streaked surface. The caption reads, "What I'm sure about is that." The image continues to fall, now showing a man in a suit and tie, upside down, falling through the air. His face is grim, his expression one of grim determination. This is the day.
The word "I died" appears in stylized lettering against a dark background splattered with blue and red paint.
A thought bubble appears, containing the question, "No, can I really say that I died?"
The scene shifts to a hospital room.
A speech bubble shows someone saying, "Grandma." More dialogue reveals that 3 months have passed since the incident.
A doctor explains that they have never seen a patient wake up after being diagnosed as vegetative. An older man, his face etched with worry, confronted a younger man. He warned the younger man to be prepared for something, but the younger man reacted with disbelief and anger, demanding to know what the older man meant. The older man, his voice laced with desperation, asked if the younger man was implying that his grandson would never wake up.
He vehemently denied that this was his intention.
The panel shows Kim Hyun-sung, lying in a hospital bed, his head bandaged, connected to medical equipment. He is unconscious. The narration box explains that after falling from the rooftop, Hyun-sung was diagnosed as
a vegetative patient, only able to hear.
The older man, presumably Hyun-sung's grandfather, held his grandson's hand, pleading with him to wake up.
Hyun-sung could feel the touch. Hyun-sung, still in his vegetative state, reflected on his situation.
He could even hear his grandmother. He reassured himself that this was manageable, having never been sick before. Hyun-sung, though still in bed, felt confident he would soon be able to stand up again. However, a narration box reveals the stark reality of his situation. In this dark world, there was nothing he was allowed to do.
The scene opens in a dimly lit hospital room.
Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with bandages covering his head, lies unconscious in a hospital bed. A faint, almost imperceptible sound escapes his lips. A barely audible whisper. An elderly woman, presumably his grandmother, sits beside him, her face etched with worry and grief. "Hyun-sung, those damn bastards are telling me to give up on you," she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. Hyun-sung's grandmother is clearly distraught, her internal monologue reflecting her desperate plea, "How can I ever do that?" The grandmother continues, tears streaming down her face. "I took you and raised you after you lost your parents. There is no way I'll give up on you ever," she declares, her voice filled with unwavering resolve. She pleads with him, her hope clinging to a thread.
"Just once will be enough, so just give me a sign that you are alive."
"Move," she urges, her voice strained with desperation.
The grandmother's desperate plea echoes in the silent room.
"I said, move," she shouts, her voice filled with a mixture of anguish and fierce determination. As rain streaks appear on the window, mirroring the tears streaming down her face. A shift in perspective. We see the world through Hyun-sung's eyes, or rather, his limited awareness.
"Brother."
"I can't hold much longer," a faint voice whispers, barely audible above the silence. Hyun-sung's brother sits beside him, his face etched with concern. "The bastards who were harassing you are now harassing me," he says, his voice low and strained. Hyun-sung, despite his vegetative state, experiences a surge of anger and frustration. Those bastards. Grandma started, he thinks, his mind racing, a torrent of memories flooding his consciousness. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a bandage covering a wound on his face, sat alone, tears welling in his eyes.
He was clearly distraught, his question hanging heavy in the air, "What do you want me to do?"
The scene shifted to a hospital room. Hyun-sung's grandmother sat beside his hospital bed, where he lay hooked up to machines. Her words were harsh, laced with years of accumulated grief. "You should have just died. We wouldn't have suffered so much if you just died."
Hyun-sung's face was a mask of despair.
Tears streamed down his cheeks as he whispered a desperate plea, "Please, wake up." His grandmother's voice, sharp and unforgiving, cut through the silence, "Stop lying down there and just stand the fuck up." Hyun-sung's thoughts, however, were far removed from his grandmother's harsh words.
He reflected bitterly, "Forget standing up or taking my life. I couldn't even shed tears."
Hyun-sung lay in his hospital bed, his eyes closed. A faint smile played on his lips as he murmured to himself, "This must be a dream.
I must be having a long dream."
He clutched at his chest, a flicker of hope igniting within him. If I just wait a little longer. His internal monologue continued, a fragile thread of determination weaving through his despair. If I endure just a little more,
I'm sure I will wake up from this dream.
3 years had passed since the incident. Kim Hyun-sung, once a star student, remained in a vegetative state, his consciousness trapped within a silent, unresponsive body.
Hyun-sung lay in his hospital bed, a faint line tracing the rhythm of his breaths.
A nurse, her face etched with concern, observed him from a distance. She mused that it had been a long time since his friend, Hyo-jin, had visited.
News of Hyun-sung's grandmother's fainting spread through the ward.
The hushed whispers of concern rippled through the room, punctuated by gasps of surprise and worried murmurs. 2 figures, unseen but present, watched from the shadows. One, a young woman with fiery red hair, smirked, noting that the commotion provided the perfect opportunity to increase the volume of the television. The television blared, its images flickering across the room. A sudden, sharp expletive cut through the air, a raw expression of frustration and disbelief. Park Min-chul, his face contorted in a mask of rage, cursed the senselessness of it all. The events unfolding before him defied logic and reason. The scene shifted, revealing a trio of antagonists, Cho Young-taek, Young Miho, and Kang Chang-suk. Their faces, illuminated by a malevolent glow, spoke volumes of their dark intentions.
Their expressions were a chilling blend of malice and anticipation.
The weight of their presence hung heavy in the air. And finally, Oh Dae-hwan and Kim Young-chul, their faces twisted in cruel amusement, completed the ensemble of villains.
Their involvement in the unfolding events was undeniable.
A crimson tide of rage and blood stains the page, a visceral representation of Kim Hyun-sung's burning fury. His inner voice, a venomous whisper, seethes with righteous anger. Even the teachers who turned a blind eye to his tormentors would not escape his wrath. Hyun-sung, his face pale and drawn, lies in a hospital bed, a nasal cannula snaking into his nostrils. His eyes, though closed, betray a fierce determination. He silently vows, if he is granted a second chance, he will exact his revenge. A silent promise hangs heavy in the air, a vow etched in the darkness, he will destroy every single one of them.
Hyun-sung remains in his vegetative state, his body frail and still beneath the hospital sheets.
The image evokes a sense of helplessness and suffering. A flashback shows a happier time, a younger Hyun-sung smiles warmly alongside his grandfather and another man, a stark contrast to his current plight. The scene shifts back to the present, the dark background punctuated by swirling, ethereal symbols.
The atmosphere is heavy with anticipation.
A desperate plea for help pierces the silence, a silent scream from a victim in pain. A young man with blonde hair clutches his face, his expression contorted in agony. His cry of pain, "It hurts," echoes the suffering Hyun-sung has endured. Hyun-sung, now back in his younger form, swiftly intervenes, delivering a decisive blow to the blonde-haired youth. The question, "hurts," hangs in the air, a chilling testament to the power shift. Kim Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a grimace, eyes blazing with barely contained fury, muttered to himself, questioning if his pain surpassed that of his tormentors. A cold sweat beaded on his brow. His rage intensified as he recalled the events that led to his 10-year coma, a searing injustice that fueled his burning desire for retribution. Hyun-sung unleashed a torrent of raw power, a crimson energy erupting from within him as he convulsed in pain and fury. The sheer force of his outburst shook the very air around him. A visceral display of his anguish, a testament to the suffering he had endured. Tears streamed down his face, yet a cruel smile twisted his lips. He vowed that his revenge would not mirror the suffering of his grandmother, a promise born from a deep well of grief and righteous anger. Hyun-sung stood over the bodies of his attackers, his head bowed in a mixture of exhaustion and sorrow. The scene was a stark reminder of the brutal reality he had just escaped. He collapsed, overwhelmed by the weight of his actions and the memories they evoked. A clenched fist, a symbol of his inner turmoil, underscored his unspoken desire for a different kind of justice. 4 years later, Hyun-sung, now in a boardroom, declared his intention for a comprehensive and thorough revenge, rejecting the impulsive violence of his past outburst. He would seek justice from the beginning to the end, regardless of the methods required.
5, 6, and 7 years passed since the incident.
A plan was meticulously crafted, a thorough scheme designed to eradicate the source of his suffering, so that they would face far greater pain than he had endured. News reports flashed across a screen, a grim reminder of his torment. A perfect plan, he mused, one that would shatter everything his tormentors held dear. His eyes, filled with a cold fury, burned with vengeful intent. He believed this plan would work flawlessly. A grim smile stretched across his lips. A chilling certainty in his gaze. This was his retribution. His vengeance. He seethed, a torrent of rage and hatred coursing through him. "Fucking bastards," he roared, the words a venomous curse.
But, a shift in the scene.
The image changed, revealing a stark contrast to the previous fiery rage. 10 years had passed. He lay in a hospital bed, a vegetative patient. His body was frail, his spirit broken. He felt utterly defeated, his carefully laid plans rendered useless. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered, "I don't care who you are."
A desperate plea echoed in the silence, "But someone, please end this life."
Kim Hyun-sung, clad in a hospital gown, looked up at a shadowy figure approaching him. The figure's face obscured, yet a faint smile played on the lips of the approaching man. Hyun-sung's eyes widened slightly as he gazed up at the mysterious figure, a hint of recognition in his expression. The close-up revealed Hyun-sung's face, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning realization.
Hyun-sung awoke in a classroom. Is it morning already?
He recognized the familiar sounds of the television and the chatter of his classmates.
It was the same classroom, the same day. His eyes fell upon the blackboard, a chilling realization dawning on him. The same blackboard?
The classroom was a cacophony of whispers and nervous giggles. A group of students huddled together, their faces a mixture of fear and amusement, as one of them, a young man with dark hair and a brooding expression, stood up and shouted at someone unseen, "Stop right there, you fucker." Two figures stood out amidst the chaos, a muscular young man with a dark tie and a stern expression, and a girl with shoulder-length brown hair, her arms crossed defensively. The tension in the room was palpable. As the dark-haired young man, Kim Hyun-sung, stared in disbelief.
What the? Hyun-sung touched his cheek, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yeah. It must be another dream about that day.
His smile faltered. A grimace twisted his features as he winced in pain.
Ouch. It hurts.
His eyes darted to a pen lying on his desk.
A sudden realization dawning on him. If it's not a dream.
A sharp sound echoed through the panel as Hyun-sung slammed his fist on the desk. Hyun-sung gripped the pen tightly, his knuckles white with tension.
He was no longer dreaming.
Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat hunched over his desk, his knuckles white as he gripped a pen. A faint tremor ran through his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, a bead of blood welling up from a cut on his hand.
The question echoed in his mind, is this a dream?
The overwhelming certainty that he had returned washed over him.
He had come back.
A sudden, guttural shout ripped through the air. The voice was filled with rage and venom. "You fucking son of a bitch." Hyun-sung looked up to see a muscular young man, blonde hair and a sneer on his face, striding towards him. "What did you fucking say?" the bully roared, his foot already raised to strike.
The bully kicked Hyun-sung hard, sending him sprawling to the floor. "Do it myself from now on?"
"You fucker," he spat, his words laced with contempt. He continued his brutal assault, his words dripping with malice.
"If I wanted to do it myself." The bully's foot came down hard on Hyun-sung's face, the impact echoing in the silence of the classroom. With a final, brutal kick, the bully sent Hyun-sung flying across the room.
Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with sharp features and intense eyes, is shown in a close-up.
His expression is one of steely determination, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He is dressed in a crisp white shirt and a red tie, the uniform of a model student.
His eyes flash with a fierce resolve as he mutters to himself, a vow to never repeat the past. The image is filled with a dark, almost violent energy, reflecting his inner turmoil. The scene shifts, showing a blurry, indistinct image of a snowy landscape. A sense of coldness and isolation permeates the panel. The focus snaps to a close-up of a blonde man with a cruel smile, his eyes blazing with malice.
His expression is one of pure, unadulterated hatred.
A flashback sequence begins, showing Hyun-sung as a younger boy, his face bruised and bloodied. He is shown falling from a rooftop, his eyes wide with terror. The image shifts to show two older boys, their faces obscured, looking down at him with a mixture of indifference and malice. The scene is filled with a sense of dread and impending doom. The flashback ends with a close-up of the blonde man's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
He is clearly the mastermind behind Hyun-sung's fall.
A group of students huddled together in a dimly lit classroom, their faces etched with worry.
The atmosphere was thick with tension, a palpable sense of unease hanging in the air.
The scene shifting to focus on a single figure, Kim Hyun-sung, lying on the floor, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the dark surroundings. His eyes were closed, his body still. A close-up revealing a grimace twisting his lips, a silent scream trapped within.
His face was contorted in pain, his muscles tense. A sudden interruption. A commanding voice, sharp and clear, cut through the silence. "Stop." Hyun-sung lay on the ground, surrounded by the retreating figures of his tormentors.
The weight of their actions pressed down on him, leaving him vulnerable and alone. A young man with blonde hair and intense eyes watched the scene unfold from a distance, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He turned to speak to a companion, his words laced with curiosity. "Did I hear that wrong?"
"Interesting."
The blonde young man's gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with an unnerving intensity. He spoke the name, Kim Hyun-sung, with a chilling tone.
He addressed Hyun-sung directly, a cruel challenge hanging in the air. "Do you think you can handle this situation?
You must be thinking that you are different from this guy, but..."
Kim Hyun-sung lay on the ground, the victim of a brutal attack.
His assailants, a group of jeering students, stood over him, their expressions a mixture of triumph and malice. One of them sneered, dismissing Hyun-sung's plight as a mere misconception. Hyun-sung, however, remained defiant, a silent promise of retribution simmering within him. A close-up on the face of the ringleader revealed a chilling grin, his eyes burning with malevolent intent.
The image emphasized his cruel satisfaction, a stark contrast to Hyun-sung's silent suffering.
Suddenly, Hyun-sung reacted. With surprising speed and precision, he launched a counterattack, his fist connecting with the bully's jaw with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent the bully sprawling. The bully stumbled backward, his body momentarily stunned by the unexpected force of the blow.
Hyun-sung's counterattack was swift and decisive.
Hyun-sung's consciousness shifted. He had returned, not to the moment of his attack, but to the beginning of his freshman year of high school. The weight of his past trauma, the 10 years spent as a vegetative patient, now fueled his determination. The bully, his face bloodied and bruised, glared at Hyun-sung with a mixture of shock and rage. He had underestimated his victim. The scene transitioned to a dark, almost abstract panel, symbolizing the passage of time and the depth of Hyun-sung's suffering. The text within the panel hinted at a long-held desire for revenge. Hyun-sung, now in his high school uniform, stood defiantly, his eyes filled with a steely resolve. He had waited for this moment, for the chance to confront his tormentors and reclaim his life. The final panel showed Hyun-sung's determined expression, his clenched fist a symbol of his unwavering resolve. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The narrative opens on a stark, monochrome classroom, the air thick with unspoken tension. This was the day everything changed for Kim Hyun-sung. He could still vividly recall the events of that fateful day. The scene shifts to a classroom bustling with students. Among them, Park Min-chul, a bully, listened to the lesson with feigned attention. He was a typical bully, harassing his classmates. His true passion, however, lay elsewhere.
He was deeply engrossed in the online game Legend Online. He approached Lee Youngmin, a studious classmate known for his excellent grades.
"Hey, you're smart, you must be great at online gaming. Raise my character for me, would you?" he asked.
That day marked the beginning of Lee Youngmin's servitude to Park Min-chul's gaming addiction. As a consequence of his forced labor, Lee Youngmin's once stellar grades began to plummet.
Park Min-chul, noticing this, commented, "Since you score such good grades, you must be receiving a lot of pocket money, right?" Lee Youngmin, a bespectacled student, sat slumped in his chair, his shoulders heavy with stress. A taller, blond young man, Park Min-chul, stood behind him, a smirk playing on his lips.
Park Min-chul had pressured Lee Youngmin into spending his own money on game items.
And now, with a dismissive wave, Park Min-chul told him to manage his own problems.
Tears welled in Lee Youngmin's eyes as the weight of his stress became unbearable.
Kim Hyun-sung, another student, observed the scene from a distance. His expression was grim, a silent witness to the unfolding events. It was the first time he had ever witnessed such violence firsthand. He hesitated, torn between his desire to avoid trouble and his growing unease.
Despite his reluctance, Hyun-sung remembered Lee Youngmin's occasional kindness in helping him with his studies.
This memory fueled his resolve.
He couldn't stand by and watch Lee Youngmin be beaten without intervening.
A steely determination hardened his gaze. Hyun-sung approached the bullies, his voice firm but measured as he told them to stop. He knew this was risky, but he couldn't ignore the injustice. One of the bullies, clearly irritated, retorted with a question laced with contempt.
He warned Hyun-sung that interfering with Park Min-chul was a dangerous game. Hyun-sung understood the risk, but his sense of justice outweighed his fear.
He knew what the bully meant, but his inherent goodness prevented him from backing down. Kim Hyun-sung, a model student, excelled in academics and sports. He was always at the top of his class and never fell behind in the social hierarchy. One day, a confrontation occurred.
Hyun-sung told Park Min-chul to stop his bullying.
But the situation was quickly diffused when a teacher arrived. The intervention, however, proved insufficient. From that day forward, Park Min-chul and his gang relentlessly harassed Hyun-sung.
The relentless bullying escalated, culminating in a brutal attack that left Hyun-sung severely injured and trapped beneath shattered glass.
The scene depicting the ferocity of the assault.
Hyun-sung was subjected to daily beatings by Park Min-chul's gang, with no respite. The constant abuse left him physically and emotionally broken, unable to find peace even during the night.
Beyond the physical violence, Hyun-sung was forced into servitude, running errands for the gang's games, his life a living hell. The scene opens on a school hallway, a simple sign reading 1-to-1 marking a classroom door. Inside, a group of students are gathered, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and unease. Among them, a young woman clutches her hands to her chest, her eyes wide with fear. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with blonde hair and a muscular build, stands in a hallway, his gaze sharp and intense. A faint blush colors his cheeks, hinting at suppressed anger. His eyes blaze with fury as he confronts someone off-panel, his voice a low growl barely audible, "You motherfucker." A sudden, violent movement erupts as he lashes out with a powerful blow. The impact sending his opponent reeling. A question mark explodes from the victim's speech bubble, reflecting their shock and confusion. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, was violently shoved from a rooftop. His body tumbled through the air, crashing heavily against a lower structure. The impact sent a shockwave through his body, leaving him unconscious. 10 years later, Hyun-sung found himself reliving that fateful day. He watched, helpless, as Park Min-chul, the class president, brutally attacked another student. A sickening crunch echoing as Min-chul's foot connected with the boy's head. Blood flowed freely, a grim testament to the violence.
Whispers of alarm rippled through the onlookers.
Hyun-sung, his mind a whirlwind of memories and rage, moved with surprising speed.
launching a swift counterattack against Min-chul.
The force of the blow sent Min-chul reeling. This situation, Hyun-sung felt a chilling sense of familiarity. He had engraved this scene in his mind as he lay comatose, a haunting reminder of the day his life changed forever.
Park Min-chul's fighting style relied solely on brute strength.
He was vulnerable after his initial attack.
The moment arrived.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary elementary school student, found himself on the receiving end of a sudden, brutal punch to the face. Before Hyun-sung could react, his attacker, a blonde young man with a cruel smirk, grabbed his hair
and slammed his face forcefully onto a nearby desk.
The impact was immediate and violent.
Hyun-sung's mind raced. He had spent the last 10 years endlessly simulating this very scenario.
The blonde attacker, confident in his victory, began to gloat, unaware of the storm brewing within his seemingly helpless victim. Hyun-sung, however, reacted instantly, his movements a blur of calculated precision. He countered with a swift, powerful takedown, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground.
The attacker crashed hard, the force of the impact echoing in the otherwise silent room.
And Hyun-sung knew, with chilling certainty, that he had even this next move perfectly planned. The attacker, his face bloodied and contorted in a mask of pain and disbelief, glared up at Hyun-sung. His eyes burned with a mixture of rage and fear. A young man with blonde hair was violently thrown to the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. He landed hard, his body crumpling as he hit the unforgiving concrete. A dark-haired young man stood over him, a cold satisfaction in his eyes. He muttered to himself that he had waited a long time for this moment. The dark-haired youth continued his assault, raining blows upon the blonde young man, his expression devoid of any empathy. He stated that he didn't care if the blonde youth was beaten to death. The dark-haired youth's eyes burned with a furious intensity. He threatened the blonde youth, stating that if he raised his face, he would kick it, and if he blocked with his hand, he would break it. With a swift movement, the dark-haired youth kicked a chair across the room, sending it flying towards the blonde youth. The blonde youth barely managed to dodge the flying chair, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. The dark-haired youth moved closer, his intent clear. He was clearly preparing for another attack, his body tense and ready to strike. The interruption came from another student, who rushed into the room, his face filled with anger and concern.
He called out a name, Min-chul. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a tense confrontation. His expression was one of quiet defiance as he inwardly questioned the authority attempting to pressure him, muttering to himself, "What if I don't want to?" Hyun-sung's defiance was met with disbelief and anger. Young Miho, a member of Park Min-chul's gang, reacted with a scoff, his words laced with venom. Has this bastard really gone insane? Miho's skepticism deepened as he considered the implications of Hyun-sung's actions. He mused, there's no way he doesn't know that we'll stand up to him if he messes with Park Min-chul. He doesn't look even a bit scared, does he? Another gang member, Kang Chang-suk, approached, his face a mask of irritation. He sneered, have you gone senile? Chang-suk's anger escalated as he prepared to confront Hyun-sung. His fist clenched, and he declared, very well, I'll end your game today. The scene shifted to reveal the full extent of the gang's presence. Chang-suk stood ready to attack, flanked by several other members of Park Min-chul's gang, their expressions ranging from anticipation to amusement. Miho, observing the scene, offered a piece of information to the reader. He explained, it's called Park Min-chul's gang only because Park Min-chul takes the lead when bullying the kids. He continued, revealing a hidden truth about the gang's dynamics. In reality, this guy is the strongest in the group. The focus shifted to Kang Chang-suk, whose name and affiliation were clearly identified. His tense expression hinted at the power he possessed. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, sat alone, a pensive expression etched onto his face. His eyes, though seemingly calm, held a depth of unspoken turmoil. His gaze shifted, a flicker of anger crossing his features, a subtle change in his expression hinted at the simmering rage beneath the surface. A warning whispered amongst his classmates interrupted the tense silence. Hyun-sung, along with several other students, were engaged in a clandestine activity, their actions furtive and secretive. The impending arrival of their teacher forced a hasty retreat. One of the bullies, Chang-suk, barked orders, leaving Hyun-sung with a chilling parting threat. Chang-suk's menacing gaze lingered on Hyun-sung, a promise of retribution hung heavy in the air. A bully's chilling words echoed in the classroom, a clear indication of the relentless pursuit that awaited Hyun-sung. The bullies left, their laughter echoing down the hallway. Hyun-sung remained, his head throbbing with a sudden, sharp pain. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he clutched his head, the pain intensifying. Alone in the classroom, Chang-suk slumped onto a desk, his face a mask of confusion and disorientation. He muttered to himself, clearly shaken by something he had just witnessed. A young man with blonde hair and a bruised face lay on the ground, his breath ragged. He recalled the initial attack, the first punches landing, but then the fight shifted, and he found himself overwhelmed, beaten down on the cold, hard floor. His attacker, enraged, loomed over him. Kim Hyun-sung, how dare you humiliate me? I'm going to kill you, the blonde man roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Later, the blonde man sat slumped in the classroom, nursing his wounds. Another young man, with dark hair and intense eyes, approached him. The other guys are going to gather here once class ends, he said. Do you think you can handle it?
The dark-haired young man reflected on the events.
To be honest, had I not let my guard down, I wouldn't have been beaten by that nerd, he mused, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. He continued his internal monologue. He must have acted up because he has never seen me bullying the kids. The scene shifted to show both young men sitting at their desks in the classroom. The dark-haired youth observed his blonde counterpart. He never crossed the line, so I never had to mess with him, he thought. But his thoughts turned darker. Anyways, what's certain is that he has crossed the line first. The blonde boy, still nursing his injuries, glared at the floor. I'll leave you half dead as soon as class ends, he vowed, his voice filled with a chilling determination. The panel transitioned to a dramatic black and white effect, emphasizing the impending confrontation. The classroom's atmosphere was tense. A notice on the board informed the students that the day's lesson would be on the midterm exam. Two students, seated at a desk, engaged in a hushed conversation. One of them, a young man with short, dark hair, suggested it would be beneficial if class ended early. His companion, however, brought up Kim Hyun-sung, expressing suspicion about his recent behavior. He wondered aloud if Hyun-sung was under the influence of drugs. The first student countered that Hyun-sung had acted as if he had no backup, implying a lack of support or allies. He had expected the situation to resolve itself easily. But Hyun-sung's actions had been far more drastic than anticipated. The student's thoughts drifted back to the initial confrontation. He recalled the moment when they were about to attack Hyun-sung. The other student then wondered if Hyun-sung had spread rumors about the incident. A third student, with dark green hair, was approached by the first student, who seemed to be seeking further information. The first student speculated that Hyun-sung might have simply lost his mind. Regardless of the reason, they all agreed that Kim Hyun-sung had looked down on everyone. A young man, his expression thoughtful and serious, sat alone, a hand resting on his chin. He mused that if they left things as they were, others would soon start to underestimate them. He continued his internal monologue, deciding that even though they had received a request, this was an opportunity to decisively crush their target. A plan forming in his mind as he sat, his posture shifting slightly. The plan was to ensure Kim Hyun-sung would never again look at them with such arrogance. A voice, filled with malice, cut through the silence. Of course, that piece of shit. His face contorted in a grimace of pure hatred, the young man's eyes burned with a vengeful fire. He vowed to kill Kim Hyun-sung. A man, his back turned, walked down a hallway, heading towards room 1-1. A voice, sharp and menacing, echoed through the empty corridor. Kim Hyun-sung, you're done for. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with blonde hair and a determined expression, leaned heavily on a desk, his body bruised and battered. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. His head swam, disoriented. A single word escaped his lips, a confused huh? Suddenly, a blur of motion. A figure, a young man in a crisp white shirt, launched a swift, powerful kick, connecting with Hyun-sung's head with a bone-jarring impact. Hyun-sung's body flew back, crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from a fresh wound on his nose. His vision blurred, but his eyes burned with a fierce anger. He clutched at his head, disoriented and confused. What's going on?" he stammered. The attacker, his eyes glowing an unnatural violet, loomed over him. "Continue from where we left off, right?" he said, his voice cold and menacing. Hyun-sung's eyes widened, his confusion giving way to dawning recognition. He glared at his attacker, his mind racing. This bastard, what's his deal? Let alone avoid us, you motherfucker, he thought, seething with rage. Kim Hyun-sung, a boy with exceptional grades, striking looks, and impressive fighting skills, found himself on the ground, the victim of a brutal attack. His assailant loomed over him, the question hanging heavy in the air: did he truly intend to fight? The school day ended, the teacher announcing, "That's it for today's class." Kim Hyun-sung, a model student known for his intelligence, good looks, and fighting prowess, found himself cornered. His tormentors loomed, one of them sneering, "There is nowhere to run anyway. School has limited space." His aggressors, a trio of menacing figures, closed in. One of them, a particularly cruel-looking individual, barked, "Let's go." Their leader, a figure radiating menace, leaned in, his eyes burning with malice. He hissed, "To beat that bastard, Kim Hyun-sung." Hyun-sung's classmates watched from a distance, their faces etched with fear and apprehension as the group moved through the school hallways. Their hushed whispers and nervous glances betrayed their anxiety. The bullies, confident and menacing, continued their advance. Hyun-sung's tormentors surrounded him, their expressions a mixture of cruelty and anticipation. A palpable tension filled the air. Hyun-sung's eyes narrowed, a surge of rage flooding his vision. He muttered, "Fuck. That fucking Kim Hyun-sung." A group of students fled down a school hallway, their footsteps echoing as they desperately tried to escape an unseen threat. A shout of "Run!" cut through the air. Peeking from around a corner, a young man with dark hair and glasses watched them go, a grim determination etched on his face. He seemed to be assessing the situation, his eyes sharp and calculating. The chase continued, the fleeing students' movements blurred by speed lines as they desperately tried to put distance between themselves and their pursuers. But one of the students was caught. He fell to the ground, his body marred by injuries, blood staining his clothes. The scene was brutal and swift.
The young man with glasses appeared again, walking calmly amidst the other students, his expression unreadable. He seemed completely unaffected by the violence that had just transpired. A voice called out, "You're late." The young man turned, his face partially obscured by dirt and blood, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be enjoying the situation, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The young man and his accomplice walked away, leaving the injured student behind. The manga opens with a close-up of dark green hair, partially obscuring a young man's face. He appears to be in a tense situation. A title card briefly interrupts the scene. The scene shifts to a hallway, where a young man with dark hair is being confronted by a group of older students. One of them, Kang Chang-suk, lunges at him, shouting a furious insult. The dark-haired youth, Kim Hyun-sung, thinks to himself, he has endlessly simulated this scenario in his mind during the 10 years he spent comatose. He had no problem dealing with Park Min-chul, but Kang Chang-suk proved to be a much more difficult opponent.
A close-up on Kang Chang-suk's enraged face emphasizes his aggressive posture. Hyun-sung reflects that while defeating Park Min-chul was easy, he couldn't find a way to easily defeat Kang Chang-suk with his current strength. Hyun-sung's internal monologue ends with a desperate question: what should he have done? A combination lock, its dial spinning, was the focus. The numbers blurred, hinting at a frantic search. The answer, it turned out, was remarkably simple. He was now capable of doing things previously unimaginable. A young man, his face contorted in pain, received a powerful blow. His body recoiled from the impact, the force of the strike leaving a visible mark. A guttural cry of attack echoed through the air, a desperate call to action. But his opponent scoffed, deeming such tactics inconsequential. Another blow landed, this time with even greater force, sending the victim reeling. A cold determination hardening his gaze as he plotted his revenge. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an impossible situation. He had been pushed from a rooftop, his body falling through the air. A desperate thought echoing in his mind, he had no time to be picky about his survival. His only focus was escaping this imminent death. And in that moment, an unexpected surge of power coursed through him. His eyes snapped open, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. A raw, untamed energy erupting from within. He braced himself, ready to meet whatever fate awaited him. But his attackers, a group of sneering bullies, underestimated his resilience. One of them scoffed, certain that even a simple blow would be enough to overwhelm him. Hyun-sung, however, moved with surprising speed and precision. He launched a counterattack. A blur of motion as he expertly dodged and countered each blow, sending his attackers sprawling across the rooftop. His movements were fluid and powerful, a testament to his unexpected strength. Leaving his bullies stunned and terrified by his sudden display of skill. The tables had turned. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, knelt, his fingers brushing against a small, dark stone. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from it, the image dissolving into a flurry of motion, leaving only the faintest trace of dust motes in its wake. This was it. His only chance. Hyun-sung's eyes, wide with a mixture of determination and apprehension, focused on Cho Young-taek, a bully with a sneer twisting his lips. Another student stood behind Young-taek, his face obscured by shadow. With surprising speed and precision, Hyun-sung launched himself forward. A blur of motion as he tackled Young-taek to the ground, the impact echoing in the otherwise silent hallway. Hyun-sung's plan was unfolding. He mused that Cho Young-taek wouldn't be able to withstand what was coming next. Hyun-sung swiftly executed a decisive takedown, sending Young-taek sprawling across the floor. The other student watched in stunned silence. Kim Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, braced himself. His eyes burned with fierce determination as he prepared for the inevitable counterattack. He knew, with chilling certainty, that he wouldn't be able to react to whatever came next. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of fists and feet, a storm of raw power unleashed. Hyun-sung moved with a speed that defied the limitations of the human body. His attack a brutal symphony of violence, each strike precise and devastating. The impact echoed through the air as Cho Young-taek was sent flying backwards. Hyun-sung landed heavily, ignoring the pain that shot through his body. He didn't care if young Miho was about to attack him from behind, his focus remained unwavering. He had to finish Cho Young-taek, once and for all. His eyes, reflecting the harsh light, revealed a depth of cold fury. The cracks in his pupils spoke of a relentless determination, a burning desire for vengeance. Hyun-sung knew that winning this battle required more than just brute strength. It demanded a calculated strategy, a cold precision that would leave no room for error. A calculated strike, a decisive blow that would end the fight swiftly and decisively. His fist, bloodied but unbowed, was poised to deliver the final blow. A force that sent Cho Young-taek sprawling across the floor, his body crumpling under the impact. The fight was over. Hyun-sung stood over his fallen opponent, his breath ragged, his body screaming in protest, but his eyes remained cold and unwavering. The victory was his, but the war was far from over. Kim Hyun-sung, his mind racing, found himself in a desperate situation. He was outnumbered. He collapsed to the ground, his body battered and bleeding. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat.
His vision swam, the world tilting precariously as pain lanced through his body. Each ragged breath a testament to his failing strength. He was barely clinging to consciousness. Despite his injuries, a grim determination heartened his gaze. He had prepared for this fight for so long, mentally. But the reality of his physical limitations crashed down on him. His body was failing him. He looked down at his adversary, lying defeated on the floor. The fight had taken its toll on both of them. Despite the pain, a fierce resolve burned within him. He couldn't stop now. Not yet. His fight was far from over. Kim Hyun-sung, a boy with dirt smudged on his clothes and a pained expression, sat hunched over on the floor. His tormentors, a group of students, loomed over him. One of them, a taller boy with short dark hair, sneered, his words dripping with contempt. There was still one more jerk to deal with. The taller boy, his face contorted in a mixture of exertion and uncertainty, muttered to himself, questioning the strength of his recent actions. Sweat beaded on his brow. He had been strong enough to escape the bully's notice for now. However, this was a far cry from his true strength. A flashback revealed a terrifying image, a distorted face, a grotesque mask of rage and violence, belonging to one of the bullies, Chang-suk. Hyun-sung, his face streaked with tears, was being brutally attacked. The word monster echoed in the panel. The taller boy, still shaken, thought to himself that with Chang-suk incapacitated, he couldn't continue the fight. His jaw clenched, his teeth gritted in frustration. He desperately wished he could defeat Hyun-sung alone. The panel ends with a close-up of the boy's face, his expression one of intense frustration and self-reproach. Two boys stood facing each other in a tense confrontation. One, with dark hair and a bruised face, sneered, suggesting they finish what they started. The dark-haired boy's hands trembled, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he muttered about his hands. His eyes narrowed, a surge of anger coursing through him. As he gritted his teeth, his face contorted in fury. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking what they were doing. The dark-haired boy, startled, stumbled back. As he realized a teacher had noticed their fight. The dark-haired boy grimaced, realizing the teacher's intervention was inevitable due to the noise. The teacher, concerned, reported that 3 students were injured and bleeding, creating a serious problem for the school. A guttural voice, filled with rage, echoed through the hallway. "You are fucked, you bastard," the unseen speaker snarled, the words dripping with venom. The scene shifted to a brightly lit classroom. A concerned voice called out, "Hey, Kim Hyun-sung, have you gone mad?" Kim Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, stood defiantly before a teacher. The teacher, his expression a mixture of anger and concern, pointed an accusing finger. "Even if you are boys, there are boundaries," he stated, his voice tight with frustration. The teacher continued, his voice laced with worry. "Some of them were sent to the hospital with bloody faces. This will be a problem. If this goes wrong, I might have to take responsibility as his advisor." Another teacher, his face etched with frustration, approached the scene. He muttered to himself, "Why did this brat cause such a big problem?" This problem, he realized, was far beyond the school's capacity to handle. "This problem won't only be handled by the school," he stated grimly. The first teacher, still addressing Kim Hyun-sung, shook his head in disbelief. "I have been working as a teacher for over a decade, but I have never seen a brat like you." He continued, his voice heavy with foreboding, "You better be prepared. The parents of those kids won't let you get away with this. You should pay for what you did." Kim Hyun-sung, his expression unreadable, calmly responded, "Teacher, there is no need for you to overreact." A tense confrontation unfolded between 2 men. One, noticeably younger with dirt smudged on his face and a determined glint in his eyes, countered the other's claim. He insisted that this wasn't the first violent incident at the school. The older man, his face etched with frustration, retorted that the younger man possessed a skill particularly suited to resolving the situation. A certificate celebrating 5 years without violence hung on the wall, a stark contrast to the current tension. The older man suggested using this skill to quietly bury the case. The younger man, a smirk playing on his lips, stared intently at the older man. The tension between them crackled. He proposed a solution: bury the incident to avoid trouble. His words hung heavy in the air. As they walked away, the younger man's internal monologue shifted. He declared it was time for the older man to face the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, the older man lunged at the younger one, shouting an insult. The younger man reacted instantly, countering with a swift, powerful blow that sent the older man reeling. The scene concluded with the older man groaning in pain, surrounded by his stunned colleagues. Kim Hyun-sung, his face etched with grim determination, sat silently observing the scene unfold before him. It was exactly as he had anticipated. A realization dawned on him: this was precisely why he had died. It wasn't simply the relentless harassment, but also the cowardly inaction of the adults who stood by, idly watching. The cause of his death was a confluence of both the bullying and the shameful apathy of those around him. "There's a limit to everything," he thought, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Hyun-sung's fury intensified as he recalled the adults' shameful avoidance of responsibility, their deliberate choice to keep their noses clean. "How shameless can you be?" he raged silently. He clearly remembered the details, especially the fact that Kim Young-chul, the advisor of the first section, was a teacher. A piece of trash who couldn't even be called a human being. His inner monologue was a torrent of bitter resentment. Someone shouted at him to stop, but Hyun-sung ignored the interruption, his gaze fixed on his target.
"Look at this bastard," the voice boomed. A teacher, his face etched with worry and apprehension, questioned a younger man. He seemed hesitant, his words laced with uncertainty. "Are you really going to continue?"
The younger man, his expression hardening, retorted sharply. He stood his ground, his voice firm. "You better lower your voice.
If you won't, I can't help but tell others you have been receiving bribes from parents, especially from young Miho's parents. As far as I know, you are frequently in contact. Should I shout it all out right here?"
He continued, his voice low but resolute. "Even if it's not that, there are other things I can say."
"For an example."
The teacher's face paled, his eyes wide with fear. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he stammered, "The English teacher."
"So you better fucking stop."
The younger man's anger boiled over. He addressed the teacher with a venomous sneer. "Kim Young-chul, you piece of shit." The final panel shows a man's profile, his expression grim.
A caption reads, "Money-eating trash."
That's how they covered up the problems.
Kim Hyun-sung, after years of enduring relentless bullying, finally reached a decision.
He sought out his teacher, believing adult intervention was necessary, despite his doubts about the efficacy of this approach. But the teacher, a weary man sipping coffee, seemed unconcerned, merely observing that something had happened.
Hyun-sung's tormentors, Park Min-chul and his friends, arrived, and Min-chul confidently asserted that their actions were merely jokes, and that Hyun-sung had misunderstood their intentions.
Min-chul's claim was that they had only been joking around, and that his size made Hyun-sung misinterpret their actions as bullying.
But the teacher intervened, advising them against further conflict, warning that physical violence would not resolve anything. Min-chul and his friends, seemingly accepting the teacher's reprimand, agreed to keep this in mind.
Despite this seemingly peaceful resolution, the panel shows Min-chul and his friends menacingly approaching Hyun-sung, their true intentions far from resolved. A shadowy figure, his face obscured, pressed a button, a subtle click echoing in the dimly lit room. Then, addressing a young man named Kim Hyun-sung, he issued a curt command, "Follow me." Outside, Hyun-sung found himself confronted by a group of older students.
One, with blonde hair and a sneer, taunted him.
Before Hyun-sung reacted with surprising speed and force, delivering a swift blow that sent the bully sprawling to the ground. The impact echoed, a sharp crack punctuating the sudden violence. As Hyun-sung moved with practiced efficiency, dodging and countering the attacks of the remaining bullies. He felt wronged.
He felt angry.
A surge of power coursed through him, fueled by a decade of silent rage.
A voice, filled with righteous indignation, echoed through the air.
It was a plea for justice, a demand that those in positions of authority take responsibility for the well-being of their students. The speaker asserted that teachers and educators have a duty to intervene when a student reports being bullied. The scene shifted abruptly. Kim Hyun-sung, a young boy, lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Two older boys, their faces contorted in malice, stood over him, one wielding a weapon. A chilling threat, a promise of violence, hung in the air. "Die."
The attack continued, brutal and swift. Hyun-sung's desperate cry of "teach" was cut short by the relentless assault.
The panel then shifted to show a teacher, his face etched with concern, witnessing the unfolding violence.
Hyun-sung's thoughts raced.
He realized that the teacher, having witnessed the beating firsthand, would surely take action. Hope flickered within him, the teacher would punish the bullies severely. The teacher, his expression grim, observed the scene from a distance. His silence was heavy with unspoken implications.
A later revelation cast a dark shadow over the events.
It was discovered that Kim Young-chul, one of Hyun-sung's tormentors, was a manipulative individual who exploited the financial vulnerabilities of others.
Among his victims were the parents of young Miho, another bully involved in the attack.
Hyun-sung, lying on the ground, his body broken, his spirit crushed, was left with a bitter truth: the teacher had no intention of intervening. His hope had been cruelly dashed. Kim Hyun-sung, even knowing he couldn't win, swung his fists wildly, desperately struggling to escape the brutal reality of his situation. He fought back against his attackers with surprising strength. But the day's violence was relentless, a relentless barrage of blows rained down on him.
Hyun-sung was thrown to the ground with brutal force and sent tumbling down a flight of stairs. However,
Hyun-sung's mother arrived at the scene, her face etched with worry and anger.
"Oh dear, what happened to my dear son's face? Who's the bastard? What kind of brat made my Miho like this?"
One of Hyun-sung's classmates coldly stated. Hyun-sung started it first. Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bandaged, stood silently, a smirk playing on his lips.
"Does this make sense?"
A man, his face etched with worry, angrily exclaimed that his son's nose was broken, vowing not to let the matter go unpunished. Meanwhile, a young man with a bruised face offered a sincere apology, explaining that, as a child, he was powerless to intervene in matters requiring adult involvement without his parents. A school violence committee report revealed that the young man, Kim Hyun-sung, had been the sole recipient of punishment for the incident, while Park Min-chul's gang faced no repercussions.
He only realized the full extent of the injustice after falling into a coma.
In a hospital bed, Hyun-sung, now a young adult, contemplated his inability to exact revenge through mere physical strength. He resolved to find a more complete and thorough way to settle the score. Hyun-sung's determination burned, fueled by a desire for true revenge. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes snapped open, wide with shock, and a cold sweat beaded on his brow. His breath hitched in his throat as he found himself reliving the day of the incident.
Key? A memory flooded back. Two figures stood in a dimly lit office, their hushed conversation barely audible.
The tension was palpable. Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a grimace, heard a voice, sharp and accusatory, cutting through the silence.
What kind of nonsense is this? Teach.
The speaker, a man with a stern expression and a hint of menace in his eyes, addressed another, younger man. His words hung heavy in the air. A low whisper followed, chilling in its implications. From now on, when you speak to me, think carefully before you utter any word.
Hyun-sung's vision blurred, the words echoing in his mind. He felt a surge of anger, a burning resentment.
The conversation continued, revealing a shocking truth.
You were introduced to young Miho's parents through a university senior, right? The speaker continued, each word a blow to Hyun-sung's already shattered sense of reality.
You've been taking care of young Miho even before he entered this school, and as a reward, you receive a payment every month. The final, devastating revelation hung in the air, heavy with implication. You've been having an affair with the English teacher, a married woman with 3 children.
The two of you often go to Motel M.
Two men stood facing each other in what appeared to be a dimly lit office. One, sharply dressed in a dark suit, looked intently at the other, whose attire was disheveled and stained with what looked like blood.
The suited man's expression was serious, almost grim, as he asked, "Should I say more?"
The man in the suit continued, his voice laced with contempt, "You live such a dirty life, teach."
To the extent that this isn't even the tip of the iceberg.
The suited man leaned closer, his words a low threat.
If all of your malpractices are revealed, your life as a teacher will be difficult, won't it?
Don't even think of considering this as nonsense.
He continued, his voice hardening, if you're going to act like that, even if I have to make you quit this school.
The man in the suit's face contorted in anger. His voice was a growl, I'm going to trample on your life, teach. A narration box appeared, revealing a new piece of information. By the time I went up to the 3rd year, Kim Young-chul's private affairs were revealed. His wife came to school, slapped him, and stamped the divorce papers.
The scene shifted to show Kim Young-chul being confronted by his wife.
She slapped him hard across the face. A narration box added, it was found that Kim Young-chul's family was quite well off. And it was also rumored that everything that could be called property belonged to his wife.
If that is true, I'm certain Kim Young-chul fears his affairs being revealed the most.
Back in the office, the suited man spoke again, a calculating glint in his eyes. So, there's no way this blackmail won't work. Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, sat slumped in a chair, his expression unreadable.
A larger, imposing figure loomed over him, concern etched on his face.
What should I do, Hyun-sung? He asked, his voice heavy with worry. The larger man continued, it's simple.
If you're going to shut me up, keep up the attitude you've been living with. Hyun-sung, confused, tilted his head. What does that mean?
The larger man's face hardened.
Keep living like trash in the future. Remain an idle onlooker on the students' matters. Bury them even though you know it's wrong.
He added, a glint in his eye, but only the object will change. The larger man's voice dropped to a low, menacing tone.
From now on, you will do it for me. His gaze intensified. Prevent this incident from exploding, regardless of the means or methods. Hyun-sung's eyes, previously dull, now shone with a cold determination.
A subtle smile played on his lips.
I will never reveal your secrets. Hyun-sung's head bowed low, his expression unreadable.
The larger man looked down at him, a mixture of apprehension and resignation on his face.
You know what I mean, right?
In a dimly lit office, a man sits slumped in a chair, his face obscured by shadow. A taller man stands over him, his expression unreadable.
For now.
I'll try my best, the taller man says, his voice low and resolute. The name Kim Young-chul appears in a thought bubble, suggesting the slumped man's identity.
Kim Young-chul walks away from the office, his back to the viewer.
He thinks to himself, he's only the first card I thought of beforehand. He continues his internal monologue, a sense of grim determination etched on his face. I must hasten to prepare the next card, however. The word for now appears on a dark background, suggesting a pause in his plans. Kim Young-chul walks down a hallway, his thoughts focused.
The narration box reads, there's something I must do.
In a classroom, a furious young man with purple hair confronts someone unseen.
He shouts, son of a bitch. Are you really insane?
I'm going to tear him apart and kill him as soon as he returns. The panel shows a violent impact, suggesting the unseen person has been attacked. Kim Young-chul, the boy who had been receiving his mother's money, inwardly resolved that he wouldn't let Kim Hyun-sung be. At the very least, he would drop out of school. He wouldn't have to deal with Kim Hyun-sung anymore, and he wouldn't have to worry about that guy.
To be honest, he was a bit scared.
He wondered, anxiously, if the other bullies hadn't caught up to him. Kim Young-chul violently shoved a desk aside as he fled down the hallway, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. A group of students watched him go, their expressions a mixture of fear and apprehension. Kim Hyun-sung, now alone in the classroom, resolved to become the school's predator. He vowed that, because of what happened to him, he would never allow his status to plummet into the abyss. He slammed his fist on a desk, his anger palpable. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, sat alone in a nearly empty classroom. His posture slumped, shoulders bowed, and a pensive expression etched onto his face. He was lost in thought, his gaze distant and troubled. He dismissed the recent events as a coincidence, a mere chance encounter.
Yet, the memory of the bully's victory over 3 others lingered, a bitter taste in his mouth.
It must have been a coincidence, he thought, but the thought offered little comfort. But a surge of anger quickly replaced his doubt. He vowed silently, a grim determination hardening his features, if he encountered that bully again, he would swiftly and decisively crush him. The classroom door creaked open, revealing young Miho, his school uniform slightly disheveled, a hint of menace in his eyes. He was the bully, the one Hyun-sung had been silently plotting revenge against.
Hyun-sung, startled but not entirely surprised, watched as Miho approached.
His earlier resolve wavered slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossed his face.
Miho's voice, though quiet, carried an undercurrent of threat.
He suggested they finish what they had started, a chilling reminder of the past. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken violence. Hyun-sung's eyes widened, fear and dread clearly visible in his expression as he braced himself for the inevitable.
A sudden, brutal attack.
Hyun-sung was thrown back, the force of the blow sending him sprawling across the floor.
The attack was swift and unexpected.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, was violently shoved from behind, a sudden, brutal force sending him sprawling. He let out a pained groan as he tumbled through the air. His body a blur against the stark white of the sky as he plummeted towards the unforgiving ground below. The impact was jarring, a sickening crunch echoed as he hit the ground, his body twisting at an unnatural angle, sending a wave of agonizing pain through his limbs. He landed hard, the force of the fall knocking the wind out of him. Lying there, bruised and battered, Hyun-sung could only manage a weak, pained expression.
Luck,
he thought, a bitter taste in his mouth. He pushed himself up, ignoring the throbbing pain, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and determination.
He would not be defeated.
A figure loomed over him, their face obscured by shadow, but Hyun-sung felt a surge of icy dread.
He knew this was just the beginning. A chilling premonition of the torment that lay ahead.
He braced himself, his resolve hardening.
This time, he would fight back. A blinding flash of light erupted from Kim Hyun-sung's body,
as he unleashed a powerful kick, the force of which sent a shockwave rippling across the floor, sending his attacker sprawling backward. His face contorted in agony as blood gushed from his mouth.
Hyun-sung, eyes blazing with newfound power, moved with terrifying speed,
delivering a swift blow that sent his opponent reeling. He muttered, "Save," barely audible above the chaos. A sinister smile crept across Hyun-sung's bloodied lips as he surveyed the scene.
His attacker, meanwhile, thought, "Crazy bastard, this guy is really a lunatic."
With a sudden burst of speed, Hyun-sung launched himself across the classroom,
striking another student with brutal efficiency. The victim cried out, "Please, please, someone." Kim Young-chul.
Young-chul, watching from a distance, sneered, "Right, fucker." A man, his face contorted in a grimace, stood before a glass partition. He muttered a string of curses, his words laced with anger and frustration.
"You received money from my mother," he had yelled, the echo of his rage still hanging in the air.
A stark warning appeared in a thought bubble above him, "Don't expect the slightest bit of help." Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, was shown from behind, his arm reaching out as if to grab something, his expression one of desperation. The man from the previous panel grabbed Hyun-sung's head, his grip tight.
Hyun-sung's face was bruised and bloodied, tears streaming down his cheeks.
The man spoke, his voice cold and devoid of empathy, "Because no one in this school."
Hyun-sung's eyes flashed with a sudden intensity.
A surge of energy emanated from him, a visible blue aura surrounding his body as he prepared to retaliate.
With surprising speed and strength, Hyun-sung countered the attack, his movements a blur. He grabbed the man's arm
and threw him to the ground. The man's face hit the floor with a sickening thud.
Hyun-sung's voice, cold and hard, echoed in the silence, "We'll ever help you." The scene opens 5 minutes before the present moment, showing an empty classroom under fluorescent lights.
Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, sits hunched over in a chair, his brow furrowed in thought. A cold sweat beads on his forehead as he anxiously chews on his fingernail.
Hyun-sung's internal monologue reveals his distress, he considers the incident beyond his capabilities.
His thoughts are interrupted by the grim reality of the situation. 3 students were recently hospitalized due to a serious incident. Hyun-sung wrestles with the consequences of not properly punishing the culprit, Kim Hyun-sung, fearing a backlash from the victim's parents.
His concern is particularly acute regarding young Miho's parents, because their considerable wealth and influence in Daesan make them formidable opponents.
They will not tolerate injustice against their son. The school's recent renovations, funded by donations from these wealthy families, further highlight their power and the potential ramifications of Hyun-sung's inaction. Kim Young-chul's thoughts raced. More than anything, his biggest problem was that he had also received money from the bullies. He ran a hand through his hair, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He feared that once the situation escalated, even someone like him wouldn't be able to handle it. Desperate, he urged himself to think, to find a solution. His mind racing, repeating the mantra, let's think. Let's think. Until he finally added a name to his mental plea, let's think, Kim Young-chul. His eyes widened, sweat beading on his brow. He realized there was no other way. The only alternative was to separate Kim Hyun-sung from Young Min-ho. A file containing photos of both boys lay on his desk. He considered his options. Kim Hyun-sung hadn't yet interacted with Young Min-ho's parents. If he could convince them, they might remain uninvolved in this specific conflict. After all, those bullies were only friends of their son. A grim determination settled on his face. If he could convince Kim Hyun-sung's parents to request that he not interact with Young Min-ho. A man's face, partially obscured by shadow, is contorted in a grimace. Beads of sweat glisten on his forehead as he clenches his jaw. His internal monologue reveals his urgent need for control over Kim Hyun-sung. A sense of dread washing over him as he anticipates the events to come. The scene shifts to another man, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and surprise. His mouth hangs open slightly, his expression one of stark terror. He stands in a brightly lit room, the contrast highlighting his apprehension. A palpable tension hanging in the air. A young man with purple hair, his face bruised and bloodied, clutches his head in pain. He mutters, barely audible, a question about the timing of events. His internal monologue, however, is far more explicit. He feels utterly doomed. Suddenly, another man attacks him, a swift, brutal blow landing squarely on his jaw. The young man is sent reeling, his body impacting the floor with a thud. The attacker, a figure in a dark suit, stands over him, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. The young man lies on the ground, bleeding, his eyes closed in pain. His face is a mask of agony. The first man, his face etched with frustration and anger, curses under his breath. He mentions Young Miho's parents, seemingly connecting them to the current situation. His thoughts then turn to the impending revelation of a relationship with the English teacher, a development he clearly fears will have dire consequences. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked through the bustling hallways, his gaze fixed on the ground. The hurried footsteps of his classmates rushed past him, a blur of movement and noise. Hyun-sung awoke in a hospital room, his hand outstretched, stained with blood. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to recall the events that led to this moment. His vision slowly clearing to reveal a blurry figure looming over him. The figure's hand roughly grasped Hyun-sung's hair. Hyun-sung's eyes narrowed, a surge of bitter resentment flooding his consciousness. He silently seethed, when this is only how far you could go? He recalled the relentless bullying he endured throughout high school, the taunts echoing in his mind. You bastards always used to say that. I'm in this mess because I'm so weak. The bully, his face bruised and bloodied, trembled before Hyun-sung. But look at you, trembling like this. When I have barely started. The scene shifted to a rooftop, silhouetted figures engaged in a violent struggle. One figure was pushed, falling into the abyss below. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with intense eyes, stood amidst a group of his classmates. His expression was one of cold determination, a stark contrast to the worried looks on the faces of the students surrounding him. He began to walk down the hallway, his footsteps echoing in the otherwise silent corridor. His hand firmly gripping a clipboard. Hyun-sung paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he looked around the classroom. A sigh escaped his lips. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of something cold and calculating in their depths. Young Miho, another student, sat slumped in a chair, his face bruised and bloodied. Hyun-sung looked at him with disdain. Miho muttered, "Fucking idiot." Hyun-sung responded, "I was aware as well." Hyun-sung reflected on his plan for revenge. He realized that if he avoided provoking young Miho, he could manage the other bullies more easily. However, he couldn't resist the urge to immediately punch Park Min-chul in the face upon his return. The impact was swift and brutal. Kim Hyun-sung, a model student, reflects on his past. He would have preferred a peaceful life, far from the bullies who caused him so much pain. His 10 years as a vegetative patient, a living hell where only his hearing and consciousness remained, fueled his desire for revenge. This was the result of that burning desire. Hyun-sung observes the aftermath of his actions. 3 people have been carried away, and he anticipates further consequences. Hyun-sung anticipates the principal's reaction. As the head of Bright Prospects High School, a prestigious institution, he expects a harsh punishment for this incident. However, Hyun-sung is unconcerned. Dozens of witnesses saw him covering up the incident, making it impossible for the principal to stop the investigation. He reflects on the challenges ahead. If he cannot even handle Bright Prospects High School, his revenge will be impossible. Hyun-sung sits alone, contemplating his revenge. He knows this is just the beginning of a long and difficult journey. He resolves to continue his quest for revenge, despite the obstacles. The scene opens on a brightly lit ceiling, dust motes dancing in the artificial light. A narration box declares, "We will never tolerate this incident." A group of adults sits around a large, dark conference table. The narration explains that Hyunsung sent victimized students to the hospital and committed acts of violence against them. Even after a consultation with teacher Kim Youngchul, he showed no remorse
and mercilessly assaulted student Young Miho. Another narration box emphasizes the heinous nature of the crime.
A man with graying hair and a concerned expression asks if everyone has seen the victims' faces, noting their state was so miserable it resembled scenes from gangster movies. Principal Oh Dae-hwan of Bright Prospects High School agrees that Hyunsung should be severely punished immediately.
English teacher Lee Min-young also agrees with the principal's assessment.
Lee Min-young, a woman with short, dark hair, sits at the conference table, her expression serious.
The suggestion is made to expel Kim Hyunsung.
Lee Min-young, her gaze intense, sits beside a man whose face is partially obscured, but his worried expression is visible. A woman, her face etched with concern, questioned a man, his expression grim and tense. He responded curtly, urging her to remain silent if she had no useful information. The man's worry deepened. He spoke of the urgent need to protect Kim Hyunsung, emphasizing the risk of expulsion if the current situation continued.
His anxiety was palpable, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His gaze shifted to another man, whose expression was far calmer, almost serene. The second man, Kim Youngchul, calmly acknowledged Kim Hyunsung's wrongdoing, but presented a counter-argument, highlighting his observations as the homeroom teacher. He asserted that the incident's root cause lay with the victims, including Park Min-chul. An older man, his face creased with age, questioned Youngchul's statement, seeking clarification on its implications. Youngchul explained that Park Min-chul's gang habitually bullied other students. He revealed his plan to catch them in the act and punish them accordingly, but noted that Kim Hyunsung had been unable to endure the bullying. He argued that punishing Hyunsung would be an act unbecoming of a teacher. The principal, a stern-faced man with silver hair, sat deep in thought. His expression was grim, his hands clasped together. He muttered to himself that the punishment was inevitable. A teacher, Kim Youngchul, confronted the principal, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and fear. He shouted the teacher's name, his voice laced with desperation. The principal, still seated at his desk, considered the implications of young Miho's parents' involvement. He knew they wouldn't let the matter slide. He reflected that to maintain the school's prestige and his connections with influential families, he needed to appease young Miho's parents by punishing the student. The principal decided to convene a review committee to discuss the matter. His expression remained serious, betraying no hint of emotion. He planned to determine Kim Hyunsung's punishment during that meeting and requested that rumors be controlled in the meantime. The principal, sitting at the head of a large table in his office, added another instruction. Kim Hyunsung would be suspended until the review committee meeting. The principal's final words were a thinly veiled threat. Kim Hyunsung should reflect on his actions during his suspension. A stern voice instructed him, and come to school with your parents in 1 week. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with dark hair and a composed expression, stood in a school hallway. A subtle smirk played on his lips. He nodded curtly, his response a quiet, understood. Hyunsung walked down the hallway, his shoulders slightly slumped. He seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hyunsung. Hyunsung turned to see a man approaching. The man explained, I did my best, as soon as you messed with young Miho. He sighed, adding, so, Funo, can't you hold your temper just a bit? A shadowy figure, his face obscured, addressed someone unseen. He mused that had the other person remained still, an opportunity to rectify the situation would have presented itself, within his capabilities. Then, turning to face the reader, a smirk played on his lips as he recalled the last time he had been looked down upon and slapped in the face. The scene shifted to reveal two men. One, sharply dressed, stood calmly, the other, disheveled and agitated, was identified as a teacher. The sharply dressed man observed that the teacher was nothing more than trash, a man who had long ago abandoned his responsibilities. Because he had won over someone willing to offer up their liver, gallbladder, or even everything, depending on the situation. He added that he hadn't expected to be able to resolve the situation either. The sharply dressed man acknowledged the teacher's efforts, stating that he understood the teacher had tried his best. It seemed clear to him that the other man had known from the start that Park Min-chul had been bullying the students. He directly accused the teacher of knowing this. The teacher, visibly sweating and distressed, was told to keep this in mind. The sharply dressed man explained that the only way the teacher could prevent him from speaking up was to always do his best for his sake. Hyunsung's eyes blazed with a fierce determination. His voice, though unspoken, resonated with a chilling resolve. Regardless of the means or methods, he would exact his revenge. Unless his tormentor showed a similar level of commitment to their cruelty, he would not rest. He wouldn't stop with just one victim. His plan extended beyond the immediate perpetrators. He intended to make Lee Min-young pay as well. He vowed to make them pay. His promise hung heavy in the air, a silent threat. A solemn pledge, etched in the grim set of his jaw. He would keep his word. Kim Youngchul, his immediate target, stood before him, seemingly resigned to his fate. Hyunsung's expression remained impassive as he acknowledged Youngchul's acceptance. Hyunsung's thoughts turned to the ultimate satisfaction of destroying Youngchul, a desire that burned within him. But he recognized that Youngchul was merely a pawn in his larger scheme. He couldn't afford to let his anger cloud his judgment. Youngchul, despite his loathsome nature, remained a useful tool for now.
Hyun-sung decided to keep Youngchul around, at least until he could use him to lay the groundwork for his ultimate revenge at Bright Prospects High School. After all, Youngchul was just one teacher among many. A narration box reveals an internal monologue. He is someone who wouldn't care about the means or methods, just to survive. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stands in a classroom. He is surrounded by a group of students, their faces mostly obscured. A thought bubble above him reads, 1 week from now. The time he's been thinking and planning about for the past decade. In a different scene, an older man with gray hair, who appears to be a teacher, is tending to a bonsai tree. He is startled by a sudden interruption, exclaiming, "No, oh Daewon." A large, ominous thought bubble appears. A situation will unfold. Hyun-sung walks purposefully through the school grounds, his gaze fixed ahead. His expression is serious and resolute. Hyun-sung's internal monologue, completely different from what you're expecting. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, orange glow over the cityscape. Rows of apartment buildings stood silhouetted against the fading light. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, walked down a dimly lit alleyway. He carried a worn backpack. He wondered how long it had been since he last walked the street. He reflected on his family's modest home, a Sanchin multi-residential complex, purchased with insurance money after his parents' death. Had it not been for that money, they would have been living there on rent. The news that his grandmother had sold the house to cover his hospital bills had been devastating. It felt like the world was falling apart. He used to think the place was shabby, but now, he was just thankful to have a place to live. Approaching his home, he called out for his grandmother. He entered the apartment, his footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway, and stepped into the dimly lit living room. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, sat alone, lost in thought. He reflected on his grandmother's daily work routine, a stark reminder of his family's financial struggles. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him. He needed to help his family, and sentimentality had no place in his current situation. This unexpected second chance, however, felt like a miracle. He had been given a new opportunity, a chance to change everything. Hyun-sung, now carrying a backpack, walked purposefully. His goal was not merely revenge, but also to secure a comfortable life for his grandmother and brother. He was determined to create a better future for his family. He had a limited time frame. The review committee would convene in 1 week. The urgency of his situation fueled his resolve. Hyun-sung's hand reached for a notebook, his plans meticulously laid out. He was focused and determined, his gaze sharp and unwavering. His strategy was clear: secure the surrounding territory to establish a base within 2 years, and then dismantle their stronghold during his sophomore year. To achieve his ambitious goals, Hyun-sung knew he needed to meet 3 crucial conditions. The first was physical strength. He needed to cultivate the strength necessary to confront the school bullies who perpetuated violence. While he knew how to train himself, a particular individual came to mind. A figure from his past, a potential ally or obstacle, loomed large in his thoughts. Hyun-sung, the protagonist, strategizes. He reflects that securing an ally would significantly improve his chances of success in his upcoming confrontation. His thoughts shift to the complex web of connections between young Miho, Park Min-chul, and Cho Young-taek, all linked to a powerful association. He realizes that confronting them alone would be a monumental task. Hyun-sung sits at his desk, meticulously planning his next move. The weight of his situation is evident in his posture. He acknowledges his current limitations as a freshman, understanding that even a flawless plan might fail if he acts alone. Hyun-sung continues to strategize, focusing on manipulating the pieces on his carefully constructed game board. He needs to gather the necessary allies to succeed. His expression is one of grim determination. Finally, he considers the advantages of his unique position. His foreknowledge of the future allows him to anticipate and solve problems others cannot. Hyun-sung realizes he needs a strong background to support his plans, one that can neutralize potential threats. A hand furiously scribbled across a sheet of paper. The words "committee" were visible above the frantic writing. The scene shifted to a nighttime view of a police station, its exterior illuminated under the city lights. Inside, a man with silver hair and sharp features, his face contorted in rage, shouted at the officers. "Fucking assholes," he roared, his words laced with venom. He continued, "Do you know who I am?" The man's voice dripped with contempt as he addressed the officers. "You must be a traitorous informer if you live in Daesan and yet you don't know me. Do you believe a mere police officer like you can get away with this after treating me this way?" One of the officers, startled, stammered, "Huh? Sir, you are an adult. Please keep quiet at the police station." The silver-haired man scoffed. "Adult? Did you just assume me to be a senior citizen?" He smirked, "I'm 35 and single, and I have a bright future awaiting me." The caption below identified him as Go Changbyeom, eldest son of Myeongjin Construction Company. He then sneered, "You gray-haired fucktards." A powerful figure, radiating barely contained rage, stood over his fallen opponents. His leg rested on one man's chest, his fist clenched, a visible aura of power emanating from him. Meanwhile, another man observed the scene from a distance, his expression a mixture of concern and calculation. He spoke, his words carrying the weight of authority. "Of course, we know who you are, Go Changbyeom, the eldest son of the Myeongjin Construction Company.
You are a mighty figure of Busan who can screw our lives if we do something wrong.
But even he recognized the precarious situation. But right now, even he has to act cautiously since the company is in the middle of selecting a new heir. The man's internal monologue revealed a deeper concern. Still, the problem is there is a limit to his patience.
Changbyum, meanwhile, angrily retorted, "Hands off me." The observer continued, justifying his actions. "As such, we have no choice but to follow due process of law." Changbyum, visibly frustrated, gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace. He sat down heavily, his body slumping in defeat. The weight of his situation seemed to crush him. He muttered to himself, rationalizing his actions, "It's a better course of action than being pestered by the other side for letting it slide." A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he rubbed his temple, his expression a mixture of anger and exhaustion. He sighed, his shoulders slumping further. "It was not my fault that those bastards were so weak that they had to be taken to the emergency room." He muttered a final, frustrated curse, "God damn it." A man with silver hair and a worried expression sits at a desk, his hand to his face. He mutters to himself, his words laced with anxiety, "If things go wrong, those who oppose him will surely take advantage of the situation." He feels utterly trapped. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper, a symbol of wealth and power. A narration box reveals that recently, the man's father made a formal announcement regarding the succession of his position, triggering a conflict. A succession war between him and his brother. The narration continues, describing the conflict as a war between the silver-haired man, who recently graduated from high school, and his brother, a graduate of a prestigious foreign university. The brother is shown, clean-cut and wearing glasses, a stark contrast to the silver-haired man's more rugged appearance. The narration box explains that the brother's position is further strengthened by his marriage 3 years prior to the daughter of a prestigious family. The silver-haired man fears that if his current predicament is revealed publicly, he will face utter ruin. The scene shifts to a police interrogation room. A police officer, Mr. Go Changbyum, addresses the silver-haired man, calmly but firmly stating that while he understands his frustration, he is in the wrong this time. The officer explains that the silver-haired man has severely beaten innocent people, and that such a case cannot be ignored. Frustration etched itself onto the older man's face as he angrily addressed someone off-panel. He repeated his accusations, emphasizing the culpability of the perpetrators. However, his words were met with a dismissive response, a casual, yeah, that's what you say, but... The other party countered, pointing out the lack of evidence. They highlighted the absence of CCTV footage at the crime scene, emphasizing the weakness of the case despite the victim's testimonies. The older man's face contorted in anger. He muttered, "Fuck." Under his breath, his frustration boiling over as he cursed the air competition. His eyes narrowed, a sudden shift in his demeanor. He was observing a scene unfolding elsewhere, 2 figures, one seated and one standing, engaged in a quiet conversation in what appeared to be a waiting area. The older man's attention was drawn to something unexpected. A question mark floated above his head, reflecting his confusion. Then, a sharp "what" escaped his lips. His gaze shifted to a younger man, who was observing the scene with a puzzled expression. The younger man voiced his surprise at the presence of a child in such a place. The seated young man, seemingly unfazed, pointed at himself and asked, "To whom should I be talking?" The older man's face showed a mixture of shock and dawning realization as he looked at the young man, who maintained a calm and almost amused expression. A recording was visible on a nearby screen. A police officer, his face etched with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, slapped a hand to his forehead. He muttered to himself, questioning how the situation had escalated again. According to Mr. Go Changbyum's account, corroborated by eyewitness testimony, a group of bystanders had begun to throw punches. And regardless of the angle, it was clear that they were the aggressors, initiating a fight with Mr. Go Changbyum, who was merely passing by. Since there were no CCTV cameras in the vicinity, a young man explained that he had requested footage from the dashcam of a nearby car, because the testimony of a minor was insufficient to fully establish the events. The young man continued, stating that Mr. Go Changbyum had done his best to de-escalate the situation. But the attacker's persistence left him no option but to defend himself. The young man concluded that if there was anything questionable about Mr. Go Changbyum's actions, it was only the sheer force of his strike, which incapacitated the attackers with a single blow. He firmly asserted to the officer that this was clearly a case of self-defense. A man with silver hair, sharp features, and a smirk, rested a hand on the shoulder of a younger man with dark hair. He mused aloud, impressed by the younger man's eloquence. How can a child with such a pretty face know how to speak so beautifully? The younger man's expression darkened. He revealed his father's harsh philosophy: "My father believes that people should be beaten when they deserve it." The younger man, his face etched with determination, declared, "As long as I have a witness and proof, there is no reason for me to be in a predicament just because of this case." The silver-haired man nodded, seemingly satisfied. He stated, "Well, guess this matter is settled. After the victim, the offenders, are treated." The silver-haired man spoke to the younger man, promising to follow up later. "I will call you back." He then addressed the police officers, expressing regret for the inconvenience caused to the younger man. "We regret the inconvenience we caused you, Mr. Go Changbyum." One of the police officers reflected on the case, admitting their failure to be impartial. He stated, "We should have listened to you and probed this matter thoroughly, but I think we failed to be impartial after seeing the victim's blood."
The silver-haired man glared intensely at the police officer, his eyes burning with anger. The tension was palpable. He uttered a chilling threat, "That's your. But I will make sure to remember that face of yours." The silver-haired man's cold demeanor shifted slightly as he offered a final, cryptic comment to the younger man, "You will have a bright future ahead of you." A cryptic message appeared on the screen, "Just look forward to it." The camera panned to a large building at night. The sign read Taejun Police Station. Two figures, one taller and older with graying hair, the other younger and shorter, stood outside the police station. The younger one spoke, expressing relief that he wasn't in trouble thanks to the older man. The older man, Changbyum, reassured the younger one, emphasizing that he wouldn't forget a favor done. Changbyum handed the younger man a wad of cash. The younger man thanked him. The younger man smiled, seemingly pleased with the money. But the narration noted that most kids his age would be hesitant to accept such a large sum. However, this boy's actions were deemed unusual, as he had gone above and beyond, even finding the black box video. Changbyum, impressed, commented on the boy's resourcefulness. Two figures stood in the twilight, their conversation shrouded in shadows. One, younger, with dark hair, spoke first, his tone laced with uncertainty. He was merely curious, he claimed, addressing the older man as big brother. The older man, with silver hair and a more imposing build, countered with a question, his expression unreadable. Did the younger man truly believe everything that had happened was merely a coincidence? The younger man's question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment. Before the older man responded, his voice firm and direct. He would get straight to the point. He knew exactly who the younger man was, Go Changbyum, eldest son of Myeongjin Construction, locked in a fierce inheritance battle with his brother, Go Changsik. The revelation hung heavy between them as they walked. A silent acknowledgement of the complex power struggle at play. The older man's words hung in the air, a challenge to the younger man's composure. The older man's response was immediate and unwavering. He didn't believe this was a coincidence. He had proof. A sinister smile stretched across a shadowed face, the eyes hidden in darkness. The figure's voice, laced with a chilling amusement, cut through the silence. About this, Mr. Go Changbyum? The narrator's voice interjected, explaining, Go Changbyum was a prominent figure in the area, making the current events easier to recall. A young woman sat before a television screen, her gaze fixed on a news report. The report detailed the passing of the Myeongjin Construction Company's CEO, Go Myeongjin, and the inheritance of the company. The woman reflected on the lives and ultimate fates of those involved. A young man with dark hair and a knowing smirk spoke, his tone a mixture of challenge and expectation. If you really feel grateful, give me an hour. He offered a promise. A man with intense, bloodshot eyes and short, blue hair glared, his expression grim. He stated, it will be worth your time. And your future. The scene opens in a brightly lit coffee shop. Two young women are seen, one of them holding a tray with a muffin and a drink. They appear to be casually chatting. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, a man with silver hair sits reviewing footage on a small device. He states that this is the original footage from the black box. The narration box explains that the man was able to prove the incident was self-defense using the latter half of the video. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes is shown, a smirk playing on his lips. He reveals that he didn't show them the first half of the video. He continues, explaining that the first part shows what actually happened to Mr. Go Changbyum. The young man sips his coffee, his gaze fixed on the screen of his phone, as he confirms that the footage shows what truly happened to Mr. Go Changbyum. The silver-haired man shows the footage from 30 minutes before the incident. The video shows three men gathered in front of a convenience store. At first glance, they appear to be ordinary customers, but even after half an hour, they remain there, their behavior suspicious. A group of men stood motionless, as if waiting for someone, not moving an inch. The moment Kim Hyun-sung arrived, they immediately attacked him. They aggressively approached him, inviting a fight, and began to curse him. Despite attempting to maintain his composure, Hyun-sung eventually retaliated. Hyun-sung's hands clenched around a mug, his knuckles white with tension. Hyun-sung reflected on the recent events, realizing he had also been suspicious of them. A conversation ensued, questioning whether the recent string of misfortunes was coincidental or orchestrated, particularly after the succession war began. The discussion turned to the possibility of Mr. Go Changsuk's involvement in undermining Hyun-sung. The gravity of the situation was debated, hinging on whether the events were accidental or intentional. The critical distinction between accidental and intentional acts was emphasized. A man with short, graying hair confessed, he is right. As a matter of fact, I was suspicious all along, but I didn't want to admit that my younger brother, who had a better upbringing than me, could commit such a nasty deed. His face was etched with a mixture of guilt and resentment. Another man, seemingly younger, questioned him, why are you telling me this? The older man continued, sipping from a mug, Myeongjin Construction Company, as of now it's only famous in the countryside. However, because of their healthy balance sheet and superior technology, they would soon be a front-runner in the apartment construction business. The narration box explained, as a result of Chairman Go Myeongjin's philosophy of never compromising with the buildings meant for people to live in. They would continue improving the quality of buildings even at very slim profit margins, which would later lead Myeongjin Construction Company to become one of the largest companies in the country. But in that process, both sons of Go Myeongjin would disappear. The chapter opens with a news report detailing the critical condition of Go Chang-suk, the second son of the Myeongjin construction chairman. The report hints at a shocking truth behind his injuries, foreshadowing a tragedy that would shake Daesan to its core. Go Chang-suk, ambitious and driven, aimed for the successor position within the family business, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goal. Until his actions were discovered by his older brother, Go Changbyum, who, enraged, violently attacked him. The brutal assault left Go Chang-suk permanently disabled. His father, Go Myeongjin, furious at the incompetence of both his sons, publicly declared that neither would inherit the company, causing a massive uproar in the community. This decision, however, inadvertently sparked a new trend among the locals, as they began to create and share memes about the two brothers' antics online. In the aftermath of the scandal, Go Myeongjin hired a professional manager, a move that ultimately propelled Myeongjin Construction to the ranks of major conglomerates. A young man, observing this, reflects that for the sake of the company's future, it might be best if things remained unchanged. The narrative shifts to a discussion of Go Changbyum, the elder brother. While incompetent, his lack of ruthlessness is contrasted with his volatile temper. The narration box reveals that Go Chang-suk, the second son, is a devious man willing to do anything to achieve his goals, regardless of their ethical implications. Kim Hyun-sung, seen from behind, reflects that the idea of securing the future heir is irrelevant to him. Their usefulness in his affairs is what truly matters to him. Hyun-sung muses on the unpredictable consequences of altering the future, pondering the potential for both good and ill. However, he dismisses such concerns as none of his business. Hyun-sung's intense gaze reveals his unwavering focus on revenge, prioritizing it above all else, even if it leads to worse outcomes. In this life, revenge comes first, and he intends to protect his family. Someone offers to help Hyun-sung in his quest for revenge. Hyun-sung scoffs at the proposal, finding it utterly ridiculous. A man, his face partially obscured, questioned the younger man's involvement, stating that a high schooler surely couldn't be of much help in such a complex succession war. He then posed a rhetorical question, prompting the younger man to consider the unusual circumstances. The scene shifted to a man with silver hair, seated at a table in a cafe. He scoffed, noting that he, a mere high schooler, had already deciphered Chang-suk's scheme. Another young man, with dark hair, confidently declared that the people assisting Chang-suk were merely his informants. The silver-haired man, addressing the dark-haired youth, stated that he wouldn't ask for belief, only a chance. A chance to build their relationship on trust. The silver-haired man stood outside a cafe, lighting a cigarette. Two young men stood in a dimly lit cafe, their attention drawn to a man in a sharp white suit visible through a glass partition. The man in the suit seemed to exude an aura of quiet intensity. One of them, a man with silver hair, muttered to himself, his head throbbing. He felt a sharp pain behind his eyes, a pressure building. A young man in a cafe apron approached the silver-haired man, politely requesting him to extinguish his cigarette as he was in a non-smoking area. The silver-haired man, however, showed no intention of complying. His eyes blazing with barely contained fury, the silver-haired man issued a threat. He would destroy the entire cafe if the other man didn't leave him alone. The cafe worker, his face pale with fear, visibly trembled. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Muttering an apology, he quickly retreated. The silver-haired man, still seething, silently called out to someone named Changbyum. Changbyum, the eldest son of the Myeongjin Construction Company, was described as someone who lived carelessly. His thoughts revealed a more complex picture, however. He hadn't approached Kim Hyun-sung simply because he was righteous, there was something more to his motives. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the air. It stated that the reason for the actions taken was due to the subject's inherent rottenness, sufficient to warrant the destruction of his own brother for the sake of power. And that this very rottenness was precisely why he was deemed suitable for a nefarious plan. A man with silver hair, his face etched with weariness, sat alone, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He muttered to himself, expressing frustration at the excessive actions taken, suggesting a more measured approach would have sufficed. He conceded that the brat's words weren't entirely wrong. However, a doubt clouded his mind. Was it wise to trust the words of a 17-year-old he'd only just met? The scene shifted. A man, older and more imposing, with silver hair and a stern expression, appeared. He addressed someone named Changbyum. His advice was simple: if one lacks skill, one should keep those with skills close by. He further emphasized that age, gender, or circumstance should not be a factor, only skill matters when choosing allies. An older man with silver hair and intense eyes sat, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was considering a proposition, a weighty decision hanging in the air. The words, "You'll surely be able to lead Myeongjin Construction Company," echoed in his mind, a statement both promising and potentially perilous. He abruptly extinguished his cigarette, the ember fading into ash. A wave of frustration washed over him, his internal monologue a stark fuck it. Doubt clouded his mind. He felt lost, uncertain of his path forward. The simple, yet profound statement, "I don't know anymore," reflected his internal turmoil. The scene shifted to a younger man, his expression serious and determined. He sat across from the older man, a silent tension between them. He demanded, "Tell me your plan first." The older man leaned back, a calculating glint in his eyes. He calmly responded, "I'll hear it all and make a decision." A sly smile played on his lips as he sipped from his mug, his demeanor suggesting a hidden agenda. The younger man, seemingly contemplating the older man's words, muttered to himself, "So that's what happened," a dawning realization in his tone. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles white with tension. His jaw was clenched, and a grim determination etched itself onto his visible features. He slammed his fist on a desk, the sound echoing through the room. "Incompetent bastards," he roared, his voice laced with fury. He then hurled his phone across the room, shattering it against the wall. "What's so hard about it that you failed?" he demanded, his anger barely contained. His face contorted in a sneer. "This is all because of that geezer's old-fashioned way of thinking," he spat, his voice dripping with contempt. He continued, his voice laced with frustration, "Why does he still think the eldest precedes the inheritance rights when it's the 21st century? Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. "Let's calm down. I still have the upper hand." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If nothing in particular happens, at this rate the successor position will naturally." The phone rang, startling him slightly. "What is it now?" His eyes widened in alarm as he listened to the caller. "Something big happened. The man has broken into Hansung's office." A man with short, dark purple hair and glasses gripped his phone, his expression a mixture of worry and determination. Lines of stress radiated from him, mirroring the chaotic streaks in the background. A stark black background punctuated by streaks of light carried a single thought bubble: to win this succession race, you must comprehend reality. The scene shifted to a serious-looking man, his face partially obscured by shadow. He pondered aloud, "Between you and Go Chang-suk, who do you think suits the chairman position of Myeongjin Construction the most?" Another man, this one with short, gray hair, confidently declared, "Of course, it's Go Chang-suk." He continued, explaining, "Unlike you, who barely graduated from high school, Go Chang-suk studied business administration at a prestigious foreign university." And he added, emphasizing the point, "And he even got married to a prestigious family as soon as he returned to Korea." The scene shifted to a cafe, where several figures sat at tables. A voiceover explained, afterwards, he instigated that those who were recruited by him should be the ones which fairly determine the successor. That's how he formed an official succession structure. A young man with dark hair, wearing a hoodie, sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "Nothing has been a coincidence from the beginning. Go Chang-suk has prepared a lot to steal your position." The narration continued, "All this, as a result, has created an obviously advantageous position for him. Except for the fact that you're the older brother." Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with sharp features and dark hair, sat confidently in a cafe, a smirk playing on his lips. He gestured animatedly as he spoke to his companion, his words implying a sense of calculated amusement. His expression shifted, a glint of something colder appearing in his eyes. He posed a pointed question, his tone laced with subtle mockery: "Who in the world would support him?" The camera focused on a man with silver hair and intense red eyes, his gaze sharp and calculating. A palpable sense of menace emanated from him. Hyun-sung continued, his smirk returning, acknowledging the differences between himself and his opponent, but implying that these differences were insignificant. Prompting a question from the silver-haired man, "What did he mean by that?" Hyun-sung explained that despite Go Chang-suk's clear advantage, there was only one reason Chairman Go Myeongjin would make them compete. That reason, according to Hyun-sung, was the naive belief that the eldest son would still desire to become the successor. This naive belief, Hyun-sung implied, was why even he was allowed to compete. Despite the vast difference in their capabilities, making the competition almost pointless, Chairman Go Myeongjin had yet to choose a clear successor. A thought bubble appeared, pondering a hypothetical scenario: what if? The speaker continued their hypothetical question, emphasizing the what-if aspect. The scene shifts to a close-up of a man's intense gaze. He speaks, comparing two individuals: Go Chang-suk, who is superior to you in every aspect, falls to the bottom, where you are. A young man with dark hair and piercing eyes confronts the previous speaker. He asks, "What do you think will happen?" He poses a question, implying a competition: if you have the same skills, who will Chairman Myeongjin choose between the two of you? The answer is given, that's when the competition begins. When you stand on the same level as the opponent. A man wearing glasses shows a worried expression. He thinks to himself, at that time, the facet of being the eldest son. A woman with visible injuries sits on the floor, looking distressed. Another woman observes, her expression unreadable, and thinks, will be something. Kim Hyun-sung, a young boy with gray hair, lay on a bed, tears streaming down his face. A hand gently rested on his head, offering a small comfort amidst his distress. The narration box declared a stark truth: he could never escape his predicament. A blinding white light erupted, signifying a significant shift in time and reality. A transition marked by a dramatic visual effect. The next chapter preview showed Hyun-sung, his eyes glowing an eerie blue, promising a plan of action. A hand gestures emphatically, the speaker's words hanging heavy in the air: to win the succession war, 3 things are needed. Those 3 things are: first, background. The speaker continues, his voice laced with disdain: while Go Chang-suk was busy forging alliances with prestigious families, you wasted your time with the wrong people. He presses on, the weight of his words emphasizing the folly of the other's choices. The second requirement is reputation. And there's no need to explain yours, you're known as the biggest jerk in Daesan. The scene shifts to show two men sitting in a booth, one of them looking downcast as the other speaks, highlighting the stark contrast between their lifestyles. While one was busy partying, the other was focused on something else entirely. The narration box revealed that Go Chang-suk was proving his worth through accomplishments in business. Another box added that he didn't need to be special, because whatever he did would surpass the efforts of others. A declaration was made: from now on, they would overturn three things. Starting with the first, his background. The question of how to overturn his background was posed. It wasn't feasible to marry into a prestigious family like Go Chang-suk's immediately, nor gain sudden authority or influence. They needed to think differently. The solution was proposed: separate Go Chang-suk from his wife. Once his wife's support, the pivotal figure in his background, disappeared, Go Chang-suk would be back at the same starting line as them. Three men stood silhouetted against the backdrop of a city skyline visible through a large window. Two were sharply dressed in suits, their backs to the viewer, while a third, older man with gray hair, stood hunched between them, his head bowed. The two men in suits remained motionless, their postures suggesting tension and anticipation. One of the suited men, his face partially obscured, offered a mumbled apology to the older man. Go Myung-jin, chairman of Myung-jin Construction Company, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The other suited man, his face now visible, scornfully called the older man a pathetic bastard. He then informed the older man that he had contacted his father-in-law and would teach him a lesson to prevent the situation from escalating to a divorce. He also relayed his wife's message that she would be staying away for a while, allowing her husband to prove himself. An older man with graying hair and a stern expression sat at the head of a mahogany table. His face was etched with anger as he addressed two younger men, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'm really sorry." "Sorry my ass," he spat, his words laced with contempt. He continued his tirade, his voice rising with each word. "How often must I tell you, if the man plays around with his dick, the family falls? If you were going to play around with a bitch like that, you should have rather done that as a single like that fucking Changbyum." The older man's finger jabbed towards one of the younger men, his fury barely contained. He let out a weary sigh, shaking his head. "Ha! Looks like I fucked up raising my children." His gaze shifted to the other younger man. "And you, Go Changbyum, why were you going in and out of the police station? I'm sure he will keep claiming he was innocent like he used to." The older man stood, his presence filling the room. Tension hung heavy in the air as he faced the two younger men. A beat of silence, then a single word echoed in the room: "Right." One of the younger men, Chang-suk, smirked, a glint of malice in his eyes. "That's an excellent idea. I have to look for Chang-suk's flaws and point them out to Dad, right?" He continued, his voice low and calculating. "Chang-suk is ruining our reputation. We can't entrust him with our family business." Go Changbyum, a man whose sharp features and intense gaze hinted at a steely resolve, checked his watch. A flicker of worry crossed his face as he muttered to himself, his concern palpable: if his father were to be disappointed in Chang-suk. He immediately dismissed the thought. Another man, younger and with a more somber expression, spoke, his voice laced with apprehension. "That's not a good idea." During his 10 years in a vegetative state, Changbyum's consciousness remained a silent observer. He recalled a documentary he had overheard about Go Myung-jin. The documentary revealed that Chairman Go Myung-jin was fully aware of his two sons' actions. The image shifted to Changbyum lying in a hospital bed, a stark reminder of his ordeal. The narration continued, detailing Go Chang-suk's schemes to undermine his older brother. The chairman knew all along, and he chose not to interfere, viewing Chang-suk's actions as a means to an end. Go Myung-jin considered this a necessary step in determining his successor. Go Myung-jin prioritized competence over moral purity when choosing an heir. Changbyum's eyes, sharp and intense, reflected his internal conflict. Even if a candidate's personal life was questionable, Myung-jin valued their ability to contribute to the company's growth. However, a new question arose: would Myung-jin's heart ultimately turn to Changbyum? Changbyum, sipping his coffee, pondered this question. His companion's skepticism was evident in his question: just because he starts pointing out Go Chang-suk's wrongdoings? A firm, decisive no echoed in the room. He would not personally handle the matter, instead, a professional manager would be put in charge. Go Chang-sik, sipping his coffee, contemplated the situation. If Go Chang-sik's appearance remained unchanged, bringing his enemy down to his level wouldn't give him the chance to become the successor. Go Changbyum needed to display an attitude befitting the position of chairman. He must prove that he has changed. A surge of dark energy enveloped the figure as he declared, "From this point on, I'll tell you the plan." Go Changbyum's face was etched with a grim determination. He vowed, "I will be careful not to let this happen again." The reason was, it was wrong for the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction Company to cause such a problem. The scene opens with a dramatic visual effect, the words "the dice," starkly presented against a background of chaotic, fragmented lines, suggesting a turning point or a moment of high stakes. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with short, graying hair, his face etched with sorrow, sits hunched over, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. He resolves, "From now on, I will be mindful of my position and think before I act." His thoughts continue, a grim determination hardening his features. He adds silently, and father, let me scold him further for what Chong-suk did, has been thrown.
Hyun-sung's face is partially visible, his expression grim and intense.
A single thought cuts through his mind, I heard that. An older man with graying hair and a serious expression speaks to Hyun-sung, explaining, they were the ones who picked a fight with you. The older man continues, his words laced with understanding, but, you did your best to avoid fighting. His father's words offer a quiet reassurance, a subtle shift in the atmosphere.
He concludes, you did well.
The older man, placing a hand on Hyun-sung's shoulder, speaks with pride, you took care of the problem. His father's pride is palpable, his words carrying the weight of years of unspoken understanding. He finishes with heartfelt sincerity, I'm proud of you. The scene opens on a sleek, modern hotel door, hinting at a clandestine meeting. Inside, two men stand in tense silence.
One, a powerfully built man in glasses, mutters shit.
Under his breath, his expression a mixture of frustration and anger. The powerfully built man continues, his voice laced with barely controlled fury, I don't know who the fuck told her the location of the hotel. His face contorts further, eyes wide with barely suppressed rage. A second man, with silver hair and a similarly imposing physique, stands beside him, listening intently. The man in glasses continues, but if I catch that bastard, I'm gonna fucking tear him into pieces. The silver-haired man's expression remains unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A thought bubble appears above the silver-haired man, I'm proud.
He repeats the thought, did well. I'm proud. Did well.
I'm proud, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of pride and something akin to sorrow. The silver-haired man speaks, a hint of wistfulness in his tone, my father, who used to be always strict.
The scene opens on a close-up of a man's muscular torso, clad in a dark, button-down shirt.
His arms are powerful, hinting at considerable strength. A man with silver hair and piercing red eyes glares intensely, a cruel smile playing on his lips. His expression is one of satisfaction and barely contained menace. Acknowledge me, he seethed, the words a low growl. The silver-haired man, his expression softening slightly, patted the other man's shoulder.
He complimented him on a job well done.
The other man, dressed in a dark suit, remained impassive, his face obscured by shadow. A clenched fist, adorned with a gold ring, is shown. The man's internal monologue is revealed, this kind of thing must keep happening from now on. The silver-haired man's face is again shown, his red eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. His smile is sharp, almost cruel. The scene shifts. A dark, powerful hand, wearing a gold ring, is shown.
And then,
inside a car, a young man with dark hair sits beside the silver-haired man. He speaks, his tone subdued, thanks to you, I was complimented by father. The silver-haired man smiles, a calculating glint in his eyes.
He thinks to himself, what must I do to become the chairman?
The scene opens with two men in a car. One, with short dark hair and a serious expression, speaks calmly, I will listen to anything you say. He continues, his tone unwavering, don't get too excited. The only thing we did was to bring Go Chang-suk back to the starting line of background. The dark-haired man leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. To become the chairman, you have to win the other 2 rounds. He muses, I have some plans, but it's hard to execute them right now. For now, join the company as a minor employee and learn how things work.
He will tell him the plan when the time is right. The other man, with silver hair and intense red eyes, reacts with disbelief. You want me to work as a minor employee?
His anger is palpable, a vein throbs in his temple.
How could he? No, okay. Anything you tell me to do. And there is one more thing.
The silver-haired man's expression shifts to a calculating grin.
Yes. The dark-haired man asks, do you remember the conversation we had in the cafe?
We are working together because we both have things we want from each other. A young man with dark hair and piercing eyes smirked, a cruel glint in his gaze. He addressed an unseen individual, his words dripping with a chilling confidence, for helping you, you promised to grant me my wish. Inside a car, a man with silver hair and a sharp jawline spoke to the dark-haired youth from the previous panel. His tone was one of unwavering commitment, just spell it out.
There's nothing I won't do for you. The dark-haired youth's smirk deepened, a predatory gleam intensifying in his eyes. He was clearly relishing the power he now wielded.
He began to state his wish, his voice laced with chilling directness, I will be direct.
I want you to be my. The panel cuts to black, the anticipation building.
A furious woman confronted a man, her voice filled with rage.
You fucking bastard. Do you think I have been feeding you all those money to hear that kind of fucking excuse? The man, seemingly unfazed, retorted with a sneer, do I look like a joke to you? Do you want to get fired?
The woman, identified as young Miho's mother, Kim Sunja, delivered a final, chilling ultimatum, if you don't want to be humiliated, you better expel that bastard who hit my son.
A woman with dark hair and striking blue earrings addressed a man with a bruised face.
She asked if he understood, to which he replied with a subdued, yes, ma'am. He stood silently by a window, his posture heavy with unspoken thoughts, as the woman watched him from the bottom of the stairs. A wordless, frustrated outburst escaped him. The man crouched on the floor, his internal monologue filled with anger and confusion. He wondered what she expected of him.
His defiance was clear, I don't want to.
Hyun-sung's name was called out sharply.
A man, his face contorted in anger, approached Hyun-sung.
He urged him to be practical, suggesting that humbly accepting his mistakes was the only way to minimize his punishment.
Hyun-sung, though pressured by young Miho's mother, remained resolute. He was told to use his brain.
A threat hung in the air, the disclosure of hush money or infidelity. A shadowy figure, his face mostly obscured, leveled a chilling ultimatum at his unseen opponent. You must understand, if I die, you die. The figure's voice was laced with menace as he continued, make ways if you want to live. The threat hung heavy in the air as a man, his face etched with terror and desperation, stared wide-eyed at the approaching danger.
His eyes were wide with fear, his face pale and drawn.
A second man stood behind him, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a tense conversation.
One man, seemingly in a position of authority, addressed another, have I ever let you down?
Then, I will trust you with this, Principal Oh Dae-hwan. Principal Oh Dae-hwan, his face a mask of despair, clutched his head in anguish. He muttered to himself, I'm doomed. Whether I become an adulterous husband or a corrupt teacher, there won't be a place I can stay in Daesan. His despair deepened as he considered his predicament.
What can I do with all the money I saved?
Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed his face. The scene shifted to a formal setting. A man, identified by a nameplate as perpetrator Kim Hyun-sung, sat across from a stern-looking individual labeled Guardian. The Guardian announced, we will start the review committee meeting now. An older man, his face etched with concern, began to explain the situation.
He intended to clarify the events that transpired. He continued, stating that Kim Young-chul, the perpetrator's advisor, would provide further details.
The scene shifted to a classroom. Kim Young-chul, a young man with dark hair, sat among a group of people, tension palpable in the air. A sharp statement punctuated the silence. The cause of the incident was undeniably clear.
The bullies of the school, including young Miho, were identified as the instigators.
It was revealed that they had begun harassing their classmates. A man, his face contorted in anger, declared the situation absurd. He pointed out the injustice of the attacker being treated as the victim.
A man's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he muttered, eh? That man is. He was certain it was the same man he'd seen in the red light district.
The man's realization dawned, this meant.
Kim Hyun-sung's guardian was the eldest son of Myungjin Construction.
Upon seeing the list of attendees, the man initially mistook it for a different person with the same name.
Go Changbyum, a tycoon whose wealth dwarfed even young Miho's parents. How could such a man be Kim Hyun-sung's guardian?
He didn't have time to dwell on this.
His immediate priority was survival.
Teacher Kim Young-chul, a man whose face was etched with worry and a grim determination, sat alone. He muttered to himself, convinced that he was the only one who knew the truth about Hyun-sung's situation. This was his only chance, he thought, to set things right, a chance to finally change the course of events. This was an absurd case, he realized, one where the attacker was being treated as the victim. The scene shifted to a classroom. Several students sat around a table, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension.
A question hung in the air.
What? An older man, likely a school official, addressed Teacher Kim.
He instructed him to explain exactly what happened to avoid any misunderstandings. Kim, visibly nervous, simply replied, okay, sir. For a considerable time, young Mino, a victim of bullying, had been reporting the harassment inflicted upon him and his classmates by Park Min-chul's group.
Initially, the authorities merely reprimanded the perpetrators, urging them to cease their actions.
However, their harassment escalated over time. A few days prior, Park Min-chul had been bullying Lee Young-min. And Kim Hyun-sung, witnessing the event,
had intervened, urging them to stop.
Despite being classmates, their actions were unacceptable. Park Min-chul, however, retaliated by calling his friends and threatening Hyun-sung.
He challenged those present, questioning their inaction in the face of such harm.
The scene opens with two men in a serious discussion. One, older and more imposing, explains that student Kim Hyun-sung was simply defending himself. He asserts that the incident involving student Miho Young follows the same principle.
The narrative continues, detailing how, after arriving to help Min-chul, Park Min-chul's group, led by young Miho, assaulted Hyun-sung as he tried to defend himself. Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bearing the marks of a recent fight, is shown. The narration explains that to avoid further beatings, he had no choice but to take action. The older man from the first panel speaks again, acknowledging that Hyun-sung's actions went too far. Despite this admission, the man continues, explaining that even after knowing the full story, if they only punish Hyun-sung, they will become grown-up scumbags who ignore the fundamental problem of bullying in school. The older man stands before a group of people, his words echoing the gravity of the situation. He emphasizes that ignoring the root cause of the bullying would make them complicit. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a grim expression, sat across from an older man, Principal Oh Dae-hwan. Hyun-sung stated that was all he had to say, while the principal pressed him for more information, clearly unsatisfied. The principal, however, insisted that Hyun-sung not evade the issue. He reminded Hyun-sung that they were discussing a serious incident, 4 students had been sent to the hospital, an unprecedented event in the school's history. Hyun-sung countered that the information suggesting the victims had initiated the bullying was unconfirmed and irrelevant to their current discussion.
A group of students looked on anxiously. Regardless of the perpetrator's motives, Hyun-sung asserted, violence was unacceptable.
Furthermore, he added, he had never heard of such brutality from a student before. Principal Oh Dae-hwan sighed, pained by the situation. All involved were alumni of Bright Prospects High School, making the incident all the more distressing. The principal acknowledged the difficulty in determining fault, but emphasized that punishment was necessary. To prevent future incidents, the principal stated that they must uncover the truth and punish the perpetrator appropriately. A concerned teacher suggested they should help the parents of a student. Another teacher, seemingly older and more senior, responded that those who entrusted their children to them could rest easy knowing their children were safe. The scene shifted to a meeting room where several teachers sat around a table.
One teacher, seemingly younger, suggested they hear from a student named Young Miho first. They decided to hear from Young Miho about what happened. However, another teacher questioned the reliability of Young Miho's testimony, suggesting that the victim's account would be more accurate. The focus shifted to a young man with bandages on his face, identified as Young Miho. He was clearly distressed. Young Miho was asked to recount his experience. He began to speak, his words revealing that his experience differed greatly from the teacher's account, completely contradicting the teacher's earlier statement. His expression was one of quiet defiance. A student recounted the events to a teacher, explaining that Kim Hyun-sung had inexplicably begun to throw punches, suggesting that another witness could corroborate his statement that Kim Hyun-sung initiated the altercation. He insisted on the truth of his account. Another student, distressed, explained that he had only intervened when he saw his friend being attacked, but that Kim Hyun-sung had reacted by raising a weapon without hesitation. The teacher acknowledged that Kim Hyun-sung was likely threatened by the crowd that had surrounded him, but emphasized that Min-chul's condition had left them no time to consider Kim Hyun-sung's feelings. Confused, the student questioned the teacher's decision to place all the blame on them, and reminded the principal that Kim Hyun-sung had not been the only one at fault, recalling the principal's earlier scolding of Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, sat hunched over, his hands covering his face. His shoulders shook slightly as he grappled with his thoughts. He reflected on the repeated attacks, wondering why he was targeted. He knew he hadn't done anything to provoke such violence, yet he was beaten again and again, even in front of others. After all this, a profound sense of weariness settled over him. His hands remained over his face, but a sinister smile played on his lips as he questioned himself. Was it truly his fault? Hyun-sung's mother burst into the room, her voice sharp with alarm. She demanded everyone's attention, her concern palpable. She rushed to his side, cradling his face in her hands. Her distress was evident as she pointed out his injuries. She spoke of the care they had taken to protect him, emphasizing how carefully they had raised him, only to have him hurt so badly. The contrast between their careful upbringing and his current state was jarring. Hyun-sung's mother's distress intensified as she questioned how such violence could occur within the school's walls. Her voice was laced with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. It was an unthinkable event, and she worried about the safety of other children. Her fear escalated as she realized that this incident could happen to any child at any time. Her desperate plea echoed the anxieties of a parent facing the unthinkable. The parents of a victimized child insisted that the school should not ignore the bullying and that the bully must be punished. A group of adults discussed the incident, agreeing that nothing could justify the violence inflicted upon the child. The adults continued to express their outrage, demanding that the bully be punished for their actions. Their voices rose in anger and determination. In a hospital room, two young men casually discussed Kim Hyun-sung's situation, speculating about the consequences of Miho's mother's anger. One of the young men explained that Miho's mother was a fiercely protective soccer mom who would not tolerate any harm coming to her son. The young men continued their conversation, questioning whether someone like Miho's mother would let things go easily after witnessing her son's injuries. One of the young men agreed, confirming his belief that Miho's mother would not let the matter rest. A young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured by bandages, seated in a hospital bed. He muttered darkly about his plans for revenge, vowing to harass his tormentor relentlessly unless he was expelled from school. He continued his grim monologue, detailing his intention to torment the boy until he broke down and begged to leave the school. His resolve hardened, even expulsion wouldn't satisfy him. The young man's eyes burned with a fierce intensity. In another room, two other young men, also bandaged, discussed the financial compensation they expected to receive for their ordeal. One eagerly anticipated a large sum, enough to buy a motorcycle. His companion agreed, already planning how he would spend his share, envisioning drinks with friends in the park. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of the hospital, the city skyline visible in the background. The second young man enthusiastically confirmed his plans. The perspective shifted to a tense meeting. Three figures sat at a table, their expressions grim. One of them slammed his fist on the table. A young man with silver hair, his face obscured by shadow, let out a frustrated exclamation. He demanded they discuss what truly happened. His intense gaze bore into the others. He questioned whether they intended to ignore the events or if they were truly ignorant of them. The silver-haired youth continued, voicing his suspicion that a human-faced demon orchestrated the events. He gestured emphatically, his question hanging heavy in the air. Did this person plan everything? An older man, his face etched with concern and anger, reacted sharply. He vehemently protested against the accusation, forbidding them to label their student a demon. The silver-haired youth, his eyes blazing with a fiery intensity, countered with a challenge. If not a demon, then what else could he be called? The young man revealed that he had personally investigated Park Min-chul's group, uncovering their history of harassment, theft, and robbery from other students. He stated that Park Min-chul's notoriety was widespread. His fame was such that everyone knew him. The silver-haired youth questioned why they were trying to cover up his misdeeds. A stern-faced woman, her expression sharp and critical, questioned a worried-looking older man. Are you that stupid? Or, did you take a bribe from those bastards? The woman's tone was laced with suspicion. The man hesitated before replying. I know that several ambulances came to the school because those Park Min-chul group guys fell down, but all that happened because Hyun-sung was trying to defend himself. The man's explanation hung heavy in the air. His advisor also mentioned. The man's face was etched with concern. He continued, we have to look into the fundamental problem of this case. Let's all be honest here. The advisor's voice was firm, demanding transparency. The advisor turned his attention to the man, his expression serious. When you were young, did you just stand still when those kinds of thugs beat you? The man's response was interrupted by the woman's furious outburst. Hey, you fucker! Who are you calling a thug? Why is my son a thug? She shrieked, her voice filled with outrage. The advisor calmly responded, who the hell are you? He continued, I heard that Kim Hyun-sung doesn't even have parents. The woman's anger intensified. Who the fuck are you to talk that way? A sinister smile played on the lips of a man, his features partially obscured by shadow. A question hanging heavy in the air, become your custodian? The man's query was met with a sharp, questioning why, from a silver-haired individual seated in a car. His expression was one of suspicion and guardedness. He explained that if money was all that was needed, there were simpler ways to obtain it. The silver-haired man listened intently. The man continued, stating that he needed wealth for his plans. But if money alone was the goal, he would have chosen a different path. He implied that his methods were far more elaborate. To defeat a powerful enemy, he reasoned, he needed significant resources. He needed power. The man, being forthright, revealed his intention to cause significant disruption at their school. Not just minor skirmishes, but incidents serious enough to attract legal attention. Hyun-sung, his silver hair catching the dim light, sat in the car, a pensive expression on his face. He reflected on the recurring problems he faced, each time clinging to a fragile hope. That someone would appear to support him, to help him solve his problems. With that support, he believed he could be invincible, at least in Daesan, safe from any threat. Turning to his companion, Mr. Go Changbyeom, Hyun-sung made a proposition. His intense gaze held a hint of challenge. If Changbyeom could successfully complete a task for him. A task that would prove his worth, Hyun-sung promised him a significant reward. The reward was nothing less than the chairmanship of Myeongjin Construction Company, or perhaps even a more elevated position. Changbyeom, however, seemed unconcerned by the magnitude of the offer. He confidently assured Hyun-sung of his capabilities, urging him to trust in his expertise. A smirk played on Hyun-sung's lips as he considered his companion's words. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed in the darkness. It declared that any action, any violence, would be inconsequential. A chilling assertion that foreshadowed the chaos to come. The scene shifted to a brightly lit classroom. A stern-faced woman, her features etched with years of experience, pointed accusingly at a young man with striking silver hair. Who am I? She demanded. The woman, Hyun-sung's custodian, revealed her identity. She was also the eldest son of the Myeongjin Construction Company. The young man, his expression unreadable, stood silently, absorbing this information. Two men sat in a room, their expressions grim. One, older and more weathered, spoke, his voice laced with concern. He insisted that the boy, Hyun-sung, was not the type to act without reason. The other man, younger and with silver hair, nodded in agreement. He stood protectively beside a dark-haired boy, his arm around his shoulders. He firmly believed Hyun-sung was innocent. Hyun-sung himself, the focus of their conversation, explained that he had rushed to the review committee meeting after receiving a summons. He was determined to ensure his younger brother could attend Bright Prospects High School, a prestigious school in Daesan, without issue. But his plans were threatened by the school's reputation. He was beginning to regret his decision to support the school's construction. He felt he had no choice but to proceed, despite his growing disillusionment with the school's moral standards. The silver-haired man, seemingly unfazed by the implied threat from the woman across the table, continued his argument, stating that he was merely presenting the facts. He challenged the very foundation of the educator's role, questioning why a student who used violence to protect a friend would be punished instead of lauded for upholding moral values. Kim Hyun-sung, the victim of relentless bullying, sat alone, a question weighing heavily on his mind. Was it wrong to defend himself after enduring such unjust treatment? He continued his internal questioning, the image of his tormentors still fresh in his mind. Where was the school during all of this?
His anger intensified as he silently accused those who stood idly by. Why did you stand by and do nothing? The scene shifted to a classroom, where Hyun-sung confronted his bullies and their enablers. One of the bystanders offered a weak justification. I'll pretend I didn't see it because I don't have a child. Another added, I don't benefit, so I should close one eye. Hyun-sung's resolve hardened. He declared that he didn't care about their excuses or social standing. His fury extended to all those who had done nothing, including young Miho's lackeys. He vowed to use his influence to prevent them from continuing their operations in Daesan. A menacing figure, Go Chan-gum, appeared, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared this a threat. Go Chan-gum, the custodian, leaned on a desk, his actions suggesting a sense of anticipation. This, he declared, was justice. The scene opens on a tense conversation. A woman with dark hair looks concerned, while a young man with blue hair, Kim Hyun-sung, appears anxious. Nearby, an older man watches with a worried expression. The woman speaks, her words implying that Hyun-sung is the son of Myungjin Construction's custodian. The older man's shock is palpable, his eyes widen as he processes the information. He reveals that Kim Hyun-sung, contrary to common belief, did not live with his parents, but rather with his grandmother and younger brother. Principal Oh Jae-won, a man with silver hair, sits alone, deep in thought. He weighs his options, recognizing that siding with young Miho would jeopardize his chances of forming a connection with Myungjin Construction. But remaining in Daesan after offending Myungjin Construction is equally untenable. Principal Oh sits at his desk, his back to the viewer, lost in contemplation. The weight of his decision is evident. A question forms in his mind, what if he abandoned young Miho? Principal Oh's internal monologue continues. He sees this as his chance, a chance to secure his future by siding with Myungjin Construction instead. He acknowledges the potential consequences, the school's reputation will suffer, and he might be ostracized for betraying young Miho. However, the potential benefits outweigh the risks in his mind. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, reflected on his past. He mused that compared to the future, his current predicament was insignificant. A subtle cough broke his reverie. The principal, Oh Jae-sok, a man etched with the weight of years, revealed that a group of students had been bullying a classmate since the beginning of the semester. Hyun-sung suspected that young Miho was the ringleader of this bullying group. A sudden interruption cut short his thoughts. Hyun-sung's mother, her face contorted with anger, addressed the principal, but he quickly silenced her, stating that it wasn't her turn to speak. Hyun-sung's mother insisted she wasn't trying to blame anyone, she was simply stating the objective facts. The principal explained that the committee's role was to examine all circumstances and facts before reaching a conclusion. Hyun-sung's mother pointed out that her son was the school's top honor student. And that such a student would be unlikely to lie. The scene opens on Kim Hyun-sung, the perpetrator, sitting at a desk. His face is obscured by shadow, his identity hidden. The words perpetrator Kim Hyun-sung are clearly visible on a nameplate before him. A voice, seemingly authoritative, states that they are ready to hear from the student. Hyun-sung's face is now visible, a bitter expression twisting his lips. His inner thoughts are revealed, a sarcastic remark about finally being heard, a clear indication of resentment towards those who previously ignored him. He reflects on the past, lamenting the lack of support he received due to his background. A profound sense of regret fills his thoughts. If someone had listened to him before, he wouldn't have suffered such a terrible fate. His words hang heavy with the weight of his past trauma. The unspoken pain of his death is palpable. Hyun-sung continues, explaining that his friends repeatedly warned teachers about the violent bullying from the Park Min-chul gang. But their pleas were consistently ignored, met with the same dismissive response. Hyun-sung asserts that Park Min-chul, the leader of the gang, was not inherently a bad person, the incidents were merely pranks between friends. The panel shows Park Min-chul and his gang members, their casual demeanor contrasting sharply with Hyun-sung's serious tone. Their dialogue confirms that they considered their actions to be harmless pranks. The gang is shown closing in on Hyun-sung, their expressions turning menacing. The implication is that the pranks were far more serious than they let on. Hyun-sung's face is partially obscured by shadows, suggesting fear or apprehension. The narration box explained that sometimes, teachers tried to investigate the bullying, but their efforts amounted to little more than lip service, only emboldening the perpetrators. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, recalled how the teachers' warnings were ineffective against the bullies, only serving to embolden them further. He remembered his own actions, recounting how he had once punched young Miho, one of his tormentors, sending him to the emergency room. The image showed Hyun-sung's bruised and battered face, a testament to the fight. Hyun-sung, now sitting in what appears to be a disciplinary office, questioned why he was the one being punished, despite only resorting to violence once. He pondered whether the severity of his actions, compared to the bullies, was the reason for his punishment. Another individual, seemingly an authority figure, interjected, stating that Hyun-sung was being targeted because he was seen as powerless. The final panel showed Hyun-sung falling from a rooftop, a visual representation of the event that left him in a vegetative state for 10 years. His fall was a direct consequence of the bullying he endured. Kim Hyun-sung, lying on the ground, his body battered and bruised, voiced a bitter accusation, "Because I was powerless, you just buried the incident." His thoughts turned cold and calculating. He mused, the privileged are always innocent, and the destitute are always guilty.
If that is the truth of the world, I'll exploit it to its fullest. Hyun-sung continued his internal monologue, recalling the past. He thought, all this time, there has been a group committing savage and violent acts. Please punish them accordingly, or else. Hyun-sung, addressing the group of adults before him, declared, I will publicize this incident outside the school. He continued his threat, I'll let the world know the truth about Bright Prospects High School and turn this school into a national disgrace. Hyun-sung's gaze was intense as he stated, the only way you can convince me to keep my mouth shut is to deliver the appropriate punishment. His face, partially obscured by bandages, showed a steely determination. A woman, presumably Hyun-sung's mother, reacted with outrage. She exclaimed, I'll never allow my son to be held responsible for this. I won't stand for it. She furiously dialed a phone, shouting into it, you fucking bastards. A tense atmosphere hung in the air of the faculty meeting room. A woman, her face etched with worry, addressed the assembled teachers. She stated that she was calling her husband and impatiently awaited his response. The teachers, a mix of expressions on their faces, watched her expectantly. On the phone, she urgently relayed the situation to her husband, honey, you have to hear this. Do you remember? I called for a hearing because of our Miho. She continued, her voice rising in frustration, however, these teachers are now insinuating that everything is Minho's fault. The woman's distress was palpable. She paced before the teachers, her agitation evident. She informed her husband that Mr. Kim Young-chul and Principal Oh Dae-hwan had also sided against them. Her anger flared. Just because the perpetrator's custodian is the eldest son of Myungjin Construction, these ungrateful bastards have forgotten the relationship we've built up. She pressed her husband for an update, demanding to know his location and estimated arrival time. Her final words to her husband were resolute, I want to let these people know who you are. A woman's voice, tight with concern, echoed over the phone. She questioned whether Go Changbom was indeed the perpetrator's caretaker. A question met with immediate surprise. What? Do you know him? The woman's response was sharp, laced with fury. She demanded the person on the other end of the line come immediately to help her deal with this bastard, emphasizing the young man's connection to the powerful Myungjin Construction family and the potential consequences of his actions. Her voice rose to a shout as she urged them to come to Prospects High School immediately. The urgency in her tone was palpable as she ended the call. That night, a group of men, dressed in dark suits, sat in a classroom at Prospects High School. Their expressions were grim, their silence heavy with unspoken tension. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. His eyes, though seemingly vacant, held a depth of unspoken emotion. The school disciplinary board announced its verdict, Kim Hyun-sung would be punished with 100 hours of community service, while young Miho and 4 other students faced consequences for their extreme acts of school violence. Miho, his face bruised and bandaged, reacted with barely concealed fury. A single, pained syllable escaped his lips, I. His internal monologue revealed the depth of his anger and resentment, I am being expelled. A realization that fueled his simmering rage. He turned to confront someone, muttering the name Miho. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted. Miho unleashed a furious attack, shouting a venomous curse, motherfucker. His attack was swift and brutal, a vicious flurry of blows aimed at his target. Miho, seething with barely controlled rage, snatched a ring from his opponent's hand. An older woman, her face etched with worry, observed the scene from a distance. Meanwhile, another student approached, a smirk playing on his lips. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself cornered in a school hallway. 2 older boys, their faces grim, stood flanking a woman, presumably a teacher, who looked distressed. One of the boys barked an order, get on your knees and beg. The boy's cruel smirk intensified as he repeated his demand, I said, kneel down and beg me for forgiveness. Hyun-sung, however, refused to comply. Why should I? I've already been expelled. Why do I have to kneel, he retorted, his voice laced with defiance. The boy, unmoved by Hyun-sung's anger, coldly replied, you should be asking your mother that question. His expression darkened further as he continued, whether it's right for you to kneel or not. Hyun-sung's face paled slightly as he registered the threat implicit in the boy's words. The boy leaned closer, whispering, hey, do your best to appease my rage. I might just forgive you and get you reinstated. Meanwhile, a woman, presumably Hyun-sung's mother, approached, addressing him sharply, Miho, get down and kneel. Hyun-sung, shocked by his mother's unexpected command, exclaimed, Mom, what's wrong with you? Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, his face partially obscured by bandages, glared intensely. A cold fury simmered beneath his gaze. He knelt before 2 adults, a woman and a man, their faces impassive. His posture was one of forced submission, yet his eyes betrayed a simmering resentment. An older man, his face etched with worry, knelt before a woman, his voice barely a whisper as he apologized. His shoulders slumped with despair. Hyun-sung, mirroring the older man's posture, also knelt, his vow to change hanging heavy in the air. His resolve, however, felt fragile. Hyun-sung's internal monologue revealed his doubt, his apology hadn't been enough to alleviate the underlying tension. The man responded, his words a chilling prediction of future suffering. Hyunsun's face crumpled, tears welling in his eyes. The man's face, partially obscured, showed a hint of something dark and cruel. His expression was one of cold satisfaction. His words, a stark warning, hung in the air. Hyunsun was destined for a future filled with misfortune. The man's cruel smile was a chilling confirmation. Kim Hyunsun, a young man with short, dark hair, lay in a hospital bed, his body still, his eyes closed. Only his hearing and consciousness remained, a cruel reminder of the fall that had left him vegetative for 10 years. A silent testament to the trauma he had endured. His arm lay limply at his side, a stark contrast to the vibrant life he once knew. His face, though pale, held a hint of determination, a flicker of defiance in his stillness. He was not merely existing, he was waiting. With that, the committee's hearing concluded. The weight of 10 years of silence lifted, replaced by a new, burning purpose. Hyunsung reached for his phone, his fingers moving with a newfound purpose. A single text message, a lifeline to his past, held the key to his revenge. He was one step closer to finding out who had orchestrated his downfall. The message read, "This is Park Minchul, can you give me some of your time? Please. Please meet me one last time." Hyunsung's eyes narrowed. He recognized the name. Park Minchul was the mastermind who conspired to kill him. Under the cloak of night, a lone figure, cloaked in shadow and sporting athletic wear, walked purposefully through a park. He was met by another, a young man with blonde hair, his face bearing the marks of recent injury, who seemed surprised by the other's arrival. The injured young man exclaimed his relief at the other's arrival, expressing gratitude for their presence. His voice, though, was laced with a nervous tremor. The cloaked figure, however, showed impatience, his internal monologue expressing a desire to dispense with pleasantries and get to the heart of the matter. He bluntly demanded that the conversation be kept concise. The blond young man, slightly startled by the directness, nervously agreed to comply. Addressing the cloaked figure by name, Hyunsung, he began his confession, stating that his past actions of bullying and using force against Hyunsung were wrong. He continued, acknowledging his immaturity and the pain he had caused. The cloaked figure, Hyunsung, listened impassively. After a week in the hospital, he had decided to accept the committee's verdict and the blond young man's apology. He promised not to repeat his actions. Kim Hyunsung, his face partially obscured by bandages, stood alone, a grim determination etched onto his features. His eyes, though, held a flicker of something else, a cold, calculating intensity. So? Hyunsung's companion, whose face remains unseen, pleaded with him. He asked if Hyunsung could let the matter slide just this once, explaining that the teacher had informed him that if Hyunsung agreed, he could avoid expulsion. Hyunsung listened impassively as his friend continued, highlighting the severity of young Miho's actions, dragging his parents into the conflict and causing irreparable damage. Despite this, the friend insisted that the teacher had offered a way out, expulsion could be avoided. Hyunsung's expression shifted slightly. He was told that the teacher had said he could at least bail them out of this situation. His friend pressed further, desperately pleading for a second chance, emphasizing the life-altering consequences of expulsion. Hyunsung's friend continued his desperate plea, his voice laced with fear and desperation. The weight of potential ruin hung heavy in the air. Hyunsung's friend, his face still hidden, made a desperate promise. He would do anything Hyunsung wanted, anything at all, to avoid expulsion. He reiterated his willingness to serve, whether it meant running errands or becoming a personal servant. His desperation was palpable. The news of potential expulsion clearly shocked Hyunsung's friend. Despite his tough exterior, he was still just a 17-year-old facing an unstable life. The narrator observes that finding another school in the area would be nearly impossible for him. The first panel shows a close-up of a young man's face, his expression grim. He reflects on the consequences of school violence, noting that dropping out of high school due to such trauma leaves a lasting stigma. A feeling that will follow him for the rest of his life. He then reveals that he is risking his own life by sharing this information. The scene shifts to another young man, his face bruised and bandaged. He explains that the bullying was not spontaneous, someone orchestrated it. A close-up on the injured young man's eye, red and filled with unshed tears, emphasizes his distress. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles to speak. Finally revealing that he knows who is behind the bullying, the victim's backup. A hooded figure appears, his expression serious and determined. He declares that he knows the identity of the mastermind. The revelation is described as shocking news, foreshadowing a significant plot development. A few years after the protagonist's accident, another student, who was also bullied, committed suicide by jumping from the rooftop. This event is presented as a key piece of information, as the suicide note contained the truth behind the school violence. The narrative shifts to an exposition of a clandestine organization known as the Golden Circle, its roots firmly planted within the prestigious schools of Gangnam. Its core members remained unknown even to the protagonist in his future vision. A fact that only heightened the mystery surrounding its operations. The founder, keenly aware of the pervasive school violence, saw an opportunity. He envisioned a profitable enterprise built upon the very problem he observed. This vision led him down a dark path. Recruiting bullies and students of similar physical prowess. Targeting those with wealthy and influential parents. His proposition was simple: protection for their children in exchange for their support. This created a system where member students were guaranteed excellent grades.
However, a safety net was built into this system. Should a member fall from grace due to another student's actions, the recruited students would be mobilized to restore their standing. A blinding white light filled Kim Hyun-sung's vision, a stark contrast to the darkness that had enveloped him for 10 years. He was back. In his mind's eye, fragments of a future he had glimpsed flashed before him. The contours of a group called the Golden Circle were briefly revealed. But the details remained shrouded in mystery, their identities and members unknown until the very end.
Hyun-sung's resolve hardened. To complete his revenge?
On those who had pushed him into a decade of living hell. He would uncover and destroy the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung, now in his present, found himself speaking with another young man, his expression grim. The other boy, with blonde hair, seemed concerned. It must be the Golden Circle, he said, but there's something strange. The blonde boy continued, explaining that the Golden Circle's power was concentrated in Seoul and Gyeonggi-do, meaning their reach wouldn't extend to Hyun-sung's current location in Daesan. Hyun-sung's gaze sharpened. Who and how in the world did they hire you? He demanded, suspicion lacing his tone. The blonde boy simply replied, it's Senior Shin Youngmin.
Kim Hyun-sung, his eyes blazing with intensity, glared into the darkness.
A cold determination settled over his features. His thoughts turned to Shin Youngmin, a third-year student and notorious bully who held the school in his grasp. Hyun-sung couldn't confirm Shin Youngmin's membership in the Golden Circle, a powerful and shadowy organization, but he suspected a connection. Because the Golden Circle often used intermediaries to recruit members from the countryside. Shin Youngmin himself wouldn't know the true identity of his clients, but his involvement with the Golden Circle was undeniable.
Hyun-sung realized he could use Shin Youngmin to expose the Golden Circle, but
Shin Youngmin was exceptionally strong, a potential professional MMA athlete, making a direct confrontation extremely risky.
Hyun-sung knew he needed a plan to neutralize Shin Youngmin before attempting to expose the Golden Circle.
A smirk played on Hyun-sung's lips as he formulated his strategy.
He would use Shin Youngmin's own arrogance against him. Kim Hyun-sung, his body encased in medical bandages, awoke with a jolt.
A surge of raw, visceral emotion coursed through him.
A wave of anger and confusion. He was met with the sight of a concerned face, a classmate who asked, Hyun-sung? Hyun-sung's mind raced. He realized he was back to the day before the incident that left him comatose for 10 years. His gaze hardened. A grim determination settled over his features, hidden behind a dark hood and a concealing mask.
He reflected on the past decade, a torrent of emotions flooding his consciousness.
It's an emotion that's been piling up, he thought, a chilling question forming in his mind, forgiveness?
The scene shifted to a different location. A young man, his face bruised and bandaged, approached another, his voice trembling as he stammered, I'm
really sorry. Hyun-sung's inner voice cut through the apology.
Repentance, he mused, his thoughts hardening into a cold resolve.
I won't allow that.
A sinister smile played on his lips. From this point on, I'll show you, he vowed, a chilling promise hanging in the air.
What will happen every time we meet in the future?
Kim Hyun-sung, a boy with exceptional grades, striking looks, and impressive fighting skills, found himself in a brutal confrontation. He expertly deflected a blow aimed at his head, his movements precise and powerful. The force of the impact sending his attacker reeling.
Hyun-sung's thoughts drifted to Park Min-chul, a figure from his past life.
A man who, after suffering a similar fate, had become a father, his world narrowed to the love of his daughter. Hyun-sung's reflection continued, encompassing young Miho and others who had shared a similar experience. Their successes, however unexpected, were a stark contrast to the hardships they had endured.
A realization struck him, perhaps this was karma's way of balancing the scales. With renewed purpose, Hyun-sung unleashed a swift, brutal attack.
His movements a blur of motion as he delivered a devastating blow to his opponent. A cold fury in his eyes as he wished suffering upon them. He hoped that they would carry the weight of their actions for the rest of their lives. Two students discussed the shocking events of the day. One exclaimed that it was crazy, recounting how young Miho had been hit in the head with a padlock. The other student continued, noting that Miho was too scared to retaliate. However, witnessing Kim Hyun-sung fight back changed their perspective. They realized he was not someone to be trifled with. Elsewhere, two other students questioned Hyun-sung's sudden villainous behavior, noting that he had never acted that way before. They mused on the deceptive nature of appearances, suggesting that seemingly harmless individuals can be the most terrifying when angered, as they often lack self-control. Kim Hyun-sung, dressed in his school uniform, appeared at the classroom doorway, his presence causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere. He stood there for a moment, before turning and walking away, his back to the observers. Hyun-sung walked past the lockers, his hands clasped together, his expression unreadable. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, meticulously packed his bag. His movements were precise, almost mechanical, betraying a quiet intensity. He paused, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face as someone approached him. A hesitant, "Hey, thank you," was murmured. The words were directed at Hyun-sung from a bespectacled classmate. He explained that Park Min-chul and the others had been expelled, all thanks to Hyun-sung's actions. The classmate continued, offering further support, "Let me know if you need anything. I'll get you everything you need, so don't hesitate to ask."
Hyun-sung turned away, his expression unreadable. His silence hung heavy in the air. Alone, Hyunsung's thoughts turned inward.
He questioned the sincerity of the thanks, wondering why a child who had previously avoided him was now expressing gratitude. He observed two other students from a distance, their conversation inaudible but their presence adding to his unease.
Hyunsung's internal monologue continued, questioning the sudden change in attitude. He remembered the classmate's previous fear of testifying. Now, however, the classmate was thanking him. The contrast was stark, leaving Hyunsung deeply perplexed.
Kim Hyunsung, a boy with a determined expression, stood before his tormentor. His tormentor, whose face is partially obscured, sneered, declaring his utter indifference to Hyunsung's future.
He then crudely ordered Hyunsung to leave.
The bully's final words, delivered with a vicious intensity, were a clear dismissal. He wanted nothing more to do with Hyunsung. The scene shifted to a rooftop overlooking the school. Two figures, Park Minchul and another, stood there, their conversation hinting at a plan gone awry.
Minchul's companion inquired about their next course of action, revealing that Park Minchul and his accomplices had been expelled. This news caused a significant setback, effectively ruining their plans. Minchul's companion expressed his anger with a single, frustrated expletive.
Two men, one older with graying hair and tattoos, the other younger and clean-cut, stood in what appeared to be a school hallway. The older man recounted a story, explaining that a boy had been beaten up
because he lacked any significant backing.
The younger man, however, was surprised to learn something unexpected. The revelation, the boy, Kim Hyunsung, was secretly connected to the Myeongjin Construction Company's first son.
This changed everything.
The older man pondered the implications of this powerful connection, questioning whether they should give up on their plans against Hyunsung.
But the younger man firmly refused to back down.
The older man, though initially concerned, reassessed the situation.
He saw a new opportunity.
He pointed out that while the situation was certainly problematic, it wasn't insurmountable. In fact, it presented a chance for significant financial gain. The older man continued, explaining that by simply dealing with a high schooler, they could make tens of thousands.
The scene shifted, focusing on a question: who leads the freshmen?
A man with short, graying hair and numerous tattoos stands with a menacing smirk, his hand resting on a railing. His gaze is sharp and intense. He issues a curt order: get Hyunsung to the rooftop immediately. Hyunsung, seated in a classroom, reflects on his strategy.
To defeat the Golden Circle, he must excel academically.
He meticulously studies, knowing that consistently achieving top marks will force the Golden Circle to act against him. Because his academic success makes him a threat to their members. He surmises that his high grades from middle school already made him a target for the Golden Circle. Hyunsung deduces that Park Minchul and the others were merely pawns, acting on orders from a higher-up within the Golden Circle, who is now hiding within the school. He understands that someone wants him eliminated to take his place among the elite. A man, his back to the viewer, stood in a bustling hallway, lost in thought. He mused that while he had a few suspects in mind regarding the incident, he shouldn't act on mere suspicion without concrete evidence. His internal monologue shifted, he resolved to focus on preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. The scene changed to a close-up of a young man in a school uniform, his expression unreadable. The camera pulled back to reveal the young man, identified as Young Duchul, walking down a city street. A caption identified him as Korea's first MMA fighter to become a UFC world champion. Despite his past glories, a thought bubble revealed that he now felt like a forgotten remnant of the past. He arrived at a building, noting its shabby state, just as he expected. Young Duchul entered the building, greeted by a man with a muscular build. The muscular man simply said welcome. The final panel shows the words "he is" written in a stylized font, seemingly crumbling to dust. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with sharp features and dark hair, stood in quiet contemplation. His expression was serious, almost grim, as he silently resolved to improve his fighting skills. He wanted to become proficient in combat. It was a crucial element he felt he lacked. He held a small, dark object in his hand, a subtle hint of his determination. Another missing piece to his plan, a vital step in his quest for revenge. The image of the dust settling symbolized the completion of this stage of his plan. On the rooftop of an imposing school building, two students stood nervously, their backs to the viewer. A looming figure, partially obscured, observed them from behind. One of the observers, a man with graying hair, addressed the other, asking, "Are you Jinwoo?" The scene shifted to introduce Park Jinwoo, a freshman at Bright Prospects High School, a powerfully built young man in a red shirt. The gray-haired man commented on Jinwoo's physique, noting his size and strength, adding that he'd heard Jinwoo had attended a wrestling academy. He then requested a favor from Jinwoo, mentioning a freshman named Kim Hyunsung. The request was brutal: cripple Kim Hyunsung. Jinwoo looked shocked and disturbed as the man elaborated, wanting Hyunsung crippled so he could never be normal again. The implication of permanent, debilitating harm hanging heavy in the air. Kim Hyunsung, a young man who appears to be a high school student, sits across from a burly man in what seems to be a gym. The gym owner observes him, commenting that he looks like he belongs there. The gym owner, chuckling, offers to introduce Hyunsung to his gym, highlighting its services: physical education preparation for college, stress management, and diet. The owner, identified as Young Duchu, assures Hyunsung that they fully satisfy their customers.
Hyun-sung's companion questions the gym's relatively inexpensive monthly fee, given the one-on-one personal coaching.
He speculates that the owner is the former UFL champion, Young Do-chul, despite his changed appearance.
The gym owner inquires about Hyun-sung's reasons for joining the gym.
Hyun-sung reveals his goal, to become strong enough to beat up all his bullies.
Like a dog. Young Do-chul looks intently at Hyun-sung, a thoughtful expression on his face. A young man approached the counter of a small, nondescript gym. He was inquiring about membership. The gym owner, a stern-looking man, explained that the gym wasn't a place for fighting.
He continued, emphasizing that if the young man's intention was simply to beat someone up, his application would be rejected. The gym owner, seated across a small table from the applicant, delivered his verdict with a firm tone. He couldn't accept him. His expression hardened, a hint of suspicion in his eyes.
He seemed to suspect the young man's true motives were far from innocent. Despite the rejection, the gym owner offered an alternative.
He suggested the young man start training to build a strong body.
The panel then shifted to reveal the gym owner's identity, Young Do-chul, the first UFL champion of Korea.
A narration box appeared, explaining that Do-chul could have lived a comfortable life on his fame alone, yet he chose to run a small, rural gym.
There was a reason for this.
A stark image of a syringe filled with a glowing teal liquid dominates the panel, set against a dark, smoky background. The text box below reveals a crucial piece of information. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, had been found to have used anabolic steroids. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room.
Young Do-chul, a man in a dark suit, stands at a podium, his head bowed. He admitted to using performance-enhancing drugs without making excuses. This confession, however, abruptly ended his career. The narrator's voice interjects, stating that while Do-chul's actions are noteworthy, another detail has captured their attention. That detail is Young Do-chul's other talent.
A television screen displays a sports news report. The headline announces that Kim Mu-yeol, a fighter, has won the UFL title, becoming only the second Korean fighter to achieve this feat. Kim Mu-yeol's meteoric rise to the top is highlighted, but the report also mentions a recent shocking admission from the fighter.
Mu-yeol reflects on his success, revealing that he wasn't naturally gifted. He possessed less talent than most. However, he attributes his achievements to the unique training methods employed by his mentor, Coach Young Do-chul. The scene opens with a young man, his expression serious and determined, sitting across from an older, more weathered man. A narration box reveals that Young Do-chul transformed from an untalented fighter to one of Korea's best. The younger man reflects on this, believing that by training with this man, he can further improve his own fighting skills. He continues his internal monologue, acknowledging the older man's past as a professional fighter. The younger man questions the older man, wondering if he did whatever it took to win his fights. The older man responds, stating that he is also striving to reach his own goals. His expression is one of quiet determination. The younger man falls silent, lost in thought, and reveals that his past failures stemmed from his own foolishness. A digital clock shows the time, 7:42. He reflects on a past decision, regretting it deeply and vowing to avoid repeating the same mistake. The older man leans forward, warning the younger man that his current path will lead to a devastating fall, similar to his own. The older man concludes by stating that he cannot accept the younger man as he is and tells him to leave. A stern-looking man, clad in a navy blue tracksuit with white stripes, addressed a younger man in a school uniform. His expression was one of barely contained anger, his gaze sharp and intense. The younger man, his back to the viewer, contemplated his actions. He reflected on his decision to join a gym, his motivation being to confront his bullies. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he considered the potential consequences. He realized that his actions could lead to imprisonment. The scene shifted to the younger man sitting pensively, a large speech bubble above him displaying the figure 100 million won. The man in the tracksuit, his face partially obscured by shadow, made a proposition. He would give the younger man 100 million won. The younger man's eyes widened slightly as he processed the offer. He knew he was in dire need of money. A deal was struck. If the younger man agreed to teach him, the money would be transferred within a day. The man in the tracksuit reassured the younger man that he had nothing to lose by accepting the offer. A shadowy figure, his face partially obscured, addressed Kim Hyun-sung, who sat slumped on a couch. He accused Hyun-sung, stating that despite knowing the potential consequences, he had still chosen to take the drug. The figure continued, emphasizing that everything that had happened was a direct result of Hyun-sung's decision. Hyun-sung, his expression unreadable, simply replied that it was the same for him. His thoughts turned to the risks involved in confronting his bullies. He considered the possibility of becoming disabled or ending up in jail. Yet, despite these dire possibilities, Hyun-sung remained resolute. He had come to this point fully aware of the risks, prepared to face whatever consequences might follow. Hyun-sung's gaze hardened, his determination evident. He confessed his own desperation. He explicitly stated his need for an instructor like the shadowy figure before him. The shadowy figure, seemingly taken aback by Hyun-sung's directness, stared intently at him. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes, blazing with an intense blue light, snapped open. A decade of vegetative existence had left him with only his hearing and consciousness, but now, a fierce determination burned within him. He found himself in a dimly lit room, facing two men.
One, casually dressed, stood observing, the other, in a crisp shirt and tie, sat on a couch, his expression grim. He vowed to never let them use drugs again. But his resolve hardened as he considered the consequences. He couldn't allow a young student like himself to fall prey to such destructive habits. A plan formed in his mind. He would help, but only by teaching. He wasn't finished yet. With a determined glint in his eyes, he made his move. Producing a small, metallic orb. "Come inside the ring," he challenged. The other man, his face partially obscured, turned, a thoughtful expression on his face. He proposed a test of strength. If Hyun-sung could endure even one round, his determination would be acknowledged, and the offer accepted. That night, the challenge began. Night fell over the city. A young man, Kim Hyun-sung, lay injured and bleeding on the ground, his breath ragged. An older man, his face etched with worry, rushed towards him, his voice filled with alarm. "What happened to you?" Hyun-sung, his body bruised and battered, clutched his arms protectively, his gaze downcast. He was clearly in pain. The older man's distress intensified. "Who the hell made my kid like this?" Han-sung, barely audible, simply pleaded, "Just tell me." The woman gently touched Hyun-sung's shoulder, offering a word of comfort, "It's okay." Hyun-sung's eyes widened, his expression shifting from pain to anger. "How can you call this okay?" A sudden burst of speed lines indicated a rapid shift in the scene. The scene transitioned abruptly, leaving the reader to wonder what happened next. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and stubble, sat alone in a stark, institutional room. He brought a plastic cup to his lips, the water inside offering little solace. He sat on the cold floor, a half-empty bottle of alcohol beside him. The words, "You are the worst," echoed in his mind, a cruel reminder of the torment he had endured. Hyun-sung's gaze fell upon his phone, his fingers, calloused and worn, moved across the screen. Typing a message, "Just this once, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that offhand remark." A thought bubble appeared above his head, "Think it through." He resolved, "I won't be playing around. You know, I have met so many kinds of people while doing this." Hyun-sung's face hardened. His hands clenched into fists. There have been many assholes, and also quite a number of people who came here just because they were being bullied. He continued his internal monologue, "I don't care much about their goals." Hyun-sung looked at another student, a young man in a red headband. "After all, it's all just words. Those things." The narrator's voice boomed, echoing a stark truth, "Within the octagon, all meaning vanishes." Even those who considered themselves quite confident begged for mercy. After receiving a couple of blows to the jaw that left them drooling uncontrollably. 3 minutes had passed. The timer showed 3 o'clock. The instruction was simple, just endure for 1 round. If you prove your will, I will train you as much as you paid me. He responded, "Yes, I will." The trainer then instructed him, "Then get. Your posture is quite crappy." Kim Hyun-sung's eyes, though wide, betrayed no fear. A chilling calmness settled over his features, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing around him. His tormentors, a group of older boys, watched him intently. They wondered aloud if he would remain unchanged after a physical blow. Deciding to test their theory, one of the boys lunged forward, landing a swift, powerful punch that connected with Hyun-sung's jaw with a bone-jarring impact. Despite the force of the blow, Hyun-sung remained unmoved. He had blocked the attack with ease. His attacker, stunned by the unexpected resilience, stared in disbelief as Hyun-sung retaliated with a counterattack of devastating force, sending his opponent sprawling, defeated, and bleeding. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself the target of a brutal attack. He was violently shoved through a chain-link fence, the impact sending him sprawling to the ground. The attacker's shadow looming over him as he lay helpless. The scene was a stark contrast to Hyun-sung's usual model student demeanor. Hyun-sung, dazed but alive, struggled to his feet, his face bloodied and bruised. He clutched his side, wincing in pain. His eyes, though clouded with pain, held a flicker of defiance. Despite the injuries, a fierce determination burned within him. A man, his face etched with concern, appeared before Hyun-sung. He seemed to be assessing the extent of the injuries. A young man with a bloody nose and a bruised face, wearing a boxing helmet, clenched his fists. His expression was one of grim determination. He was clearly prepared for a fight, his eyes narrowed in focus, and launched a swift, powerful punch, connecting with his opponent with surprising speed and force. The impact sent the other boy reeling. The young man continued his assault, his movements a blur of motion as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow landing with precision and power. His opponent, clearly outmatched, staggered back. His opponent, eyes wide with shock and fear, could only watch as the relentless attack continued. He muttered to himself, awestruck by the speed and power of his opponent. The young man's opponent, his body battered and bruised, knew he was on the verge of collapse. He thought to himself, terrified of the next blow. Kim Hyun-sung, a young boy with a crimson cap pulled low over his brow, clutched his head in pain. Blood trickled down his face, staining his white shirt. He wondered, with a shudder, if the relentless assault had finally ceased.
A blur of motion followed as Hyunsung, despite his injuries, retaliated with a powerful kick.
The force of the blow sending his attacker sprawling, leaving him dazed and bleeding, a triumphant smirk twisting his lips despite the pain. Hyunsung, his face still marred by cuts and bruises, staggered back, his breath ragged. He braced himself, anticipating another attack. But his opponent, a larger, more muscular bully, lunged forward, landing a brutal blow that sent Hyunsung crashing to the ground. The bully, sneering, loomed over the fallen boy. "You better give up now," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt.
Hyunsung, despite the pain, clenched his fists, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He was far from finished. 3 minutes remained on the clock.
A tense silence hung in the air as a young man with a red headguard stood ready, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists.
His expression was grim, a fierce determination etched onto his face.
But he knew that even 3 minutes was a long time when facing an opponent like this. A thought crossed his mind, there were still more to come.
The digital clock ticked down relentlessly, each second a hammer blow against his dwindling hope. The countdown was a stark reminder of the limited time he had to act.
The young man braced himself, anticipating the next attack.
With a blur of motion, the young man launched a series of powerful strikes.
A flurry of fists and feet, a whirlwind of motion. Despite his skill, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he realized his stamina was waning. He thought, if things keep progressing this way, my stamina will definitely run out.
Kim Hyunsung, his face bruised and bloodied, clenched his fists.
A grim determination hardened his gaze as he silently vowed, I have to gain the upper hand somehow. He lunged forward, aiming a swift blow at his opponent. But the attack was met with a swift counter, leaving Hyunsung reeling and bleeding from a fresh wound to his nose.
Hyunsung, despite the pain, continued to fight back with surprising resilience.
His opponent, however, proved too strong. A brutal blow sent Hyunsung crashing to the ground, his vision blurring as he gasped, "What the?" His attacker stood over him, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of the fight. Hyunsung slumped to the ground, defeated. The rain began to fall. The victor reflected on the fight, his thoughts revealing a surprising level of restraint, to think he could endure for so long. Perhaps it is because I showed restraint in order to prevent him from sustaining any lasting injuries. A man with short, dark hair stood with his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped slightly. He seemed lost in thought, a subtle frown etching itself onto his unseen face. The words, "Actually, that's just an excuse," floated in speech bubbles above him, hinting at a conversation he'd just dismissed. The scene shifted to a dark, chaotic background, the words "I tried my best to send him back, but he eventually passed" appearing in stark white lettering against the crimson backdrop. The text conveyed a sense of regret and perhaps a hint of desperation. "So I had no choice but to take him in." The dark, bloody background continued, with the words "I tried to lie to myself like that again" superimposed. The raw emotion was palpable, a desperate attempt at self-deception. "But I won't sell my pride to someone who can't even endure this much." The man from the first panel was now visible from the front, his face grim and determined. He spoke, his words sharp and cold, "Just stay there, lying down, don't go out." His fist slammed against a chain-link fence, the impact echoing the intensity of his words.
A close-up showed a man's mouth, blood trickling from a cut lip. He muttered, "It's not over yet."
Another man, wearing a red helmet and mask, appeared, his expression hidden.
He declared, "Let's continue."
Kim Hyunsung, a young boy with exceptional grades, striking looks, and impressive fighting skills, stood poised in a fighting stance. His body was tense, his muscles coiled like springs, ready to unleash his power. His opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, watched him with a mixture of apprehension and disdain. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat.
Hyunsung, despite his youthful appearance, bore the marks of a brutal battle.
His face was bloodied and bruised, his nose broken, yet his eyes burned with unwavering determination. A close-up on his eyes revealed a fierce intensity, a stark contrast to the visible damage to his face. His gaze was fixed, unwavering. The shadowy figure observed Hyunsung's resilience. He mused that the boy's determination might not be a mere act. He decided to end the fight quickly before things escalated further. The shadowy figure, his face now visible, declared that he would not hold back anymore, challenging Hyunsung to prepare himself. With a blur of motion, the shadowy figure launched a swift attack. The attack connected, a flurry of blows landing on Hyunsung. The impact was brutal, but Hyunsung remained standing, his resolve unbroken. The attack was sudden, brutal. A fist hurtled towards Kim Hyunsung's face, but the punch stopped abruptly mid-flight, as if encountering an invisible barrier. The attacker, a young man with a bloodied face and a red cap, recoiled in surprise. It was the same attack as before.
Hyunsung's attacker, still reeling from the unexpected interruption, braced himself for another blow. He anticipated a low kick, just like the last time. But this time, Hyunsung was ready. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. With a swift, powerful counterattack, Hyunsung unleashed a devastating blow. A brutal counterpunch that sent his attacker sprawling. The force of the impact was clearly visible. The sound of the impact echoed a sharp, resounding "uwak" as Hyunsung's attacker crashed to the ground. His face contorted in agony. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth. Defeated and broken, the attacker lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His reign of terror, at least for now, was over. A timer ticked down, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Kim Hyun-sung, a young boy with dark hair, lay sprawled on the rooftop, his body battered and bruised. He was clearly in pain, but his eyes were fixed on something in the distance. A looming figure, silhouetted against the darkening sky, issued a chilling ultimatum: if Hyun-sung couldn't stand within the next 15 seconds, it would be considered a loss. Hyun-sung's internal monologue revealed his desperate struggle. He knew he had to stand, but his body refused to cooperate. The pain was overwhelming, his muscles screamed in protest. With a groan, he managed to push himself up onto his knees, his body trembling violently. Blood stained the concrete beneath him. But the effort was too much. He collapsed again, his head hitting the ground with a dull thud. The looming figure watched Hyun-sung struggle with a cold, calculating gaze. He seemed amused by the boy's suffering. The narrator's voiceover confirmed that the earlier blow had landed precisely on Hyun-sung's liver. It was a pain that couldn't be overcome by sheer willpower alone. The figure delivered a final, dismissive comment, urging Hyun-sung to give up and go home. Hyun-sung, despite the excruciating pain, let out a guttural scream of defiance. His will to fight, however battered, remained unbroken. A shadowy figure loomed over Kim Hyun-sung, his body battered and bruised. The figure spat out a cruel insult: "You fucking retarded bastard." The voice continued, a cruel mockery: "You have been wishing for this day for so long." The scene shifted to Hyun-sung lying in a hospital bed, tubes and bandages clinging to his frail body. The voice, now a chilling narration, explained, "While you were comatose and bedridden for 10 years. You begged day in, day out to turn back the time for once. You prayed every day for others to kill you, but you can't even endure this little pain?" The voice boomed, a command echoing in the sterile room: "Stand up." Hyun-sung, still unconscious, lay in his bed. The voice pressed on, "If you don't want to repeat the past." Hyun-sung's face, contorted in silent agony, filled the panel. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he clenched his hand. The voice roared again, a final, desperate plea: "Fucking stand up." The panel showed a dark, abstract image, suggesting a transition or a shift in time. The scene opens with a dark, almost entirely black panel, punctuated only by a few faint white stars and a vertical streak of dark red at the top. A single Korean word, seemingly expressing anger or frustration, is visible at the bottom. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, is shown clenching his fists. His face is grim, his jaw tight. He thinks to himself that he will have his revenge, no matter the cost. He vows to continue until he has exacted his revenge on those who wronged him, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. A brutal image of Hyun-sung, his face bloodied and bruised, wearing a boxing helmet, shows the extent of his violent confrontation. He is clearly injured but still fighting. He pauses, catching his breath, his expression one of pained contemplation. He reflects on the ferocity of the attack he just endured. Hyun-sung's inner thoughts are revealed. He questions the nature of the life he's been forced to endure. His face is etched with pain and weariness, tears welling in his eyes. The weight of his suffering is palpable. The focus returns to his battered opponent, who is still wearing his boxing helmet. He is bloodied and bruised, but his eyes burn with defiance. His opponent challenges Hyun-sung, questioning the kind of life he has been living, highlighting the brutality of his existence. The scene opens with two young men facing each other in what appears to be a gym or training area. One, in a blue tracksuit, stands with a determined expression. The other, in a white shirt and red head covering, is poised in a fighting stance. A narration box above them reads, "If someone like him gets power, his whole life might get destroyed." The man in blue continues, his voice laced with concern, "I understand your desperation, but..." He explains, his face etched with worry, "I can't let you live a life full of regrets like me." With a fierce resolve, he declares, "I will stop you right here." The man in blue launches a swift attack. He moves with surprising speed and precision, landing a powerful blow that sends his opponent reeling. The man in white staggers back, clutching his face, blood trickling from a cut near his eye. His expression is one of surprised pain. The man in blue follows up with another devastating strike. A lightning-fast punch that connects with his opponent's jaw, sending him flying backwards. The fight is clearly over. Kim Hyun-sung, a young boy wearing a protective headgear, lay on the ground, his face bloodied and bruised. A single, desperate thought echoed in his mind: endure. His tormentor, a man with short, dark hair and a goatee, stood over him, fists clenched, a grim determination etched on his face. The command hung heavy in the air: endure. The words, a brutal mantra, echoed in Hyun-sung's mind, a relentless pressure against his fading consciousness. Even as the blows rained down, a chilling voice commanded him to endure, even if his nose was pulverized. And his teeth shattered. The digital clock in the background ticked relentlessly, marking the passage of time in this brutal ordeal. The relentless assault continued, a blur of fists and impact. Hyun-sung's body was a canvas of pain, yet he clung to consciousness. A final, desperate command ringing in his ears: endure until you die. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a determined expression, stood bruised and bloodied in a makeshift boxing ring. His head was protected by a crimson helmet, but his arms and face bore the marks of a brutal fight. He breathed heavily, his body trembling with exhaustion, yet his eyes burned with defiance. He let out a pained groan. Ha!
His opponent, a hulking figure with a cruel grin, clutched at his own injuries, a mixture of pain and satisfaction twisting his features.
Hyunsung's eyes narrowed, a cold fury beginning to replace his exhaustion. He braced himself, anticipating the next attack. The scene shifted to show another student, his face contorted in pain as Hyunsung delivered a powerful blow. The impact sending the bully sprawling across the floor. A sharp sound echoed through the room as the bully hit the ground. Hyunsung gasped, his own body reeling from the force of the blow. But he was not finished. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched another attack. A swift, brutal punch connecting with his opponent's jaw. The bully's head snapped back with a sickening crack. Kim Hyunsung, a young boy with a determined gaze and several cuts on his face, braced himself, his eyes locked on his opponent. A digital clock displayed midnight, signaling the start of the fight. The two boys clashed in a fierce exchange of blows atop a rooftop, their movements a blur of motion. Hyunsung landing a powerful punch that sent his adversary reeling. But the other boy, despite the blow, remained determined, gritting his teeth. Hyunsung's opponent retaliated with a flurry of punches, forcing Hyunsung to dodge and parry. The other boy's gloves fell to the ground as he continued his relentless attack. He was clearly impressed by Hyunsung's resilience. After the fight, Hyunsung, slightly bruised but victorious, received instructions to get checked at the hospital the next day and to keep the incident quiet. A figure, his back to the viewer, stood in what appeared to be a dimly lit gym or training facility. The only visible detail was the back of a dark blue athletic jacket, suggesting a sporty or athletic context. The scene shifted to reveal a man, his face bruised and bloodied, standing in a cage-like structure. Rain fell, adding to the grim atmosphere. He was clearly exhausted, but his stance remained defiant. He spoke, his voice likely strained, promising to provide bank account details. The context suggests a transaction, possibly a payment for services rendered or a debt settlement. Du Chul, a man with a brooding expression, sat alone, his gaze fixed on his phone. A broker from a fledgling MMA association had recently approached him with a proposition. They would pay him handsomely if he used performance-enhancing drugs in an upcoming match, thus ensuring a thrilling spectacle for the audience. His phone displayed a recent bank transaction, a deposit of 100 million won. He contemplated the sum. Were it not for the money, he would have readily accepted the deal. However, a firm resolve settled upon him. Later that day, Du Chul sat down for a simple meal. He mentioned to his father that he had been in a fight with some kids at school, but that it was nothing serious. Du Chul inquired about their housing subscription savings account. His father confirmed that he had been diligently saving 100,000 won every month for years. Du Chul suggested they try to secure an apartment through Myungjin Construction's new subscription program, hoping for a lucky break. His father, however, pointed out that such opportunities were only available to those with sufficient knowledge and connections. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke confidently about the ease of borrowing money from the bank and the possibility of repaying it by selling a flat. He continued, explaining that if they couldn't manage it in the future, they could always sell the right of sale to others. An older man, with graying hair, listened with a raised eyebrow, questioning when his grandson became a real estate professional. The young man chuckled, modestly claiming he wasn't that good. A narration box revealed that Go Chang-bum would add his grandmother to the list of those selected. The young man, Go Chang-bum, explained his reasoning. He had initially wanted to simply give his grandmother 100 million won, as he had done for young Du Chul. But this approach would have made her suspicious about the source of the money. He decided on a different, less conspicuous method instead. He reminded the older man not to forget about it. The next day, two men stood on a rooftop. One, in a red shirt, received praise for his good work, being described as smoking hot. A burly man with short, graying hair listened intently, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. He'd heard about the incident from the freshman. He turned to address a younger man with short, gray hair, his expression hardening. He pointedly asked if the younger man had beaten up the victim immediately after being told about the bullying. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, retorted that the victim had been on a rampage, making it difficult to intervene. However, he admitted that the beating had been quite thorough. The older man's eyes narrowed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He declared his approval, stating that from now on, the younger man could consider himself close to him. He then suggested they hang out after school. The younger man, however, expressed confusion and uncertainty about the situation. Despite his confusion, the younger man recognized this as an opportunity. He addressed the older man as senior. The older man, Park Jin-woo, introduced himself, instructing the younger man to contact him if he needed anything. The younger man simply responded with a cool, "That's cool, you little bastard." Standing on a rooftop, the two looked out at the school below. The younger man's expression shifted to one of confusion as he uttered a questioning "ah?" A man in a red shirt, his face etched with concern, observed the scene. He stated that he had merely come to assess the situation. But he questioned the state of Kim Hyunsung's face, noticing the visible injuries. He wondered if Hyunsung had been beaten up outside the school for being arrogant. The man mused that Shin Yulingman must have assumed he had beaten Hyunsung up. However, given the extent of Hyunsung's injuries, he doubted Hyunsung's strength. He didn't think Hyunsung was that strong.
The man in red, clenching his fist, defiantly challenged Hyunsung to try him again next time. He vowed to beat Hyunsung to teach him a lesson. Another man, seemingly his accomplice, instructed him to intimidate all the freshmen, warning that if anyone interacted with Kim Hyunsung, he would kill them.
The man in red, his face contorted in rage, reiterated his threat with a chilling intensity: he would kill anyone who messed with Kim Hyunsung. A voiceover emphasized the importance of stamina for any physical activity.
An older man, his face etched with the harsh lines of experience, addressed a younger man. He explained that even exceptional fighting skills become useless when exhaustion sets in after a prolonged fight. The younger man, sweat beading on his brow, was shown rigorously exercising, jumping rope with intense focus. His trainer's voice urged him to push through the pain, reminding him to endure as he had before. He strained, lifting weights, his face contorted in exertion, the effort visibly taking a toll on his body. His trainer warned him that failure mid-training would be unacceptable. His body trembling, the young man collapsed to the floor, utterly spent. His trainer declared that the training session was over, having lasted 2 hours.
The trainer's final instruction was simple: endure for 2 hours a day.
The young man sat alone, his body battered and bruised, but his resolve remained unbroken. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the necessity of his grueling training. The young man, Kim Hyunsung, reflected on his arduous training. He understood that to defeat Shin Youngmin, a longtime rival, he needed to endure this intense physical regimen without faltering. However, his thoughts revealed a larger goal: Shin Youngmin was merely a stepping stone. He aimed to expose the Golden Circle members hiding behind him, meaning he had to overcome even stronger opponents than Youngmin to achieve his ultimate revenge. Observing Kim Hyunsung from a distance, a man muttered to himself, impressed by the young boy's tenacity. He reflected that although the ordeal had lasted only 2 hours, every second must have pushed Hyunsung to his absolute limit. The man's gaze hardened as he considered Hyunsung's potential, pondering whether to try a specific training method on him. He explained that since he was forbidden from stepping into the octagon, he had dedicated himself to researching the most effective training methods, even if they were illegal, so that his students could still achieve success. He continued, stating that from now on, he would apply the results of his research to Hyunsung's training, ensuring that even if his own career was over, his students could still see the light. The man turned to Hyunsung, his back to the viewer, and stated that if Hyunsung could keep up with the training, he would become strong enough to make anyone kneel. He emphasized that this training would make Hyunsung strong enough to make anyone kneel. Rain lashed against the windowpane as Kim Hyunsung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat hunched over his desk, diligently taking notes. His brow furrowed in concentration. A stark contrast to the bruises blooming across his cheeks, a grim testament to a recent altercation. He sat across from another student, a blond young man with a concerned expression. The blond student spoke, expressing his worry that Hyunsung was taking on too much, implying he hadn't done anything wrong.
Hyunsung listened intently, his gaze unwavering, despite the lingering pain evident on his face.
The blond student, Kim Saiwoo, continued, explaining that it had been difficult to approach Hyunsung due to the others ignoring him. He expressed a desire to be on the same side as Hyunsung, offering friendship.
Hyunsung, surprised, questioned his intentions.
Saiwoo reiterated his offer of friendship.
Hyunsung, still confused, asked for clarification on what Saiwoo meant by ignoring him. Saiwoo responded with a concerned expression, revealing that Hyunsung was unaware of Park Jinhwa's actions of threatening the freshman.
A dark-skinned man with a stern expression warned someone off-panel, his voice heavy with menace: he would kill anyone who dared to approach. Continuing his threat, the man clarified that this applied to anyone trying to get close to the person he was addressing. A young man with light hair slammed his fist on a table, his face contorted in disbelief and anger. He exclaimed incredulously at the threat he had just heard. He argued that they had been close since elementary school, nearly a decade, and that he couldn't ignore his friend being bullied, even if it meant facing death. The young man's anger intensified. He admitted to having momentarily forgotten who Kim Saiwoo was, before unleashing a furious outburst. A flashback revealed that in his past life, after Kim Saiwoo discovered he was being bullied, Saiwoo protected him for a time, allowing him to escape Park Min-chul's group.
However, the bullies then shifted their focus. After the attack, Saiwoo began to pretend he didn't know the protagonist.
While the protagonist was in a coma, he reflected on his past, filled with regret. He lamented that if he had protected Saiwoo until the end, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself overwhelmed by fear. He confessed to himself that he couldn't cope with the constant beatings he endured during breaks. Hyunsung reflected on his perceived bravery, admitting that in reality, he was powerless to stop the bullying. He vowed that if given another chance at life, he would never abandon those he cared about. Suddenly, Hyunsung found himself back in the past, confronting his tormentor.
His tormentor, startled, asked what?
Hyunsung, his face bruised and battered, coldly warned him not to act like they were close. The bully recoiled in surprise, as Hyunsung firmly told him to stop his bullying and mind his own business.
The bully seemed taken aback by Hyunsung's unexpected defiance.
And as the school bell rang, signaling the end of break, he suggested they discuss this later. Hyunsung, a young man with blonde hair, stood defiantly in the classroom. His expression was resolute as he declared, "But keep in mind, I will do what I want to do." He then addressed an unseen individual, his voice firm despite the underlying tension.
I won't let you ever be alone. Just wait. I will get back to you during the next break. The scene shifted to a different location, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding.
A voiceover narration stated, in the process of fighting the Golden Circle.
A man, meticulously taking notes, reflected on the potential consequences.
His brow furrowed in concern as he muttered to himself, I don't know what pain and suffering it will lead to.
His face, etched with worry, revealed his inner turmoil.
He continued his internal monologue, it will only bring suffering to him like the last time. The weight of his decision pressed heavily upon him. He resolved, all relationships except my family should be cut off, even if it's a good one. A view of a school building under a dreary sky set the scene. The man's internal struggle continued, I can't do that to my family. But he knew the risks involved. He concluded, but I shouldn't involve others in this fight.
Back in the classroom, the man's thoughts turned to a potential encounter.
He worried, I gotta think about what to say if Saiwoo comes back. The scene opens inside a school building, rain lashes against the windows.
A student, seemingly unconcerned, observes a clock on the wall.
He reflects that his target hasn't returned yet, a fact he finds convenient for his plans.
A dark thought bubble appears, Saiwoo, the target, is doomed.
Another student, his face bruised, reports to a group of peers that he saw Park Jinwoo taking Saiwoo away. One of the students suggests informing a teacher, but another counters that they should pretend not to know what happened, lest Jinwoo retaliate. The student who opposes reporting the incident dismisses the idea of Jinwoo killing Saiwoo as unlikely. Suddenly, a burst of energy surrounds Park Jinwoo as he makes a sudden, powerful movement. Kim Saiwoo, a young man with short, dark hair, confronted a group of bullies. He addressed one in particular, his tone laced with a warning. Saiwoo continued, reminding them of his previous warning to stay away from Kim Hyun-sung. His voice hardening as he questioned their disregard for his words.
The intensity of his gaze suggested a simmering rage.
Another young man, with light-colored hair, stepped forward, challenging Saiwoo's authority to dictate who they could associate with. He questioned their reasons for harassing Hyun-sung. Saiwoo, unfazed, curtly dismissed their excuses, his anger escalating. He issued a blunt challenge, demanding they show their true strength.
The leader of the bullies scoffed, seemingly amused by Saiwoo's bravado.
A sudden burst of energy erupted from Saiwoo, signaling the start of a fight. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with blonde hair, expertly dodged an attack, his movements precise and swift. He countered instantly, striking his opponent with a powerful blow that sent the man reeling backward, a burst of energy radiating from the point of impact. The attacker, a larger man with short dark hair, crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. A concerned voice called out, Jinwoo, are you alright?
Hyun-sung, ignoring the concern, glared at a group of onlookers. Fuck. This is embarrassing, he muttered, before shouting at them, what are you looking at, fuckers? 3 more figures appeared, their faces grim. One of them barked an order, bring down that asshole.
One of the newcomers lunged at Hyun-sung, fist raised.
But Hyun-sung was faster, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he effortlessly evaded the attack.
A close-up of Hyun-sung's eye revealed a steely glint, hinting at a hidden power. With a blur of motion, Hyun-sung unleashed a devastating kick, connecting with his attacker's jaw. Another attacker tried to intervene, but Hyun-sung was relentless, his anger fueling his movements as he delivered a swift blow, snarling, you bastard. The scene opens with a violent impact, a blur of motion suggesting a forceful blow. Dust and debris fly as a dark-haired young man is sent sprawling. He crashes to the ground, the force of the attack clearly visible. A blonde-haired young man stands over him, his expression grim.
He thinks, I'm sure Hyun-sung would be mad.
The blonde-haired youth continues his assault, landing a powerful blow.
He explains, this is why he wanted me to stay away, as he delivers another strike. But then adds, but in the end, I've still gotten into this mess. His face shows a mixture of anger and regret. The blonde-haired youth is now on the receiving end of a powerful counterattack. He is thrown back, his thoughts revealing his inner turmoil, how can I pretend to be oblivious to the fact that, although he has become reckless, he is still the same guy I know. He is more than just a childhood friend. The blonde-haired youth, bruised but resolute, declares, so I will never give up on him. The dark-haired youth responds with a furious, fuck you, as he prepares to strike again. The dark-haired youth unleashes another brutal attack, connecting with the blonde-haired youth's face. The impact is fierce. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with short, light blonde hair and a scowl, let out a sound of disgust. His expression was one of barely contained fury. His opponent, a larger, more muscular man with short dark hair, sneered. Did you learn a couple of taekwondo tricks? With surprising speed, Hyun-sung countered the man's attack. A swift, powerful blow connected, sending the bully sprawling. Hyun-sung stood over his fallen opponent, his face grim. There are always pigheads like you who think they are just hotshot because they've learned some tricks. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the bully flying backwards. Hyun-sung warned him, you shouldn't have crossed the line, unless you had a death wish. Another brutal blow landed, leaving Hyun-sung's opponent dazed and vulnerable. Listen carefully, Hyun-sung hissed, you are fucked, really, really fucked. A second bully, watching from the sidelines, smirked. From now on, I'll make sure both you and Kim Hyun-sung. Kekik moron. Sending the bully reeling. Have a hellish school life. A shadowy figure, his face obscured by darkness, moved with surprising speed. He was relentless, his attacks swift and brutal, regardless of the time of day, morning, classes, break time, lunch, or even after school. The victim, a young man with light hair, barely managed to defend himself against the onslaught. His attackers, a group of men in dark clothing, surrounded him, their expressions grim and menacing. One of them, a large man with a scarred head, glared intently at the victim. The large man spoke, his voice a low growl. He warned the victim that they would continue to harass him, urging him to prepare for more. The victim, his face partially visible, seemed to be contemplating his situation. He appeared tense and apprehensive. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression. He burst into the room, demanding to know what was happening. The dark-haired young man confronted the bullies, his tone challenging and defiant. He was clearly not afraid. He had been planning to deal with Park Jin-woo, the victim of the bullying, and saw this as an opportunity to teach the bullies a lesson. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, found himself facing a formidable opponent. His internal monologue revealed a strategic assessment: the bully was physically larger, making a direct confrontation impossible. Therefore, he would need to employ a different tactic: provocation. Hyun-sung's plan was fueled by his wounded pride. He had overheard classmates discussing his defeat, a detail that stung. The implication that he, a model student known for his skills, had been bested by a fat pig ignited a furious resolve within him. What the fuck are you, he thought, his anger simmering. Hyun-sung's strategy was to continue taunting his adversary, goading him into a one-on-one fight. He knew that his opponent's arrogance and short temper would be his undoing. The other bullies, observing the interaction, were confident in their leader's strength. Their taunts escalated, pushing the bully to the brink. All of you, stay still, the bully roared, his rage boiling over. Hyun-sung, with a smirk, easily subdued the enraged bully. Ha, that was easy, he mused, his plan having worked perfectly. Hyun-sung observed his opponent, recognizing his leadership was based solely on his size and intimidation. He knew this temperamental bully would be unable to control his emotions when provoked, making him an easy target. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, effortlessly dodged a clumsy punch from his much larger bully. His movements were precise and economical, a stark contrast to his opponent's wild swings. The bully, clearly enraged, roared in frustration, his attack leaving Hyun-sung unfazed. Is that all you got? Hyun-sung taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. The bully's furious retort was cut short by another swift blow. Hyun-sung's calm demeanor shattered as he unleashed a flurry of blows, his anger finally boiling over. Don't be cocky, you motherfucker, the bully screamed, his face contorted in pain. Hyun-sung paused, his breath ragged, but his eyes remained sharp. He observed his opponent's labored breathing and the strain on his face. After going berserk, I'm sure Park Jin-woo would try to tackle me down, he mused, anticipating his next move. The bully, desperate, unleashed a burst of raw power, a desperate attempt to overpower Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung, however, anticipated this attack. Because his size is all he's got, he thought, sidestepping the wild energy blast with ease. And countered with a precise strike, aiming for a vulnerable point. The impact sent the bully reeling. But I learned enough from Coach Young Duchul about how to handle such a scenario, Hyun-sung reflected, his movements precise and controlled. A final, devastating blow landed, leaving the bully groaning on the floor. You asshole, I'm gonna kill, the bully sputtered, his rage barely contained. A hulking figure, his face contorted in a mask of rage, snarled, almost done. His red shirt strained against his bulging muscles. Suddenly, a swift blow landed. A flash of light erupted as a sharp object pierced the man's skull. A single blow that sent shockwaves through his body. The narration box declared, one blow to shock him. The attacker's victim slumped to the ground, a pained kyuk escaping his lips. But the attack wasn't over. The narration box stated, followed by non-stop attacks. A relentless barrage of blows rained down on the fallen man. Each strike precise and brutal. The attacker's eyes, one a striking blue, reflected a cold determination. He thought, I must teach him an unforgettable lesson. So that he never ever dares to crawl his way back up. A bystander watched in horror, muttering, is he fucking crazy? Another onlooker, his voice laced with fear, whispered, hey, he might kill him. Kim Hyun-sung, a model student known for his intelligence, good looks, and fighting prowess, stood over a cowering Park Jin-woo. Hyun-sung's expression was grim as he kept his foot on Jin-woo's chest. Jin-woo whimpered, Hyun-sung, stop, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jin-woo's apology was met with Hyun-sung's skeptical question, sorry? Hyun-sung addressed Jin-woo again, his tone sharp, hey, Park Jin-woo, tell me, was it true that you beat me? He pressed for confirmation, demanding, tell that one more time, in front of everybody. Hyun-sung's face was a mask of barely contained fury. The intensity of his gaze spoke volumes. Park Jin-woo, his face contorted in fear and remorse, stammered, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Actually, I didn't mean for that to happen. He revealed that Shin Youngmin, a third-year student, had forced him to attack Hyun-sung, claiming, Shin Youngmin asked me to do this. You know him, right?
In the third year, I couldn't help but follow his order. Jinwoo desperately tried to downplay the incident, insisting, the rumor. Of course, that's not true. There's no way I can beat you. A bruised and bloodied man, his face contorted in pain and fear, pleaded with his attacker. He insisted that he was not responsible, claiming that someone else had ordered him to do it. He begged for mercy, promising never to repeat his actions. But his pleas were met with disdain. His attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, coldly dismissed him as a piece of shit, warning him one last time not to touch Kim Si-woo again. The attacker, flanked by two associates, delivered a stark warning: any further transgression would have dire consequences. With a swift, powerful kick, the attacker launched a brutal assault, sending the man sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow was immense. The attacker's associates moved to restrain the fallen man. As the attacker loomed over him, a chilling promise echoing in the air, he would find and kill his target, no matter where they hid. The final panel shows the attacker's face, a cold, determined expression promising swift and brutal retribution. The scene opens in a school infirmary. A voice, presumably a concerned friend, urged him, do what the other kids do. A young man with dark hair, his face bearing the faint marks of a recent injury, responded with a grim warning: if you don't want to experience something like today again, you shouldn't get involved in my affairs. He continued, his voice laced with a chilling intensity: before I lost consciousness, I saw you. He explained, his gaze fixed on the other young man in the infirmary bed. See, you are the same as me. As soon as I heard that I was taken away by Park Jinwoo, you came to my rescue. The other young man, with lighter hair, responded with concern: ignore such a friend? So, he pleaded, don't draw a line like we are strangers. The dark-haired young man looked at his friend, offering reassurance: even if something like today is repeated. He promised, his voice filled with unwavering loyalty, I'll still be there for you. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a bruised face and disheveled clothes, questioned if his recent fight against Park Min-chul's gang was merely a coincidence. He vehemently declared that it wasn't him who started the fight, but rather that they deserved to die. The scene shifted to Hyun-sung and another young man, Kim Si-woo, who bore visible injuries. Hyun-sung stated that this was merely the beginning, his gaze intense. Hyun-sung's inner thoughts revealed his goal: to tear apart those gangsters into pieces, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had. He abruptly silenced Si-woo's questioning, stating that a terrible event had occurred, one he couldn't disclose. Explaining that he was simply seeking revenge and that further incidents would occur if Si-woo remained close. Si-woo, seemingly unfazed, observed that Hyun-sung was someone beaten by Park Jinwoo, implying that this was his limit. Hyun-sung, in turn, stated that he considered Si-woo a friend, but that he was not the same person Si-woo remembered. Hyun-sung's final words were a chilling warning: he needed to make Si-woo feel frustrated so that he would not get involved in his future actions. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a bruised face and haunted eyes, lay in a hospital bed. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, a grim determination etched onto his features. He muttered, a chilling threat hanging in the air: 'cause you will never be able to handle it. A stark white text appeared against a chaotic background of black lines: you can be safe. Hyun-sung, his body battered and weak, lay beneath a thin hospital sheet. His blonde hair fell across his face, obscuring his expression, but a sense of profound weariness emanated from his posture. His face, partially visible, showed the grim reality of his injuries: deep cuts and bruises marred his skin. A silent scream seemed to linger in the tense set of his jaw. Suddenly, Hyun-sung found himself standing in a school hallway, the familiar yet alien environment washing over him. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the chaos of the hospital room. A man with short, gray hair, relaxed in a chair, checked his phone. He grinned, pleased. And they're going to start giving out mid-career bonuses soon. Where should I spend all that money? This is amazing. Millions of won just for harassing a bunch of kids? The man's expression shifted, a calculating glint in his eyes. He muttered to himself, I'll have to keep asking for commissions in the future. Another man, observing the first, commented, isn't he a freshman? What's wrong with his clothes? Based on what I heard, there are jobs in other schools as well. If I make some connections, I think earning 10 million won't be hard. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked the halls, his mind preoccupied. He mused to himself that even after graduation, his life would continue as a successful broker, a life of comfort and privilege. Until a sudden, jarring interruption shattered his reverie. A loud thud echoed through the hallway, startling him. Hyun-sung's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a man, Shin Young-min, sprawled on the floor, his face a mask of shock and pain. A look of confusion and anger clouded Hyun-sung's features. From Hyun-sung's perspective, the scene unfolded: Shin Young-min, seemingly thrown violently into the classroom, lay amidst overturned chairs. Other students watched in stunned silence. Hyun-sung's thoughts turned to the man on the floor. He recognized him as Shin Young-min, the one responsible for his suffering. Hyun-sung approached Shin Young-min, his face hardening with a mixture of anger and determination. He addressed him with a harsh epithet. Shin Young-min, startled by the sudden confrontation, reacted with indignation, demanding an explanation for the insult. Hyun-sung's anger flared, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He lunged forward, unleashing a swift and powerful attack on Shin Young-min. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself suddenly thrown backward with immense force. The world around him blurring into a chaotic vortex of motion. He landed hard, his vision swimming as a man with gray hair and a lab coat loomed over him, enraged. "What the fuck are you trying to do? Fucking jerk!" the man roared. Hyun-sung, despite his disorientation, reacted instantly, his fist connecting with the attacker's face in a blur of motion. A sharp crack echoing through the room as the man stumbled back. Hyun-sung's counterattack leaving the attacker momentarily stunned. "I asked who you are," Hyun-sung demanded. The attacker, clearly surprised by Hyun-sung's unexpected fighting prowess, observed, "It seems he has learned how to fight somewhere. But his blows aren't powerful at all. His pattern is also predictable." Hyun-sung, his face etched with grim determination, clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly from the exertion. With a swift, calculated movement, the attacker launched a powerful kick towards Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a pale complexion and a severe facial injury, grimaced in pain. His eyes, wide and filled with a desperate intensity, darted around, reflecting a profound disorientation. A question formed in his mind, a desperate plea for clarity amidst the chaos: "Who am I?" The answer came as a sudden, internal revelation: "I am Kim Hyun-sung, you were looking for." Hyun-sung's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with newfound resolve. The lingering effects of his injuries were evident, yet his gaze held an unwavering intensity. A sneer curled the lips of a man with short, gray hair and a prominent tattoo on his arm. He leaned back, a smug expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Tisk, troublesome bastard." He watched Hyun-sung, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Okay, then why are you?" The gray-haired man's eyes widened in shock as Hyun-sung's sudden movement caught him off guard. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, launched a swift counterattack against his assailant. His movements were precise and powerful, a blur of motion that sent his opponent reeling. The older man, his face contorted in pain, landed hard on the floor. "You are really crazy. How dare you hit me with a chair," he sputtered, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. The older man, his face a mask of fury, clutched his head. His eyes narrowed, and he muttered to himself, "If I lose the slightest bit of steam, it'll be game over." He attempted to retaliate, grabbing a nearby chair. But Hyun-sung was faster, intercepting the attack with a powerful blow that sent the chair flying across the room. A pained grunt escaped the older man's lips. Hyun-sung's face was grim, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity as he prepared for another attack. He let out a battle cry. A roar that echoed through the room as he unleashed a devastating blow. Hyun-sung, despite his victory, felt a deep sense of unease. He reached out a hand to the fallen man. A gesture of concern that belied the brutal fight that had just transpired. The weight of his actions settled heavily upon him. A ripped circle of black paper, stark against the white background, contained a single word: HUI. A man with short, graying hair and a fierce expression lunged forward, his fist clenched. His face was contorted in a snarl, his eyes narrowed with rage. He roared, "You are dead." A young man with dark hair braced himself, his knuckles white as he prepared to counterattack. The young man, his face bruised but resolute, muttered to himself, "It's coming from the front." A swift counterattack followed, the young man's fist connecting with the older man's jaw with a resounding impact. Despite the pain, the young man's expression hardened. He muttered, "It's all right. Compared to young Duchul, this is nothing." Hyun-sung, the protagonist, reflects on his past, acknowledging that he knew he couldn't defeat Shin Young-min. He continues his fight, stating that this confrontation is solely to prove himself. Never intending to emerge unscathed. He's prepared to risk everything. Hyun-sung understands that he must gamble everything on this single opportunity. The narration emphasizes that he is cornered. His eyes blaze with determination, he prepares for a final, decisive move. He attacks with everything he has. The impact of his attack is shown, with Shin Young-min reacting in surprise. Hyun-sung grabs Shin Young-min, overpowering him. Hyun-sung throws Shin Young-min through a window, sending him flying out of the school. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, lay sprawled on the rooftop, his body contorted in an unnatural position. A chilling smirk playing on his lips as he looked up at his tormentor. The older man, Shin Young-min, sneered down at him, his voice dripping with contempt, "You are a really crazy bastard. What do you want?" Hyun-sung's eyes, though, held a terrifying resolve. His response, delivered in a low, dangerous tone, sent a shiver down Shin Young-min's spine. "What do I want? I want to end this with one of us dying." The sudden interruption shattered the tense silence. A voice, filled with alarm, shouted from below, "Hey! What are you doing?" From the edge of the rooftop, a group of students watched in horror as the confrontation unfolded. One of them, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and anger, urged his companions to intervene, "Take that crazy freshman out." As they rushed towards Hyun-sung and Shin Young-min, Hyun-sung, however, was already prepared. He struggled against Shin Young-min's grip, shouting, "Let go! Let go of me!" His voice was laced with fury. "I said, fuck off. This won't end until I die." Kim Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, glared defiantly at his tormentors. He hissed, "Got it?" The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. his voice dripping with barely contained rage. One of the bullies sneered, "I'm going to hit you in the head with a chair every chance I get." "You think I won't do it?" "Ha? You think?" Hyun-sun's tormentors surrounded him, their faces twisted in malice. An older man with gray hair, seemingly a teacher, stepped forward, his voice cold and measured. "I will make you remember about what happens when you mess with me." The scene shifted. Hyun-sun, his face now calmer, stood with another boy, his arm around the other's shoulder. The other boy, visibly shaken, whispered, "Why, Youngmin? Are you okay?" Hyun-sun looked at the other boy, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He responded curtly, "Why are you asking me that? Didn't you see me beating him?" The other boy stammered, "Sorry, I saw it, but Youngmin, you're..." A desperate shout cut him off. "Back!" The older man's back was shown, revealing deep, bloody wounds across his shoulders and back. The injuries were severe. 30 minutes later, a small, black box sat on a shelf. A cough echoed in the otherwise silent room. Ahem. The scene opens on a typical school building, a familiar structure of brick and glass under a pale sky. A notice is displayed, announcing that certain students should report to the principal's office immediately. The announcement continues, urging the named students to proceed to the principal's office without delay. The scene opens in a dimly lit hallway. Two men stand near a doorway, their faces etched with concern. One, older and heavier set, speaks, his voice heavy with unspoken worry, "Kim Hyun-sun, it hasn't been that long since he last caused a mess, but again. We have to take care of this first. It won't be that hard to stop Park Jinhwa's mouth, but the problem is Principal Oh Dae-hwan." The older man continues, his voice laced with apprehension. He wonders aloud about the principal's reaction to the situation, considering Oh Dae-hwan's reputation and the prestige of the school. "Oh Dae-hwan, old dreams of making our school the most prestigious in the nation. I wonder if he will let this go again this time." The younger man interrupts, his voice firm and decisive. "Ignore it." The older man is taken aback. "What?" he asks, his eyes wide with surprise. The younger man repeats his instruction, his tone unwavering. "Do you want me to repeat?" He said, "Let's ignore what happened." A third man, older with graying hair, enters the scene, looking concerned. What do you mean?" he begins, his voice trembling slightly. News spread through the Myeongjin construction company that Go Chang-bum, the elder son, had unexpectedly risen in the succession race. He had decided to become the school's sponsor. And he pledged to cover a significant portion of the school's operating expenses, further promising a substantial increase in funding if he became chairman of Myeongjin Construction. One administrator pointed out that sponsorships differ from donations, people only sponsor when the recipient offers something desirable. He questioned the motivations behind Go Changbum's offer, wondering why Go Changbum, the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction, would sponsor their school. Was it for the company's goodwill, or to gain reputation in Daesan? The answer, however, was far simpler. It was a direct request from Mr. Go Changbum himself. A request contingent on Kim Hyun-sun remaining a student at Bright Prospect School, regardless of any trouble he might cause. The administrator resolved that they would cover up any problems Kim Hyun-sun might create. Two men sat in an office. One, older with gray hair, suggested they let a matter pass. The other, younger, countered that such issues were commonplace for him, referring to handling student problems. The older man conceded, stating they wouldn't make the younger man do this without a fair price. A performance bonus and various special benefits would be given to him as a priority. The older man continued, mentioning that their sponsor had informed him that the younger man had saved a couple of spots in the Myeongjin Construction's upcoming housing project. The older man mused about the rising real estate market and suggested the younger man also get a separate apartment from his wife. The younger man, looking slightly uncomfortable, agreed to continue doing what he had been doing. The older man concluded that from now on, all they had to do was continue as they were. A man's face, etched with determination, is partially visible. His gaze is intense, focused on something unseen. The only words visible are from a speech bubble, is to take care of one student, Kim Hyun-sun. He turns slightly, his jaw tight, a slight sheen of sweat on his brow. The only words visible are from a speech bubble, got it? The man's voice, full of fervent resolve, echoes in the silence, "Mr. Principal. I will do my best." The scene shifts to an office. An older man, his face creased with worry, sits at a desk. A younger man stands before him, his expression grim. The younger man declares, "Just let me handle this and I will take care of that Kim Young-chul brat." The older man smiles, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. He says, "Ha, you are truly reliable. Since we are already in the same boat, from now on, why don't you address me as big brother?" The younger man's face contorts in a mixture of surprise and determination. He exclaims, "Oh really? Then, from now on, I will serve you as my elder brother." He continues, his voice filled with newfound loyalty, "I will help you make Bright Prospect School the most prestigious school of Korea. You will become the legend of Daesan in the future." The older man nods, a thoughtful expression on his face. He asks, "From now on, just take care of all the affairs related to Kim Hyun-sun, okay?" He adds, his voice low and serious, if Kim Hyun-sung graduates without a problem, Bright Prospect School will have Myung-jin construction on its back. A man, seemingly unfazed, confidently declared that he would not abandon the mission's most valuable player.
Elsewhere, another man, looking concerned, addressed someone as Principal Pal. A third man, seemingly confused, simply responded with Hyun-sung had been attacked. The news spread like wildfire, causing immediate alarm.
The impact of the news was visceral. Shock and disbelief etched themselves onto the faces of those who heard it. One of the men, enraged, demanded to know the identity of the attacker. Hyun-sung, maintaining his composure, insisted on his innocence, questioning why he was being treated as the aggressor.
The scene opens in a dimly lit office.
A stern-looking older man with silver hair sits across a desk from Shin Youngmin, a third-year student known for his mixed martial arts skills. The older man addresses Youngmin, noting his age and martial arts training, and expresses his disbelief that such a student would indiscriminately assault a younger student.
Youngmin, defiant, retorts that he doesn't believe his actions were wrong. He challenges the older man, implying knowledge of his history of bullying younger students.
The older man continues, stating that Youngmin has a pattern of assaulting younger students whenever he gets the chance. Another, calmer man intervenes, asking the older man to watch his words. The older man, slightly embarrassed, apologizes, but the other man adds that Youngmin is still at fault for assaulting someone without reason. The older man sighs in frustration. Youngmin, visibly agitated, recounts how he almost fell off a building and nearly died because of the younger student's actions.
He claims to have witnesses. He emphasizes the existence of witnesses to support his claim.
But the other man points out the real problem is whether or not they can be trusted. The older man suggests they go outside and question someone to determine who is truly at fault, the ordinary student or Youngmin.
A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Do you think they'll help?
Shin Youngmin, a man whose face was a roadmap of past violence, let out a furious, profane outburst. His rage was palpable, a raw, untamed energy. Another man, his features sharp and controlled, grabbed Shin Youngmin by the collar.
Who do you think you are swearing at? He demanded, his voice tight with barely contained fury.
He continued, his voice low and dangerous, you better talk properly from now on. The interrogation continued.
If you don't admit your wrongdoings and keep coming out like that, we will be giving you worse punishment. I'm asking you for the last time, do you confess your crime? Shin Youngmin felt something familiar yet new. He looked at the adults before him, their faces etched with the same corruption as his own, and he finally realized that messing with Kim Hyun-sung wasn't a simple problem like disciplining a mad dog.
Overcome with a sudden wave of remorse, Shin Youngmin whispered a single, choked apology. The image shows a man sitting on a couch, his hands clasped between his knees. His expression is unreadable, but his posture suggests weariness and contemplation. A man with short, graying hair and a bandage on his forehead sits alone, muttering to himself. His eyes are wide and filled with barely contained rage.
Kim Young-chul, that fucking bastard.
His anger flares as he confronts another individual, his voice laced with bitter accusation.
How dare you side with Kim Hyun-sung like this?
A young man with short, gray hair ponders his predicament.
His internal monologue reveals his uncertainty. What should I do at times like this?
The gray-haired man stands, his resolve hardening. He mutters to himself, I'm about to graduate, I can't let such a thing drag my feet.
He continues his internal monologue, a grim determination etched on his face. Fuck, even if it is going to cost me quite the money. He makes a difficult decision. I have no choice but to ask for help from an outside source.
A man sits in a car, looking at a document.
His expression is a mix of concern and surprise. He thinks to himself, this is bad. But surprising too. How did Myung-jin Group get involved in this?
All the students who were trying to harass the target have been expelled, and even the principal and the teachers are protecting him. Kang Tae-gu, a regional broker for the Golden Circle, sat alone in a dimly lit room, a half-empty paper cup in his hand. His expression was grim, his thoughts heavy with the weight of his responsibility. He knew that if the mission failed, the consequences would fall squarely on his shoulders. The Golden Circle was unforgiving, a single mistake could be fatal.
He knew this all too well.
A grim determination settled over him, he had no choice but to personally resolve the issue at hand. The image showed Kang Tae-gu, his face etched with a steely resolve, sitting in the driver's seat of his car. The caption identified him as the Golden Circle's regional broker. Kang Tae-gu arrived at the school, the principal's office clearly marked.
He requested an explanation for the unjust treatment of a student, Young-min.
Inside the principal's office, Kang Tae-gu sat across from the principal, Oh Dae-hwan.
The principal seemed calm and collected, but Kang Tae-gu's demeanor suggested otherwise. Oh Dae-hwan denied any wrongdoing, stating that they had never treated Young-min unjustly. His words were calm, but his eyes held a hint of unease. However, Kang Tae-gu remained unconvinced, mentioning that something interesting had happened a few days prior. 4 students were sent to the hospital and expelled following a violent incident.
The details of the event were recounted to a stern-looking man, his expression unreadable. Despite the severity of the assault, the attacker received only a light punishment.
2 men sat across a table, discussing the case. One, older and with gray hair, expressed concern.
The younger man, his face sharp and serious, questioned if preferential treatment was being given to Kim Hyun-sung, the victim of the attack. He vowed not to let the matter rest if that was the case. The older man found the accusation interesting. The older man explained that they hadn't pursued criminal charges to protect the school's reputation and the future of its students. He stated that they had already discussed the matter with the police. He gave the younger man permission to act as he saw fit. The younger man, however, seemed unconvinced, his expression hardening.
He declared his intention to proceed. The older man, though uncertain of the younger man's plans, acknowledged his resolve.
A voice, cold and resolute, declared, "Such a threat won't work." The camera focuses on an older man, his expression unreadable, sitting calmly in a chair. His silver hair and composed demeanor suggest a man of power and influence. The scene shifts to a police station.
A question hangs in the air: is that a problem?
Inside, a police officer explains, that case was an act of self-defense by the victim of violence. He continues, his tone thoughtful, even for us, the policeman, could see what happened, but, should we really go that far to ruin a student's life? A man with blue hair interrupts, his voice sharp and determined.
If we have to punish student Kim Hyun-sung, we have to first take Shin Youngmin into police custody today.
He slams his fist on the desk, a surge of energy radiating from him as he shouts, "Fuck."
The blue-haired man continues his tirade, this is why people don't trust police officers.
If you don't take this seriously, we will publish about what happened. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke, his voice laced with a chilling undertone.
He warned of the internet's frightening power in the modern age.
A sigh escaping his lips as he revealed the location in question, Daesan.
Not Seoul, but the smaller town of Daesan.
He emphasized the importance of discretion, regardless of the decision made.
One of the men pondered if a vacation would quell the brewing storm.
But the other man's face contorted in a grimace, his shock palpable as he questioned the unsettling events unfolding in their village. The narration box explained the close relationship between the police chief and Odaewon, a common occurrence in small villages, leading to the implication that everyone in the village knows each other and are likely trying to maintain silence.
This explains Odaewon's confidence.
The final panel shows a cityscape, suggesting the scope of the situation extends beyond the village. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a determined expression, walked purposefully through the deserted school parking lot. The late hour cast long shadows, emphasizing the isolation of the scene. A chilling revelation shattered the quiet, his downfall stemmed from a misplaced trust in the local cartel. An elderly man sat across a go board, his brow furrowed in concentration as he carefully placed a stone. The quiet atmosphere of the establishment was broken only by the soft click of the pieces. Elsewhere, two men watched intently as another man forcefully slammed a black stone onto a go board. The force of the impact was palpable, even from a distance. The tension in the room thickened as the man considered the implications of his actions. He mused that if it were a simple matter of personal interest, there would have been an easier way to intervene. A sharply dressed man, his expression cold and calculating, displayed a handful of gold coins.
He explained that issues involving local cartels were deeply intertwined with local sentiment.
Back at the Go game, the same man from before presented another handful of gold coins to the two older men seated across from him. The coins were exchanged in a swift, almost secretive transaction. A silent agreement sealed between the parties involved. It was a display of territorial psychology, designed to exclude outsiders from participation. A lone figure sat at an outdoor cafe, lost in thought. He wondered why others were so eager to remain in Seoul. He realized this must be why outside members of the council were reluctant to accept commissions, even when the work was relatively easy. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, sat alone, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He lit it with a practiced flick of his lighter, his expression unreadable. The thought crossed his mind, if he failed, the consequences would be dire. He slammed his fist on the table, the force of the blow causing objects to jump. A furious curse escaped his lips. His failure was unacceptable, it should never have happened. A narration box emphasized the Golden Circle's impeccable track record, they had never failed a single request before. The image showed a multitude of candles burning brightly, their flames casting a warm glow. It wasn't a stretch to say their current reputation was built on his success. Even if he failed this time, the Golden Circle would send another broker to try again. However, if that happened, his life would be ruined instantly. He slumped to the floor, his body racked with despair. The Golden Circle never spared failures. He knew he needed to calm down and think rationally to find a solution. He was determined to find a way out of this predicament. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, reacted with disbelief and anger.
"What are you saying, bro? What the hell do you mean?" he demanded.
He confronted another individual, his expression hardening. He had been promised help, but now he was met with disbelief.
"You said you would help.
Do you seriously not understand what I'm saying?" he pressed, his voice laced with frustration.
The scene shifted to a man on a phone call, his face grim. "You fucking asshole, do you think a Golden Circle is a joke? You are the mercenary, not me. You even got an additional payment, but what did you just say?"
The young man from the previous scene responded defensively.
"Help you? Just because you are having a hard time? Do we look like a joke to you?" It's not like that.
The man on the phone call, his face scarred and weathered, spoke with a chilling calmness.
If not, listen carefully.
He continued, his voice low and menacing.
You are frustrating me, so I'm gonna tell you this one last time. You fucking troublemaker.
Another man, sharply dressed, spoke on the phone, his tone dismissive.
You need to have the right mindset to solve such challenges. What?
He continued, his voice sharp with annoyance.
Who told you to pick a fight with Kim Hyun-sung?
You were supposed to simply bring down his grades. Whether you use your juniors or do it yourself.
Two figures, their faces obscured, walk down a city street at night.
One suggested they make sure a certain asshole's grades dropped, dismissing the fact that he had teachers on his side as irrelevant. Meanwhile, a man with gray hair, a bandage on his forehead, and a dark hoodie, was alone in the shadows. He seethed inwardly, questioning why the asshole who had initially offered to help him was now backing out. A voice, stern and authoritative, addressed someone named Youngmin. The speaker emphasized that the Golden Circle tolerated no failures, any mission abandonment or failure would result in punishment. The speaker's words were underscored by a terrifying image. Youngmin was being held at knifepoint, his face contorted in fear. The threat continued, clarifying that not only Kim Hyun-sung, but Youngmin himself would face punishment if they failed. This was the nature of the Golden Circle.
Success was paramount. No matter what, Youngmin had to succeed.
Youngmin, his face grim, looked at his phone, clearly overwhelmed by the situation.
He couldn't continue any longer.
A dark, ominous energy seemed to emanate from him. Back on the street, the man from earlier, now revealed to be Kim Hyun-sung's tormentor, stood over a defeated Youngmin.
He coldly stated, "I told you." The scene opens in a school hallway. Chapter 18, titled The Past Returns, begins. One student asks another about Shin Youngmin's injuries.
The second student explains that Shin Youngmin fought Kim Hyun-sung, a freshman known for his aggressive behavior, the previous day. They speculate that Kim Hyun-sung may have sought revenge.
They discuss the fight, noting that Kim Hyun-sung didn't deliver any fatal blows.
One student expresses unease, recalling warning Youngmin to be cautious.
Kim Hyun-sung appears, a dark and brooding expression on his face. He says, "I told you."
Shin Youngmin, his face bruised and bandaged, glares at Kim Hyun-sung.
Kim Hyun-sung repeats his warning, "Watch your back." Enraged, Shin Youngmin lunges at Kim Hyun-sung, shouting, "How dare you!" Kim Hyun-sung easily blocks the attack.
He observes that Shin Youngmin seems to prioritize his commission over his own life.
Shin Youngmin is shocked, questioning what is happening.
One student, his face obscured by shadow, informed another, a man with gray hair and a scar across his face, that he already knew about the situation, having heard that the broker had visited the principal. The scarred man, clearly surprised, questioned how the other student knew. The first student continued, reminding him that the eldest son of Myungjin Construction was his guardian, and that he should think straight. The first student, his face now visible, revealed that he never intended for this to become their problem. He warned the scarred man that messing with him wouldn't end with expulsion, he would be dragged to criminal court and convicted, no matter what. The scarred man, surrounded by a group of men in suits, was then told that after prison, Myungjin Construction would be waiting for him. They would do everything in their power to ensure he could never wield any power in Daesan, forcing him to live like a mere human. The scarred man was told he would have no choice but to leave his hometown, but even if he did, the first student would still make sure he paid. The first student simply responded with a single word, "No." Kim Hyun-sung, his eyes blazing with a cold fury, silently vowed vengeance. There was only one thing he desired, to destroy everyone who had wronged him. A chilling determination etched onto his face. He would make them pay. You must accept it. But a condition was offered, if he wished to return to a normal life, to attend school again. He would have to endure a new kind of hell. If he wished to continue living like a human in Daesan. From now on, he must endure what his victims had endured. Hyun-sung, eyes narrowed, unleashed a brutal attack. A flurry of blows raining down on his unsuspecting opponent. The raw power of his vengeance on full display. He continued his assault, leaving his victim bloodied and broken. The fight concluded with a final, decisive blow. A dark, shadowy image filled with motion lines suggests a violent event has just transpired. The scene is unclear, but the intensity is palpable. A young man with bruised features and a bloodied bandage on his nose glares intensely. He thinks to himself that he could easily beat up the person who hurt him, but there are other considerations. The problem, as the text declares, is presented visually. A stylized logo is shown, with a man with blonde hair and a group of men in suits standing behind him. The implication is that this group is the source of the young man's troubles. The man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured, stands confidently with his hands in his pockets, surrounded by his entourage. He refers to his opponents as trash. The bruised young man is shown again, alone in a classroom. He contemplates the consequences of inaction, worrying about the repercussions if he simply lets the bullies be. His internal monologue reveals his fear of punishment from a group called the Golden Circle if he fails to act. The young man's face is contorted in a grimace as he wrestles with his internal conflict. He knows that the blonde-haired man will destroy everything he has, and even if he gives up his mission, the consequences will remain the same. Overcome with despair, the young man breaks down, tears streaming down his face. He considers expulsion and conviction a preferable alternative to the potential destruction the blonde-haired man would bring. The young man suddenly snaps out of his despair, cursing himself for accepting a commission that has led him to this point. He is shown falling to the floor in frustration. A fist, adorned with a prominent tattoo, connected with a solid impact, sending a shockwave across the panel. The perpetrator, seemingly resigned, muttered to himself that he didn't have many options left. His only hope was that Kim Hyun-sung's grades would somehow drop, even a slight decrease might buy him a little more time. In the classroom, Kim Hyun-sung sat quietly, his expression unreadable, while another student loomed behind him.
Hyun-sung's thoughts turned to the temporary nature of his current strategy.
He was merely dodging the worst-case scenario. The threat would linger for a while, but it was only temporary.
Once the exams were over, things would change drastically.
He knew that the moment he achieved overwhelmingly high grades on the midterm exams, everyone's emotions would erupt. Meanwhile, Shin Youngmin, his face bearing the marks of a struggle, was shown desperately trying to survive. In contrast, a member of the Golden Circle, a group that demanded success at all costs, was shown on a phone call, his expression grim.
Hyun-sung reflected on the report card showing perfect scores in Korean and mathematics.
The requester, whoever they were, wouldn't tolerate failure.
The moment all their emotions entangled and exploded.
Kim Hyun-sung, his eyes fixed on an unseen goal, silently vowed, "I will achieve my goal. What's important is the result. If I can get what I want, nothing else matters." He sat alone, his face buried in his hands, a picture of quiet desperation. His internal monologue continued, "Whether I use the principle or Myung gene construction, and whether I act cowardly or evil.
It doesn't matter. Looking at the results, everything is exactly how I planned. Now, there is no one who can touch me in 1,000 days."
This was a barrier built with malevolence.
More. Don't stop and extend your fist.
As long as you have the determination to go beyond your physical limits, you will never be defeated. Hyun-sung unleashed a powerful punch, connecting with his opponent's face with a resounding impact. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a lean but muscular build, moved with surprising speed and precision. His fists connected with his opponent, a blur of motion punctuated by the sharp crack of bone and the explosive burst of energy radiating from the impact.
A resounding good, very good, echoing in the otherwise silent training room.
Hyun-sung's trainer, a grizzled man with a weathered face and calloused hands, watched intently.
He nodded, satisfied.
"That's enough for today," he stated, his voice gruff but kind. He added, in a quieter tone, "He definitely has the talent." The trainer's eyes narrowed in thought.
He muttered to himself, "I can see him using some moves that I haven't even taught yet.
It must be his hidden potential." Turning back to Hyun-sung, the trainer instructed, "Clean the stuff and go home."
Resting is as important as training.
Hyun-sung, his breath ragged, simply replied, "Okay." I would have asked him to try his luck as a professional. Later that evening, Hyun-sung sat at home, reflecting on his training session. He thought, "I was scolded for overtraining a few days ago." The next day, Hyun-sung bid farewell to his trainer, Tom, with a simple "See you, Tom." A simple greeting, "Hello," appeared on the page, a stark white text against a dark background. Kim Saiwoo, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, introduced himself. He seemed pensive, his gaze distant. He explained that he had a consultation scheduled for that day. A blond young man with a bandage on his face, a smirk playing on his lips, appeared, seemingly unconcerned. The final panel showed Kim Saiwoo's face, marred by injuries, with the caption, "I just can't forget those memories." The scene ended with it to be continued.
Notice.
Kim Hyun-sung awoke with a gasp, disoriented and confused.
His mind raced, desperately trying to piece together the fragments of his memory. A single, jarring question echoing in his mind, what had happened?
A young man with blonde hair sat on a hospital bed, his gaze distant and troubled. He was clearly distressed, his posture slumped and his expression filled with a deep sadness. He seemed to be reflecting on a recent event, a terrible thing that had happened to someone he knew. Always talking about his goals, his dreams of success, of making his grandmother happy. The blonde-haired young man's face crumpled, tears welling in his eyes.
He was overcome with grief and confusion. Why did things have to turn out this way?
He asked himself, his voice barely a whisper. Then, a steely resolve hardened his features.
He knew what his goal was.
It was to destroy the gangsters who had caused all this pain. He would do whatever it took, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had. His expression was grim, his jaw clenched tight with determination.
Leaving him with one final, desperate question, what should he do now?
The scene opens with a dramatic overhead shot, showing a figure falling from a great height.
Dust and debris trail behind them as they plummet towards the ground.
A frantic man rushes into a room, his face etched with worry. He finds Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with blonde hair, lying on a bed, seemingly unconscious.
There is a problem.
Hyun-sung is, he exclaims, his voice filled with urgency. The blonde young man, Hyun-sung, sits up, his expression troubled. It was so unrealistic, he mutters to himself, recalling a past event.
Fighting Shin Youngmin.
I heard it from a third-year senior, he continues, his voice laced with disbelief. The camera focuses on the frantic man from before, his face grim. Kim Hyun-sung, you are still the same, he states, his tone heavy with a mix of pity and resignation.
A flashback sequence begins.
We see a figure from behind, pushing another person towards a window. The blonde young man watches in horror as the other person falls. He tried pushing Shin Youngmin out of the window. All of a sudden, they both could have fallen down, he thinks, his mind racing. The frantic man is shown falling, his face contorted in pain.
You are a really crazy bastard.
What do you want? The blonde young man shouts, his voice filled with anger and confusion. The frantic man, now on the ground, looks up, his expression hardening.
What do I want?
I want to instill in the people's mind that there would be a problem if you mess with Kim Hyun-sung, he says, his voice cold and menacing.
No, nothing, the frantic man replies, his voice low. Oh, okay. It's already time for classes.
I will get going, the blonde young man says, seemingly dismissing the incident. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary elementary school student, found himself on the receiving end of a cruel taunt. The words, "You are really an asshole, Kim Hyun-sung," hung heavy in the air. A statement that foreshadowed the horrific events to come. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with worry, stood silently, contemplating the situation. He muttered to himself, "You are going this far for me, so?"
His internal monologue continued, "How can you expect me to give up on you?"
The scene shifted.
A narration box declared, "Back to the present." A different voice asked, "Coach, was it Saiwoo you were talking about?"
Two figures stood facing each other, one with dark hair and the other with blonde.
The dark-haired man questioned, "Why? Do you know each other?"
A third individual, unseen but heard, interjected, "I'm really sorry, but don't ever take him in."
The dark-haired man responded, "I will compensate for what Saiwoo was supposed to," but was immediately cut off.
The blonde-haired man firmly stated, "No." However, the final word rested with the dark-haired man, who declared, "It's my decision whether I would take a student in this gym or not." Two young men, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair, are shown in what appears to be a hospital or clinic waiting area. A hand reaches in from the right side of the panel, seemingly guiding the blonde-haired man away. The dark-haired man is told to go home, while the blonde-haired man is invited to proceed. The blonde-haired man is asked if he wants to help Hyun-sung. He replies affirmatively. He is then informed that Hyun-sung plans to beat up all the bullies. The blonde-haired man again confirms his willingness to help. The dark-haired man reacts with a frustrated, almost profane exclamation.
The dark-haired man grimaces, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple.
He reflects on the time passed since he last took on a new recruit.
The dark-haired man questions whether their gym is encouraging young people to fight.
He states that he would have preferred to expel Hyun-sung if he could. The blonde-haired man shows his wounds, indicating that he was injured while defending Hyun-sung from bullies. He explains that he sustained these injuries while protecting Hyun-sung from his harassers.
The narration box declared that the bullying Hyun-sung faced was far worse than adults could imagine.
Another speech bubble revealed that if Hyun-sung hadn't intervened, the speaker might have been left crippled on the cold restroom floor. A hand reached out, its owner reflecting that Hyun-sung had pushed himself to his limits to protect them, a sentiment they couldn't ignore. A young man with blonde hair and bandages on his face sat on a bench, pleading to not be forced to join another gym. He mused that there must be a reason why Hyun-sung chose this particular place. An older man with dark hair and stubble sat slumped over, his hand to his head, lamenting that he had dug his own grave. The man showed a small amount of money, stating that it was all he had. He then resolved to find a part-time job to earn more. The blonde-haired young man was suddenly attacked.
The attacker questioned why the young man was so desperate at such a young age.
Despite the attack, the man declared his intention to remain by Hyun-sung's side, regardless of whether or not he received help.
Kim Hyun-sung's eyes flickered open, his vision blurry and unfocused. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to recall where he was. A frustrated curse escaped his lips. Damn it, he thought, the harsh reality of his situation crashing down on him. He found himself in a scene where his closest friend was being harassed. A moral conflict gnawed at him. He questioned himself, is it really right to tell the kids living in hell that it's wrong to use violence against other kids? Hyun-sung's internal struggle was evident in his grim expression.
A sigh escaped his lips, heavy with unspoken turmoil. Despite his internal conflict, Hyun-sung's friend urged him to focus on training, emphasizing the urgency of the situation.
But if you can't catch up with the training, it'll be all over. Hyun-sung simply replied, okay.
He clarified his intentions, stating, yes, I'm only going to give them strength, the strength to fight against violence. Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bandaged, headed towards a door, his resolve hardening. The name Kim Saiwoo appeared in a thought bubble, a significant name in Hyun-sung's life. Kim Hyun-sung, his face partially obscured by bandages, stood before a mirror, a grim expression etched onto his features. He wiped the condensation from the glass, his movements slow and deliberate, a question mark hanging in the air as he stared at his reflection. A voice broke the silence. It informed him that the coach had accepted him into the program. Hyun-sung, however, remained unconvinced. He hadn't truly accepted the situation, prompting a challenge from the unseen speaker, prove yourself. The unseen speaker pressed further, demanding that Hyun-sung prove his ability to overcome any obstacle, even the deepest despair.
A close-up on Hyun-sung's intense gaze revealed his steely determination.
He would rise to the challenge. But the unseen speaker's words shifted, revealing a darker undercurrent. He questioned the longevity of Hyunsung's current support system, suggesting it was ultimately weak and fleeting. A final, cutting remark highlighted the speaker's doubt in Hyunsung's ability to endure.
Hyunsung, alone in a dimly lit room, reflected on the coach's words. He realized the path ahead wouldn't be easy, and that his current plans might not be enough to secure his future. A tense confrontation unfolded between two young men.
One, his face obscured, questioned the other's involvement in an ongoing conflict, sneeringly dismissing the notion of friendship as a motivating factor.
He scoffed, "What will you achieve after involving yourself in this mess? Friendship crap?"
The shadowed figure continued his warning, painting a grim picture of the potential consequences.
He cautioned, "You might end up dead after fighting and fighting day after day. You can even end up in prison for the rest of your life." He emphasized the futility of the other's actions, challenging his resolve. "You are not going to achieve anything by doing this. Can you really handle it?"
The two figures faced each other, fists clenched, the tension palpable. A single, defiant statement broke the silence. Two is more hopeful than one. A young man with blonde hair and a bandage on his face spoke, his tone sharp and cold. He declared, "Crazy bastard.
Let me warn you. From now on, don't think of me as a friend for a moment."
The scene shifted to a sparring match. The blonde-haired young man, determined to end their friendship, resolved to overpower his opponent. He thought, "I have to overpower him in this sparring, so that our friendship will be over right here."
He launched a swift attack.
But his opponent reacted with surprising speed and power, countering with a fierce blow that sent the blonde-haired youth reeling. The dark-haired young man smirked, "You must have forgotten.
I was an athlete."
Kim Hyunsung, a young man with striking blue eyes, clenched his fists, a determined glint in his gaze.
He declared, "Okay then, let's do this." He launched a swift attack against Park Jinwoo, a blonde young man with a scar near his eye, who was clearly surprised by the sudden assault. A powerful blow connecting with Park Jinwoo's body.
Jinwoo grunted, "Right." The narration box explained that Hyunsung's confidence was evident in his decisive intervention.
It was implied that a one-on-one fight would have been a different story. Hyunsung's knuckles cracked as he tightened his grip, a silent affirmation of his resolve. And he delivered a final blow, shouting, "Beaten Park Jinwoo."
The fight continued, Hyunsung's movements precise and powerful as he pressed his advantage against a now defensive Park Jinwoo.
A swift, decisive strike ending the confrontation. An onlooker commented, "He is indeed a good athlete."
Kim Hyunsung, a young prodigy known as Mr. Specialist, dominated the taekwondo circuit, accumulating numerous gold medals. His talent was undeniable, his victories sweeping. His winning streak, however, came to an abrupt end during a tournament. He faced the son of the Korean Taekwondo Association's leader. The defeat left Kim Si-woo deeply disheartened, leading him to abandon taekwondo. Despite this setback, his unwavering determination remained. Years later, a brutal attack left Hyunsung critically injured, his body ravaged. He fell into a coma, his consciousness trapped within a vegetative state for a decade. Hyunsung awoke, gasping for breath, his body aching. Kim Si-woo, his tormentor, was there, speaking to him.
Si-woo condescendingly explained the kick-catch MMA technique, a move that allows for a devastating counterattack while the opponent is on the ground. Si-woo demonstrated the technique's effectiveness, landing a powerful blow that sent Hyunsung reeling. Si-woo declared his victory.
Kim Hyunsung, a boy with a determined expression and visible injuries, desperately clung to a smaller, terrified boy, his face streaked with tears. He was being forced to the edge of a rooftop, the smaller boy pleading with him to quit, his words lost in a burst of energy that surrounded Hyunsung. Hyunsung, despite his injuries and the clear danger, smiled, a defiant expression on his face as he rejected the demand to quit. His tormentor, enraged by Hyunsung's defiance, screamed that he would never give up on him. A surge of power coursed through Hyunsung's body, his eyes blazing with newfound strength as he prepared to fight back. Hyunsung unleashed a powerful counterattack, sending his attacker sprawling. His attacker, defeated and humiliated, begged him to stop. But Hyunsung, fueled by years of suffering, showed no mercy. Kim Hyunsung, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, glared at his tormentors. His knuckles were white as he clenched his fists, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. A sudden, brutal flurry of motion followed. One by one, his attackers crumpled to the ground, each impact punctuated by a sharp crack. The air filled with the sounds of grunts and pained gasps. One of the bullies, his face bloodied and bruised, let out a pained wheeze. His body trembled, his breath ragged and shallow. Hyunsung's gaze remained cold and unwavering as he loomed over him. Hyunsung's eyes, usually warm and kind, now held a chilling intensity. A flicker of something dark and dangerous passed across his features. A chilling thought crossed his mind, crazy bastard. He sat down, his hands covering his face, the weight of his actions settling upon him. Another bully, his face pale with fear, spoke, his voice trembling. He pleaded with Hyunsung, questioning his actions and the cost to their friendship. Hyunsung, still seated, recounted his past. He explained the relentless bullying he endured, the daily torment that had left him battered and broken. The pain of his silence, the inability to confide in his grandparents, who had raised him after his parents left. Kim Hyun-sung, a young boy with dark hair, stood defiantly before a group of smaller, frightened-looking children. His expression was grim, his gaze unwavering as he stared down his tormentors. He had returned to this day, the day it all began. A memory seared into his mind despite 10 years spent as a vegetative patient. He couldn't forget what they had done to him. The scene shifted to a hospital room. A young man, his face bruised and bandaged, lay in a bed. This was Hyun-sung, older now, but the pain in his eyes remained. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the unfairness of his situation, but questioning why he should ignore the actions of his friends. He resolved to continue his life, to pursue his passion for taekwondo, despite the circumstances. It was his decision to make. Hyun-sung was shown training intensely in a gym. His determination was palpable, even through the sweat and exertion. Another figure, observing from a distance, questioned his resilience, wondering why he wouldn't give up. A voice called out to Hyun-sung, urging him to stop fighting and come work out together. The scene shifted to reveal a man entering the gym. A man with dark hair and a serious expression. He was clearly confident and powerful. The man made a bold promise to Hyun-sung, he would bet his life to get him to the top of the UFL stage. The final panel shows two men, one older with a stern expression and the other younger with a brooding gaze. The older man's words, though unspoken, hang heavy in the air. It is not his decision, but the younger man's, to make. A sense of foreboding permeates the scene, hinting at a difficult choice ahead. A man, his face etched with concern, observed two young boys from a distance. He mused on their remarkable talent, questioning why such gifted individuals would tolerate bullying. The man continued his internal monologue, recalling his time as a UFL fighter. He had encountered many promising talents, but none possessed the unique combination of natural distance sense and fierce kicks displayed by one of the boys. The scene shifts to show a dynamic action sequence. A powerful kick connects, sending the other boy sprawling. The man's assessment of the two boys continued. He deemed Kim Siwo, the striker, exceptionally skilled for his age. In contrast, Kim Hyun-sung possessed a keen presence of mind. The narration highlighted Kim Hyun-sung's superior judgment and keen eye for weaknesses, contrasting his style with Kim Siwo's raw talent. The man concluded that while Siwo was destined for professional success, Hyun-sung had the potential to reach the very top. The man, seemingly conflicted, explained that due to a prior agreement with Hyun-sung, he had avoided offering certain suggestions until now. Two young men, one with blonde hair and facial injuries, the other with dark hair, stood before a taller, imposing figure in a blue jacket. The taller man observed them, his words carrying a hint of pity and assessment. Their potential was too great to be squandered. Hyun-sung, the dark-haired youth, was addressed. His current path, it was pointed out, was not conducive to a successful future. A suggestion was made: Hyun-sung should abandon his studies and fully commit to martial arts. The taller man continued, emphasizing his connections within the martial arts world and his ability to help Hyun-sung reach the pinnacle of success. His words were not mere promises, he insisted. Hyun-sung questioned his coach's past decision to pursue a career in MMA. The coach explained that it had been a natural fit, both personally and professionally. But Hyun-sung firmly rejected the offer, stating his disinterest in fighting. Hyun-sung's internal monologue revealed the immense pain he endured, a pain so intense that he constantly considered giving up. Yet, a powerful dream drove him forward. A dream he felt compelled to achieve, for failure meant certain death. His determination was fueled by a lingering emotion, a powerful force that threatened to consume him from within. Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood before a gruff, older man. The older man, his face etched with worry lines, placed a hand on Hyun-sung's shoulder. He urged Hyun-sung to think things through, but Hyun-sung countered that the decision wasn't his to make alone. Hyun-sung's hand tightened around a dark object, possibly a weapon. He considered the implications of his actions, suggesting that if the other party had a different opinion, they could simply part ways. Turning his back, Hyun-sung walked away, stating that while he was open to ending their agreement, he wouldn't tolerate interference. He wouldn't allow anyone to stand in his path. Hyun-sung was then confronted by another young man, who called out his name with a sharp tone. This second young man, with lighter hair, warned Hyun-sung to think carefully before speaking. He questioned Hyun-sung's confidence in his decision to work with him. Hyun-sung confidently asserted that he wouldn't regret his choice. The other young man, seemingly appeased, agreed to continue their arrangement but laid out some conditions. The first condition was that Hyun-sung must train with him daily. The second young man added that, depending on the coach's decision, their training location might change. He then stated a second condition: Hyun-sung could only participate in things he could handle, backing out of any fight he couldn't win or that could lead to legal trouble. The second condition was that Hyun-sung could only participate in things he could handle, backing out of any fight he couldn't win or that could lead to legal trouble. Hyun-sung, a young man with intense eyes, stared defiantly at his interlocutor. Why? You can't do it, he challenged, his voice laced with disbelief. The other boy, his face pale and drawn, stammered a weak denial, and no. Hyun-sung's shoulders slumped slightly. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. He confessed, I was prepared to take on everything thrown at me, but now I'm uncertain. If what he is saying are mere words, then this is a simple matter. The other boy, seemingly unconcerned, asked, all right. Is that all? The older man, his face obscured by shadow, responded curtly, "Well,
Tell me everything.
he started to protest, "What does that?" but was immediately silenced.
No more questions, you must accept it.
If you refuse, we'll end it right here.
The older man continued, and study well.
When the day comes that you can escape from this hellish shithole, I hope you'll live far better than others.
As if nothing ever happened. The scene shifted to Hyunsung walking away, seemingly unaffected. Hyunsung's eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling on his face. He thought, this is for the better.
I can use this state of affairs and change Kim Saiwa's future as well.
He approached another young man, Hyunjin, and announced, "Hyunjin, I'm back." Hyunjin, startled, asked, "What are you doing?"
Two brothers, Kim Hyunsung and his younger sibling, are at home. Hyunsung's brother excitedly shares news about a gaming team, Baker's team, making it to the finals.
Hyunsung, though seemingly uninterested at first, listens to his brother's news before announcing his intention to cook.
Hyunsung heads to the kitchen, telling his brother to enjoy the game. He reflects on his past life, remembering that in his previous existence, he had fervently rooted for the Baker's team to reach the finals.
A detail that highlights the subtle shift in his current reality.
He smiles, realizing his brother likely wanted to watch the finals live. Hyunsung's expression turns somber as he recalls his brother's quiet nature, noting that despite his love for games, he never asked for a computer. He reflects on his brother's quiet acceptance of his limited life, rarely allowed to play outside. A wave of emotion washes over him as he continues preparing the meal. Hyunsung silently vows to live a different life, determined to protect those precious to him and prevent further suffering. He resolves to overcome any obstacle, whether it be Shin Youngmin or the Golden Circle. He continues preparing dinner, his movements precise and purposeful. His brother asks for extra sausages, and Hyunsung readily agrees, a small smile playing on his lips. A text message appeared on Coach Young's phone screen.
It read, "Hey Hyun, Gyuribi. I'm sorry. I am so sorry for the fame surely. About going pro anymore. But if you ever change your mind, just tell me, okay?"
A few weeks later, the day of the midterms arrived. The narrator observes that these exams are a test for young teens who aren't yet socially accepted, a way to validate their existence.
In a tense high school classroom, a student instructs his classmates, "Keep passing the test papers to the examinee behind you. If you are caught, I hope you will take the test with your honest ability. Be sure to recheck the OMR.
If I can't score exceptionally in this exam, my plan will fail before it even begins."
News reports surfaced, detailing a large-scale violence organization operating within the school.
Kim Hyunsung, despite having no personal need to excel academically, maintained perfect grades. He was determined to use this to expose and destroy the Golden Circle. A simple exposure would only reveal their existence, the true perpetrators would simply retreat, cutting their ties and disappearing.
Hyunsung knew a more decisive approach was needed. To unveil the Golden Circle's true power, Hyunsung realized he had to become an insurmountable obstacle in their path, a stumbling block they couldn't overcome. Continuously striking at their nerve by crushing their inflated egos. Their past successes fueled their arrogance, a weakness he intended to exploit. His grades were a critical piece of his plan, as important as the force and background needed to counter the violence of the Golden Circle. This moment, Hyunsung realized, marked the true beginning of his revenge. His eyes burned with a cold fire as he prepared to enact his plan. This was the start of his quest for vengeance. A classmate questioned Hyunsung's sudden academic improvement, suspecting he might be carrying memories from a past life.
Hyunsung confirmed that in his past life, he had witnessed the protagonist's struggle against the Golden Circle. The narration box explained that Kim Hyunsung, the protagonist, returns to his senior year and becomes the top-ranking student in the country. A following speech bubble expressed skepticism, noting that even if an older person regresses, achieving top academic rank would still be difficult. Another character, seemingly a friend or acquaintance, agreed, pointing out the improbability of someone becoming the top student after only a short period of studying. They mused that it felt too convenient, like a plot hole. The conversation continued, with one character stating that it's impossible for someone who was previously a vegetative patient to suddenly become the top student. Another character agreed, stating that this was the conclusion of the drama creator's discussion, it was how things were supposed to be. A narration box explained that to address this, more details were added to the protagonist's character, including his tenacious efforts in his previous life. The narration continued, highlighting the protagonist's extraordinary intelligence, unlike anyone else. The scene shifts to Kim Hyunsung, who is shown looking distraught and frustrated. He curses under his breath, lamenting his hard work for the exam. He reflects on the immense effort he put into his studies. The scene shows Hyunsung writing diligently at his desk, seemingly studying. But despite his efforts, he still feels overwhelmed and stressed. Kim Hyunsung, a model student, lay in a vegetative state, his consciousness trapped within a silent, dark world. He could hear, but he could not move, speak, or interact with the world around him. Yet, despite his 10 years of suffering, his mind remained sharp. He recalled everything with perfect clarity, every detail, every answer, every moment. Suddenly, Hyunsung found himself back in his high school classroom. The familiar tension of a difficult exam hung in the air. A classmate muttered about the test's difficulty, prompting a sharp rebuke from another. It was then that he realized the horrifying truth: he was still trapped in the cycle of his high school days. The image of his past trauma flashed before his eyes: the fall from the rooftop, the sickening impact. A stark reminder of the relentless bullying he endured. Despite the torment, he had always studied diligently. Even now, as he reflected on his 10 years as a comatose patient, the regrets of his high school life weighed heavily on his mind. He stumbled, falling to the ground, the weight of his past crashing down upon him. Hyun-sung vowed, amidst the swirling emotions, that he would never forget the pain and injustice he had suffered. Kim Hyun-sung, his hand clenching a pen, felt the burning intensity of his desire for revenge against those who had wronged him. A desire that had shaped him into the person he was today. The exams were finally over. Hyun-sung and his classmates were in the classroom, discussing the answers. He confidently stated that the answer to the first question was option C. Another classmate, agreeing, added that the answer to the second question was option D. Hyun-sung, however, remained silent, a subtle expression of doubt crossing his face. A classmate, noticing his silence, questioned him, surprised by his lack of participation in the answer checking. Oh Hyeji, a freshman from Section 1 of Bright Prospects High School, walked by, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Hyun-sung, observing her, simply muttered to himself, just because. He wondered if her name was Oh Hyeji. Hyun-sung reflected on Oh Hyeji's popularity, noting her beauty and cuteness. A group of students sat on a staircase, their conversation overheard by a young man. He listened intently as a girl confessed something to him, recalling a past event from their freshman year. She proposed a deal: in exchange for helping her, he should give her his exam paper from 2 days prior. He pondered this, internally noting that the first question's answer was option C. And that option D was correct for the second question. Another student, observing this exchange, remarked on how well she was doing, predicting a perfect score in literature. The young man, however, felt no need to interfere, as the girl's academic success was also boosting her popularity. Another boy approached, showing off his own perfect score in Korean history, asking if the first boy had also aced the test. A question that caused the girl to pause, her eyes widening in surprise, as she realized the implications of his perfect scores across all subjects. She gasped, calling out his name, stunned by the realization that he had achieved a perfect score in every subject. A fact that was further emphasized by a dramatic visual effect. The sheer improbability of his achievement hung heavy in the air. The next day began. 2 figures stood against a cityscape backdrop. One, seemingly a high school student, stood with his back to the viewer, while the other, a taller man with a more imposing presence, addressed him. The taller man's words were a taunting greeting: "What's up, Mr. Best Student of the entire high school? What did you want to say?" The taller man, his face now fully visible, offered a confident challenge: "Ask me anything. I'll help you with all I've got." The student, his face partially visible, turned his gaze towards a distant field. A subtle smirk played on his lips. He then posed a question, his voice calm yet pointed: "Do you know about the Golden Circle?" The taller man's expression shifted. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he muttered, "Golden Circle?" He then declared, "I'll tell you what the Golden Circle is. Make sure you understand it all." The scene opens on a rooftop. The question is that true, hanging heavy in the air. A voice, filled with disbelief, comments that a student who wasn't even in the top 10 suddenly became number 1. An older man, on a phone call, remarks that the recent test was difficult, but that the student in question was quite smart, exceeding expectations. The conversation continues, with the caller expressing suspicion that the student received preferential treatment, citing rumors of overprotective measures from the school. The man on the phone vehemently denies any wrongdoing, asserting that the school would never compromise the integrity of its exams. He then requests the name of the academy the student attends. The man explains that the student, Hyun-sung, is solely focused on his studies. He laments the parents' wasteful spending on what he considers useless things, before concluding the call with a request to encourage students to focus on their studies. 2 men sat across from each other in a dimly lit room. One, older with a weary look, sipped his coffee. The other, younger, seemed tense. The older man inquired about a recent call concerning an academy, prompting the younger man to dismiss the topic, expressing his disbelief at the principal's actions. The conversation continued, with the younger man explaining that the entrance exam was exceptionally difficult, designed to be nearly impossible to achieve a perfect score. He attributed this to the parents' unreasonable expectations. The younger man's thoughts turned to Kim Hyun-sung. He mused on the difficulty of the test, a knowing look on his face. While the older man, still sipping his coffee, expressed his high expectations for Hyun-sung. The older man confidently predicted that Kim Hyun-sung would achieve the top rank in the national SAT and gain admission to Korea's #1 university. He posed this prediction as a question to his colleague, who readily agreed. The older man expressed his excitement at the prospect of their school finally gaining fame, thanks to Hyun-sung's academic success and the backing of the Myeongjin Company. However, a shadow of concern crossed his face. He voiced his apprehension that Hyun-sung might cause trouble. The older man worried about the potential negative consequences if Hyun-sung's troublesome nature were to become public knowledge, potentially damaging the school's reputation. An older man addressed his younger brother, reminding him of his earlier request to take good care of Kim Hyun-sung. The younger brother nervously agreed, emphasizing his commitment. The older brother acknowledged the younger brother's efforts thus far, but stressed the need for perfection, declaring that Kim Hyun-sung would become the school's best student. He then asked for confirmation of understanding. The younger brother affirmed his understanding. His superior noted his top ranking in class and promised extra support starting next month. A small reward was given as a token of appreciation. The older brother instructed him to enjoy himself until, and even after, Kim Hyun-sung's graduation, reiterating his continued support as a partner of the school. The younger brother eagerly agreed, ready to take charge. The younger brother internally celebrated, viewing Kim Hyun-sung as his golden ticket, surpassing even young Miho in value. A school door creaked open, revealing a glimpse of the hallway beyond. Two men stood outside, their conversation tense. One, a younger man, remained silent, while the other, older and more imposing, inquired about the nature of their mission. He offered his assistance, regardless of the task's details. Elsewhere, a student approached a teacher, his expression serious. He asked about the golden circle, a term unfamiliar to the educator. The teacher's puzzled reaction confirmed the student's suspicion: the golden circle was a secret. Returning to the two men, the older one explained the golden circle's existence to the younger man, emphasizing his unwitting involvement. He revealed that a group known as the Golden Circle existed, and that the younger man's fate was inextricably linked to theirs. If harm befell one, the other would suffer the consequences. The older man's chilling declaration left the younger man contemplating his next move, a grim determination etched on his face. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, sat alone, his expression grim. A thought consumed him: there was only one thing he wanted, and he would keep wanting it. A voice, harsh and commanding, cut through his thoughts: ignore it. Hyun-sung stood beside a man, older and heavier set, his face etched with worry. The older man spoke, his words a low murmur: whatever happens, make the situation look like nothing happened. That will be enough, so? He added, his voice barely a whisper, just prepare yourself. That moment, Kim Young-chul, the older man, realized that the word whatever shouldn't be taken lightly. A sudden, brutal kick sent the older man sprawling to the ground. A voice, cold and menacing, hissed, last warning. The attacker, a man with dark hair and piercing eyes, continued, his tone laced with threat: if you fail again, you better be prepared to get your legs mushed. The older man, Kim Young-chul, lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain, a single word escaping his lips: ku. A looming figure, clad in a dark suit, loomed over a beaten man sprawled on the ground. The words "remember, this is your last chance" hung heavy in the air, a chilling promise whispered from the darkness. The figure's hand tightened into a fist, a silent threat hanging in the air. His gaze fell upon a bruised and battered face, the victim's eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resignation. A guttural whisper cut through the silence: fuck, Kim Hyun-sung. Two young men sat on the steps outside the school. One, young man, casually smoked a cigarette, his expression cold and calculating. He suggested to his companion that they beat up Kim Hyun-sung, unconcerned about the teacher's indifference to what happened after school hours. His companion agreed, suggesting that breaking a leg or two would make Hyun-sung give up. Young men acknowledged that this might work once, but cautioned that doing so outside the school would involve the powerful Myeongjin company, a risk they couldn't afford. He proposed a different strategy: to make Kim Hyun-sung feel unsafe within the school itself, where the Myeongjin company's influence would be limited, increasing their chances of success. Two figures sat in a dimly lit room. One, older with graying hair, explained that Park Min-chul's group had been trying to cause trouble, but they were expelled. He sighed, adding that this was the core of the problem. A younger man, part of a group of three, interrupted, suggesting an alternative course of action. The younger man, Bae Sung-go, a second-year student ranked first and nicknamed Monster Gorilla, declared they shouldn't waste time and should try to cause trouble for Kim Hyun-sung. He continued, explaining that the principal was known for his prestige syndrome and was easily angered, but questioned whether the principal would be able to punish 30 students, unlike one or two. The older man responded that the principal wouldn't cross that line, as it would ruin his dream of creating a prestigious school. The younger man agreed, calling it a good idea. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with sharp features and dark hair, stood amidst a group of students. His expression was one of quiet intensity, a stark contrast to the casual indifference of those around him. One of the students, a boy with short, dark hair, leaned in close to Hyun-sung, a sneer playing on his lips. He spat out the word asshole. Hyun-sung's eyes narrowed. He wondered if this was how it would begin again. The other boys, their faces obscured by shadow, taunted him, urging him to fight back. One of them said it was his turn. Hyun-sung responded calmly, good, go ahead. Another boy, running towards him, shouted a vulgar insult. Hyun-sung's quiet words carried a chilling undertone: he wanted them to act so their lives would be worth destroying. He watched. As the boy approached, Hyun-sung warned him to watch where he was going. With a swift, precise movement, Hyun-sung delivered a powerful blow, sending the boy sprawling. The boy lay stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. Hyun-sung's expression remained unchanged. A confrontation unfolded. One student, seemingly unfazed, was berated for not apologizing after a collision. You won't even apologize after bumping into someone, the other student demanded, his voice laced with irritation.
The initial student responded with a dismissive, "Hey, are you deaf?"
The aggressor, his face contorted in anger, sneered, "I think this son of a bitch is retarded." Another student intervened, calmly stating, "You should apologize first when you hit someone. Watch your gaze." Kim Hyun-sung, the victim of the initial collision, silently registered the events. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he thought, so, this was it.
Hyun-sung's eyes flashed with a sudden intensity.
He moved with surprising speed, his attacker recoiling in shock.
"What are you?"
A swift, powerful blow landed, sending the bully sprawling.
Another attacker lunged forward, but Hyun-sung was ready.
A pained cry, "Kahik," escaped the second bully's lips as he was sent flying with a brutal counterattack. The scene ended with Hyun-sung standing over his defeated attackers, his expression unreadable. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes snapped open, the whites fractured by crimson veins, his pupils dilated to unsettling proportions.
A primal rage, dormant for a decade, surged within him.
He found himself in a brutal confrontation. A man in a crisp white shirt lunged at him, but Hyun-sung reacted instantly, his movements blurring as he countered the attack with surprising speed and precision. Sending his assailant sprawling to the ground, a trickle of blood staining his lip. His attacker gasped, his protest cut short by Hyun-sung's swift action.
"This isn't what he began to say, but the words died in his throat. Hyun-sung, fueled by a potent mix of anger and years of suppressed frustration, launched a devastating kick.
The force of the blow sending his opponent flying backwards, his face contorted in agony. Hyun-sung stood over his fallen foe, his expression grim.
He was far from finished.
He addressed his defeated opponent with a chilling warning, "Tell your boss not to try to use his stupid head.
And to just bring everyone he has."
A burly man in a suit, flanked by two younger men, stood in a school hallway. His expression was one of barely contained menace. This didn't go as we planned, he thought, his eyes narrowed. The first year was only supposed to be taunting him. He continued his internal monologue, and I was supposed to attack with the other kids all at once. The scene shifts to a young man diligently taking notes in a classroom.
The burly man approached him, a question hanging in the air, "Are you Kim Hyun-sung?"
The burly man spoke, his voice low and dangerous, "It would be bad for you to fight me here."
He suggested, "Why don't we move to a different place? Somewhere the teachers don't check."
A wide shot reveals a group of students gathered outside, seemingly waiting for something.
While the young man's thoughts turn inward, while living in a vegetative state, planning on how to destroy them. He realizes, was just me being delusional. Because reality is different from imagination.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A fist, moving with surprising speed, connected with his jaw, sending him reeling. His plan made sense in theory, but doubts gnawed at him.
Could he truly succeed?
Hyun-sung faced his adversary, a man with steely eyes and graying hair. The older man's expression was one of grim determination, while Hyun-sung's held a hint of dangerous amusement. In the realm of imagination, the older man mused, anything was possible.
Hyun-sung, with a swift, calculated movement, brought his foot down on his opponent's leg. "Hyun-sung, stop," someone shouted.
The attacker, wincing in pain, stammered an apology. Even Hyun-sung harbored doubts about the success of his plan.
Hyun-sung's thoughts turned to his ultimate goal, revenge. He considered this a minor skirmish, a test of his resolve. The true battle, he knew, lay ahead. He scoffed at his opponent's weakness. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, he would have to pay the price for his failure.
Their leader, a burly figure, stepped forward.
"You fucking asshole, you better stay down.
To be clear, you are the one who crossed the line." The leader continued, his voice dripping with disdain, "You ignored the rankings and attacked our senior." A young man with dark hair, dressed in a crisp white shirt and red tie, stood defiantly.
His expression was one of controlled anger, a smirk playing on his lips. "Let's stop wasting time and get to the point," he stated, his tone sharp and impatient. He continued, "It's obvious why you are taunting me. There is no need for an explanation with a shitty excuses."
He glanced towards a group of students observing them from a distance, their faces a mixture of fear and apprehension.
"Do you see the other kids watching us?" he asked, his voice laced with a hint of mockery.
His gaze hardened. He pointed a finger, his words carrying a weight of unspoken threat. "I'm sure you would also be ashamed of yourself if all of you attacked one person together."
3 more figures emerged from the shadows, their faces grim.
The young man addressed them directly.
"Come out one by one. Bae Sung-go, you can come out first too. Or you can wait for your turn to get beaten like an idiot." One of the onlookers whispered, his voice barely audible, "Why? Are you scared? This guy must have really gone mad."
Another of the bullies, Bae Sung-go, stepped forward, his expression a mixture of defiance and apprehension.
"1-on-1? Okay, but let me tell you this. Bright Prospects High School second year rank 2. Nicknamed Devil Senior. Kim Chong-hyun."
Kim Chong-hyun moved with surprising speed. His foot a blur as he launched a powerful kick, sending Bae Sung-go flying backwards with a resounding thud.
"There won't be a next turn.
Kim Chang-hyun stated, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The final panel shows Kim Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, lying on the ground.
A question mark hangs in the air above him, reflecting his disbelief. He laughed? Another thought bubble adds to his confusion. He doesn't care about the weight difference?
The narrative opens with a reflection on the nature of power within a school setting. It is stated that in this environment, the purity of power is paramount. However, the narrator reveals that the protagonist, through reckless actions, has seen his own rating diminish due to the cowardly tactics he employed to achieve victory. The scene shifts to show a physical altercation.
A man is shown forcefully throwing a chair, suggesting a violent confrontation is underway.
And the narrator comments that the man's fighting style is considered weak unless he uses weapons or ambushes his opponents.
The narrator continues, emphasizing that the man's lack of skill is evident when he doesn't resort to underhanded tactics. The fallen man is shown from an upside-down perspective, highlighting his defeat.
The narrator explains that to achieve his goals, the man needed to improve his rating.
A new character is introduced, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression. He reflects on his plan, stating that it can only succeed if everything is perfectly prepared. He then asks, why? Are you scared?
The young man's face is shown in close-up, his eyes intense.
He reveals his ambition to transform Bright Prospects High School into his own personal domain, Keelung Palace.
The final panel shows the young man surrounded by a crowd of people, their hands reaching up towards him. He envisions a world under his control, where even the powerful golden circle cannot interfere. Kim Hyun-sung, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, silently vowed to achieve absolute dominance. His inner voice echoed a chilling resolve, I need to win perfectly so that no one will even dare to question me.
A brief exchange between two men followed.
One cautioned, one-on-one's okay, but keep this in mind. The caption below identified the other man, Kim Chang-hyun, a second-year student at Bright Prospects High, ranked second overall and known as the Devil Senior. Kim Chang-hyun, after making a decision, began to move with purpose. He stepped forward, his footfall striking the ground with a sharp impact. A blur of motion indicating incredible speed.
He launched a swift attack, landing a decisive blow.
His words, sharp and cold, followed the impact, there won't be a next. Observing the scene from a distance, a man chuckled, it got in very well. I'm sure he is down on the floor by now. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed something unexpected. A series of exclamation points in a speech bubble conveyed his astonishment. A man with a stern expression, his face etched with anger, lunged forward, his fist cocked back.
Then try to block this too, you arrogant.
He unleashed a swift, powerful blow aimed at the younger man's head. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, leaving the younger man reeling. But the younger man, with surprising agility, managed to evade the attack. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips as he braced himself. In a blur of motion, he countered with a devastating blow of his own, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground with a pained grunt.
Observing from a distance, another man watched in disbelief. That crazy bastard, he knocked him out in one hit. The younger man, now standing tall, looked towards the onlookers. So he didn't just get lucky when he beat me.
His gaze was sharp, unwavering. He had proven his strength, silencing his doubters. Meanwhile, the defeated man lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain and defeat.
Another man, observing the scene, muttered to himself, why did I even think of fighting such a crazy dog? I shouldn't have offered my help from the beginning.
A hand reached out, its fingers gently probing the shoulder of a man in a red shirt.
A sharp pain shot through the man's shoulder,
causing him to recoil in surprise. His eyes widened, a look of disbelief and pain contorting his features as he sputtered, who the fuck was?
A blinding flash of light erupted from the unseen assailant's hand, striking the man with immense force, sending him flying backward. The impact sent tremors through his body, as he crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. A young man with blonde hair watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, held a chilling intensity. He spoke, a single word hanging heavy in the air, hey.
Hyun-sung, a man in a crisp white shirt and dark pants, stood observing a group of students being led away by a teacher. He muttered to himself, a little while ago. He turned his gaze to the blonde-haired young man, suspicion clouding his features.
You are planning something, right? Hyun-sung's friend, Jinwoo, offered his help, suggesting they face the impending conflict together. Jinwoo's concern was evident, as he reminded Hyun-sung of his promise to avoid unnecessary fights. But Hyun-sung's firm yes confirmed his decision to confront the bullies directly.
Jinwoo, clearly worried, exclaimed in protest.
Jinwoo's apprehension stemmed from the potential for the bullies to exploit the numbers advantage if Hyun-sung joined the fight.
He argued that Hyun-sung's involvement wouldn't change the outcome, but Hyun-sung countered that while he understood the risk, he felt compelled to act, emphasizing that no one else would intervene on their behalf. His resolve was unshakable. Jinwoo, still hesitant, proposed an alternative. Hyun-sung could help by proving he wasn't alone in facing the bullies. A suggestion met with immediate questioning from Jinwoo, who then revealed the name of their tormentor, Park Jinwoo. The bullies, enraged by Hyun-sung's defiance, confronted him, taunting him for having someone on his side. One of them, clearly the leader, challenged Hyun-sung to a fight, already having landed a blow. Jinwoo, accepting the challenge, prepared for the inevitable confrontation.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary elementary school student, was the target of a brutal attack.
His tormentor, a larger boy, delivered a vicious blow, snarling that he'd rather be expelled than leave Hyun-sung alive.
The impact sending Hyun-sung sprawling.
Hyun-sung coughed, reeling from the force of the blow. Dazed, Hyun-sung wondered if he had been pushed back. He was disoriented, his attacker's words echoing in his ears. His attacker, seething with rage, cursed him, the humiliation evident on his face. Nearby, other students watched, their expressions a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity.
The bully, consumed by fury, vowed to kill Hyun-sung. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Hyun-sung's head, a searing white light engulfing his vision.
He collapsed, his body convulsing. As his attacker watched in stunned silence, Hyun-sung's attacker, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of panic. He knew he had gone too far. Now was the time to escape. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with blonde hair, stood defensively, his hands raised in a protective stance before a larger, more muscular assailant in a red shirt.
He braced himself as a powerful blow connected, sending the attacker sprawling to the ground. The attacker groaned, disoriented, muttering, "Ah." Hyun-sung followed up with a swift kick,
landing a precise blow to the attacker's side, sending him reeling. The attacker's face contorted in pain.
Hyun-sung's attack continued relentlessly, culminating in a final, devastating blow that left the attacker unconscious on the ground. A look of intense focus remained on Hyun-sung's face.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with surprising speed and precision. His movements were a blur as he unleashed a powerful strike against one of his attackers, sending him sprawling to the ground.
The force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air.
He effortlessly evaded another attack, his body a whirlwind of motion,
leaving his opponents stunned and disoriented.
One of the attackers, watching Hyun-sung's calculated movements, muttered, "Clever bastard."
The scene shifted to show the aftermath of the fight. 3 figures lay injured on the ground, their faces etched with pain and defeat. One of them groaned, they were planning to do this from the beginning. Another attacker, his body battered and bruised, muttered to himself, "I wanted to just beat his ass by outnumbering him, but it's already the 4th one."
Hyun-sung stood on a rooftop overlooking a school building, his gaze sweeping across the many students below.
He thought, is Kim Hyun-sung really planning on fighting all the second years?
But if I do that, even if I get the golden circles posted bright prospects after prior Shinyanman senior graduates, no one will acknowledge me. It will be the same if I beat him after he gets tired.
If I want to be acknowledged, I have to step in now. Hyun-sung responded calmly, "I will deal with you."
One of the bullies, a man with a stern expression and dark suit, addressed Kim Hyun-sung.
He admitted that Hyun-sung's actions weren't personally motivated, but found his defiance incredibly irritating.
Hyun-sung, his face partially obscured, calmly explained that he was fighting back simply because their bullying was petty. The bully, enraged, lunged at Hyun-sung, shouting an insult. Hyun-sung, however, effortlessly countered the attack, sending the bully flying backward with a swift, powerful blow. Hyun-sung continued his assault, his movements a blur of speed and precision.
He effortlessly dodged and countered each attack,
landing a series of devastating blows that left his opponent reeling.
As the bully staggered, Hyun-sung's expression was one of grim determination.
The bully, noticing a strange detail, questioned if Hyun-sung had actually smiled during the fight. The bully continued his attack, but Hyun-sung didn't bother blocking or dodging, he simply absorbed the blows.
The bully wondered if Hyun-sung was intentionally taking the hits. Another powerful blow landed, leaving the bully dazed and confused.
He wondered if Hyun-sung was deliberately choosing to fight him directly. A larger man lunged forward, aiming a punch at Kim Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung remained unfazed, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The blow landed, but Hyun-sung barely flinched. The attacker, surprised by the lack of impact, questioned his own strength. Another attacker joined the fray, but Hyun-sung's resolve remained unshaken.
He wondered, until when?
Hyun-sung countered with a swift, precise blow, sending the first attacker reeling backward.
A brutal uppercut connected, sending the second attacker sprawling.
A sickening crack echoed as the man's jaw broke. Hyun-sung grabbed the attacker's hair, his face grim. He lifted the man and hurled him across the school hallway. The man crashed against the wall, unconscious.
Hyun-sung's eyes, though bruised, held a chilling determination.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary elementary school student, found himself plummeting from a rooftop. The world blurred into a chaotic rush of motion, a brutal impact silencing his senses, except for his hearing and consciousness. 10 years later, he awoke, not to life, but to the very day his torment began. He found himself confronting his bullies, his body moving with an unexpected strength, delivering a swift, powerful blow that sent one crashing to the ground. A pained grunt escaped the bully's lips. Hyun-sung continued his assault, his movements precise and brutal.
He effortlessly subdued another attacker,
leaving him sprawled on the ground, defeated. But more of his tormentors remained, watching from the shadows. Despite the adrenaline coursing through him, Hyun-sung felt a cold sweat bead on his brow. He was breathing heavily, his muscles screaming in protest. "Hey, stop trembling in fear and get Shin Youngmin," one of the bullies sneered. The image shifted, showing a dark, almost ethereal effect as Hyunsun's vision seemed to fade, revealing a classroom. A teacher, observing the scene from afar, muttered, "Crazy bastard." Even after understanding the situation, he still chose. The sentence trailed off, leaving the reader to wonder what choice Hyunsung had made. A young man with short, dark hair stood in a hallway, his expression grim. He seemed to be contemplating something intensely, a furrow in his brow hinting at the weight of his thoughts. A conversation unfolded between him and an older man with silver hair and a stern face. The older man informed him that Bae Sungo had been completely defeated. The younger man, surprised, asked how many opponents Bae Sungo had overcome. He counted on his fingers, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. A total of 9, 3 from his first year and 6 from his second. The older man, his expression unreadable, gave a curt order, "Proceed with the plan." He explained that even if the principal and Kim Hyunsung were troublesome, they were still students. An incident involving 9 students being beaten up couldn't be ignored. Suddenly, a frantic voice interrupted, announcing a fight breaking out among students outside. The news spread quickly through the office. The older man's face hardened as he realized the gravity of the situation. All the students involved were bleeding. The severity of the situation demanded immediate action. They needed to call the police. The younger man, his face etched with worry, made the call to Daesan police station. A frantic phone call was underway. The caller, breathless, identified himself as being from Bright Prospects High School. His voice strained with urgency as he insisted on the truth of the matter. Students were in mortal danger. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. Ignoring the issue with the usual excuses would have dire consequences. Even if the incident were swept under the rug, the underlying problem remained. A sinister figure, his face etched with a cruel smirk, declared their intention to continue their actions. Unfazed by the potential repercussions, he coldly challenged those who opposed them to see how long they could endure. Elsewhere, another phone call was initiated. This time, the principal of Bright Prospects High, Oh Dae-hwan, answered the call. He acknowledged the call from his superior, the superintendent. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Has anyone heard about the Golden Circle? A group of adults sat around a large conference table, their faces etched with concern. The mention of the Golden, what, sparked a hushed discussion. One person wondered aloud if it was a new bully. But another quickly clarified that it was far more sinister, an organization that profited from school violence, using paid bullies to target students. The speaker explained that while the Golden Circle's activities might seem unrelated to their school, a past incident involving Park Min-cheol's gang revealed a disturbing connection. The gang had links to the Golden Circle. One of the adults, a woman, reacted with disbelief. Are you saying that Park Min-cheol's gang was a part of the Golden Circle? The speaker confirmed the unsettling truth, albeit vaguely. Well, kinda. The gravity of the situation hit another adult hard. They were shocked to hear that the organization was paying children to bully others. Impossible. The speaker concluded by emphasizing the pervasive nature of the Golden Circle's influence. Everyone was potentially involved, even unknowingly, and the consequences of such involvement could be severe. A teacher's career, for instance, could end in an instant. A tense meeting unfolded, the air thick with unspoken anxieties. Several figures sat around a large table, their hands clasped tightly before them, their faces obscured by shadow. One voice, calm yet firm, cut through the silence. We are all on the same boat. The camera then focuses on 4 men, their expressions ranging from smug to sinister. Their names were listed: Park Min-cheol, Young Miho, Cho Young-taek, and Kong Chang-suk. But these were not the only ones involved. Bae Sungo and Shin Youngmin were also implicated. A man with a stern gaze and dark features spoke. Just within our Bright Prospects High School, there are a few dozen people that are associated with the Golden Circle. Another man, his face partially obscured by a mask, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watched them with a predatory gleam in his eyes. A palpable sense of dread filled the room. The masked man's unspoken question hung heavy in the air. If this problem gets exposed, what's going to happen to all of us? A hand slammed onto the table, the force of the impact echoing the growing tension. The masked man's anxiety was evident. The man continued, his voice low and menacing. It wouldn't end with just a few problematic people, but the entire school could be wound up. A beat of silence, heavy with implication, followed. A woman, her face partially visible, seemed to be on the verge of tears. Is to make a chilling demand. A man, his face grim, stated, I'm asking everyone that no matter what happens, do not sympathize. 2 speech bubbles appeared in the void. The first, a calm instruction, just live as if nothing is going on. The second, a more ominous whisper, we don't know anything. A middle-aged man with a serious expression sat, his hands clasped together. He appeared thoughtful, perhaps burdened by a secret. A conversation unfolded. One voice warned, we'll only get you involved with the Golden Circle. The other, a teacher, protested, wait, I don't know what you're saying, but as a teacher, I can't just let violence. The question hung in the air, are you going to stand up against the Golden Circle? A man, his face etched with worry, considered the implications. He mused, what if the Golden Circle targets you, or make you unknowingly participate? The potential consequences loomed large. Who knows, you might have to take the blame for everything. A final, chilling instruction followed: do not sympathize or despise the golden circle. A stark declaration: nothing is going on at our school. Two students engaged in a heated exchange. One angrily shouted, bastards, stop repeating this chul that. Nothing has happened. The other, equally agitated, retorted, stop spewing nonsense and go to class. A student, visibly distressed, spoke on the phone. He was warned, student, did you know that prank calling the police could get you in big trouble? His reply was filled with fear. What? I'm really going to kill. The voice on the other end pleaded, please listen just once. A teacher, his face etched with frustration, confronted a group of students. He angrily accused them of behaving inappropriately, questioning how they could call themselves teachers while neglecting their responsibilities, pointing out their inaction in the face of bullying and a prank call. His concern was palpable. He felt a deep sense of responsibility for the students' well-being. He continued his tirade, emphasizing the adult's role in maintaining order and accountability. His words were sharp, reflecting his growing anger and helplessness. His frustration boiled over. He declared that he no longer cared about the consequences of his actions. A close-up revealed the teacher's face, contorted in a grimace of fury. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. He vowed to personally deal with the situation. He reached into his pocket, his movements suggesting a hidden plan. A question mark floated above his hand, hinting at the mystery of his next move. The teacher, now holding a smartphone, checked a message. His expression was grim, suggesting he had received some unwelcome news. The scene transitioned to a blurry image of a sign, leaving the reader in suspense. A man with a sharp gaze and a smirk stood before a lone shark, Pyojanam. He asked, do you know who I am? Pyojanam, seemingly unfazed, confidently replied that he knew the man was from the Myungjin Construction Company. Pyojanam questioned the man's purpose in visiting such an insignificant lone shark. The man explained that he had recently acquired several minor construction jobs and was curious about the value of Pyojanam's name. He seemed thoughtful, his fingers steepled as he considered his next words. Pyojanam, realizing the implication, grinned, stating that this was a great opportunity. Being associated with the Myungjin Construction Company could help him achieve many things. He then asked if there was anything the man needed from him. The man's request was simple: he wanted a specific contract. He nonchalantly lit a cigarette, his eyes narrowed in focus. The contract, he believed, belonged to someone named Shin Min-suk. The man believed securing this contract alone would lead them to a favorable position. Suddenly, a furious voice interrupted, what are you doing out there, fucking around? A man with short, gray hair, a dragon tattoo on his arm, and a phone pressed to his ear scowled. He spoke with a sneer, his words laced with contempt, you saying, old man? This stupid bastard. The close-up shifted to reveal an older man's eye, glowing ominously. His voice, though unseen, boomed with a warning, don't you know who Kim Hyun-sung is? How dare you mess with that guy? Don't even touch his fingertip. Do that, and we're dead. The gray-haired man's expression hardened as he listened. The older man's threat hung heavy in the air, if you don't want loan sharks killing your dad at home, don't even think of doing anything. The gray-haired man slammed his phone down, frustration etched on his face. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with a mix of anger and disbelief, ugh, fuck. What even is this? Kim Hyun-sung, that fox-like bastard. He cleared his throat, a nervous tremor in his voice as he composed himself. He seemed to be regaining his composure, preparing for his next call. The gray-haired man, now calmer, initiated a new call. He spoke into the phone, his tone businesslike, hey young man. I'm Go Chang Bum. He continued, his voice low and serious, listen to me carefully. In the future, there's going to be a red sticker at your house. The thing that your dad is desperately blocking. The man's face contorted in a grimace as he spoke, his voice sharp with a hint of cruel amusement, but God forbid. Your broke-ass family is still in debt? He finished the call with a chilling finality, that debt is going to pass on to you. A shadowy figure, his face obscured, received a phone call. The voice on the other end of the line questioned his decision to forsake his inheritance, implying that loan sharks wouldn't be so understanding. In other words, his entire life was ruined. The caller suggested a way to survive, to be beaten by Hyun-sung. The caller continued, emphasizing the importance of preventing others from noticing the beatings. He questioned the recipient's ability to handle this. One of the men on the call challenged the plan, calling it cowardly. The other retorted that cowardice doesn't exist in a fight, the victor is king. A close-up revealed the caller's intense gaze, his eyes glowing red. He warned the other man to be careful, as his words held weight. Elsewhere, Hyun-sung effortlessly kicked several students to the ground. He was clearly skilled in fighting. A surprised voice called out, you're here. Another student recognized Hyun-sung's attacker, Shin Youngmin, expressing surprise at his arrival. A powerful fist, propelled by years of pent-up rage, hurtled towards its target. But Kim Hyun-sung, the seemingly ordinary student, reacted with surprising speed. He barely managed to evade the blow, his eyes widening in alarm. The attacker, a man with steely eyes and a cruel smirk, was taken aback. Dodging, he muttered, incredulous.
Hyun-sung's quick reflexes were a testament to his hidden abilities, a stark contrast to his outwardly unremarkable appearance.
He subtly shifted his weight, preparing for the next attack. The bully lunged again, but Hyun-sung was ready. He countered with a swift, precise strike, landing a blow that sent a jolt of pain through the attacker's body. "You must have gotten the call," the bully hissed, his voice laced with a hint of fear. Hyun-sung pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of blows, each one more precise and powerful than the last. The bully stumbled back, his face contorted in pain. "What? Do you want me to let you win?" he sneered, his voice strained. The bully, clearly outmatched, clutched at his head, sweat beading on his brow. His earlier confidence had completely vanished, replaced by a raw, primal fear. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with unexpected speed and precision. His movements were a blur as he deflected an incoming attack, his counterattack a swift, brutal strike. He unleashed a fierce blow. The narration box explains that Shin Youngmin had experience in amateur fighting competitions, making his fight videos easily accessible online. Kim Hyun-sung, while studying Youngmin's movements, noticed flaws in his fighting style. Kim Hyun-sung exploited those flaws, delivering a swift counterattack. Shin Youngmin, enraged, cursed at Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung, however, calmly observed, noting the first mistake his opponent made. Kim Hyun-sung noted that when excited, Shin Youngmin exposes his face, a tactical weakness. He used this knowledge to his advantage, launching another attack, which left Shin Youngmin vulnerable. Shin Youngmin cursed again, but Kim Hyun-sung saw through all of his opponent's actions. A left counterattack punch. Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, expertly countered Shin's attack, landing a blow that sent a shockwave through Shin's body. Shin, however, had a habit of lowering his guard, leaving him vulnerable to Hyun-sung's swift counter. Hyun-sung saw his opportunity. This was Shin's second mistake. When attempting to end the fight, he committed to a powerful blow, leaving himself open for a devastating counterattack. Shin roared, "Die!" Hyun-sung, perfectly timing his response, exploited the opening, unleashing a counterattack. The impact sent Shin sprawling across the ground, leaving him groaning in pain. Hyun-sung, panting slightly, asked, "Hey, Shin-min." A man lay on the ground, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. A single thought echoed in his mind: did Kim-sung win? Kim Hyun-sung, clutching his throat, gasped for air, his eyes wide with exertion and a dawning realization. His attacker, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, could only manage a weak wait. Pleading, "PL, please stop." The scene was punctuated by a flurry of violent motion, a whirlwind of blows and desperate struggles. A brutal clash ending with a decisive victory for Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung's victory was complete. His former tormentors watched, faces etched with fear and awe, as a narration box declared, "the perfect win." He turned his back on them, a single word echoing in the silence: "Shove off." The final panel showed his defeated attacker on the ground, a narration box summarizing the aftermath. From then on, Kim Hyun-sung proved himself to all the students. A blurry, motion-filled image depicting a rapid transition, suggesting a significant shift in time or setting. A man, seemingly a superintendent, spoke on the phone, a smirk playing on his lips. He chuckled, stating that he would see his contact in the near future. He ended the call, instructing the person on the other end to feel free to be excited. The scene shifts again, this time to a dark and rainy setting. A figure, partially obscured, is seen looking out a window. The scene opens with Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, standing in a hallway. His face bears the marks of a recent altercation, adding to his intense demeanor. He is engaged in a silent conversation with another individual, whose features are partially obscured. Hyun-sung's companion, a figure in a sharp business suit and red tie, asks him, "Are you alright?" Hyun-sung replies curtly, "What about you?" His companion responds, "Of course I succeeded." Hyun-sung's companion adds, "Good. That mustn't have been easy." Hyun-sung's companion continues, "So, what now? There are too many who witnessed it. It was good that you beat Shin Youngmin, but breaking his arm." Hyun-sung calmly assures him, "There's nothing to worry about." Hyun-sung's companion expresses his concern, stating, "What you are worrying about is when those things get considered as problem. Hyun-sung's eyes flash with a sudden intensity as he declares, "Do you know what I have realized?" Hyun-sung's face contorts in a grimace of frustration and anger. His eyes are wide, reflecting a dawning realization. A shadowy figure, partially obscured, muttered to himself, "It's that." The man turned away, his face etched with grim determination. His words hung heavy in the air, "The world doesn't side with the weak." The panel depicts a chaotic, abstract image, suggesting a violent event or internal turmoil. Another man, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and frustration, cursed, "Shit. Fuck this crazy bastard Kim Hyun-sung." He groaned, "It's too messy to clean it up. I can't back out now. I can't just remain as a witness anymore. Teacher, take me to the hospital." The teacher, a man with a weary expression and a cut on his face, looked down at the other man. He asked urgently, "Teacher, are you listening to me?" The teacher's internal monologue revealed his dilemma: I safely let Kim Hyun-sung graduate and live happily after, or just die altogether. The teacher addressed the other man sternly: listen to me carefully from now on.
Shin Youngmin, you didn't break your arm fighting against Kim Hyun-sung. You were just playing around with your friends and fell down the stairs.
He continued, his voice low and menacing, not just you, but if just one of you bring up Kim Hyun-sung's name in the hospital, I will uncover everything you have done until now.
A tense confrontation unfolded. One man, his face contorted in a grimace, delivered a chilling warning: get it? If you want to ruin Kim Hyun-sung, you better risk your life too.
His words hung heavy in the air. But his threat was met with a defiant retort. Another man, his face etched with anger, spat out the words: how can you call yourself a teacher? The first man, seemingly unfazed, retorted: you are still a teacher, a teacher.
A stark visual representation of the escalating tension.
The scene shifted to a close-up of the two men, their faces inches apart.
A furious outburst followed: hey, you fucking asshole.
You also used to cover up your mess the same way in the past. The first man, his face contorted in pain, retorted: you never tried to lecture me about being a teacher when I was doing you a favor. The scene shifted again, showing a different location. One of the men spoke, his words laced with a chilling finality: I don't know about the others, but you must never forget. Kim Hyun-sung awoke with a gasp, his body racked with pain. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Two shadowy figures loomed over him, their faces obscured by darkness.
One of them spoke, his voice a low, menacing murmur: are you awake? Then let's continue. Hyun-sung's eyes, wide with terror, pleaded silently.
Just give me one more chance, he silently begged, his voice lost in the depths of his desperate plea. His mind raced, a grim determination hardening his gaze. I will succeed no matter, even if I would have to stab him, he vowed, a chilling resolve settling over him. One of the figures scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain.
Don't you know the basics of this field?
The other figure explained, his tone cold and calculating: our job is to satisfy our customers by making school violence into something natural. The first figure pressed further, his voice laced with a chilling threat: are you going to take the responsibility if you cross your line and let the confidentiality of our customer be compromised?
He continued, his words dripping with cold calculation: what do you think is the reason we are able to maintain this relationship?
Keeping the secrets and maintaining a perfect success rate.
That's what the golden circle does. A man with long brown hair, dressed in an extravagant floral shirt, recoiled in disbelief.
His face contorted in a mixture of anger and shock as he roared: but what kind of shit are you saying?
He was immediately met with a swift, brutal counterattack. A blur of motion ended with a powerful blow connecting squarely to his face,
sending him sprawling to the ground, his body convulsing in pain as a strangled cry escaped his lips.
Three figures in dark suits watched from the shadows as the man writhed on the floor. One of them muttered: Kim Hyun-sung, huh? It seems like he isn't an easy target.
The narration box continued, describing the scene: he's trying his best to survive, but in the end,
he is just a frog trapped in a well.
The speaker was revealed to be young Chansu, the Golden Circle Seoul region broker, a man with dark hair, gold earrings, and a cruel smirk. 1 week later, a text message appeared on a phone screen: you are getting out today, right?
I will ask this just once.
Tell me who your employer is, and I will stop messing with you. A man with graying hair and tattoos received the message.
He muttered to himself: ha. I have to know it first to tell you.
How did he know I got discharged today?
A man with graying hair and intense, wide eyes stared blankly ahead.
His expression was one of profound shock and confusion. He muttered to himself, questioning if this was truly the end.
He walked away, lost in thought.
The weight of his uncertainty was palpable. He wondered what he should do next, deciding to go home first. On a bus, a man with gray hair and a bandage on his arm angrily texted on his phone. He cursed at someone named Kong Tae-gu, questioning if a simple work-done message was sufficient. He expressed fear at the prospect of further punishment. He walked down a city street, muttering to himself about both Kim Hyun-sung and Kong Tae-gu being a nuisance. He decided to postpone further thought until contacted again, prioritizing sleep for the moment. He approached his home, hoping the person he referred to as a bastard wasn't inside.
Entering the apartment, he was met with a scene of utter chaos.
His eyes widened in surprise.
He surveyed the destruction, questioning the state of his home.
A sudden, heavy footstep echoed through the apartment.
A brutal fight erupted.
One man, his face contorted in rage, wielded a wicked-looking scythe, its blade glowing with an unnatural light. He lunged at his opponent, a desperate shout of "you fucking bastard" escaping his lips. The other man, clearly outmatched, stumbled back, a look of dawning horror on his face.
He gasped, "What, asshole? What's wrong with our house?"
The scene shifted. The scythe-wielding man, his breathing ragged, spoke in a low, strained voice.
He muttered, "I told you not to lay a finger on that kid named Kim Hyun-sung. I told you it would be all right then."
His words were cut short by a sudden, sharp pain. He doubled over, clutching his side as a look of shock and agony contorted his features. A single word escaped his lips: "What?"
The man's face was a mask of anguish.
Tears streamed down his cheeks as he addressed his attacker.
"Even if you had to live like a dog, you shouldn't have crossed the line. This house, you lived in the food you've seen when you opened the refrigerator. He continued, his voice thick with emotion. Do you think those were all free? Even if I wasn't enough father to this family, I was still doing my best. But, you have completely ruined it. The scythe-wielding man stared at his injured opponent, his face etched with a mixture of guilt and despair. He whispered, we are ruined, completely ruined. Because of you. His voice cracked, barely audible. A single word escaped his lips, no. He shook his head, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. He stammered, and no, this is. A green glass bottle lay discarded on the ground, its cap askew. A sneaker, clad in white and red, crushes the bottle with a decisive movement. A single word, no, escapes the unseen character's lips, a quiet refusal echoing in the silence. A man with short, graying hair and intricate tattoos sprawling across his arms sits slumped against a wall, his left arm in a sling. A cruel grin stretches across his face, a mixture of pain and something akin to manic glee distorting his features. He clutches his injured arm, a low groan escaping his lips. His expression shifts, the manic glee replaced by a grimace of intense pain. He winces, clutching at his chest as if struck by a sudden, sharp agony. Beads of sweat glisten on his forehead. A cell phone lies discarded near his feet. A young man with short, dark hair stands alone in the shadows, his face etched with remorse. He mutters a quiet apology, the weight of his actions heavy upon him. Sorry, whatever I did, it was all my fault. An older man, his face partially obscured, speaks, his voice laced with regret. He reflects on a past decision, a job he took from a group known as the Golden Circle. I shouldn't have taken any job from the Golden Circle. Thinking I became someone, I crossed the line. The tattooed man from earlier, his face contorted in anguish, speaks again. He vows revenge, but admits his ignorance of his employer's identity. And take revenge for you too. You know too that I really don't know who the employer is? He begs for forgiveness, offering his services in servitude. His desperation is palpable. Also disappeared after sending me a text saying work done. Please forgive me. You can use me as your servant. Forgive me just this once, please. Tears streamed down the face of an older man, his expression one of utter despair. He mumbled a single, questioning word, ah. Above him, a younger man's voice echoed, cold and unforgiving, why should I forgive you? The older man flinched, his head thrown back as if struck by the question. A sharp retort cutting through the silence, I warned you enough. Not to lay hands on me and the people around me. The younger man continued, his voice laced with a hint of accusation, the reason why you still did those things with the other kids is because you were confident that you could handle the consequences, right? The older man stammered a denial, and no. No, I was just too stupid. But the younger man cut him off, his words sharp and dismissive, yes, you were stupid. Only stupid people would throw themselves in the middle of the fire. The younger man addressed the older man again, his tone shifting slightly, I will believe that you don't know who the employer is because there is no way the Golden Circle told such information to a mercenary like you. He offered a final, seemingly compassionate statement, because you begged me enough, I will give you one last chance. The older man's face, etched with worry and desperation, whispered a single, hopeful question, really? A single, stark command echoed in the silence, just endure for one more month. The voice, though firm, held a hint of something else, a glimmer of hope, perhaps? If you show me how sincere you are by enduring it, I might just forgive you. Hyun-sung, his face etched with weariness, muttered to himself, 1 month? What do I have to endure? A gruff voice cut through his thoughts. You can find that out yourself. You will know it soon. The next day dawned, bringing with it a new chapter. Whispers rippled through the school hallways. Wow, it's Shin Youngmin. Others agreed, their voices low and hushed. He deserved that, being so arrogant just because he thinks he's the strongest. Hyun-sung, overhearing their comments, clenched his jaw, a surge of anger coursing through him. Fucking bat-like bastards. A hand, adorned with intricate tattoos, reached out and grasped the back of a school chair. The individual's thoughts echoed, is this what Kim Hyun-sung was talking about? An older man with graying hair, his face etched with worry, sat slumped in a chair. He muttered to himself, this is nothing. Just 1 month and all this will be over. He continued his internal monologue, a plan forming in his mind, if I start to take action after a month. A younger man, wearing glasses, observed the older man from across the room. His expression shifted to one of disbelief as he questioned, huh? Is that bastard crazy? The older man, seemingly oblivious, addressed the younger man, his tone laced with sarcasm, world is now a better place for you, huh? A loser like Han Myung-hun dares to stare at me like that. The older man turned his attention back to his own thoughts, speaking to himself, Youngmin, endure it. It's just for a month. He continued, his voice low and firm, just stay quiet for a month, graduate from high school and live a new life. The younger man, startled by the older man's words, reacted with a surprised, what the? Meanwhile, a mysterious, glowing substance poured from a container, hinting at a hidden event unfolding. A man in a suit poured a liquid over another man's head. The second man, his face contorted in pain, had short, graying hair and wore a mask. Water streamed down his face. The man in the suit had a large, intricate tattoo snaking around his forearm.
The man with the water streaming down his face roared, "You fucking." His eyes were wide with fury.
The man in the suit continued, "Youngmin, you know Hanseong, right?" Youngmin's eyes widened in shock.
He seemed taken aback by the question. The man in the suit smirked, "According to Hyunsung, I can do this to you."
He raised the container again, a question hanging in the air, "What do you think?"
Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary student, harbored intense resentment toward Shin Youngmin.
He despised Shin Youngmin's senseless actions,
believing that these actions had irrevocably damaged his peaceful student life. He stood firm in his resolve, knowing he wouldn't be there if he hadn't fought back. From that moment on, Hyunsung vowed to make Shin Youngmin pay for his actions. Hyunsung's desire for retribution extended beyond Shin Youngmin's recent actions. He sought to punish him for everything he had ever done. He declared that from that point forward, he could do whatever he wanted to Shin Youngmin. A bystander questioned the feasibility of this plan, pointing out Shin Youngmin's inherent lack of willingness to fight back, even against physical abuse.
However,
Hyunsung clarified that participation was entirely optional, they could simply ignore him.
He emphasized, however, that a lack of participation would ensure Shin Youngmin's peaceful life until graduation.
The implication was clear: without intervention, Shin Youngmin would live a life undisturbed, as if he had never existed. A voice, cold and resolute, echoed in the darkness. It spoke of hatred for Shin Youngmin, of suffering endured because of past actions, and ended with a chilling promise to remember this. The speaker's face, grim and determined, filled the panel. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity. The voice continued, asserting that no one in this world would punish Shin Youngmin for the protagonist's suffering. A stark narration box appeared, stating that for the past 3 years, Han Myung-hun's story had been exceptionally dull. The scene shifted abruptly. A man with graying hair violently shoved another man, who wore glasses and a suit, against a wall. The narration box explained that this was because the suited man had made eye contact with Shin Youngmin. The narration box continued, explaining that the man in the suit was harassed simply for making eye contact. His life was described as that of a toy. The gray-haired man sneered, asking if the other man was cringing. He then added that no one would have cared even if the man had been broken. He then cruelly ordered the man to smile, emphasizing the man's powerlessness.
While Han Myung-hun waited to graduate, a question plagued his mind: would Shin Youngmin remember him after graduation, and would he ever realize the wrong he had done?
Shin Youngmin, a man with glasses and a serious expression, sat at his desk.
He mused that Han Myung-hun, the person's name, would vanish from the victim's memory, ensuring Shin Youngmin would remain oblivious to the truth.
His face, partially obscured by shadow, showed a hint of distress. He felt the need to do something to soothe his own badly bruised heart. In a school cafeteria, 2 men in suits observed a scene unfolding. One of them, a muscular man with tattoos, confirmed that Hyunsung's earlier assessment had been correct.
Shin Youngmin, watching from afar, was shocked.
He exclaimed that the target of his scheme was doing absolutely nothing. His shock intensified as he realized the situation mirrored his own past harassment. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the tattooed man, striking another individual with immense force. The impact sent the victim reeling, a pained groan escaping his lips. Despite the violence, the man in the suit remained calm, stating that he could do nothing about the situation and was, in fact, enjoying the unfolding events. 2 female students and a male student watched as a man was beaten. One of the girls wondered if he was fighting back because he believed what Kim Hyunsung had said, but noted that he wasn't fighting back at all.
Another girl gasped, exclaiming that it must be true. The man being beaten let out a pained yell.
A man in a suit looked down at the injured man, who was eating lunch.
The injured man's expression was one of intense pain.
Suddenly, Kim Hyunsung appeared, his face contorted in rage. He demanded that the man remember what he had done to him before. Kim Hyunsung then cruelly taunted the man, telling him to enjoy his food.
The man looked down, defeated.
A narration box revealed that what Han Myung-hun did was only the beginning.
Kim Hyunsung walked away, leaving the man behind.
He was followed by 2 students who whispered amongst themselves. One of the students commented that Kim Hyunsung looked exactly like Shin Youngmin. The other student angrily called him a bastard for hiding behind his junior. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with gray hair and tattoos, lay sprawled on the rooftop, his body bruised and battered.
A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he groaned, "Ugh."
His vision swam, the world tilting precariously as he struggled to regain his bearings. He was disoriented, his body aching from the fall. Hyunsung found himself surrounded by a group of students. One of them, sneering, pointed to a discarded object.
"Do you know this?"
"This was Shin Youngmin's favorite," he said, his voice dripping with malice.
Another student chimed in, "Of course I do.
I'm sure there isn't a single student who hasn't experienced that in our class."
Hyunsung's eyes narrowed.
A surge of anger coursed through him as he realized the significance of the object.
This is too much for a patient, he thought, his voice a low growl.
He felt a searing pain as he was struck from behind, his vision blackening.
"Fuck, who was it this time?"
he cursed, his voice filled with rage and frustration. Hyunsung's vision cleared, revealing a group of students standing before him, their faces obscured by shadows. A chilling sense of dread washed over him.
Sticky notes littered the floor, each one bearing a chilling message. One read, "Lost to a freshman." Another, a news flash, announced the death of Shin Youngman. A third note simply stated, "Go, keep enduring it. We can break your leg when your arm heals." Hyun-sung sat in a classroom, surrounded by his classmates. He was back in school, but the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension. The memory of the sticky notes and the news of Shin Youngman's death weighed heavily on his mind. He looked around the room, his gaze settling on his classmates. "Fucking cowards," he muttered to himself, they couldn't say a single thing when they were being harassed. "So they are going to play along with Kim Hyun-sung's game, huh?" A man with tattoos sits hunched over, his face contorted in a grimace. His eyes are wide with a mixture of rage and despair. A cold sweat beads on his brow as he wrestles with a terrible internal conflict. Should he give up, or should he take violent revenge? The perspective shifts to a close-up of a pair of intense blue eyes, belonging to another man. A sudden, sharp realization dawns on him, signified by the exclamation point in the thought bubble. He is in a classroom, sitting at a desk littered with crumpled papers. Across from him sits the tattooed man from the previous panel, looking down at him with a menacing expression. The tattooed man's internal monologue reveals his grim determination. He must endure this situation, but only for a short time. His resolve is further clarified, his endurance is conditional upon a specific event involving someone named Kim Hyun-sung. The scene shifts back to the blue-eyed man, who is now seated at a desk in a classroom, studying. He is contemplating his next move, hoping to find clues by confronting a person named Shin Youngmin. His investigation, however, has yielded disappointing results. He has failed to uncover the identity of his employer. He reflects on the frustrating lack of information, noting that even the intermediary has vanished after completing the job. Despite his failure to identify the employer through Shin Youngmin, he continues his investigation, making notes based on the limited clues he possesses. A young woman, her expression a mixture of curiosity and determination, scrutinized the information on her phone. She mused that by continuing to narrow down the possibilities, she could identify some suspects, but she acknowledged the need for caution, realizing she shouldn't rush her investigation. The next panel shows a group of students brutally beating another on the ground. Observing the scene, a young man with dark hair reflected that the golden circle would reappear eventually. Until then, he would focus on his current target. The brutal beating continued, with the victim crying out for help. The scene unfolded before the young man's eyes, the attacker's violence underscored by the teacher's inaction. He muttered to himself, "Kahm." His thoughts turned to the perpetrators, whom he deemed as nothing more than similar assholes. The young man, however, felt a sense of satisfaction, believing his plan was nearing completion. Suddenly, a grunting sound echoed as one of the attackers collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, received a text message. The sender proposed a deal, end the harassment in exchange for Hyun-sung's cooperation in a new game. The message detailed the terms. Hyun-sung would endure the bullying until graduation, and in return, the harassment would cease. Hyun-sung's face contorted in a mixture of anger and contemplation. He typed a short reply, "I will do it. Whatever it is. I won't disappoint you." A chilling got him appeared on the screen, signaling the acceptance of the deal. A close-up revealed Hyun-sung's face, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. The scene shifted to a pair of feet, casually extinguishing several cigarette butts on the ground. The action suggested a sense of calm resolve. Hyun-sung stood before a convenience store, a question forming in his mind, am I doing the right thing? This is gonna be my new weakness. He continued his internal monologue, acknowledging the potential drawbacks but ultimately justifying his decision, but fuck, I think this is better than enduring that for a month. Hyun-sung's resolve hardened, culminating in a defiant declaration, fuck it. A final thought, a declaration of indifference, concluded his internal struggle, I don't care anymore. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with blonde hair and sharp features, sat in a convenience store, casually checking his phone. A look of mild curiosity crossed his face as he read a message. Then his eyes narrowed as he noticed a man in a dark hoodie entering the store. The man's face was obscured by a mask, but his tense posture suggested something was amiss. Hyun-sung's expression shifted to one of alarm as the masked man approached the counter. He stammered, asking what the man wanted. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted. The masked man lunged, and the scene dissolved into a flurry of movement. Hyun-sung found himself on the floor, dazed and disoriented. The masked man was standing over him, having delivered a swift and powerful blow. He struggled to comprehend what had just happened, his mind racing. Was this a robbery? The confusion was evident on his face. The masked man moved to strike again, his fist a blur of motion. But Hyun-sung reacted instinctively, his body moving faster than he thought possible. He blocked the blow. The force of the impact sending a jolt through his arm. He looked down at his hand, confused. What was happening? A young man with short, gray hair, partially obscured by a dark mask, stood alone. His expression was grim, his eyes narrowed. 3 ghostly images of his face, each with a slightly different expression, flickered behind him. The question, Shin Youngmin, hung in the air. 3 men huddled together, their faces etched with concern. One of them, with dark hair and a worried expression, questioned, Are you sure it was Shin Youngmin who did this to us? Another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, responded, I'm sure. As far as I know, Kim Hyun-sung broke his arm. I'm sure that hoodie guy also wore a cast on his right arm. One of the men muttered, fuck. But why would he attack us? Let's report him. The blonde man sat on a bench, looking down. Another man warned, do you have a death wish? You know he is reckless. Triggering him will cost us an arm or a leg. The blonde man sighed, anyway, let's just think that we got unlucky and forget about this. Don't make it obvious when you see him. The three men looked grim, their faces showing their reluctance. One of them cursed under his breath, fuck. The camera angle shifted to show a pair of feet approaching the three men from behind. The three men looked up in surprise. A cruel sneer stretched across the face of a man with graying hair and piercing yellow eyes. He addressed the unseen figures before him with chilling disdain, spitting out the words, you slaves. Three young men, visibly bruised and battered, stood before him. One, with blonde hair, spoke, his voice laced with apprehension, what are you doing here? Why are you hiding it? You know it was me yesterday. The blonde-haired young man continued, his voice strained, I didn't want to do this either, but Kim Hyun-sung knows my weakness. He paused, a grim determination hardening his features. But for just 1 month. If I show you guys what it's like to live in hell, he will forgive me. The gray-haired man's eyes narrowed. Do you know what that means? A sudden burst of energy erupted from the gray-haired man's hands, 2 beams of light shooting towards the 3 young men. The blonde-haired young man and one of his companions were sent flying backward by the force of the attack, leaving them dazed and injured on the ground. The gray-haired man loomed over them, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. Kim Hyun-sung, his face bloodied and bruised, lay on the ground, the impact of his fall still echoing in the silence. Above him, a shadowy figure loomed, their voice a cold whisper of apology laced with chilling resolve, I'm sorry, but I have to make you go through hell for me. The manga, Devil Returns to School Days, opens with a man's internal monologue. He claims he didn't want to do what he did, but that Kim Hyun-sung knows his weakness. He continues, specifying that this will all come to pass 1 month from the current day. The scene shifts to a group of young men. One of them explains that he will be released if he shows them what it's like to live in hell. He asks if they understand the implications of this statement. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupts from one of the men, seemingly in response to the previous statement. The energy manifests as a blinding flash of light, striking one of the men, sending him flying backward. The attacker and the man he struck face each other, the attacker looking down at his victim. The fallen man apologizes, but wishes that the attacker would go to hell in his stead. The attacker, seemingly angered by this, lunges forward. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary elementary school student, was brutally attacked. A sickening thud echoed as he was violently shoved, his body crumpling against the unforgiving concrete. The impact leaving him gasping for air, a pained cook escaping his lips. One of his attackers, a man with short, graying hair, stood over him, seething with rage. His fury escalating as he unleashed a torrent of insults, blaming Hyun-sung for their actions. This is all you guys' fault, you fucker, he roared. Another assailant, his face contorted in a mask of hatred, joined the fray, screaming fuck you, as he prepared to strike. The force of his blow sending Hyun-sung reeling. Despite the brutal attack, a flicker of defiance ignited within Hyun-sung. As he countered with unexpected strength, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. The attacker, momentarily stunned, could only stammer, did we do so wrong? The gray-haired attacker, enraged by Hyun-sung's unexpected resistance, snarled, what did you say, you dumb fuck? Hyun-sung's resilience shocked his attackers. One of them, his face etched with disbelief, whispered, he didn't even budge? A chilling realization dawning on them as Hyun-sung calmly retorted, ha, you guys really don't know what you did wrong. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A fist connected with his jaw, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his body. A searing pain that momentarily stole his breath. He registered a surge of anger, a bitter thought forming in his mind, this shouldn't have happened. Hyun-sung retaliated instantly, his counterattack a blur of motion. A swift, powerful punch landed squarely on his attacker's face. The force of the blow sending the bully sprawling. His attacker, Shin Youngmin, snarled, his words laced with venom, how dare you still bark at me? Another blow landed, this time accompanied by a sharp crack. Youngmin staggered back, his face contorted in pain. A guttural cry escaping his lips as he realized the extent of his opponent's strength. Youngmin roared, revealing his identity, did you forget who I am? Hyun-sung, unfazed, continued his assault. He moved with a speed and precision that belied his age, his strikes precise and brutal. Each blow weakening Youngmin further. The bully crumpled to the ground, defeated and gasping for air. Youngmin lay defeated, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. Standing over him, Hyun-sung's face was obscured by shadow, his aura radiating a chilling intensity. A guttural scream tore through the air, a desperate cry of rage and pain. Just die, you fuckers, the voice roared, filled with a hatred that seemed to consume the very air around him. The words echoing the brutal reality of his situation. His face, contorted in a grimace of agony, was streaked with blood, tears streamed down his cheeks, a mixture of pain and fury. A silent scream of defiance against his tormentors. The scene shifted.
Two figures, their faces etched with fear and confusion, stared at something unseen. One, his face bruised and bloodied, let out a shaky, uncertain, ah. A hand, clutching a small, glowing object, emerged from the shadows. The voice, low and menacing, hissed, "Fuck you, Shin Youngmin." The words laced with venom. Shin Youngmin, his eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and fear, responded, "Why you shouldn't have crossed the line." A desperate plea hanging in the air. Another voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the tension. "You are the reason we are all fucked." The speaker continued, "Why the hell are you on us about?" Kim Hyun-sung, his body racked with pain, crumpled to the ground, a guttural fuck escaping his lips. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. His vision blurred, but through the haze, he saw the blood staining his hands. A dawning realization washed over him, a chilling understanding of what had transpired. Hyun-sung lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Nearby, two figures lay unconscious, the extent of their injuries unclear. He finally understood what Kim Hyun-sung had intended to accomplish. One of the unconscious figures was an older man with graying hair, his arm bound in makeshift bandages. The other was a younger man, his build suggesting a history of physical training. Hyun-sung's gaze lingered on them, a grim satisfaction settling in his eyes. A bitter smile touched the lips of the younger man as he slowly regained consciousness. "All of us are fucked anyways. He just made us choose who's going to be fucked up more." News of a shocking event spread like wildfire. A question hung heavy in the air: Shin Youngmin had been stabbed? A group of students discussed the incident, their hushed tones betraying their concern. One of them revealed a startling connection: "My friend's uncle is a policeman." "Park Min-chul is the suspect, huh?" The gravity of the situation became clear. One student worried aloud, "Juvenile detention? Does that mean he'll have a criminal record?" Another calmly corrected them, "Are you dumb? Juvenile detention doesn't count as a criminal act." But a lingering question remained: "But do you know why they all caused this commotion?" A man, seemingly unconcerned, responded with a dismissive shrug. "How would I know what those freaks think? My uncle said there was something strange." Another man, meticulously eating his meal, revealed a surprising development. They all pleaded guilty and asked to be sent to juvenile detention as soon as possible. The reason behind their actions was finally unveiled. They stated their desire to leave Daesan. A statement confirmed by another individual: "Just as you said. They left Daesan completely and moved to Gyeonggi-do. Young Miho's preparing for public." A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke on his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. He stated that, naturally, the child of a wealthy family would receive preferential treatment in school admissions. He offered to immediately place the boy in question into the school, but the other party declined, instructing him to leave the boy alone. The reason given was that the caller wanted to give the boy some time to forget who he was, allowing him to believe that a new life was beginning in a new city and school. This delay, the caller reasoned, would only amplify the boy's despair later. The man on the receiving end of the call commented that the caller was even more frightening than himself. He then instructed his contact to send the other 4 boys directly to prison upon their release from juvenile detention. He didn't want them back in society for even a moment. His contact responded that he would never go against him. The man with gray hair lit a cigarette. He asked how long he would have to remain in his current position. He was working in a low-level job, as instructed, but it was yielding no results. He was surrounded by guards. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood on a rooftop, phone pressed to his ear. He stated that he wasn't patient enough to start from the bottom and work his way up step by step, instructing his unseen contact to simply hold on for a second. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Mr. Go Chang-bum, a man with striking silver hair and a stern gaze, listened intently. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. Hyun-sung, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, reminded Go Chang-bum to remember what he had said earlier. He added that things would begin soon. A few days later, a nationwide real estate boom occurred. A news report highlighted the significant increase in revenue for large construction companies, describing it as an economic boom for the sector. At a construction site, workers were rushing to complete a task. One worker urged his colleagues to hurry up. Another worker, struggling with heavy materials, asked for a moment. The scene opens with a close-up on a rusty hook and thick rope, violently snapping under immense strain. A moment later, a young man, Kim Hyun-sung, is seen dangling precariously from a great height, his incoherent murmurs barely audible above the wind. A construction worker below looks up in horror as he realizes the scaffolding is collapsing. "Mr. Oh. Above you," he shouts, desperately trying to warn Hyun-sung. But it's too late. Hyun-sung screams as the scaffolding gives way completely. He plummets towards the ground below. The construction worker watches in helpless horror as Hyun-sung falls, landing hard on a pile of metal beams. The worker rushes to his side. Another worker urges him to call for an ambulance, but the first worker is too distraught to react immediately. What do we do?" he stammers, overwhelmed by the situation. A construction worker, his face grim, bellowed at his colleagues, demanding they drop their phones. His order was met with confusion, a collective "heh" rippled through the group as they looked at each other, uncertain. One worker, attempting to call for an ambulance after an accident, was sharply interrupted by his superior, who angrily demanded to know who would cover the losses incurred by the delay caused by the accident. The injured worker was taken to a hospital an hour away, affiliated with the company, rather than the closest hospital, which was only 10 minutes away. Later, the worker's son, Mr. Oh Jun-hyuk, arrived at the hospital. A company representative informed Mr. Oh that his father's accident was due to his own carelessness and that the company would not be covering the costs. Despite the accident, the construction company's stock continued to rise, a fact noted by experts. Overcome with grief and anger, Mr. Oh visited his hospitalized father, his heart heavy with the injustice of the situation. Tears streamed down Oh Jun-hyuk's face, his body racked with silent sobs. The image captured the raw agony of his despair, a visceral portrayal of his suffering. The narration box described the scene as a day a young man in his early 20s could never forget. At a bustling shipyard, a group of workers hoisted heavy cargo. One worker, with gray hair and a determined expression, urged his colleagues to proceed slowly and carefully. Another, younger man with white hair, stood nearby, quietly observing, a look of weariness on his face. He expressed a simple desire to drink and socialize with women. The white-haired man, his weariness evident, reiterated his simple desires to drink and to spend time with women. His longing for normalcy was palpable. He questioned the necessity of his current actions, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his resolve. The gray-haired man, seemingly relaxed, leaned against a wall, smoking a cigarette. He mentioned Hyun-sung, noting the younger man's strategic mind despite his age. A narration box revealed that the bullies faced punishment, precisely as Kim Hyun-sung had planned. In a separate thought bubble, a plea for reconciliation was made. "Brother, please, we are brothers." Go Chang-bum, observing the scene, surmised that this was the beginning of Go Chang-suk's future. Chang-suk, alone, dropped a cigarette butt on the ground. He resolved to trust his brother. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with striking silver hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a bustling construction site. He wore a lime green safety vest over a dark shirt, his gaze sharp and focused. He muttered to himself, "Let's get back to work." A sudden tremor shook the ground, followed by a deafening roar as the earth beneath Hyun-sung's feet gave way. Hyun-sung's eyes widened in shock as the ground crumbled beneath him. A look of disbelief and fear contorted his features. What the? Fuck, the floor collapsed. He tumbled down into the darkness. Dust and debris filled the air as Hyun-sung surveyed the scene. A large section of the floor had completely collapsed, creating a gaping chasm. He could see construction workers staring in disbelief. One worker approached cautiously, stating that it appeared to be a pouring accident. Hyun-sung, still shaken, demanded clarification, questioning what the worker meant by pouring. Hyun-sung urged the worker to explain later, more concerned about the possibility of others being trapped in the rubble. The worker responded that there were approximately 5 or 6 people still unaccounted for. Hyun-sung's eyes snapped open, his pupils dilated, reflecting the dim light of the room. A single word echoed in his mind, a silent scream of disbelief. What? He was in a dimly lit room, his vision still blurry. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke, his voice laced with a nervous tremor. He reassured Hyun-sung, promising to contact superiors and secure the site, keeping everything under wraps. Another man, wearing a hard hat and work clothes, appeared, his brow furrowed with concern. He questioned the urgency of the situation, his voice a hesitant whisper, "Sir?" The shadowy figure addressed Hyun-sung again, his tone hardening. "Kid, you." The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. How far had Hyun-sung's foresight extended? The shadowy figure continued, his voice low and grave. There was only one thing to remember when working at the site. If an accident occurred, there was a specific protocol to follow. The man's profile was visible now, his expression grim. He instructed them to use the name of Myung-jin Company's eldest son to mitigate the fallout. To pick up the pieces, he emphasized, not to dwell on the loss, but to prioritize the well-being of the injured workers. A man with silver hair, dressed in a green jacket, forcefully grabs a construction worker by the collar. He barks an order, "Call 911 and request the rescue team." The worker protests, claiming that reporting the accident will expose it to the public, making it their fault. The silver-haired man retorts, questioning if that is truly the most pressing concern. The scene shifts to an overhead view. Several construction workers surround a person lying on the ground, seemingly injured. The delay in calling for help is highlighted, raising the question of who will bear the responsibility for the potential loss of life. The worker, still visibly distressed, reiterates the potential consequences of calling 911, but the silver-haired man forcefully asserts that he will take responsibility, not the worker. He then angrily questions the worker's callousness in potentially jeopardizing lives. He orders the worker to immediately contact all rescue teams in Daesan to save the injured people. The construction worker, defeated, accepts responsibility for the situation. The scene opens on a chaotic aftermath. A young man lies injured on the ground, surrounded by a group of concerned construction workers. The focus is on the man's worried expression, his eyes wide with fear and pain. He is clearly distressed, and the workers are attempting to comfort him, their faces etched with concern. The question of responsibility for the accident hangs heavy in the air, as one worker voices his concern about potential delays and the resulting financial losses. A worker, visibly agitated, protests against simply reporting the incident. He argues that he will be held responsible for the accident, not the others. His anxiety is palpable, his voice trembles as he pleads his case. His words are met with a stark rebuke. A thought bubble appears, accusing him of trivializing human life. The injured young man, despite his own injuries, issues a forceful command. He demands that as many lifeguards as possible be gathered in Daesan to rescue the people trapped below. He takes full responsibility for the situation.
A discussion ensues regarding the handling of the debris.
One worker suggests starting the removal process, but another insists on waiting for expert assessment before touching anything. A man barked orders into his phone, his voice tight with urgency. He demanded that they drive faster, assuring them that he would take care of any problems that arose.
He hung up, a grim expression settling on his face. A sudden, panicked shout pierced the air. Something was falling, and it was happening again.
A cyclist, his face etched with alarm, stared at the scene unfolding before him.
"What?" he muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the chaos. Two men in green vests exchanged worried glances.
One of them argued that they should prioritize the lives of the people, regardless of potential problems. The man with gray hair responded that they should call 911 at least once more. His tone was calm, almost dismissive. A sinister smile spread across his face. He mused that being crazy was more effective when done in a group.
A loud crashing sound echoed through the area.
Miraculously, most of the people involved only suffered minor injuries. The relief was palpable.
It was fortunate, indeed.
A young man with glasses, dressed in a suit, spoke to another individual, his expression one of concern. He explained that there was a problem. Several internet articles had already been written about the recent accident, and they were overwhelmingly negative. He anticipated more articles soon, and that the situation had become too chaotic to manage. The other man, older with silver hair, looked skeptical.
He questioned the statement with a simple, "Really?"
prompting the younger man to ask what they should do next. The older man scoffed, revealing that his plan had simply been to call emergency services to help the victims first. He was clearly frustrated by the situation. The older man's phone rang, the caller ID showed father. He muttered to himself, clearly annoyed by the interruption. He hesitated, deciding against answering the call immediately. The younger man, however, recognized the caller as the president and urged him to answer. Ignoring the advice, the older man impatiently waited for the call to end. His frustration was palpable.
A hand urgently scrolled through a digital list, the names father, XXX vice president, and Kim Hyun-sung highlighted.
The words "and now," and "faster," punctuated the frantic search. As Kim Hyun-sung, a man in a green vest, fled from a shadowy figure in a dark suit.
Hyun-sung's breathless reply, "Yes, Hyun-sung."
Trailed off as he ran, the question "where are you going?" echoing behind him. The scene shifted to a lavish office, where CEO Go Myung-jin, his name displayed prominently, confronted Hyun-sung.
"Brother, are you out of your mind?" he demanded.
His words laced with a mixture of concern and exasperation.
Myung-jin's thoughts revealed his perspective. Brother's mistake was an opportunity for Go Chang-suk. The tension escalated as Myung-jin continued his reprimand. "What has gotten in your mind and made this mess without reporting first to the superiors?" A hand held up two newspaper clippings detailing a recent apartment collapse due to shoddy construction by Myung-jin Construction. The implication was clear.
Myung-jin's concern shifted to a cold calculation.
"It is important, but how about our company?
Do you know how much our loss would be if we keep handling situations like this?" he mused, his expression hardening.
Hyun-sung remained defiant. "Before that, do you even have the enough power to take the responsibility?"
"You might not have any thoughts about this, but real hands-on workers like me are the ones who should clean up this mess from now on," he retorted, his voice firm. An older man with graying hair and a stern expression listened intently as someone questioned his actions.
He had mobilized the entire Daesan police force for this incident.
Not only calling 911, but also alerting the police station and expediting the arrival of reporters, ensuring the incident gained widespread attention. The scene shifted to a tense meeting. A younger man, Chang Bum, was being questioned about his responsibility in the matter.
The president, it was explained, took immense pride in his construction projects, viewing them almost as works of art. Chang Bum, on a phone call, was warned about the president's potential reaction if another safety incident occurred.
His advisor stressed that the president would undoubtedly intervene, urging Chang Bum to persevere.
Chang Bum, clearly agitated, questioned what his father wanted.
His advisor reiterated his advice, to not back down and push forward. Back in the meeting, Chang Bum suggested they abandon the current project and start anew. His suggestion was met with a look of contemplation from the older man. The older man scoffed, reminding Chang Bum that despite his recent graduation, he should possess some common sense regarding the financial realities of construction. He pointed out the significant interest accumulating daily on the project's loan, highlighting the escalating costs and questioning the necessity of such expenditure for a single building. The older man, seemingly unmoved by the financial implications, reiterated his support for restarting the project, emphasizing that it was only one building. A graph depicting a -200% operating profit dominated the scene, stark against the backdrop of a construction site littered with discarded materials. Two figures, dressed in work attire, stood amidst the debris, their faces etched with worry. One of them stated that, as predicted, there would be significant losses, though the complicated calculations were beyond his capacity. Despite the financial setback, another voice emphasized that trust was paramount. A man with silver hair, his back to the viewer, stood overlooking a cityscape at sunset. He observed that the construction company's reputations were in tatters due to widespread reports of shoddy workmanship. He pondered the implications of simply repairing the damaged sections and completing the project.
What would happen then?
His companion, seated across from him, offered a pessimistic outlook. No one would buy the apartments given the public knowledge of the construction flaws.
However, he conceded that this approach would still result in less financial loss than starting over.
The silver-haired man dismissed the financial concerns, asserting that maintaining trust was far more critical. He emphasized the importance of focusing on the trust that had sustained them thus far. The silver-haired man proposed a solution: acknowledge their shortcomings while the first apartment building was still under construction, and then demonstrate a flawless outcome. One man, his hair silver and eyes burning with intensity, proposed a plan. He believed that by regaining the public's trust, they could rebuild the foundation of their company, Myungjin. His younger colleague, however, questioned his idealism, arguing that a company should prioritize profit above all else. He scoffed, "Are you seriously an idealist or what?" An older man, his face etched with years of experience, observed the exchange. A thought bubble above him read, "My eldest has finally grown up." A news report played on a nearby screen. The narration box explained that a similar accident had occurred in a slightly different timeline, suggesting a pattern. The younger man continued to press his point, questioning the older man's decision to reveal the company's involvement in the accident and his subsequent focus on ethical construction practices.
He asked pointedly, "Do you know what made me mad with regards to the accident?"
The older man, now standing tall and imposing, explained that the accident stemmed from a fundamental error in the concrete pouring process. He emphasized the severity of the mistake, highlighting the potential damage to the company's reputation and the risk it posed. The younger man listened intently, his expression serious. His older colleague continued, stating that the safety of the people living in the houses they built was paramount, and other issues should be set aside.
The younger man, finally understanding, responded with a quiet, "Yes? Father."
His father responded with a simple, "Great job." An older man with silver hair and a sharp gaze addressed someone unseen. He spoke with a hint of disdain, "I thought you were living your life without any thoughts.
You are eventually becoming like me as you age."
The scene shifted to a modern office. Three men, one of them the silver-haired man from the previous panel, were engaged in a conversation. The silver-haired man stated, "Myungjin Company is a company, but a family business that prioritizes the worth of a house.
So just keep at it."
Continuing his instructions, the silver-haired man added, "Then you would be able to follow my steps." The focus narrowed to a man with dark hair and glasses, his expression one of simmering anger. A vein pulsed in his temple.
A few days later, a new scene unfolded.
A woman's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the air, "I think we need to cut off your husband's both legs."
The panel showed a hospital room.
A woman cried out in distress, "Oh no, dear." A narration box appeared, stating, "Most of the people had minor injuries, but one had to go on the operating table." In a dimly lit cafe, a man and woman sat at a table, their faces etched with worry.
The man said, "Brother, what should we do now? What should I tell my kids?"
A man, dressed in a sharp suit, sat in a dimly lit room, his expression grim. He doubted his ability to negotiate effectively, his internal monologue revealing his apprehension. He was also aware of the construction company's financial irresponsibility, highlighting their failure to cover hospital bills, let alone offer compensation. The scene shifted to a cafe, where two men anxiously awaited someone. One of them mentioned Mrs. Kim Yoon-suk, and the other responded with a confused setting the stage for an impending meeting. A group of men, bowing deeply, identified themselves as representatives of the Myungjin Company,
offering a sincere apology for the accident. The man from the first panel, driving his car, revealed his internal conflict.
His father had instructed him to persevere, but he felt lost and uncertain about how to proceed. He was determined not to disappoint his father, acknowledging the pressure of expectations. His thoughts turned to the accident's victims, categorizing them into two groups.
The first group consisted of the tenants, whose concerns could be addressed with financial compensation and transparency regarding the construction process.
But the second group, the injured, presented a more complex problem. The man pondered the situation, his thoughts culminating in a directive to do everything possible to resolve the injured party's issues. The narration box stated that the Myungjin Company was so prestigious that employees would feel proud to have worked there.
The following panel shows the word accident in large letters. Two Myungjin Company representatives sat across a table from Kim Hyun-sung's wife.
They explained that while money couldn't erase the pain, they would do everything they could to help.
Hyun-sung's wife reacted with disbelief to their offer.
As the representatives detailed their proposal, covering all hospital bills and providing an additional 500 million won, along with a job offer in a department that utilized Hyun-sung's expertise. One of the representatives explained that given Hyun-sung's long tenure with the company, they could never ignore his situation. And the wife, overcome with emotion, could only stammer her thanks. Tears streamed down her face as she repeated her gratitude. She continued to express her thanks, her voice choked with emotion. The scene shifts to a man with gray hair smoking a cigarette. He asks curtly, "Yes? Tell me." Two men, one with silver hair and the other with dark hair, sat on a bench outside a building. The silver-haired man asked the other what he thought construction was, prompting a confused response about building buildings. The dark-haired man, Go Chang-bum, chuckled, reflecting that until recently, he'd only seen his company as a money-making machine. However, a recent incident had given him much to consider. The silver-haired man continued, suggesting that the work of so many people is interconnected. He elaborated that the people who work to support their families are the ones who buy the houses his company builds, houses they've saved their whole lives for. The silver-haired man, his face etched with contemplation, admitted to taking his position too lightly. He confessed that the complexities of his role had made him simply want to live a good life. Chang-bum asked if the silver-haired man's change in perspective had begun some time ago. The silver-haired man nodded, explaining that it was because of a certain child that he had truly desired to become president. Go Chang-bum realized that he wouldn't be able to live as he had before. The silver-haired man reiterated his desire to provide a good life for those connected to him. Chang-bum responded that this was good, noting a significant change in the man. Suddenly, someone interrupted, politely but firmly telling the silver-haired man to extinguish his cigarette as smoking was prohibited in the building. The dark-haired man, Chang-bum, asked the silver-haired man to put out his cigarette, reminding him that they were in a hospital. The silver-haired man apologized, muttering a curse under his breath. Two men, sharply dressed and exuding an air of authority, confronted a younger man. Their faces were etched with displeasure. "We were having a good moment here, and you ruined it," one of them stated, his voice laced with irritation. The younger man, taken aback, could only stammer, "What?" 1 week later, a new chapter began. The seemingly insignificant events of the previous week had set in motion a chain of consequences that Kim Hyun-sung could never have anticipated. Kim Hyun-sung found himself in a formal setting, facing a panel of stern-looking men. "Could you please introduce yourself to us?" one of them asked, his tone professional but firm. He continued, revealing a piece of his past. "I am a son of a laborer who got a permanent disability due to an accident that happened while working for Mo Construction Company." The scene shifted to a preview of the next episode, showing one of the men from the beginning, a troubled expression on his face. The thought bubble above him read, "Did I do something wrong?" The manga opens with a news report. The reporter explains that a recent accident at the Myeongjin Construction Company was only one of several incidents, and that the lack of casualties in a rural location meant it received little attention. But a more recent incident in Gangnam, Seoul, is a different story. The news report continues, revealing that 5 workers died in a Gangnam apartment construction site accident. An interview with a construction worker is shown. He explains that they had warned about potential safety issues, but their concerns were ignored. News reports about the incident flood the screen, highlighting safety concerns and the construction company's negligence. The public's anger grows as more similar incidents are revealed across the country. The scene shifts to a television interview. A man is asked to introduce himself. He identifies himself as the son of a laborer who suffered permanent disability due to an accident at the Mo Construction Company. The interviewer asks about the details of his father's accident. The man agrees to recount the events of that day at the construction site, beginning his story. A news report unfolds, 2 anchors discussing a past incident. One anchor suggests that if those involved had been more cautious. The main problem was the construction company's actions after the fact. The camera focuses on a man's face, his expression serious. He inquires about the company's actions after the accident. The scene shifts to a construction site. A question is posed: if someone is hurt in an accident, isn't it common sense to call an ambulance? However, the on-site manager's prioritization of reporting to superiors prevented them from calling for immediate medical assistance. As a result, the father was only taken to the hospital 2 hours after the accident. He was taken to a hospital an hour away instead of the closest one. The company claims this was to secure benefits and avoid financial crisis. But they didn't receive any of those benefits. The reason for the construction company's nonsensical decision is revealed: to hide the accident and allow construction to continue without delay. It was all about the money. The panel depicts 3 construction workers precariously perched atop a large gear mechanism. A narration box explains their precarious situation. For a construction company focused on maximizing profits, the workers are merely expendable tools in the process of rapid construction. A man with short, dark brown hair, his face etched with grim determination, is shown in profile. He silently reflects on his decision, stating internally that he stepped in to prevent further tragedies like his father's. He did this to prevent more victims like his father. Another man, this one with short, dark blue hair, expresses gratitude for his actions, mentioning that he heard there was something he wanted to say at the end. The blue-haired man confirms he is currently working at a construction site and that there was an accident there. However, he notes that the construction company's actions were completely different from those of the protagonist's father's company. Meanwhile, Ko Changbyum, the construction manager, has been diligently visiting the construction site every morning. He arrives at the site, greeted by workers who comment on his improved appearance. One worker observes that Ko Changbyum's image has changed since a past incident, noting that everyone seems to like him now.
Changbyum dismisses the comment.
Another worker offers him some onion juice, claiming it's amazing. A man in a gray shirt received a small, pink package from a worker wearing a lime green safety vest. His expression was one of surprise, a silent "what" hanging in the air. The man's face, partially visible, showed sharp teeth as he muttered to himself, admitting his hunger. He was now in an office, placing a shoe into a shoe cleaning machine. A question formed in his mind: why did he become a manager and wake up early every day? He was eating instant ramen at his desk, a thought crossing his mind, he couldn't go back now. He continued to eat, finding the ramen delicious, especially when eaten at the office. Suddenly, he was interrupted. A subordinate informed him that they had a guest. The man, surprised, questioned the nature of this guest. His subordinate explained that the guest was from a broadcasting company, here to film a segment, and that the company had already given its approval. The worker, seemingly cheerful, stated he would take a break to guide the film crew. The man, however, was informed that the crew wanted to interview him. Hyun-sung, a young man with a worried expression, questioned whether he had done something wrong. His question hung in the air, unanswered, as he looked at the older man across the table. He wasn't sure. Doubt clouded his mind. That night, the scene shifted to a news report. The Myo Engine Company had decided to reconstruct the apartment building. Hyun-sung pondered the implications of this decision. He reflected on the accident that should never have happened. Even so, he knew that such a decision wouldn't have been easy for the company to make. Most of the construction was being financed by a bank loan. This was highly unusual. Two men in suits discussed the Myo Engine Company's difficult decision. One of them revealed that the person responsible for this decision was about to be introduced. It was Mr. Ko Changbyum, the eldest son of the president of the Myo Engine Company, Ko Myongjin.
The narrative follows the aftermath of a construction site accident.
Those involved initially expected no apologies and worried about the hospital bills. However, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The son of the president of the Myongjin Company arrived, offering a sincere apology. Kim Yoon-suk, a family member affected by the accident, expressed her anger about her husband's injuries, but also relief that the company acknowledged the incident. Meanwhile, an older man, seemingly reviewing the situation, noted his satisfaction with the company's response to the accident. He reviewed a report detailing the company's impressive response to the accident. The report highlighted the company's prioritization of human lives and their proactive approach, even noting that someone had shouted about prioritizing the lives of those involved. The man, seemingly pleased, also noted their acknowledgement of responsibility and the suggestion for a reconstruction of the site. A question arose regarding the reasoning behind such an unusual decision. The man explained that his actions stemmed from his father's teachings about family business and responsibility. He emphasized that they couldn't ignore their own losses after making such a mistake, prompting him to make a phone call to President Park. President Ko, a man with silver hair and a hearty laugh, spoke on the phone. He chuckled, "What is this about?" The voice on the other end informed him that his eldest son was doing remarkably well.
A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, seated on a plush sofa, responded to President Ko's earlier statement. She laughed, "I know, right? He only kept causing trouble, so I was wondering where he came from. But judging by how he did this time, I think he is just like me." President Ko continued his phone call, explaining, "So, I just wanted to say that my daughter." Meanwhile, a young man with short, tousled hair, driving a car, reacted with surprise. He exclaimed, "President Ko. What do you think about that? A blind date with someone from the family with a judge and a prosecutor?" The woman from the earlier scene spoke again, expressing her confusion. "Those people, they rejected us when I contacted them first, but now they are okay with it?" She continued, "It's not just Daesan. People are asking about your son from around the country." He agreed, okay, I will do that then." A woman in a business suit approached President Ko. She asked, "Mr. President, were you looking for me?" A close-up on President Ko's face revealed a glint of something cold and calculating in his red eyes. A hand rested on another, a silent exchange between two figures. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. A conversation about the influx of construction orders began. They discussed the significant projects underway, including WeHave's company's Gangnam apartment reconstruction of 3,000 houses. And Gangbuk's Neoton Construction's apartments for the employees of the tea chemical plant. A new development emerged, a contact from Daesan City. A woman in a sharp business suit stood silently, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be considering something important. A request to expedite a contract for 5,000 houses, with a completion date before the end of next year. An older man with silver hair listened intently, his eyes narrowed in thought. This was a significant opportunity. The jackpot Ko Myongjin had been waiting for. Ko Myongjin, surprised, questioned if this opportunity was truly meant for him. Ko Changbyum was informed that he was now the executive director of the Myongjin Company and that everyone there would help him. He questioned whether this was all a dream. Ko Changbyum received congratulations for his new position. Changbyum reflected on how these people used to look at him like a bug. He was told to let them know if he needed anything. Changbyum wondered if the two men were on his side. Changbyum was informed that he would participate in a project in Daesan City. It was explained that it was early, but he would learn something from the experience. He bowed his head, seemingly overwhelmed. The others expressed their eagerness to work with him. The scene shifted to a school building, and the narration stated that was all for now, and to see the reader next time. Two young girls sat at a desk, their conversation overheard by a boy nearby. One girl recounted an event from the previous day, eliciting a curious really, from the other. The first girl confirmed the event's veracity. A boy with glasses sat alone at his desk, a look of disbelief and slight amusement on his face as he overheard their conversation. He muttered, "What the hell?" to himself, a chuckle escaping his lips. A man's hand held a smartphone, displaying a text message. The message congratulated him on becoming an executive director and invited him to participate in a large-scale housing project. He read the message, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, "I didn't expect it to go this far." The man reflected on the 500 house project, originally slated for the distant future. He pondered the unexpected acceleration of events, questioning if this was a case of the butterfly effect. A close-up of the man's face, shown on a recording screen, identified him as the son of a construction company laborer. The man, alongside a suited individual, stood at a construction site. He explained that his initial plan was to leverage the recent events to gain power and secure a position in the 500 house project. But due to President Ko's promotion, that would no longer be necessary. The man contemplated the implications of Ko Changbyum's promotion, recognizing its significant benefit to his future plans. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, sat alone in a dimly lit room, reviewing his notes. He muttered to himself, reflecting on a recent event. The results weren't what he'd anticipated, and he resolved to recalculate his variables more carefully next time. He continued his meticulous work, his brow furrowed in concentration. Hyun-sung reassured himself that his plan was flawless, there shouldn't be a single fault. Suddenly, a familiar car sped past. Hyun-sung's eyes widened in recognition. That car belonged to Ko Changbyum. Hyun-sung's surprise deepened as he watched Ko Changbyum's car pull up in front of a building. He wondered what Ko Changbyum could possibly be doing there, a question unanswered by his earlier research. Inside a luxurious office, Ko Changbyum sat across from an older man, the executive director of the Myeongjin Company. The executive director inquired about Ko Changbyum's well-being. Ko Changbyum responded that he was doing well, and then, unexpectedly, expressed his admiration for the executive director's recent, newsworthy decision. The executive director, somewhat surprised, noted that the Myeongjin Company was the face of Daesan. He then questioned how Ko Changbyum had already heard about the decision, as it hadn't been officially announced yet. Ko Changbyum, however, stated that he had come to thank the executive director. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, expressed his gratitude for the care shown to Hyun-sung. He humbly deflected the praise, stating that it was simply his duty as an educator, but insisted on showing his appreciation nonetheless. Hyun-sung, a young man with striking silver hair, sat across from the older man. The older man proposed an equivalent exchange, planning to give Hyun-sung a gift. A new gym, built with the city's help. The older man continued, detailing the modern amenities, including a swimming pool, emphasizing that these were the basic requirements of a prestigious school, and that they would do their best to avoid disappointing Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung expressed his gratitude. He reflected that giving something in return felt safer. As the conversation continued, Hyun-sung requested that the older man contact a specific individual. Teacher Kim Yong-keol sat with his legs crossed, a pensive expression on his face. His posture suggested a man burdened by unspoken worries. A middle-aged man, his face etched with weariness, sat in a brightly lit office. He addressed someone unseen, his words laced with a hint of cynicism. He liked teachers like them, he said, suggesting that it was natural for people to work for the wealthy to survive in this cruel world. The scene shifted to a sharply contrasting figure, a man with a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with malice. He spoke of recent events, mentioning the bold punishment of a student named Shin Youngmin and the rumors swirling around his alleged bribery. He continued, asserting that regardless of public opinion, the student's future within the school would be secure and prosperous. The camera angle widened to reveal a formal meeting in progress. Two men sat at a large table, their expressions serious. One of them, the man from the previous panel, spoke of the student becoming a proud head of the house, bringing home many gifts. He argued that this arrangement was superior to any three-year relationship that might otherwise have developed, implying a transactional view of relationships. The other man, initially silent, finally chuckled, agreeing with the proposal. He confirmed this, his expression unchanged. And that he had also prepared a box of vitamins for them to take on their way out. A man's eyes widened in surprise as he heard the other's statement. He simply stated that he was talking about money. The scene shifted to reveal a sharply dressed man with silver hair, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He explained that the one making a deal wasn't just some rich guardian, but the heir of the Myeongjin Construction Company, a figure of immense wealth and power in Daesan. The first man, his face partially obscured, quietly asserted that he made sure to reward his people well.
The scene transitioned to a rooftop, a young man looking out at the city below.
He simply said thanks.
He was reassured with a no worries. The other man then questioned why he wouldn't ask about the accident, to which the young man responded that it was obvious, it must be about how he taught him to respond to the accident. The older man continued, stating that anyone could have brought Chang-suk down if they looked into his personal life. However, he clarified that this time, it wasn't that simple. The young man's insightful analysis of his father's personality was highlighted. A man with silver hair and a neatly trimmed beard spoke into his phone, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He had accurately predicted the financial gains from a recent restructuring decision. Thanks to his shrewd calculations, he had been promoted to director. His ambition soared, he envisioned himself as president someday. The scene shifted to a younger man with dark hair, his expression serious. He acknowledged the older man's success, but noted that his rapid ascent suggested a larger, more ambitious plan requiring significant power.
He expressed his contentment with his own path, intending to excel in his own sphere.
The older man, now seeing more clearly, chuckled, dismissing the younger man as boring.
The younger man, undeterred, offered to assist if needed.
The older man declared his unwavering loyalty and willingness to do anything for the younger man at any time. The younger man simply responded with a quiet anything.
The younger man's expression turned calculating.
He posed a direct question, inquiring how much the older man was willing to spend on him. The scene shifted to a school hallway. The older man informed someone that it was dismissal time and that he had great news.
A teacher addressed the class, announcing a new scholarship system funded by the Myeongjin Company. It would be a 1 million won scholarship.
With no limit on the number of recipients, although the teacher emphasized that it wouldn't be given to just anyone. 2 students reacted with surprise to the announcement of the substantial scholarship.
The teacher clarified that diligent students with bright futures would be considered.
The teacher then declared that Kim Hyun-sung, from their section, had been selected as the first scholar. A wave of murmurs and surprised reactions rippled through the classroom. One student muttered that it was absurd. Kim Hyun-sung sat at his desk, a conflicted expression on his face. He felt he had received the scholarship undeservedly, wondering if he could have simply gotten it from his guardian.
Another student commented that it was understandable, given Hyun-sung's top ranking and position as class president. The announcement of the second scholar followed, Kim Si-woo from class 8.
2 students reacted to the news with surprise. The teacher urged everyone to focus on their studies. Another student observed that Kim Hyun-sung's selection was rather obvious, given his top ranking and position as class president. 3 students, casually dressed, walked down the school hallway. One of them, with blonde hair, commented on another student, Kim Si-woo, stating that while he used to practice taekwondo, he was now unremarkable. They continued their conversation, finding it odd that Kim Si-woo had received a scholarship.
It wasn't just odd, it seemed illogical. The reason, they surmised, was simply because he was friends with Kim Hyun-sung.
One of them voiced agreement, adding that the scholarship could have been awarded without any announcement. Their conversation shifted. They wondered what made Kim Hyun-sung so special.
Was he perhaps a hidden child of the Myeongjin Company?
Another student dismissed the idea as nonsense, pointing out that if that were the case, the company would have taken care of him from the start. Suddenly, Kim Si-woo's expression changed dramatically. His eyes widened, and a look of shock and disbelief washed over his face. He muttered the name Heek in disbelief.
A question formed in his mind, why?
The 3 students looked on, their expressions shifting to concern as they noticed Kim Si-woo's distress.
He seemed to be struggling with something.
One of them, seemingly trying to help, called out to him, urging him to come closer. Kim Hyun-sung, his face etched with a mixture of pain and determination, clasped his hands together in silent prayer. A decade of suffering, a vegetative existence where only his consciousness remained, had brought him to this moment.
He had returned. Back to the day it all began. His inner voice, raw with anger, seethed. He was furious at the injustice of it all, the cruel words spoken behind his back. With surprising speed and precision, Hyun-sung moved, his body a blur as he effortlessly dispatched his attacker. The years spent trapped in his own mind had honed his reflexes to a deadly edge. Leaving his opponent sprawled on the floor, stunned and defeated. The attacker, Cho Jae-jin, could only watch in disbelief as Hyun-sung stood over him, a chilling calm in his eyes. Terror gripped Jae-jin. He was certain Hyun-sung was going to kill him. The weight of his past actions pressed down on him, the fear of death a cold hand around his heart. Yet, a flicker of defiance remained, he still had things to do. Hyun-sung's voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority.
He commanded Jae-jin to look up, his words cutting through the fear.
Hyun-sung addressed Jae-jin directly, confirming his identity and his infamous nickname, Bright Prospects High's Tow Truck. The nickname, a cruel reference to Jae-jin's role in online bullying, hung heavy in the air. Jae-jin, though terrified, confirmed his identity. He stated that he didn't care about people talking behind his back. Hyun-sung explained that his lack of concern stemmed from Jae-jin's tendency to gossip and his extensive network of friends at school.
His words were a subtle threat, a warning. Kim Hyun-sung, reflecting on the unfair scholarship system, confided in his friend Si-woo that the situation was undeniably unjust, citing their own experiences as living proof. Si-woo, however, countered that while the system was flawed, there were no limits to what could be done to exploit it.
Hyunsung was taken aback by this statement.
Wondering if Saiwo meant that the scholarship could be awarded arbitrarily. Saiwo instructed Hyunsung to continue spreading rumors about the unfairness of the Myeongjin Company scholarship system at Bright Prospects High, so that the truth would be revealed to everyone. Hyunsung, however, had a different plan. He smiled slyly, suggesting a subtle alteration to Saiwo's strategy. He proposed adding specific details to the rumors. Saiwo was informed that the Myeongjin Company scholarship system was designed to support students who were kind to Hyunsung. This explained why Kim Saiwo, the only student who had shown kindness to Hyunsung during the park incident, was also selected as a scholar.
A group of students, 2 boys and a girl, walked down a school corridor.
The girl questioned the fairness of a scholarship, implying that if the situation were different, Kim Saiwo would have received it instead. The conversation continued. One of the boys explained that there was no limit to the number of students who could receive the scholarship, and that support would be provided to those who were kind to Kim Hyunsung.
The group discussed Kim Hyunsung's recent change in attitude.
One student mentioned hearing that Park Minchul's group had changed their minds about him, and that he was planning to deal with bullies, starting with those who had targeted students with bright prospects.
Another student, skeptical, joked that it sounded like a plot from a webtoon. He then revealed that Kim Hyunsung had received a large sum of money for beating up Park Jinwoo. A teacher overheard the conversation and reacted with surprise to the news that Kim Hyunsung was gathering people around him. A different student, alone in a classroom, pondered the possibility of also receiving the scholarship if he performed well. He reflected on his past defeat against Kim Hyunsung, resolving to prove his strength and fight for a place by Kim Hyunsung's side. Elsewhere, someone called for a tow truck. A tense exchange unfolded between 2 figures. One, a young man with dark hair and a haunted look in his eyes, stood before a stern, older man in a sharp suit. The younger man's response to a question hung heavy in the air. A narration box revealed the young man's ambition. Hyunsung planned to build his own kingdom.
A strategy to gather strength and surpass rival schools. The older man, observing Hyunsung, expressed confidence in his ability to care for those loyal to him. The panel then shifted to reveal a group of young men, their faces obscured, standing behind Hyunsung, suggesting a growing following, prompting a discussion about the substantial scholarship Hyunsung had received. The older man's concerns were voiced. He wasn't sure if Hyunsung would accept him into his burgeoning organization,
but he resolved to try nonetheless.
The older man approached Hyunsung, formally requesting a meeting.
Following the man's instruction, Hyunsung walked silently beside him. A question formed in his mind: could it really be this easy?
The man stopped and turned, offering an apology for any past transgressions.
It wasn't personal, he explained.
Hyunsung, however, cut him off, stating he understood and wanted to get straight to the point. He'd heard rumors of the man's plans to take down other schools. He then made a surprising proposition: he wanted to join. The man acknowledged the strangeness of the request, given their recent violent encounter, but ultimately stated that he needed a loyal and strong kid. He asked Hyunsung if he thought he fit the bill, promising not to let him down. Hyunsung pressed further, having heard from other students that Shin Youngman was the mastermind behind the plans. He asked if this was true. The man confirmed that he was indeed the one behind the plans.
Hyunsung found this interesting,
and stated that he would consider taking Hyunsung in, but only if he passed a test.
Later, a man, his face etched with confusion, sputtered a single word: "What?"
His confusion deepened as he questioned why several third-year seniors were present. He muttered to himself, "But why are the third-year seniors here too?" 3 of the third-year seniors sat on a staircase, their expressions ranging from annoyance to malicious intent. One of them, observing the approaching figure, thought, "This is a good chance.
Forget about Kim Hyunsung, let's teach the kid a lesson today."
Kim Hyunsung appeared at the top of the stairs. One of the waiting students hissed, "Here he comes."
Hyunsung, his face contorted in anger, addressed Bae Sungo, one of his tormentors: "Bae Sungo, you bastard." Sungo, seemingly unfazed, responded with a dismissive "Ah." Another student wondered aloud, "What's up with his face?"
Sungo, addressing the third-year students, explained, "Starting today, I am going to follow Kim Hyunsung, so I had to ask. You third years, you fucking."
One of the third-year students, his face a mask of fury, threatened, "Do you want to die?" Sungo, his expression hardening, issued a chilling ultimatum: "Kim Hyunsung?
Raise your hands if you aren't planning on following Kim Hyunsung.
Because I will be killing all of you here."
A voice, cold and commanding, echoed in the dimly lit room.
"Listen carefully."
The voice continued, its owner a young man with intense eyes and a grim expression, his fist raised above a bloodied and beaten man.
He sneered, "What I want is an obedient dog."
The young man's words hung heavy in the air. His lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes glinting with malice.
"Do you think you can do that?"
A few hours before the present, a dark and ominous scene unfolds. A man, his face contorted in pain, clutches his jaw, a low groan escaping his lips. He collapses to his knees, muttering curses under his breath.
"Fucking piece of shit, it hurts like hell,"
he whispers, his body racked with pain. His gaze falls upon his phone, displaying a recent transaction: 5,023,000 KRW received.
He mutters to himself, "Still this much money, is it worth a good thrashing?"
Another man, seemingly younger and more ruthless, approaches, his words dripping with menace. Now that you're my dog, you'll be selected for the scholarship tomorrow. He continues, his tone a mix of threat and false kindness, stay faithful to your duty and I'll throw more treats your way. But, you'll be better off not trying to go against me. His threat intensifies, because the moment you dare turn into a son of a bitch who crosses the line and bites me, you'll fucking die as I tear you to pieces. The scene ends with a chilling, ominous image. A man, his face etched with weariness and a hint of self-doubt, sits alone. He mutters to himself, questioning the path he's chosen. The weight of his decision is evident in his posture and expression. He feels used and undervalued, a sense of resentment simmers beneath his words. He rationalizes his actions, focusing on the monetary reward. The sudden, violent splash of a liquid on the ground punctuates his internal conflict, a visual representation of his inner turmoil. His thoughts continue, a cynical reflection on his current situation and the alternatives he perceives. He weighs the pros and cons of his current path, comparing it to a previous, presumably less desirable, one. He resolves to continue, accepting his current circumstances as the lesser of two evils. The image suggests a sense of resignation, a quiet acceptance of his fate, however bleak. A phone call interrupts his contemplation. A man, seemingly a contact or associate, calls him, requesting a meeting. The scene shifts, showing a sudden and violent confrontation. A powerful blow is delivered, the impact suggested by motion lines and the aggressor's stance. The recipient of the blow is shown to be severely injured, groaning in pain. The scene ends on a note of violence and uncertainty. A man, his face etched with a mixture of anger and weariness, glared at his subordinates. He questioned them, his voice heavy with resentment, was bending over for you because I can't fight? He continued, his voice laced with bitter contempt, I only endured it because of that fucking monster, Shin Young-min. Without him, you're all fucking shits, you know that? The man stood imposingly between two other men, his presence radiating authority. He asked, his tone sharp and demanding, anyone still think differently? One of the men responded, his voice devoid of emotion, I don't know that complicated shit. Don't know how to bullshit either. So, I'll serve Kim Hyun-sung like he's a god from now on. The man in the suit addressed the other two, his words carrying the weight of a new order, and now you will also follow any order Kim Hyun-sung gives, he tells you to show your cheek? He continued, his voice hardening, whatever that slaps, you will do. If anyone goes against Hyun-sung in Kianil High? The man's voice was a low growl, we go and take care of it. Another man, his face bloodied and bruised, was shown in a close-up. The narration box above him read, you'll be better off not trying to go against him. Because if you do. The man in the suit, his face now also bearing the marks of a brutal beating, finished with a chilling threat, I'll break each and every bone in your body till you're dead. Rumors circulated about Kim Hyun-sung, a model student known for his excellent grades, good looks, fighting skills, and strong sense of justice. It was said that he was giving scholarships to those who were kind to him. And that this was no mere rumor, he would generously reward those who earned his favor. The following day, whispers of disbelief and suspicion filled the air. One student questioned whether Hyun-sung had lost his mind, serving him as if he were a god. Another student, Bae Seongo, scoffed, deeming the situation pathetic. He saw Hyun-sung's sudden rise to a position of power as a result of his past trauma, and the blind loyalty of his followers as disturbing. A female student, incredulous, dismissed the idea that Hyun-sung would simply hand out money to those who followed his orders. She wondered what all the commotion was about. The scene shifted to a notice board displaying a list of scholarship recipients. Among them were Bae Seongo and Jo Jae-in, both students from Kianil High. The revelation that Bae Seongo had received a scholarship caused a stir among the students. The implications of this were far-reaching and unexpected. A bead of sweat trickled down the man's temple as his eyes widened, reflecting a mixture of fear and dawning realization. His mind raced, grappling with a shocking connection. How could Kim Hyun-sung possibly be linked to Myungjin Constructions? Even setting aside Bae Seongo, another pressing question arose, what exactly had that cyber bully, Jo Jae-in, done? A wave of uncertainty washed over him as he muttered, me? I just did what Hyun-sung told me to. The older man, his face etched with concern, addressed the younger one, Hyun-sung told me to. That's why I got the scholarship. Speaking of which, you'd better behave yourself, you know. A warning laced his words, a cautionary tale, don't end up like Shin Young-min, trying to go against Kim Hyun-sung. His thoughts turned inward, a knot of apprehension tightening in his gut. Is he really going to turn Kianil into his own kingdom? How am I supposed to come to school now? A tense atmosphere hung in the air as a voice cut through the silence, Oi, get out of the way. Move. Sai was with him too. The situation had irrevocably changed. Three figures stood silhouetted against the stark white of a school hallway. The central figure, a young man with blonde hair, exuded an air of quiet intensity. Flanking him were two others, one with dark hair and a stern expression, the other a burly man with a shaved head. Their collective gaze was fixed on something unseen, a shared determination etched on their faces. The narration box above them stated that going against Kim Hyun-sung meant moving on to the next level. A car sped down a city street. Inside, two men engaged in a tense conversation. One, seemingly a driver, expressed concern about the disruption caused by Kim Hyun-sung's actions at Kianil High. He noted that the entire school was now paralyzed by fear of the boy. The driver's companion, a man in a Hawaiian shirt, responded with a mixture of frustration and resignation. He blamed the driver for the current situation, suggesting his failure to properly handle the situation had led to this point.
He challenged the driver's easy apology, questioning his integrity after pocketing extra money.
The driver had been hired because of the Golden Circle's reputation for efficiency. The driver, visibly agitated, explained the difficulties his son was facing, emphasizing the emotional toll it took on him. He warned that if results didn't improve, he would report the Golden Circle's shortcomings to higher-ups, highlighting their decline in performance. The man in the Hawaiian shirt assured him that they were prepared to resolve the issue before the end of November. He explained that if they failed, Kim Hyun-sung would be writing a letter of withdrawal from school instead of taking his final exams. Inside a car, a man with a floral shirt and dark hair holds a small, white pill. He mutters something unintelligible as he looks at the pill, then he agrees to a proposition, stating, "Fine.
I'll trust you one last time."
The driver, seemingly unconcerned, dismisses the situation as insignificant, saying that it's so annoying, it's not even a huge task.
He then confidently assures his passenger, "Taejun, you got this, right?"
The passenger, Choi Taejun, a young man with blonde hair, smirks. He brushes off the driver's question, responding curtly, "Just keep your end of the promise." Taejun reminds the driver of their agreement, stating, "Remember, you promised me a special treat for completing this." The narration box reveals that Taejun is a hitman hired by the Golden Circle after they recognized his exceptional skills. The driver reflects on the unexpected turn of events, expressing surprise at having to use Taejun in such a situation. The scene shifts to a school office. A school official, an older man with gray hair, addresses Taejun, confirming his name and explaining that while they don't usually accept transfer students at this time of year, there might be an exception. An official explained the unique circumstances of Choi Taejun's enrollment, emphasizing that his acceptance was due to a special request from the Seoul Superintendent of Education.
Questioning the nature of this special request, the other man inquired about the superintendent's connection to Taejun.
Taejun revealed that the superintendent was a friend of his father's, a fact that struck the other man as odd. The man voiced his concerns about the legality of transferring a student through a classmate, highlighting the potential repercussions for the superintendent if this issue were to come to light.
The man pondered the risks involved in Choi Taejun's transfer to Kianil High, questioning the superintendent's motives. A suspicion arose: could Taejun be a mercenary sent by the Golden Circle? A close-up of Choi Taejun's face revealed a sinister smirk, his eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. Despite his suspicions, the man acknowledged that he couldn't simply allow Taejun to cause trouble in Daesan. The man addressed Choi Taejun directly, emphasizing the prestige of Kianil High and the consequences of breaking the rules, even with the superintendent's influence. He warned Taejun that any rule-breaking would result in a lack of special treatment, regardless of his connections. A man with neatly combed blonde hair and sharp features listened intently. He was informed that a prominent figure in Seoul, a friend of his father's, had facilitated his transfer. His mind, however, was already racing ahead. He wondered which classroom he was supposed to go to. He arrived at a classroom door marked 1 to 5. A friendly greeting was exchanged. He introduced himself as Choi. He explained that he had transferred from Seoul and expressed his hope for a harmonious classroom environment. A student, his face etched with surprise, muttered the name Choi Taejun under his breath. Another student, equally astonished, whispered Park Jinwoo. A voice, laced with surprise, cut through the air. "Hey, who knew I'd meet you here?" Two men, one stocky with short hair and the other slender with blonde hair, engaged in conversation. The blonde man remarked that it had been 6 months since their last meeting. A flashback sequence begins, marked by a text box indicating that the scene takes place 6 months prior. The narration explains that 6 months prior, Choi Taejun, a notorious figure from Songdong area, joined the Golden Circle. Anticipating future collaborations, he actively networked with various individuals. The blonde man reflected on his past perception of Park Jinwoo, deeming him useless at the time. He then casually asked the stocky man about the state of his palace, questioning his claim of being the top dog there. The stocky man, initially hesitant, confidently asserted his dominance, claiming to be the most influential person in the school. He elaborated, explaining that while the school was ordinary, the principal's obsession with prestige made it significant. However, he cautioned that one individual required careful consideration. The blonde man identified this individual as Kim Hyun-sung, warning against any conflict due to his fighting prowess and extensive connections. The stocky man, surprised, questioned if this Kim Hyun-sung was indeed the true leader of the school, contradicting his own earlier assertion. A young man with blonde hair and a scowl glared, his words laced with venom. He spat out his contempt for someone, dismissing them as a pathetic fool.
He continued, a calculating glint in his eyes. Despite his disdain, he acknowledged a useful connection, someone who could be instrumental in his future plans. The scene shifted to another young man, his expression more relaxed. He greeted the previous character casually, showing a degree of familiarity. A simple, almost offhand invitation followed, suggesting a casual meeting. The blonde-haired man from earlier was now alone, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier anger. He contemplated his next move, aware that a simple victory wouldn't suffice. A voiceover revealed a plan to stay in Daesan for 6 months and systematically destroy Kim Hyun-sung, a first-year student at Kianil High. The blonde-haired man explained his rationale, having accepted a lucrative job in the countryside that provided the perfect cover for his scheme. He was confident in his abilities, having executed similar plans before. His goal was to transform the school into a living nightmare for his target. It was natural for Choi Tae-jun to feel confident. He was among the untouchables. The top 0.1% of the nation. And Choi Tae-jun, despite being a first year, easily ranked first in the Golden Circle test. His self-assured smirk reflected his exceptional abilities. He mused that he could likely compensate for Kianil High's support of Kim Hyun-sung by leveraging his connections with the education superintendent. However, he couldn't recklessly cause trouble, assuming those old men would have his back. First, he would look for a chance to crush Kim Hyun-sung, then, he'd manipulate the second and third years into ostracizing him. After all, the second and third years must think of him as an eyesore. He questioned if 6 months were even necessary for a job like this. He should quickly get this out of the way and advance his rank. Jinwoo, a man with short, light hair and a red shirt, leans against a desk. He is being addressed by another individual, whose face is mostly obscured, but who appears to be wearing a more formal shirt. The unseen person asks Jinwoo to show them the other classes. Jinwoo points towards a classroom door labeled 1-1. He explains that this is the last class, Class 1, and that their homeroom teacher is Kim Youngchul. He adds that Kim Hyun-sung is also in this class. Jinwoo and his companion enter the classroom. Kim Hyun-sung sits at his desk, diligently writing. He is unaware of their presence. Jinwoo's companion curses under his breath, expressing frustration that Kim Hyun-sung is sitting right there. The companion's surprise is palpable as he addresses Kim Hyun-sung directly, confirming his identity. Kim Hyun-sung remains focused on his work, seemingly oblivious to the confrontation. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet classroom. Someone angrily demands to know what Kim Hyun-sung is doing. Kim Hyun-sung is confronted by 2 men, one of whom is visibly angry and accuses him of staring with a shitty gaze. One of the men accuses Kim Hyun-sung of being too obvious. Kim Hyun-sung denies looking at them. A young man with blonde hair and a smirk challenged Kim Hyun-sung, stating that it seemed Hyun-sung wanted to pick a fight. Hyun-sung's opponent scoffed, calling him a liar, but then Hyun-sung countered with a question. He questioned his opponent's confidence in handling the situation, given their recent actions. The blonde-haired youth asked what Hyun-sung meant, only to be met with a swift counterattack. A powerful blow that sent him reeling. And then crashing to the ground. The impact of the blow was clearly shown as the blonde-haired youth fell to the ground. The blonde-haired youth, now on the ground, cursed Hyun-sung, but then apologized profusely. Another individual appeared, explaining that they hadn't brought Hyun-sung there to cause trouble. A young man, his face contorted in silent agony, sweat beading on his brow, was being held down by another, larger figure. The larger man's words, a guttural whisper of hatred, hung in the air. He had done this all on his own. The scene shifted to a classroom. A desperate plea for mercy escaped the lips of the smaller man, a choked whisper begging for leniency. His tormentor, a taller, more imposing figure, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. A single word, heavy with disdain, escaped his lips: what? The perspective changed again, showing a wide shot of the classroom. A single word, fuck, echoed the unspoken rage and disbelief at the unfolding events. The narrator's internal monologue expressed disgust at the situation. What kind of bullshit was this? A young man with reddish blonde hair and a sneer sat slumped against a wall, his expression a mixture of defiance and pain. A small, almost imperceptible scar marred his cheek. Park Jin-woo was in an excellent mood thanks to Choi Tae-jun's presence. It had been 6 months since their last meeting, and Park Jin-woo recalled their fun times together. He genuinely wanted to be kind to Choi Tae-jun, considering their past friendship. Choi Tae-jun, however, angrily confronted Kim Hyun-sung, berating him for his perceived insolent stare. The moment Choi Tae-jun interacted with Kim Hyun-sung, a single thought crossed Park Jin-woo's mind. I'm fucked. Hyun-sung pleaded with Choi Tae-jun, begging him to let this one instance slide. A week earlier, inside Kianil High, a tense scene unfolded. A burly man, his face grim, shoved open a door, 2 imposing figures flanking him. Following Bae Seongo's declaration of loyalty to Kim Hyun-sung, the atmosphere at Kianil High shifted dramatically. The arrival of a new authority figure was announced. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. Are you the asshole who goes around badmouthing Kim Hyun-sung? Bae Seongo, startled, stammered a denial. His denials were cut short by a harsh retort. So it is you. Oi, fuck him up. Bae Seongo offered no resistance. A question hung in the air: did the other students resent these changes? The answer, however, was a resounding no. They welcomed them. Under Shin Youngman's previous reign, violent bullying had been commonplace. Now, a beaten and bloodied Youngman lay on the floor, a stark contrast to the new order. A voice, calm and reassuring, addressed the onlookers: focus on your studies, yeah? Seniors? We're cheering for you. Having been selected as a scholarship student, Bae Seongo had become Kianil High's enforcer, meting out justice to those who preyed on the weak. The chapter opens with a chilling image. A menacing Doberman pinscher looms large, its jaws agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Behind the snarling beast, a man's face is partially visible, his expression one of fear and desperation. A narration box declares, don't bully your friends, yeah?
School violence is strictly prohibited. Don't cause trouble either. Below, another box states, school violence disappeared from Kionil High. The peaceful reign of the benevolent king indeed. A narration box explains that when Choi Tae-jun, the one who brought about this peace, was challenged, the consequences were clear. The scene shifts to a prison cell. A bald man in an orange jumpsuit sits at a table, his back to the viewer. He is being addressed by someone unseen. A speech bubble reveals, he doesn't know all that well. The unseen person continues, I don't have anything to do with that, so don't misunderstand. Park Jin-woo, what the fuck are you doing right now? Have you lost your mind just because I treated you like a friend? Park Jin-woo, a man with reddish blonde hair and a cut on his neck, glares back, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. A single word floats in a speech bubble below him, friend? Jin-woo's anger intensifies. He sneers, just because I acted close to you for a bit, you dare stab me in the back? He continues, what the hell? You fucker, stab you in the back? Fucking stay dead silent if you're a transfer student. A man, his face contorted in fury, roared at someone unseen. His words, a furious accusation, echoed in the air, how dare you lash out at Hyunsung? The scene shifted, showing a blur of motion, a whirlwind of violence about to erupt. A powerful fist connected with its target, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The recipient of the blow, a young man with blonde hair, staggered back, his eyes wide with shock. His attacker, still unseen, sneered, who the fuck do you think you are? A ghostly image flickered into existence, a spectral reminder of something forgotten. A voice, calm yet laced with menace, spoke, looks like you forgot, huh? The man in red recoiled, his face a mask of dawning horror as he felt the full weight of his actions. Another blow landed, this one even more forceful than the last, sending the man sprawling. The impact of his words, coupled with the force of his attack, left the man reeling. Choi Tae-jun, his face grim, continued his assault, his words dripping with arrogance, I crushed the whole wrestling club all alone and was scouted into Golden Circle at 17. I am. Hyunsung's eyes blazed with an inner fire, his expression contorted in a grimace of exertion. A voice, filled with awe and a hint of fear, echoed in his mind, a B-rank hitman. He braced himself, the raw power within him surging. A wave of energy erupting as he unleashed a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling across the floor. The impact echoed through the room. Standing over his fallen foe, Hyunsung scoffed. A three-punch knockout like you yapping nonsense, he thought, his voice dripping with disdain. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air, laced with amusement. Oi, ya having fun? Hyunsung turned, his eyes narrowing as he saw a new figure approach. He replied, well, the whole situation was funny. The newcomer's response was immediate and brutal, you've really gone mad, you arrogant bastard. You're dead now. Hyunsung's expression hardened, a cold glint appearing in his eyes as he prepared for the next confrontation. Ignoring any preconceived plans, a furious Kim Hyunsung vowed to beat his tormentor to within an inch of his life. He muttered a curse under his breath, but his opponent warned him to be ready for the next encounter, promising a far more brutal attack. Hyunsung simply replied that he would be ready. The bully, seething with rage, threatened to kill Hyunsung during the next break. Meanwhile, another student, seemingly concerned, wondered about the whereabouts of Park Jin-woo, questioning if he had gone to the school clinic. Hyunsung felt the weight of his classmates' stares, though he dismissed them as his own paranoia. The teacher announced that the students would be practicing free-talking in groups of 4. Hyunsung, the protagonist, found himself alone, questioning why his group had abandoned him. He wondered what the hell they were doing, leaving him out. Meanwhile, a teacher, observing the situation, noted that Hyunsung had only just transferred that day. She firmly stated that she didn't want him in her group, for any reason. Another group of students, already at their maximum capacity, explained that they already had 4 members. They pointed out that Hyunsung's group was 1 person short, but reiterated their unwillingness to include him. Leaving Hyunsung to silently contemplate their refusal, his thoughts filled with frustration at their actions. He muttered to himself about their stupidity. Elsewhere, a different group of students discussed their lunch plans, casually mentioning Hyunsung, referring to him only as glasses. One of the students from the lunch group called Hyunsung over, directly addressing him. Another student, observing the interaction, commented on Hyunsung's irritating nature, expressing a desire to teach him a lesson. Hyunsung, seemingly ignoring the call, hesitated, prompting a question about his refusal to join them. A man with a scarred face and a furious expression stood amidst a row of lockers, his rage palpable. He muttered a threat, then I'll go there, you son of a bitch. Inside a brightly lit office, 2 men conversed. One, sharply dressed, asked, who's the transfer student? The sharply dressed man, followed by another in a suit, exited the office, their purpose unclear. In a classroom, a student looked up in surprise as the scarred man from earlier entered, his presence causing unease. The student questioned, what the hell is this now? Another student, observing the scene, recognized the scarred man and accused him, is it you? The lunatic who picked a fight with Hyunsung. The scarred man, seemingly unfazed, scoffed, ha. Hyunsung. Are you all fucking stoned? How does this make sense? The scarred man smirked, explaining, it's my fucking first day here. Actually, it does make sense.
He continued, because this is Kianil High, and no one touches Kim Hyunsung in Kianil High. Observing from afar, a man in a suit seemed to reconsider his plans, muttering to himself, I think I'll have to change the plan after all. A burly man, his face contorted in a sneer, confronted a younger man. He spat out the question, are you Kim Hyunsung's minion? The younger man's response was swift and brutal. With a sudden burst of motion, he shattered the nearby desks with a powerful strike. The younger man muttered to himself, this whole situation is just fucked up. He launched a powerful kick, connecting squarely with the burly man's jaw, sending him sprawling across the floor. The impact echoing through the classroom. The burly man groaned, "Urgh." The younger man, his face grim, prepared for another attack. He moved with a speed that blurred his form. A furious outburst punctuated the tense atmosphere. You piece of shit, the voice roared, filled with raw, unbridled rage. The target of this outburst, a man in a suit, reacted instantly. He muttered to himself, why the hell do these pigs always have to make a dash at me? He braced himself, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, readying himself for the inevitable confrontation. Then unleashed a devastating blow. The aggressor recoiled, a pained arc escaping his lips as he stumbled back, clutching his jaw. A trail of blood followed. He coughed, a guttural cook, rattling in his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. A smirk played on the man's lips. Did I miss a little? He mused, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He decided to deliver one more blow, his movements swift and precise. The impact was brutal. A brutal blow landed squarely on the victim's head, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the panel. The attacker's fist connecting with bone and flesh with sickening precision. The victim reeled from the blow, his body thrown violently to the ground, the impact echoing in the sudden silence that followed. A desk shattered under the force of his fall. The attacker, a blond man with a cruel smirk, declared, okay, now the pig's done for. He stood over his victim, his posture radiating triumph and menace. As victim's friends watched in horror, one of them shouting, fuck, strike him all at once. Another of the victim's friends, enraged, yelled, as if being fucking scumbags wasn't enough, you're fucking like that too? Don't you know what one-on-one is? The victim, defying his injuries, challenged them, fine with me. Come on. A flurry of blows ensued, a chaotic ballet of fists and feet. Kim Hyunsung, a model student known for his intelligence, good looks, and fighting prowess, found himself cornered. A torrent of rage erupted from him, you fucking bastard. He moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion as he prepared to confront his attackers. His voice laced with contempt, fuck all of you. One of his attackers, a sneer playing on his lips, responded with a mocking question, you're really something? Hyunsung launched a powerful kick, connecting with his target with brutal force. He scoffed, you losers, you dare try to ambush me? Hyunsung effortlessly dodged another attack, landing a swift counterpunch that sent his opponent reeling, and followed up with another devastating blow, leaving his attacker dazed and disoriented. A classroom brawl unfolds. A young man with dark hair is being brutally attacked by a taller, red-haired bully wielding a metal pipe. The bully sneers, questioning if his victim is the last one left. The impact of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. Dust and debris flying as the victim is struck. Another student, observing from a distance, whispers in shock, wondering if the beaten boy also defeated Baesiango. He urges his companions to attack the victim all at once. The red-haired bully, frustrated by the unexpected turn of events, groans in annoyance. He clenches his fist, his anger palpable. He taunts the injured boy, suggesting that if more students join the fight, he can kill them all at once. The dark-haired boy, despite his injuries, defiantly retorts that it is the bully who will die. His words filled with a surprising strength and resolve. The bully, taken aback by the unexpected defiance, snarls, accusing the boy of blind loyalty to a first-year student and orders him to simply give up. A man with a scarred face scoffed, questioning the notion of loyalty. His expression was one of disbelief and disdain, a sneer twisting his lips as he challenged the idea. A week prior, on the evening of the day Kim Hyunsung turned the third-grade classroom upside down, Bae Seongo received a text from Go Changbyeom, showing a large sum of money deposited into his account. Seongo questioned the meaning behind this unexpected transaction, wondering what it had to do with him. He mused that Go Changbyeom was fiercely loyal to Kim Hyunsung, willing to do anything for him. The consequences, he realized, would far exceed a mere 100 or 200. Even if he failed, he reasoned, Go Changbyeom would still support him. He'd still receive some form of compensation. A group of students discussed the formidable nature of their target, acknowledging his overwhelming strength and the unlikelihood of victory even in a coordinated attack. A man, his face bruised and bloodied, sat in a classroom, his gaze distant. He mused on the recent conflict between the Shin Youngmin and Park Mincheol gangs, reflecting on the lessons learned. He thought about the money he had earned, 500 for sparring, 1,000 from a scholarship, and 100 for pocket money. A total of 1,600 in just a few days. His face contorted in frustration, he raged silently, how could I give all that up? He vowed, I'll destroy him. Another man, standing over a cowering figure, barked orders, keep attacking him, even if he tramples you like a dog. He continued, bite him.
Rip him apart.
The cowering figure, his face bruised and scratched, glared defiantly. He muttered, "Geez, you hopeless pieces of shits." Bae Seongo, the second-in-command at Kianil, along with 10 second-year students, attacked Choi Tae-jun.
But he single-handedly defeated them all.
A relieved sigh escaped Choi Tae-jun as he wiped blood from his face. From the first day of school, Choi Tae-jun had been weary of this escalating situation. He looked at the discarded bloody tissues in the trash can, muttering to himself about the attackers being either drug addicts or fanatics.
It's unusual for high school students to engage in a clearly losing fight. But Bae Seongo and the sophomores acted like lunatics. Tae-jun noted that if their numbers continued to grow, the situation could become dangerous.
Even if he managed to handle the situation, it would be difficult to isolate Kim Hyun-sung at this rate, as the problem continued to worsen. Tae-jun observed more students approaching, commenting that Hyun-sung had turned the school into an impenetrable fortress. He concluded that there was only one way to resolve this. A man with short, reddish-blonde hair and a muscular build stood in a school hallway. He considered his options, muttering to himself that breaking one of the boy's arms would necessitate a report to his superiors. He continued down the hall, his thoughts focused on the bureaucratic consequences of his actions. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, causing the man to stop and turn around in surprise.
He exclaimed in shock and disbelief.
His eyes widened as he stared at the boy, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and anger. He questioned the boy's unusual gaze. The boy, his face contorted in a grimace, responded with a defiant curse, his voice filled with rage. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a look of pained surprise, found himself in an unfamiliar situation.
A sharp pain shot through his body.
His vision swam, but he could make out a figure looming over him, their voice laced with a mixture of shock and anger. The words, "You bastard, what's with those eyes?" hung in the air.
Hyun-sung, struggling to comprehend his surroundings, could only manage a guttural response. He hissed, "What did you say?"
Fuck." The scene shifted. 10 minutes earlier, a different conversation unfolded. Two men sat in an office, one of them, a stern-faced man, explained the situation.
He stated that transfer student is intentionally targeting Hyun-sung.
The other man, listening intently, responded with a question. He asked, "So you're saying Choi Tae-jun transferred with the intention of targeting Kim Hyun-sung from the start?" The first man sighed, his face grim.
He muttered, "Trying to suppress their target even if they have to transfer a student here? Don't know who's behind this, but they're total fucking scumbags." Someone inquired about Hyun-sung, wondering if he had said anything.
A man, seemingly a teacher, responded that he had asked Hyun-sung how he would handle the transfer student. And that Hyun-sung had simply advised using one's own discretion.
The teacher found this response vague, questioning the ambiguity of Hyun-sung's advice.
He reflected that Hyun-sung's response neither instigated nor stopped anyone, yet it felt like an implicit warning, "You better not let this slide." This realization spurred a thought within him, this might be his chance to prove his worth. He saw this as an opportunity to solidify a certain relationship. A chance to solidify this relationship. Elsewhere, another man impatiently demanded to know the whereabouts of the transfer student. His frustration was palpable as he waited. The scene opens with a blonde-haired man, his ear being roughly twisted by a larger, darker-haired man. A grimace contorts the blonde man's face as he mutters a curse under his breath. He protests, complaining of the pain, but the larger man remains unmoved, his grip firm.
"Let this go."
The larger man growls, his tone suggesting a warning. With surprising speed, the larger man delivers a swift punch to the blonde man's face, sending him reeling back in pain.
Fuck.
"Why are you fucking beating me?" the blonde man cries out, his voice laced with anger and confusion. The larger man scoffs.
"That tone is too rough for someone talking to a teacher." The blonde man retorts, "What about you? What the hell are you doing, teacher?"
The blonde man, his face bruised and bloodied, glares defiantly.
"Looks like you don't get the situation you're in." The first day of school started with an accusation.
A teacher confronted Kim Hyun-sung, recalling how he had beaten a classmate so severely that the boy required hospitalization. The teacher, clearly shaken, expressed his fear that Jin-woo, the injured boy, might have died from the beating.
The accusations continued. Hyun-sung was also accused of causing a major disturbance in Class 5, beating up his seniors, and threatening the entire class.
Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief, retorted that he didn't understand why he was being accused of beating the teacher. He angrily called the teacher a bastard as the teacher continued to berate him. The teacher, exasperated, pointed out that Hyun-sung had caused trouble from the very first day, even going so far as to threaten his teacher. He suggested Hyun-sung complain to his father's influential friend, implying that even that powerful connection wouldn't help him. Hyun-sung, seething with frustration, questioned the teacher's audacity in thinking he could be easily manipulated or controlled.
Hyun-sung launched a swift attack, silencing the teacher with a powerful blow.
He declared that the teacher was not the first person to underestimate him. A young man with blonde hair and a bruised face argued vehemently.
"Yap any bullshit you want. No one's gonna believe you," he sneered. "Whatcha gonna say to people? My teacher slapped me? Oh, you dumb fuck."
He continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm, no one in this faculty room will come forward to testify that
I slapped you.
The blonde-haired young man smirked, got it?
The proof that I slapped you.
The blonde-haired youth and a dark-haired man glared at each other, tension palpable in the air. The dark-haired man's face was contorted in fury. The dark-haired man stated flatly, simply doesn't exist. A sudden, sharp strike landed on the blonde-haired youth.
Park Jin-woo struck you here. And Bae Seongo's strike landed here.
The dark-haired man pointed to another injury, for this one, probably one of the second-year kids. A brutal blow landed squarely on the blonde boy's jaw, sending him reeling backward.
The attacker, a man with a grim expression, sneered, reminding him of their previous encounter. You're the one who fought all over the place on your first day, remember? The blonde boy, now in a car, seething with anger. I'm telling you, these bastards at Kianil are all mad dogs. Just now, I was beaten up like a dog in the middle of the faculty room.
He continued, his voice laced with frustration. Students and teachers are all fucking crazy as if they're on drugs.
How can I handle them all alone?
A woman driving beside him responded with concern, you're right.
This is serious.
The woman explained her predicament, her voice tight with worry. Failing at a job in the countryside will destroy my position.
I can't afford to fail after accepting the job. See, I'm in Seoul right now. Her words hung in the air. As she gave him final instructions, for now, be cautious. He simply replied, I'll take care of it. Two shadowy figures met at a gate, their faces obscured.
One of them pleaded for help, their voice carrying a sense of urgency. Explaining that they had used the name of the superintendent, but the principal and teachers seemed unaware of the situation. The conversation continued, with one figure urging the other to put more pressure on the school administration. While the other, Moon Chang-ho, the city of Seoul superintendent of education, expressed his exasperation with the school's lack of response, promising to contact them. A narration box revealed that the Golden Circle had a subgroup called the Golden Line, formed through connections. The narration continued, explaining that those connected to the Golden Line weren't simply hired, they formed a symbiotic network, supporting each other. He purchased thousands of square meters of land, making a tenfold profit.
The middleman in this deal was young Chon-soo.
Mr. Jo Dong-jin, the superintendent of education of Daesan, contacted Mr. Moon Chang-ho, questioning the reason for his call.
An unnamed individual received some troubling news regarding Cheonail High School in Daesan.
It wasn't anything major, he clarified, but he had heard some unsettling rumors. He continued, explaining that the rumors involved teachers colluding with the company and showing favoritism towards certain students. He worried this would compromise the transparency of the Korean education system. He then made a phone call, asking Superintendent Moon Chang-hyo to address the situation. Superintendent Moon Chang-hyo questioned the caller's involvement in Daesan's affairs, given his position in Seoul. He felt the caller was overstepping their boundaries. The caller retorted that despite their different regions, they were all comrades in leading the country's education. He questioned whether it was appropriate to remain silent about Daesan's problems. The superintendent, however, remained firm in his belief that the caller's actions constituted an overreach of authority. This was explicitly stated in a narration box.
Superintendent Moon Chang-hyo angrily exclaimed at the audacity of the caller.
The scene ends with Superintendent Moon Chang-hyo slamming his fist on the table in anger.
Two men sat across a low table, engaged in a tense conversation.
One, older with silver hair, spoke into a phone, his expression grim. The other, younger with dark hair tied back, listened intently, his posture suggesting unease. The older man continued, his words sharp and accusatory. He implied knowledge of wrongdoing beyond the immediate situation, suggesting a wider conspiracy. The younger man responded with a warning, his tone hardening.
He threatened to take action if the situation wasn't resolved peacefully.
The focus shifted to the older man's intense gaze, his eyes conveying a mixture of anger and determination. He was clearly not someone to be trifled with. He challenged the other's assumptions. He questioned the younger man's preparedness for a difficult confrontation, highlighting the potential risks involved. He further emphasized his deep roots in the area, suggesting a familiarity with the local power dynamics and a willingness to fight on his own terms. The older man, seemingly unmoved, pointed out the vulnerability of those without powerful backing, emphasizing the high stakes of their actions.
Concluding the call, the older man issued a final, cautionary warning, know your limits. Hyun-sung mused to himself, whether it's me or you, if we try biting each other? Same difference.
Hyun-sung addressed someone named Dae-hwan, stating that this was all he could do for him.
He then explained that Moon Chang-ho couldn't openly cause a ruckus, but they couldn't ignore their actions behind the scenes.
Dae-hwan, seated across from Hyun-sung in what appeared to be an office, offered a grateful, thank you, Hyung-nim.
Hyun-sung warned Dae-hwan that the Golden Circle wasn't an easy opponent.
He continued, explaining that if those in power investigated the corruption in Daesan, neither of them would be able to ignore it.
Dae-hwan conceded, I know that.
I've been in the teaching line for so long, after all.
But you know. Dae-hwan continued, pondering, isn't it only natural for a person to be inclined toward those who are willing to do something for him?
He concluded, for me, rather than the sole superintendent.
Myung-jin Construction, who's investing a fortune in Kianil High, comes first.
One man explained that Myung-jin Constructions, and its probable next chairman, Chang Byum, were secretly supporting their operation. However, he warned that if their corruption were exposed, the consequences would affect everyone involved. The other man acknowledged the risk but stated that he wouldn't mind relinquishing his position as superintendent if he could transform Cheonil into a prestigious school. He explained that his ambition stemmed from a deep love for his alma mater. He added that he didn't feel the need to lord over the school, and advised against excessive worry, mentioning that the child supporting them was cunningly clever. The scene shifts to a shadowy figure, who assures the other party that their position is safe. He assures them there is no danger to their position. Taijun, a man in a crisp suit, spoke urgently into his phone. He was clearly stressed, the situation dire. Taijun, we're in a bit of a pickle right now. For now, just ignore any bullshit from the principal or teachers. If someone tries to slap you again, just get out of there. His voice was tight with worry as he continued his phone call. He considered the potential consequences. At least they won't call a review board, and if I get expelled? He received a reassuring response. His face, though still lined with tension, softened slightly. That won't happen. Even if it does, I'll put you back in Seoul. Taijun ended the call, a thoughtful expression settling on his features. He reflected on the conversation. He mused, he acted like he'd fix everything right away yet. The scene shifted. Taijun stood before a group of men, their faces grim. He was clearly contemplating a difficult choice. His internal monologue revealed his predicament: my ties with young Chansu and this lifestyle will all be over. But the weight of his current situation pressed heavily upon him. He continued his internal debate. But the whole situation's too fucked up to go ahead with the job. Another character, his face partially obscured, spoke his thoughts. His plan was ruthless. I gotta harass him to the point of despair, by assaulting him continuously to bring down his grades. However, he acknowledged a significant obstacle. His confidence wavered. But I'm not confident I can get through Kim Hyun-sun's bodyguards and crush him. Choi Taijun, a man with a determined expression and blonde hair, spoke on his phone. He mused that even if he messed up his current task, he could count on young Shansu's unwavering support. But he cautioned his unseen contact to remember one crucial detail: Taijun was the one saving them from this predicament. He emphasized his role, stating that he, Choi Taijun, was the one responsible for their rescue, not someone else. The scene shifted. After that day, Choi Taijun, the one who disrupted the peace of Cheonil High, sat alone in a classroom. He muttered to himself about the infuriating silence from his former classmates during an outdoor period. The narration box explained that for the first time in his life, he had become an outcast, observing a soccer game from the sidelines as his former friends ignored him. His isolation was palpable as he watched them play, completely excluded from their group. A man with a grim expression, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and determination, muttered darkly to himself. His words were laced with venom: these fuckers. I'll succeed at this job at any cost. I swear it. Not just Kim Hyun-sung, but all of Cheonil. He continued his silent vow, his fingers flying across his phone screen. He was texting, coordinating his plans. First, I'll get my friends from Seoul together and go around Daesan. I'll make you regret treating me like this. His resolve hardened. He tapped away at his phone, a cold glint in his eyes. His thoughts were clear, because winning over the kids from the nearby schools and turning Kim Hyun-sung into a loner ain't even work for me. He scoffed, a wave of arrogance washing over him. He believed himself to be above such petty concerns. You think that this shithole Daesan can get in my way? He pondered the quality of the meal, a frown etching itself onto his features. Was it the solitude, or was the food truly awful? Is it because I'm eating it alone, or is the food here really just trash? He continued to eat, his expression unchanged. The scene shifts to show him cleaning up his tray. A notification popped up on his phone. He checked it, a smirk spreading across his face. Fuck, it's done now. Let's get this job done and bounce from this shitty place. His eyes narrowed, a predatory gleam appearing in them. He was thinking of his next target: Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung, you bastard, just you wait. A man in a light gray shirt, his face obscured, held a phone to his ear. He asked, seemingly to someone on the other end of the line, does it taste good? The close-up shifted to reveal a man's eye, wide with shock and disbelief. His mouth was slightly open, a silent gasp escaping him. He muttered, what? The scene changed to a man with short, dark hair, sitting comfortably. He had a confident smirk on his face. He commented, looks like the food here suits your palate, huh? The scene opens in a classroom. A young man with light brown hair is hunched over, his head resting on his desk. A larger hand reaches into the frame, placing a textbook on top of the boy's head. The hand belongs to a man whose face is obscured, but his voice, laced with menace, asks, taste good? The boy's eyes snap open, wide with shock and confusion. He utters a startled, what? Across the room, a young man with short, dark hair sits calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. He seems amused by the unfolding events. The smirking young man speaks, his tone dripping with sarcasm, looks like the food here suits your palate, huh? The boy, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and fear, thinks to himself, should I just fucking kill this guy? Later, the dark-haired young man sits at a cafeteria table, his back to the viewer. A woman sits across from him. He silently considers his options, then speaks to the woman. No, just bear with him. Messing with him will only get me into trouble. The guys will get here soon enough. I just need to wait for the right moment. The scene opens with an overheard conversation. Someone remarks that things aren't going as planned, prompting another to comment on the chaotic situation caused by the superintendent of education. Two men sit across from each other at a table. One, with reddish blonde hair and a scar near his eye, holds chopsticks. The other, with dark hair, observes him intently. The redhead, a smirk playing on his lips, comments that the other seems deluded into thinking he's superior, suggesting a power play or rivalry. The dark-haired man counters, implying that a direct confrontation outside of school would quickly prove the redhead wrong, questioning his current bravado. The dark-haired man continues, suggesting that if the redhead's claims are true and he is indeed the king of Cheonil, then his actions are illogical. Suddenly, the redhead is grabbed from behind. A powerful force impacts him, sending a shockwave outward. The dark-haired man is shown from behind, his back to the viewer, seemingly unfazed by the attack. He questions the redhead's audacity. The redhead, now visibly injured and bleeding, is shown from a low angle, his face contorted in a grimace. He coughs up blood. The dark-haired man questions the redhead's reckless actions, highlighting his boldness in acting so brazenly within another's territory. A bright light emanated from the rooftop, momentarily blinding the viewer. As Kim Hyun-sung, surrounded by a group of bullies, fiercely shouted at them to get away. He unleashed a burst of energy, repelling them with surprising force. One of the bullies, undeterred, ordered him to stay still. Another bully, enraged, accused Kim Hyun-sung of hiding and challenged him to come out, questioning if he was embarrassed. Kim Hyun-sung, kneeling on the ground, simply admitted to everything. A second student, observing the scene, expressed surprise at Hyun-sung's confession, noting his strength from a previous encounter. The second student then questioned if Hyun-sung was a hitman, impressed by his strength. A confrontation unfolded between two young men. One, with dark hair and a stern expression, suggested a compromise. So, let's balance this out, yeah? The other, with bright orange hair, looked confused and retorted, what does that even mean? A chilling command echoed in the air, crush him. The orange-haired youth's face was contorted in pain and anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Scratches marred his skin, a testament to the beating he had endured. A brutal attack continued. The dark-haired young man, along with two accomplices, confronted the injured orange-haired boy. One of them sneered, you think Cheonil's a joke? They launched a swift and merciless assault, one of them delivering a powerful kick to the boy's head. Die, you piece of shit, one of them roared. Another assailant intervened, shouting, you, out of the way. The dark-haired young man was being attacked from behind. He was thrown to the ground, his attackers continuing their assault. Friend? Bullshit, he spat, his voice filled with rage and betrayal. The orange-haired boy, his face a mask of furious hatred, glared upward. A brutal blow landed squarely on Choi Tae-jun's jaw, sending him sprawling to his knees. A swift kick to the ribs followed, sending him tumbling to the ground. And before he could react, a group of bullies descended upon him, overwhelming him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Even Choi Tae-jun, known for his above-average fighting skills, found himself hopelessly outmatched. As the blows rained down, Tae-jun's thoughts raced. He knew this was a setup, he'd been targeted by a group who'd been planning this attack. He desperately searched for a way out, clinging to the hope that he could somehow knock one of them out and escape. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm as one of the bullies grabbed him. A vice-like grip tightening with each passing second. Another bully lifted Tae-jun into the air, his face contorted in pain and fear. Despite his predicament, a smirk played on Tae-jun's lips. He knew, even with one arm incapacitated, he could still overpower them. Kim Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a grimace, let out a guttural cry of pain. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflected a burning rage. He hissed through gritted teeth, my arm, you fucking. A command rang out, Bae Seongo, get him to stand up. Seongo, despite his obvious pain and distress, was forced to his feet. He winced as he was roughly handled. Then, a chilling voice cut through the air, listen carefully. From now on, you have two choices. First choice, carry on with your job from Golden Circle as you have been. The threat hung heavy in the air, choose that, and I'll snap your left arm right here. Without both your arms, every single day at Cheonil will be hell for you. Second choice, come under me. A sinister proposition followed, report back to Golden Circle right now that you've completed your mission, and become my spy. The final words hung in the air, a chilling ultimatum, I'll use the time to figure out the identity of the client who hired you. How about it? Kim Hyun-sung, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, confronted his tormentor. Fuck you, you bastard, you're telling me to betray them, he spat, the words laced with venom. His adversary scoffed, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Ha, you take Golden Circle for a joke? Hyun-sung's expression shifted subtly. A flicker of understanding crossed his face as he replied, I see. The scene shifted. Hyun-sung stood before two imposing figures, one of whom was his previous tormentor. Oh, one of them questioned, a hint of suspicion in his tone. A chilling proposition was made. Wanna stab him for 100 million won? Hyun-sung, his face grim, produced a knife.
If you don't want to, I can ask the others. He continued, his voice devoid of emotion. Of course, I'm not asking you to kill him. I'll call the ambulance, so just stab him so that there'll be after effects but nothing life-threatening. The man, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and anger, drew his own knife. Kim Hyun-sung's words, exceeding all reasonable bounds, silenced his self-proclaimed dogs, including Bae-sun, instantly. Two figures, their faces obscured, engaged in a conversation. One of them posed a cynical question: how long would it take to save 100 million won after graduation? The other responded with a calculation, estimating 8 to 9 years if saving 1 million won per month. A narration box provided context, revealing that those involved had misinterpreted their relationship with Kim Hyun-sung as a normal one. The conversation continued, with one of the figures suggesting that the money could be earned in a matter of seconds, implying an alternative, far quicker method of acquiring wealth. A narration box introduced Kim Hyun-sung, describing him as a devil who had harbored malice for 10 years while in a vegetative state, now driven by a thirst for revenge. Kim Hyun-sung spoke, pointing out that they were still in high school and that his actions wouldn't take long, downplaying the severity of his planned revenge. A narration box emphasized that this was the real Kim Hyun-sung, highlighting the transformation he had undergone. Choi Tae-jun, another individual present, was shown losing all will at that moment. His companions planned to testify to the police that the stabbing was an accident, a mere prank. A speech bubble revealed that no one in Daesan believed Choi Tae-jun's claims anyway. The final panel showed Kim Hyun-sung's face, a sinister smile playing on his lips, suggesting his plan was already in motion and he was confident of success. A few days prior, two men were reviewing Choi Tae-jun's student records. One of them stated that he believed Choi Tae-jun was sent by the Golden Circle. He mused that if he gave it his all, he could probably win, as they must have sent a beer anchor. He questioned whether that would be enough. Considering how blatant the Golden Circle was being, sending a hitman backed by the Superintendent of Education. The man reflected on the Golden Circle's brazen actions. And how optimistic they were about succeeding soon. However, he wondered what would happen if Choi Tae-jun failed. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, reflected on his plan. He mused that others would soon grasp the gravity of the situation, but if he acted now, he couldn't guarantee its success. The scene shifted to show Oh Jong-hyuk, a key figure in Hyun-sung's past, and another man. The narration box explained that Jong-hyuk's actions had created a butterfly effect, altering relationships, including those with Siwoo. Hyun-sung, meanwhile, had received a promotion and an invitation to a prestigious project. Despite this success, he realized his carefully laid plans were proving unreliable in the face of unforeseen circumstances. He needed to regain control and prepare for these variables. Hyun-sung's face was grim. He concluded that the only way to mitigate the risks was to be even more meticulous in his calculations and actions. He firmly resolved to proceed without relying on friendships or other unpredictable factors. He declared his determination: "I'll do it." A brutish man, his face marred by bandages, addressed a young man with blonde hair. He reminded Hyun-sung of a prior agreement. Hyun-sung would do his part, and in return, he would receive his reward. The man then barked an order to his unseen accomplices to get Hyun-sung to his feet. Hyun-sung, his face pale and bearing the marks of a beating, silently accepted the deal, a grim determination etched onto his features. The man, pleased, produced a small, wicked-looking knife, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he prepared to use it on Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung braced himself for the inevitable pain, a silent scream building within him as the knife descended. But before the blade could pierce his skin, Hyun-sung reacted with surprising speed and strength, deflecting the attack with a swift movement. The attacker recoiled, his eyes wide with shock at Hyun-sung's unexpected resistance. Hyun-sung's mind raced, he was about to be stabbed. A desperate thought flashed through his mind: he would choose a different path, a second option. With a surge of adrenaline, Hyun-sung made his decision. Tears streamed down his face as he prepared to face whatever consequences awaited him. A knife appeared inches from Kim Hyun-sung's back, the cold steel glinting menacingly. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stood frozen, completely unaware of the danger. Bae Seongo, a figure of imposing presence, addressed another man, his voice low and menacing. He promised a reward for their cooperation, ordering them to leave Hyun-sung alone for now. The man, visibly tense, reluctantly complied, sheathing the knife. He muttered in agreement, his breath heavy with apprehension. He then made a hasty retreat, muttering about contacting a broker. The fleeing man spoke the address of Hyun-sung's home, House No. XXX, Building X, Baeyeon Apartments, Wangsimni, Songdong area, Seoul City. This information was overheard by Tae-jun, one of Hyun-sung's bullies, who reacted with shock and disbelief. He stammered, questioning how the other man knew such personal details. Tae-jun was dismissive, stating that he didn't care about the other man's methods, implying a disregard for the consequences. Hyun-sung, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity, revealed a chilling determination. He vowed to pursue anyone who stood in his path. Kim Hyun-sung, his vision obscured, felt a surge of vengeful energy. He vowed to exact retribution on those who had wronged him, to pursue them relentlessly until the very end. And tear them apart. He would give them one last chance to choose their fate. Hyun-sung confronted Choi Tae-jun, a young man with a bruised face, surrounded by members of the Golden Circle. He offered Tae-jun a stark choice: remain with the Golden Circle or become his subordinate. The warning hung heavy in the air, think carefully before answering. Taijun, driven by ambition, had joined the Golden Circle with high hopes. His decision would soon have devastating consequences.
Suddenly, like a flash of insight, Choi Taijun understood the true cost of his actions. The chilling realization struck him: he had traded someone's life for money. A life he had carelessly thrown away for his own selfish gain.
He simply uttered, "Okay." Overcome with guilt and despair, Taijun bowed his head. His decision was made. He would become Hyunsung's subordinate.
The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his regret. A decision that sealed his fate.
Hyunsung, a smirk playing on his lips, placed a hand on Taijun's head, asserting his dominance.
A hand offered a knife to a group of men, who were holding another individual. One of the men hesitated, voicing his concern about the potential danger of releasing the captive. The man holding the knife responded that if the captive caused any trouble, he would reveal the consequences of breaking their agreement. He then instructed the man to settle their accounts after school, promising him a previously mentioned reward.
The man holding the knife thanked him. And added one more instruction: to retrieve Jo Jae-in discreetly.
The news of their separation spread among the students. Hyunsung, the protagonist, found himself back in his first year of elementary school. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he internally questioned the sudden return to this time, a time he thought he had left behind.
It was unusually quiet, a stark contrast to the usual chaos he remembered. He wondered why this was happening again.
His thoughts were interrupted by a conversation between two students. They spoke of Bae Seongo, a bully who had previously tormented Hyunsung, noting that he seemed to have changed, no longer interested in harassing him. The students' words were laced with a mixture of surprise and relief.
Another student chimed in, suggesting that Seongo and Hyunsung were not on bad terms. This piece of information further fueled Hyunsung's confusion and growing unease.
The scene shifted to two men in a restroom, one of whom speculated about Seongo's recent behavior, wondering if his sudden change was connected to a scholarship he had received.
Hyunsung, observing the unfolding events, felt a growing sense of dread.
He wondered what would happen next, his mind racing to understand the implications of this unexpected turn of events. A classmate cautioned him to keep his voice down, suggesting that Hyunsung was being too obvious in his actions. Hyunsung, however, remained focused on his own thoughts. Hyunsung realized that the bait had been cast. A grim determination settled on his face as he prepared for the events to come.
He knew that the only thing left to do was wait. The scene opens in a modern, minimalist office.
A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, sits before a desk, his expression unreadable. He speaks, his voice low and controlled. "Come on, everyone, say something." He continues, his words laced with a hint of bitterness. "My brother became the managing director instead of me." A worried frown creases his brow as he contemplates the implications.
At this rate, what if father says he'll hand over the chairman's position to my brother? A tense silence follows, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of fingers on a laptop keyboard.
A third man, observing the scene, offers a measured response. "Mr. Go Changbyeom may have gotten the opportunity, but he has yet to prove his skills in the workplace. Compared to you, team leader, you've proven yourself countless times." His words are a subtle jab, highlighting the protagonist's superior competence.
My father would definitely choose his eldest son in a situation like this. He explodes, his voice raw with fury. You think I don't know that? Fuck.
Another man sighs, his expression weary.
Well, yeah, not like that family needs to walk on eggshells about anything.
I mean, he cheated, so he at least needs to have results to gain trust again.
Something's not right, don't you think?
An unseen narrator describes Go Changbyeom, stating that he has always been a womanizer, an idiot, and an asshole who cannot even feed himself. The narrator explains that this is why they followed him. However, observing his recent behavior, it seems someone unknown is supporting managing director Go Changbyeom.
Kim Kyeoljin, Myungjin Construction's internal director, is introduced.
He is seen sipping from a mug.
He asks for more information. Kim Kyeoljin is informed that someone's tip-off disclosed Go Changbyeom's affair.
And that managing director Go Changbyeom was the only one to benefit from that event. The conversation continues, with a focus on Go Changbyeom's unusual recent behavior. It is noted that Go Changbyeom remained at work every day and even handled the concrete formwork accident in a way that pleased the chairman. A younger man, his face etched with worry, addressed an older, stern-looking man.
He suggested bulldozing the entire construction project and starting anew.
The older man questioned whether such a drastic response was typical of Go Changbyeom. One of the men dismissed the idea of coincidence, asserting that the events were deliberately planned.
He suspected someone was secretly manipulating Changbyeom.
The problem, however, was identifying this mysterious individual.
They then turned to discuss their next steps.
The older man, his eyes gleaming with determination, issued a firm order: find Changbyeom's mysterious backer, regardless of the methods employed. Security footage showed the older man arriving at the construction site at 6 a.m. to inspect progress and safety.
The scene opens with a casual dinner. Two men, one with silver hair and the other with dark hair, share a meal at a restaurant. The narration box clarifies, 8 p.m.
Dinner at Pork Belly Restaurant, dinner companion confirmed as a casual acquaintance. Elsewhere, a man in a suit furiously crumples a document in his hand. His eyes are wide, and a vein throbs in his temple.
He mutters, "Is this it?"
The man in the suit is speaking to someone unseen, his voice sharp with frustration.
He demands, "Don't you have anything else?" He then considers another possibility, internally questioning, "Should I look into Judge Huang Dongwu?"
There's talk of marriage with.
But dismisses it, thinking, the timing isn't right.
At the time news of my affair broke, Judge Huang clearly disliked my brother.
He continues his line of questioning, asking, "What about Director Kong?"
The man reflects, concluding, Director Kong isn't even interested in the succession, and personality-wise, isn't the type to plot such a scheme.
He considers another lead, musing, "What about Sungshin Construction's son?"
I heard that their son's close with Go Changbyeom. But dismisses this too, stating, Sungshin Construction's CEO is on pretty good terms with me right now, so it's not possible that he'd ruin that by betting on a high-risk puppet. A subordinate then interrupts, saying, "Team leader, there's something a little strange about Mr. Go's cash flow." Two men in suits sat across a table, laptops open before them. One, with a more relaxed posture, explained that a significant amount of money flowed into Kianil High School, citing scholarships, gyms, and even swimming pools. The other man chuckled, revealing that 3 years prior, his father had faced trouble paying off a bar girl's debt, a situation he initially considered serious. The scene shifted to a meeting room where a group of men in suits were gathered.
One, more senior-looking, instructed them to keep uninvolved people away from the board.
One of the men, wearing glasses, quietly agreed, a thought bubble revealing his internal annoyance at the casual conversation. The perspective shifted again to a man reviewing a document related to Kianil High School. He angrily muttered about the incompetence of someone involved. He then received a phone call, a restricted number flashing on his screen. His irritation grew as he accepted the call. The man let out an exasperated sigh, muttering a curse under his breath. A close-up showed the man's face, a mixture of annoyance and resignation evident in his expression as he continued the call. A phone screen illuminated the dimly lit room, displaying a text message from an unknown caller.
The message read, "I'm Managing Director Changbyeom's backer. I'd like to talk to you in private. Would that be possible?"
A man, seated at a desk, answered the phone.
He asked, "Whose number is this?"
The voice on the other end identified himself.
The man's suspicion deepened. He muttered to himself, "I think someone's tailing me. Some asshole has been following me around with a camera for a whole week now."
He continued his phone call, glancing nervously over his shoulder. He stated, "Nothing has happened yet, but let's be careful for now." He spoke again, his voice low and serious.
"Not just me, you could be in danger too. Changsik might try to get in touch with you."
The man on the phone seemed concerned, a worried expression creasing his face.
He asked, "You scared he might offer me a good deal?" He responded, "Well, come on, you trust me, right?" A smirk played on the man's lips as he ended the call. He instructed, "Get me a phone with a fake ID." The scene opens with a question hanging in the air: what will happen after the backers are found? Two figures sit across a table, one, a man in a suit, faces away from the viewer, while the other remains unseen. The unseen man states that they have two choices. The unseen man continues, observing that Go Changbyeom's rise to managing director demonstrates his skill. Therefore, they plan to recruit him. But if he refuses, they will eliminate him. The decision is made: if Go Changbyeom doesn't cooperate, he will be eliminated. Go Changbyeom, standing on a staircase, receives a call. He asks why they were looking for him.
The caller reveals that Go Changbyeom is suspected of voice tampering and is implicated in a larger scheme.
Go Changbyeom is told plainly that they want to recruit him. A flashback shows Go Changbyeom, recently graduated from a prestigious university, looking smug.
The scene opens with Go Changbyeom, a man of discerning tastes, enjoying a drink at a bar. He reflects on his time spent gaining valuable experience at Myeongjin Constructions. Meanwhile, another man meticulously reviews documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
A question hangs heavy in the air: who is more suitable to inherit the position of chairman?
One man ponders this, his thoughts turning to his father's eventual decision. He confidently asserts that his father will choose the candidate most likely to foster the company's growth.
Another questions his certainty. The first man explains his reasoning, highlighting the company's consistent pattern of advancement under specific leadership.
He dismisses Go Changbyeom's chances as non-existent, and reveals why he contacted the second man in the first place. The second man, upon hearing this, states he has one condition.
The first man eagerly asks to hear it.
The first man confidently declares his willingness to meet any demand. The scene shifts. A man is informed that Go Changbyeom's backer has contacted him.
He reacts with surprise. A boardroom meeting was underway.
One of the attendees, a man in a dark suit, mused to himself that he was better suited to be chairman than Changbyeom. He noted that Changbyeom hadn't asked for much either. His condition was a position as an internal director.
An internal director?
Another man, seated across the table, questioned why someone would give him such an important position, given that they didn't even know who he was.
He advised caution.
The first man scoffed, demanding to know what gave the other the right to say that. He angrily questioned what the other man had done while that son of a bitch took over. He explained that he was bringing in someone competent and questioned the value of the internal director position. He advised looking at the bigger picture.
Another man interjected, stating that the problem wasn't so simple, as Myeongjin Construction was a long-established company.
But Myeongjin Construction executive positions have been reserved for people who have dedicated themselves to the company for at least 20 years. Hyun-sung, a man with dark hair and glasses, sat in a chair, his face etched with frustration.
He interrupted the meeting, shouting, "Enough! Stop!"
He demanded they stop, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. Another man, seemingly a superior, scoffed. He muttered about director Kim Kyeoljin being old-fashioned and a pain.
Hyun-sung retorted, questioning the importance of tradition.
He continued, explaining that many things would change when he became chairman.
Promising proper compensation to everyone in the room. He believed that should be enough. The superior's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He muttered that they could go home.
His thoughts trailed off, a look of disbelief on his face.
Hyun-sung, however, knew more.
He knew of the superior's self-absorption, verbal abuse, and infidelity. A man in a sharp black suit stood against a dark background, his expression a blend of calculation and disdain. His posture was confident, almost arrogant. He declared, in a low, measured tone, that he knew Go Chang-sik wasn't a good person either. He continued, his thoughts revealing a pragmatic justification for his actions. Even so, he explained, he had supported Go Chang-sik because he was the lesser evil. Compared to Go Changbyum, who showed no interest in the company, he mused, Go Chang-sik at least made an effort. He considered Go Chang-sik the better option, someone who at least put in some effort.
But he also acknowledged the inherent risk in disregarding tradition. Cracks inevitably appear when established norms are ignored.
A visual representation of crumbling structure and decay filled the panel, symbolizing the consequences of his choice.
Dust and debris swirled. Ultimately, he concluded, Go Chang-sik wasn't the right choice either.
The man, his face grim, declared that this wasn't right.
He needed to meet with the chairman.
He flipped a light switch, his resolve hardening. He did this for the sake of the company and for those who had dedicated their lives to it. A man in glasses, his expression one of mild surprise, stared at his phone. The screen displayed an incoming call from a restricted number.
"Ha," he muttered. The caller's voice, though unseen, cut through the air.
The question hung heavy. How did you feel about team leader Go Chang-sik's decision?
Did you like it? The man, now visibly agitated, stood in a large, empty office.
His voice, sharp with suspicion, echoed in the silence.
"Who are you? Are you trying to mock me right now?"
The unseen caller responded calmly.
"No, I'm not.
I wasn't interested in being a part of the board of directors anyway. I just wanted to let you know how team leader Go Chang-sik and managing director Go Changbyum are different." The man's skepticism was palpable, a deep frown etched itself onto his face.
He questioned, his voice laced with doubt, "Do you really expect me to believe that?"
A younger man, with dark hair, responded to the call. His tone was confident, almost smug.
Myeongjin Construction is a company with a long tradition. In some companies, the position of director is a position that anyone can take.
But anyone who understands the chairman's will in the future, that Myeongjin Construction is aiming for shouldn't have promised that position so lightly.
In fact, even you are extremely proud of being an internal director at Myeongjin Constructions, aren't you?
The older man, clearly irritated, interrupted the call.
What the hell is your point?
The younger man continued, his voice calm and measured. Assist Go Changbyum instead.
He's not the same ruffian he used to be.
A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, held a phone to his ear.
He questioned the caller, his tone sharp with suspicion. "Are you telling me to betray Chang-sik?" The response came as a stark, emphatic denial, not betrayal.
The image shifted to a dramatic close-up. A shadowy figure, immense and menacing, loomed over the suited man, who appeared tiny in comparison. The shadowy figure's smile was chilling, a predatory grin that revealed sharp teeth. He held the smaller man as if he were a mere plaything. The shadowy figure continued, his voice smooth and deceptively calm. "I'm just telling you how much I'd like to work with you in a Myeongjin Constructions that clearly has a bright future ahead of it." A few days passed. The scene shifted to a conversation between two men in suits. One spoke, his voice weary, "It's been a while, managing director Go Changbyum." The other man replied, his tone respectful but firm, "It has indeed, director." Managing director Go Changbyum, no, Changbyum. Changbyum reacted with a visible start, his eyes widening in surprise. Changbyum responded evasively to the question about his backer, saying to the other man, "Uncle, that.
I can't tell you. Please understand." "Ha ha.
I'm not sure you remember, you had come to the field with the chairman ever since you were young." A man with short, graying hair and a concerned expression stroked his chin, a single bead of sweat clinging to his temple.
He questioned himself, "Huh, I did?"
He continued his internal monologue, acknowledging that the project's current scale was far beyond its initial scope because it began with his family. The man addressed a younger version of himself, estimating his age at 3 or 4 years old. He recalled how the boy would help carry bricks, his small hands contributing to the family's construction work. A memory that filled him with a protective tenderness. The thought of the child hurting himself caused his heart to pound.
He smiled, remembering the boy's healthy growth under his father's care. A sight that brought him immense joy. This positive memory was quickly contrasted with a harsh realization: he had once held high hopes for this child, but those hopes had been dashed. The man reflected on the numerous times he had to visit the boy's school due to altercations, expressing his disappointment in the young man's behavior. A split image showed the man's younger self, holding a soccer ball, juxtaposed with his current, more mature and muscular form. The contrast highlighted the path not taken. The man's thoughts continued, noting the rapid growth of Myung gene construction, yet lamenting the young man's lifestyle choices: drinking, women, and constant trouble. He concluded that this made him unsuitable to inherit the family business, preferring Changsik instead. Go Changbyeom, the managing director, sat alone, a grim expression twisting his features. His eyes, narrowed and intense, betrayed a conflict within. He muttered to himself, questioning his own thoughts. He justified his actions, reasoning that his dedication to Myung gene construction mirrored that of the protagonist's father. Changbyeom continued his internal monologue, revealing his disdain for the protagonist's perceived weakness and inability to care for himself. Despite his reservations, he acknowledged the protagonist's recent changes, emphasizing that the source of this transformation was irrelevant to him. Changbyeom's hand rested on the table, his focus shifting to the company's success. He declared his disinterest in investigating the reasons behind the protagonist's improvement, as long as results were delivered. He then formally addressed the protagonist, identifying himself as managing director Go Changbyeom. Go Changbyeom expressed his desire to work with the protagonist, highlighting the value of his skills to Myung gene construction. Two young men sat down at a small restaurant, one requesting extra side dishes while the other ordered two set menus. They waited for their food, the younger one looking slightly more impatient. An elderly woman, the restaurant owner, approached their table carrying a tray of food. Placing it before them, she advised the younger man to not push himself too hard. He replied that he was fine, explaining that he needed to work hard to save for his children's tuition. But the restaurant owner's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Annoyed by the interruption, she answered the call. It was a real estate agent informing her that she had won the lottery contract for the Noblesse apartments. Chapter 35, Calm Before the Storm, begins with a conversation between Hyunsung and his grandmother. She asks if he worked at the restaurant again today. But he reminds her that he also receives a scholarship grant for being a good student. They sit down to eat together. Hyunsung casually asks his grandmother if anything happened, then mentions that he received over a dozen calls from real estate agents today. His grandmother, curious, asks what the agents said. And Hyunsung reveals that they were offering him sums of 5,000 and 6,000 for something. A narration box explains that after a recent incident, the value of Myunjin's brand skyrocketed, particularly their high-end apartment building in Daesan. The narration continues, stating that simply leasing out one of these apartments is enough to recoup the sale price. Hyunsung is surprised, questioning if only 6,000 is being offered for such a property. An elderly woman, her face etched with worry, questioned if the offer was a scam, expressing her desire to sell if it wasn't. A younger man, his features sharp and determined, urged her not to sell, regardless of the circumstances, questioning for whom she thought they were making all those calls. The woman pondered the significant down payment of 200 million won, questioning how she could possibly obtain such a large sum. But then revealed that she had secured the pre-sale rights to an apartment, thanks to him. He apologized, explaining that he had secured the down payment through a borrowed name bank account. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth, however, as he firmly resolved to protect their home at all costs. The young man reassured his grandmother that loans were easily repaid these days and that they could rent out the apartment if needed, reminding her that he was a real estate doctor. He expressed his desire to see his precious grandchildren grow up, highlighting the importance of family. The young man urged his grandmother to stay healthy for a long time, assuring her that he would handle everything. He informed his grandmother that he would be right back after taking a call, his phone displaying an incoming call. A concerned voice inquired about Hyunjin's absence from class, addressing the person on the other end as Hyunjin's older brother. The caller further probed, suggesting a possible family issue as the reason for Hyunjin's absence. Hyunsung, outside the Daesan City Library, checked his watch, surprised by the late hour. He expressed a desire to stay longer but acknowledged the need to return home according to the academy's schedule. His internal monologue revealed a suspicion that someone had orchestrated this situation. Hyunsung walked away, observing a group of students from behind. He envied their carefree enjoyment. A harsh inner voice questioned Hyunsung's current mindset. Hyunsung resolved to succeed, even without attending the private academy, proving his capabilities. He apologized to someone unseen, possibly indicating a conflict or a hasty departure. The chapter ends with a close-up of Hyunsung's determined expression. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, stood alone. A faint whisper escaped his lips, barely audible, "Hyun?" The voice belonged to someone else, a calm, measured tone cutting through the silence. He explained that he was returning from the academy and had heard about the other's departure. Two young men sat on a park bench, their postures reflecting a shared weariness. One offered a hesitant apology, explaining his silence on a sensitive matter, revealing the harsh reality of the other's daily struggles. His face and hands were constantly battered from his grueling work.
The second young man voiced his concern, questioning how the other could possibly attend the academy while working such a demanding job. He lamented the situation, his internal monologue filled with unspoken sorrow. He proposed a solution: if only one of them could study, it should be the one with better grades. The young man's gaze hardened, a steely determination settling in his eyes. He suggested a division of labor: he would work, and the other would focus on his studies.
A flashback revealed a poignant scene. 5 years prior, after a traumatic event, one of the young men, Hyun-jin, resolved to become a police officer.
His goal was to exact revenge on those who had harmed him, but his path to justice was fraught with unforeseen obstacles. Hyun-jin, burdened by his grandmother's medical expenses, dedicated all his free time to studying, yet failed the exam.
His family's financial struggles ultimately hindered his progress. Despite his relentless efforts to support them, Hyun-jin's struggle for his family led to a devastating fall. He plummeted from a great height, a tragic accident that left him severely injured. A silent vow resonated within him: I will not let that happen again, no matter what. Unexpectedly, Hyun-jin's family received a notification: they had won a lottery for an apartment in the affluent Jungang neighborhood of Daesan.
The news was met with a mixture of disbelief and hope.
The family questioned the validity of their win, considering their current financial state. However, a sense of possibility emerged amidst their uncertainty.
As Hyun-jin encountered a stranger who greeted him by name, a chance encounter that hinted at a larger, unforeseen plot. Hyun-jin, observing the stranger's actions, internally noted the unusual circumstances of his situation. The stranger, a man with silver hair, entered his sleek car and drove away, leaving Hyun-jin to ponder the unexpected turn of events. A young man with striking silver hair and intense red eyes introduced himself.
He was Go Changbyum, the eldest son of Myung-jin Constructions, and he was there to support Hyun-sung's brother.
Changbyum, sensing Hyun-sung's skepticism, suggested he look him up online, though he admitted that the results wouldn't be flattering. He then stated plainly that he would be funding Hyun-sung's brother's scholarship fund.
The amount, Changbyum explained, was enough to cover both brothers' tuition fees.
He urged Hyun-sung not to worry about money and to focus on what he wanted to do. Changbyum excused himself to speak with someone else, giving Hyun-sung and his brother permission to leave. Hyun-sung thanked Changbyum, acknowledging the unusual request at such a late hour. Changbyum responded that it wasn't a big deal, emphasizing his care for his own people. Changbyum then handed Hyun-sung an envelope containing information about the 3 people Hyun-sung had requested.
Hyun-sung accepted the envelope with a simple word of thanks.
A young man with striking white hair and crimson eyes pondered his next move. He mused about what he should do now, given that Kim Kil-jin was now on his side. A plan forming in his mind. He needed to get close to the real estate agent in the Saengji area. And wait for the right moment. He would contact his associate as soon as the property went up for sale. A few days later, Kim Hyun-sung found himself amidst a whirlwind of unexpected events. He was utterly shocked. Overwhelmed by the commotion surrounding him.
News of his perfect score on the 11th mock exam had spread like wildfire.
His name, Kim Hyun-sung, was called out, drawing attention from all around.
Reporters swarmed him, eager to uncover the secret behind his academic success.
Questions about his study habits and private academies flooded him. Even his teacher, overwhelmed by his achievement, showered him with praise and inquiries. Hyun-sung, however, remained outwardly calm, secretly amused by the situation.
Kim Hyun-sung, a model student, reflected on his dedication to his studies.
His teachers were excellent, and he had always been sincere in his approach to school, attending only regular classes and avoiding private academies. He was speaking into a microphone, his expression sharp and calculating. He mused that someone must be watching, a client of the Golden Circle. Suddenly, Kim Young-chul, Hyun-sung's homeroom teacher, dramatically announced his presence, surrounded by reporters and other individuals. The scene was chaotic and tense. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile emerged from the darkness, their presence ominous and foreboding. Tae-joon, a man in a cap, was being questioned by another individual in a dark alleyway. He seemed hesitant and unsure. Tae-joon was instructed to report to young Chansu as directed. He was clearly under pressure. It had only been a month, and he needed more time. Tae-joon's superior pressed him for proof that the plan was working, emphasizing the need for a clear outcome. A man with a weary expression and a gold earring sits, complaining about the constant calls he receives due to the vague nature of the information. He questions whether the information provided is sufficient to save face, only to be sternly told that this is his last chance. A man with a cap and a menacing look is instructed to make the client happy before the holidays, regardless of the methods used. A while later, the man from earlier is shown, his face bruised and bearing the marks of a recent altercation.
The name Choi Tae-joon is revealed.
Choi Tae-joon, his arm in a cast, carries a large object, seemingly exhausted.
He is met by another man, who immediately remarks on his lateness.
Tae-joon apologizes, explaining that he was cautious due to being followed, and that he just met with the broker. Kim Hyun-sung, his body still recovering from a decade-long vegetative state, found himself inexplicably back in time. He recounted the events leading to his near-fatal fall, whispering to himself, "That's all I heard." His mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of his memory. He held a small, broken twig, tracing a circular pattern in the dirt, muttering, "You know what?
Hyun-sung's gaze hardened as he recalled a crucial detail. When I found out I was the Golden Circle's target, he thought, his expression turning grim. He continued his internal monologue, a wave of frustration washing over him. I gave it a lot of thought. Why are they going so far? The image of his injured body flashed before his eyes, the pain a visceral reminder of his ordeal. He slumped to the ground, his voice laced with self-doubt. What did I do so wrong? His anger intensified, fueled by a sense of injustice. Why won't any of the adults step up to the plate? But what bothered me the most was. His mind raced, replaying the events leading to his attack. I thought about it tens of thousands of times, and picked out people who fit the criteria. He began to list his suspects, starting with Yoo Jin-young. The image of a young woman, diligently taking notes in a classroom, appeared in his mind. Hyun-sung continued his internal investigation, noting Jin-young's privileged background and introverted nature. And despite being introverted, she was on her way up, so I must have annoyed her. His thoughts then shifted to his second suspect, Lee Jin-hyung. Kim Hyun-sung recalled a past altercation. He and another boy had fought at the beginning of the semester, a fight Hyun-sung won. They hadn't spoken since. And then there was Choi Seona. Her father held a high-ranking position within the government. She had initially outperformed Hyun-sung at the start of the semester, but he surpassed her on the next exam. These three students perfectly embodied the criteria for membership in the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung had used two other students, Jo Jane and another, to lure these three into a trap. After listening to Hyun-sung's account, the unseen individual narrowed down the list of suspects to a single candidate. The names Yoo Jin-young, Lee Jin-young, and Choi Seona were written on a wall, with a finger pointing to one name. Hyun-sung smiled confidently as he stood before another boy, who had a bandaged arm. The next day, Hyun-sung and the Golden Circle would permanently part ways. The next day arrived. A teacher announced a soccer match for the boys and a dodgeball game for the girls, promising the winning team a treat at the snack bar. The teacher enthusiastically celebrated the upcoming games. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a determined gaze, skillfully navigated the soccer field, dodging two opponents who were closing in on him. He effortlessly weaved through them, his movements a blur of speed and precision. With a powerful kick, he sent the ball soaring towards the goal. The ball flew through the air, a blur of motion, before finding its mark with a resounding thud. Hyun-sung's impressive goal elicited gasps of astonishment from his classmates. One exclaimed, "Whoa! Hyun-sung, thanks for the treat." Another marveled, "He went through everyone marking him and made a goal? Geez, that's amazing." His peers watched him with a mixture of awe and disbelief, their expressions a testament to his incredible skill. A female classmate, observing Hyun-sung from a distance, turned to another girl and suggested, "Why don't you just ask him out?" The second girl responded with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, "Oh? Are you serious?" Choi Seona, a first-year student at Kyeonil High School, found herself captivated by Hyun-sung's coolness. Seona's friend cautioned her, maybe if he was the model student, Kim Hyun-sung, like he used to be. But these days? Dating a guy like him will get you swept into that stuff too. But the other guys picked the fight first. A young woman with dark hair watched from a distance as a group of students celebrated a team victory on the school grounds. Her expression was one of quiet determination, a slight frown furrowing her brow. She muttered to herself, promising to return soon. Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, was approached by a woman in a business suit. She offered him a drink, her tone suggesting a casual invitation, but her eyes held a hint of something more. He accepted the drink, his gaze unwavering as he met hers. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a complex internal struggle. A close-up of Hyun-sung's face revealed a predatory grin, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. His demeanor had completely changed. He suggested they move to a more private location, his words laced with an unspoken threat. Hyun-sung suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. He indicated a desire to discuss something important. 15 minutes passed. The scene shifted to a classroom. A young woman with dark hair, sitting at her desk, anxiously wondered about Hyun-sung in the woman's absence. Class was about to begin. Her eyes widened in surprise as she noticed something unexpected. A cell phone screen displayed a text conversation. Seona, in a distressed tone, messaged Hyeji, asking for help, explaining that she was trapped in the storeroom. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a determined expression, found himself in a school storeroom. He silently questioned his unexpected reappearance in this place. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a business suit, approached him. She reassured him, stating that he was a good person. And calmly instructed him to close the door. Hyun-sung, his eyes narrowed, insisted with a sharper tone that she close the door now that she was inside. The woman, seemingly concerned, revealed that Hyun-sung had been having a lot of trouble lately, attributing it to other children constantly picking fights with him. She then added a crucial piece of information: someone was orchestrating these attacks. Hyun-sung, a young man with a determined expression, revealed his plan, "So, I set a trap." He had orchestrated a carefully laid scheme. He explained, "I had Jae-jin leak some information to the three people I suspected." The information was strategically disseminated. To one person, Jae-jin relayed that Kim Hyun-sung was having a difficult time and was preparing to transfer schools. Hyunsung continued his explanation. The mastermind wanted this, so if she was the mastermind, she would have been happy.
He then shared a different narrative with another individual. To the next person, he claimed that Kim Hyunsung and Bae Song are actually on very good terms.
Hyunsung's plan was designed to expose the true mastermind.
He mused, if he was the mastermind, he would have been furious, and then would have ordered immediate drastic action. His carefully constructed web of deceit was almost complete.
A worried voice whispered, Hyunsung, what are you trying to say right now?
He revealed the final piece of his plan to another person. I had him say Kim Hyunsung's having a hard time these days, but he's somehow hanging in there.
Hyunsung anticipated the mastermind's reaction.
The mastermind would have pressed those guys to try everything they can out of frustration. Kim Hyunsung, a young man cloaked in shadows, sat hunched on the ground, a grim determination etched onto his face. He held a small, broken piece of wood in his hands, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A figure emerged from the darkness, partially obscured, only his cap visible.
Hyunsung's thoughts turned to his plan. The spy he'd planted among the students had finally yielded results. A reaction from one of the three, Choi Siona. Siona, her face a mask of apprehension and uncertainty, appeared to be deep in thought. A question hung in the air. What were her thoughts on this? Hyunsung, his voice urgent, called out Siona's name.
Siona, startled, burst out of a classroom door, her expression a mixture of surprise and alarm.
She confronted a girl, her words sharp and accusatory. What are you doing here? Where's Kim Hyunsung? Hyunsung appeared, his command cutting through the tension. Choi Siona, get out of here. Siona, her eyes wide with fear, looked back at Hyunsung, a question hanging in the air. Siona?
The image shows Oh Hyaji, a young woman with dark hair and a red tie, her expression one of distress. A hand, presumably belonging to someone off-panel, reaches towards her. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with short dark hair, holds a small, cylindrical object. He tells someone, presumably Oh Hyaji, to stay put.
Circumstances suggest Choi Siona is the client, but there's a reason why she cannot be.
Hyunsung manipulates the cylindrical object, his expression unreadable.
Oh Hyaji asks him what he's talking about. Oh Hyaji expresses concern, noting that Hyunsung is scaring her.
It is revealed that Hyunsung asked Go Changbyeom to run a background check on 3 suspects. This background check revealed a unique truth about Choi Siona that no one else knew. Hyunsung asks Oh Hyaji if she knows why Choi Siona transferred from Seoul to Daesan.
The image shows a stylized depiction of a noose tightening. The visual style is dark and ominous.
It is revealed that Choi Siona's brother was bullied at school and did something horrific.
The narration box revealed that Choi Siona's parents had relocated to Daesan for her benefit. However, a question arose: would a family of their stature take such drastic measures solely for academic reasons?
A young man, walking away, dismissed the idea. He confidently asserted that they were far more perceptive than that.
Choi Siona's voice then interrupted, questioning his statement.
Choi Siona's internal monologue revealed that regardless of the reasons behind her bullying, she harbored intense disdain for the individual responsible. She reflected that while her brother was unable to intervene directly, she found solace in his silent support as she confronted her tormentors head-on.
This led to a single possibility: Choi Siona had overheard Jaejin's conversation and shared it with someone else. A young woman embraced a muscular young man. A warm glow surrounded them.
The narration box showed a close-up of a man's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. The word "with you" appeared in a thought bubble above him. His hand, scarred and powerful, was shown in close-up. The final panel showed a close-up of a young woman's face, her eyes glowing red with rage. A speech bubble above her contained the words "you fucking bitch." Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary elementary school student, found himself in a terrifying situation. He was being pushed from a rooftop, his body falling helplessly towards the unforgiving ground below. A single tear escaped his eye as he braced for impact. Hyunsung's consciousness flickered, his mind reeling from the shock. He found himself 10 years later, still grappling with the aftermath of that fateful day. He awoke in a vegetative state, his body unresponsive, yet his mind remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Now, inexplicably, he was back, reliving the moment everything changed. What the hell are you saying? He thought, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible. He found himself confronting a classmate, Siona, her face etched with worry.
She vehemently denied any involvement in the incident.
I don't know why you're doubting me, but it wasn't me, she insisted, her voice laced with desperation.
Siona's frantic denials continued.
It really wasn't me, she pleaded, her eyes wide with fear. Hyunsung, however, felt a growing sense of unease. He tried to open a nearby door, but it was locked.
Why wouldn't it open? The question hung heavy in the air as Siona tried to reason with him. Hyunsung. Think about it logically.
We're good friends, she said, her voice strained. Hyunsung, however, remained unconvinced.
So why would I do that to you?
He questioned, his tone skeptical. His mind raced, searching for answers.
Siona's desperation grew. Siona must have hired them.
She complained about your grades going up. I'm telling you, I heard her.
Please, stop doing this to me. Hyunsung processed this new information. Choi Siona's parents resigned a long time ago. Right now, they're active as members of the anti-school violence committee.
The implications of this revelation were staggering. You're saying those people would craft something like this, he wondered, a chilling realization dawning on him.
Siona's response was a nervous, uncertain whisper, "Why, you never know."
Hyunsung confronted Hyeji, his expression grim. He revealed that he knew about her father's position as a high-ranking police officer and the connections he had within the Golden Circle. The mention of the Golden Circle caused a visible shift in Hyunsung's demeanor, his eyes narrowed, a cold determination settling over his features. He then clarified that he had never spoken of the Golden Circle in front of her before. Hyeji's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes as the weight of the situation crashed down on her. Overwhelmed by emotion, she cursed under her breath, "Fuck it." Hyeji's anger flared, her gaze hardening as she blamed Hyunsung for everything. Her eyes blazed with fury as she screamed, her face contorted in rage. Convinced that if he hadn't been involved, things would have turned out differently. A flashback to a few months prior showed Hyunsung in a different setting, his expression more relaxed. Whispers of admiration filled the classroom. Kim Hyunsung, a student of exceptional qualities, was the subject of much attention. He was deemed to be sweet-looking, tall, attractive, and possessed a great personality, excelling in academics and sports. Amongst his admirers was Oh Hyeji, a classmate captivated by Hyunsung's many virtues. However, Hyeji's affection was not unique, many shared her feelings for Hyunsung. A group of boys discussed Hyunsung's seemingly perfect qualities, commenting on his pleasant scent. Oh Hyeji, however, had also heard numerous accounts of girls being rejected after confessing their feelings to him. Despite her popularity, the fear of rejection gnawed at her. To gauge his interest without a direct confession, Hyeji decided to test the waters, offering Hyunsung a drink. Hyunsung accepted the gift graciously, thanking Hyeji for her thoughtful gesture. Later, Hyeji approached Hyunsung, ostensibly to help him with his studies, using this as an opportunity to subtly interact with him. She explained a simple trigonometric function, her eyes fixed on his. Hyunsung, a model student known for his excellent grades, good looks, and fighting skills, bumped into a classmate. He quickly apologized. But the classmate, Hyeji, found his straightforward manner refreshing. She saw his direct apology as a positive sign. And his friend's subsequent question about his ideal type sealed the deal for her. Hyeji decided to pursue him. Hyunsung, however, was caught off guard by the question about his ideal type. After some hesitation, he eventually described his ideal girl as someone cheerful, like Hyeji. And Hyeji was certain of her chances. Confident in her chances, Hyeji meticulously planned a date, preparing a gift and writing a heartfelt letter. And on the day she planned to meet him, Hyeji nervously asked Hyunsung out, her heart pounding with anticipation. The image shows a young woman, her face pressed against a shattered pane of glass. Her expression is one of shock and disbelief, a blush still lingering on her cheeks, as if the impact was recent. The shards of glass seemed to mirror the fracturing of her composure. For the first time in her life, she experienced a bad ending. Born into wealth, she had never known want or hardship. Her existence had been privileged and special. A single rejection brought about despair for the first time in her life. The young woman, her face now etched with anger and defiance, clenched her fists. This unexpected setback shattered her previously perfect world. And Oh Hyeji boiled with spiteful hostility. "So you hired the Golden Circle to get revenge on me?" A man, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, his hands covering his mouth in a gesture of shock and disbelief. His internal turmoil was palpable. He explained, "You said I'm your ideal type. You're the one who sent hints when you didn't even like me." Oh Hyeji responded, her voice dripping with venom, "It was hell for me after that, but you were having the time of your life. You kept becoming popular and getting better grades. I felt like shit that I was the only one living like that." The final panel shows Oh Hyeji and the man, her expression a mixture of malice and regret, as she stands beside him. A young girl with short, dark hair grinned, a chilling, unsettling smile stretching across her face. Her eyes gleamed with malice, reflecting the dark, swirling background. The word Kiki was scrawled repeatedly around her, emphasizing the sinister atmosphere. The image shifting to a large, black ant crawling across a branch, its mandibles prominent and menacing. The scene was dark and ominous, mirroring the girl's unsettling expression. Tears streamed down the face of a young woman, her expression one of profound remorse. She whispered a promise to herself, a vow to never repeat her actions, that's all there is to it. "I won't do that again. I promise." Meanwhile, a young man with a cruel smirk appeared, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. He addressed someone unseen, his words dripping with false contrition, "So forgive me just this once, Hyunsung." The close-up revealed Kim Hyunsung's face, his eyes intense and devoid of emotion. His expression was a mask of cold determination. A narration box explained the shift in Hyunsung's emotional state. In the face of truly pure evil intention, all of Kim Hyunsung's emotions just vanished. Hyunsung spoke to Hyeji, his tone cold and distant. He explained his previous rejection, emphasizing it wasn't due to dislike but financial constraints. "Oh Hyeji, I didn't reject you because I didn't like you. I must have told you that day as well, but I just can't afford to date you." Hyeji's perspective shifted, revealing her internal struggle. She reflected on Hyun-sung's generosity, unable to reconcile it with her own feelings of inadequacy. You bought snacks and gadgets like they were nothing.
I couldn't handle that.
A young woman, her face partially obscured, spoke to someone out of frame. Her expression was grim, her words laced with finality. Even if she liked him, she had to reject him. She continued, her voice tinged with regret, wishing he had been honest with her, then, she wouldn't have gone so far. Suggesting a return to their previous relationship. But her words were met with a decisive rejection.
It was too late. Hyun-sung's name was uttered in shock and disbelief.
A male figure, his face hidden in shadow, spoke with chilling intent. He vowed to completely destroy Hyun-sung, targeting his family and happiness. The woman, her eyes blazing with fury, unleashed a powerful attack.
A violent strike aimed at Hyun-sung.
But he countered, his expression grim, explaining that she would never understand his reasons for going so far. Kim Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a silent scream, relived the trauma of his past. He silently vowed that the 10 years of hellish bullying, culminating in his fall from the rooftop and subsequent vegetative state, would not be repeated. His internal monologue echoed a fierce determination. This time, things would be different. But he knew this newfound resolve was born from a desperate fight against the inevitable. He was actively preventing the events that led to his suffering. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing Hyun-sung trapped beneath the shattered glass of a window, two older boys looming menacingly above him. One, with blonde hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, sneered down at his victim.
Hyun-sung, despite his vulnerable position, glared back with burning hatred. His voice, though unspoken, roared in his mind, how dare they watch him suffer? Suddenly, Hyun-sung's perspective shifted. He was no longer the helpless victim. A surge of power coursed through him, a violent energy that manifested as a blinding flash of light. The light subsided, revealing Hyun-sung's face, now marred by a bloody wound, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. He knew that even if he could prevent this specific incident, the bully's nature would remain unchanged. One of the bullies, seemingly unfazed by Hyun-sung's newfound strength, sarcastically suggested he find a good plastic surgeon, implying that his injuries would be a permanent reminder of his defiance. The other bully echoed the sentiment, adding a cruel jest about Hyun-sung's future financial burdens.
Hyun-sung, alone in a hallway, muttered a single word, fuck. The scene opens with a pair of worn Vans sneakers, blood staining the white canvas. The legs, also marred with injuries, belong to a young boy lying on the ground, his body angled away from the viewer. A man, his silhouette dark against the bright gymnasium entrance, stands over him, his arm raised in a gesture of aggression. A young woman lies injured on the ground, her face bruised and bloodied.
A concerned voice echoes, questioning the violence. Come on, you're even hitting girls now?
The camera focuses on the girl's battered legs, her injuries stark against the muted background. A nearby basketball lies discarded. A voice, filled with disbelief, whispers, it was her.
Another voice, sharp and questioning, responds, what?
The man from the first panel descends the stairs, his own body bearing the marks of a recent struggle. Below, the injured girl remains on the ground, a traffic cone nearby. He collapses, his own injuries now visible.
A voice, filled with shock, asks, F for real?
The man from the first panel stands, his face a mask of grim realization. His internal monologue reveals a shocking truth, she's actually the Golden Circle's client. He looks down at the injured girl, his expression hardening. A thought bubble reveals his internal conflict, he beat her up a bit too much, but if she's really the one who hired them? His anger boils over. He declares, she must pay the price for her actions. The scene shifts to a close-up of the man's face, a single tear rolling down his cheek. He mutters to himself, I'll find a way to handle this. A man's face, etched with worry, fills the panel. He mutters to himself, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Oh Hyaji's parents are not average people, they hold significant influence in Daesan, making this incident far more serious than before. A young man, his face bloodied, offers a reassuring smile. Despite his injuries, he insists that it's alright, he doesn't need to handle this alone.
He adds a cryptic just, leaving the sentence unfinished.
The young man continues, his instructions simple yet firm, send her home.
That's all that needs to be done.
A sudden shift in tone, a furious outburst. The words, what the hell is this, explode from the page, reflecting the shock and outrage of the moment.
Oh Chun-sam, Hyaji's father, is shown cradling his injured daughter.
His face is a mask of fury and grief as he rails against those who dared to harm his child. His rage is palpable, his words a guttural roar of anguish and vengeance. The panel focuses on Oh Chun-sam's enraged face, his features contorted in a grimace of fury. The text box identifies him as Oh Hyaji's father. Oh Chun-sam's wife confronts him, her voice laced with worry and anger. She questions his inaction, demanding to know what he intends to do about the attack on their daughter.
She is clearly upset that he might let the perpetrators escape.
Oh Chun-sam responds with cold fury, dismissing the idea of letting the perpetrators go unpunished. He vows to have Kim Hyun-sung, Kim Young-chul, and Chang Bi-am imprisoned for their actions. The final panel shows Oh Chun-sam on the phone, his expression one of simmering rage. He is furious that his identity has been exposed due to the mishandling of the situation.
A man's face, partially obscured, is shown in close-up. His expression is one of intense anger, his jaw clenched tight. A single thought bubbles up from his mind, young Chansu, you bastard.
The scene shifts to a man on a phone call, his face partially hidden by his hand. He speaks, his voice laced with chilling determination. "Hell, it's me, Kim Hyun-sung." The man on the phone call is now fully visible. He has a scar on his neck, and his expression is grim. The person on the other end of the line speaks, revealing the man's identity. "You're the broker for the Golden Circle in Seoul." Kim Hyun-sung confirms the other party's statement, his voice low and dangerous. "Young Chansu, right?" A man with blonde hair, wearing a vibrant Hawaiian shirt and a gold chain, angrily demanded an explanation over the phone. His words were laced with frustration. Why wasn't he getting a call back immediately? He questioned how the other party intended to manage the unfolding situation. The man's agitation intensified as he demanded to know how the situation could be handled given his son's current state, which was clearly visible in the panel. The blonde man on the phone countered, reminding the other party of their earlier agreement, guaranteed confidentiality, with a history of 0 failures. The man on the receiving end of the call nervously asked if the other party was certain about sharing this information with others. His voice rising, the blonde man demanded a response, questioning the other's ability to handle the situation if the information were to reach the golden line. The man's eyes widened in surprise as he heard something unexpected. He simply asked, "What?" Mr. Oh Chun-sam, a man involved in shady dealings, informed his associate that their business was concluded. He expressed regret, but stated that, as promised, the Golden Circle had never failed. A man with sunglasses, gold teeth, and a flamboyant shirt, seemingly Mr. Oh Chun-sam, spoke on his phone, realizing the implications of his actions. He cursed, understanding that he had set a dangerous precedent and was now in a precarious situation. Despite his fear, a thought occurred to him: he still needed to live. The narration reveals that Mr. Oh Chun-sam had transferred all evidence of their dealings to Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly sinister young man with intense eyes. Another man, possibly an associate of Mr. Oh Chun-sam, spoke on the phone, expressing disbelief that such incriminating documents existed. He argued that the world wasn't that simple, implying that this was merely a form of insurance. Mr. Oh Chun-sam, enraged, threatened his associate, vowing to take him down if he died. The associate, in turn, threatened to report Mr. Oh Chun-sam, expose the Golden Circle, and bring about their mutual demise. Mr. Oh Chun-sam, seemingly unfazed, called his associate a crazy bastard. He then calmly stated that whatever happened from that point forward was solely the associate's responsibility. A sneering voice echoed through the room. "How dare he hang up on me as he wishes?" The man, his face contorted in a grimace, barked into the phone, "What the hell? Who is it at this late hour?" A notification appeared on the screen. A visitor was at the front door. A man with a floral shirt lit a cigarette. He muttered, "Fuck." He took a drag, his expression one of annoyance. A voice, muffled and distant, began to speak. "Who is th-?" A shadowy figure, his face obscured, spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "It's me, Kim Hyun-sung." Kim Hyun-sung, the Golden Circle soul broker, stood in an alleyway, his face bloodied, speaking on his phone. He was informed that he had sent Oh Hyeji home early. Young Chansu, seemingly surprised, asked if that was indeed Hyun-sung on the other end of the line. Hyun-sung, still on the phone, confirmed that he had sent Oh Hyeji home early. A sharp, incredulous "WH what?" followed. On the other end of the line, a man wearing a flamboyant shirt and sunglasses explained that while failures could be managed, revealing the client's identity was a different matter entirely. Hyun-sung was shocked. He wondered how the caller found out Oh Hyeji was the client and that he even knew Hyun-sung's number. He suspected Choi Tae-jun of betraying him. Hyun-sung muttered quick thinking to himself as he realized the implications of his actions. He had inadvertently become a threat to the survival of the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung concluded that the Golden Circle would now try to eliminate him and Oh Chun-sam, ensuring neither of them would ever speak of this. A man in a floral shirt stood with his back to the viewer, a knife held menacingly close to his lower back. Two figures loomed behind him, their faces obscured. "What the hell are you trying to say, you fucking bastard?" one of them snarled. A stark black background filled with purple smoke framed a stark white box containing the question, "Do you want to live?" Below, a smaller speech bubble contained a whispered, "What?" The man in the floral shirt, now facing forward, held a phone to his ear, his expression a mixture of anger and calculation. He held a large knife in his other hand. "I'm asking you if you want to live, right now." A different man, with dark hair and intense eyes, spoke into his phone, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The background swirled with purple energy. He reported, "Report back to your boss that you successfully completed your job this time." He continued, instructing his subordinate, "Say you dealt with me perfectly," and the client was very happy as well. "Choi Tae-jun's job is done, so send him back to Seoul." The man in the floral shirt, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke again into his phone. His voice was low and hesitant. "If I do that, the client won't be happy about this." A narration box appeared, containing a curt instruction, "Ditch him. It's not the time for you to worry about other people, is it?" The scene shifted to a well-appointed home. A man in a suit pointed angrily at a cowering woman and another woman embracing her. "Why you?" Kim Hyun-sung, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, awoke to a disorienting reality. Where was he? He found himself in a sparsely furnished room, a man lounging on a sofa, his expression one of impatient boredom. I thought you would have the situation figured out by now, the man remarked, his tone laced with a hint of annoyance.
Hyunsung, still disoriented, remained standing. Stand up right now or I.
The man began, his threat left unfinished. The man interrupted himself, his patience clearly wearing thin. Stop bullshitting and sit your ass down, he snapped, pointing a finger at Hyunsung. Hyunsung finally sat, his confusion giving way to a simmering anger. Why are you here? He demanded. The man leaned forward, a glint of something cold in his eyes.
Enough. Now I'm going to give you two choices. His second option was far more intriguing.
You'll report the case to the police and ask the Golden Circle to follow up on this matter. The man's face contorted into a mask of barely controlled rage. His eyes burned with an intense, almost feverish light.
Hyunsung remained calm, his gaze unwavering.
If that happens, I'll release the proof I received from young Changsu to the whole world. A man, his face partially obscured, spoke, his voice laced with a chilling calmness. He stated that while his actions wouldn't erase the Golden Circle, they would certainly ensure the disappearance of Kim Hyunsung and young Chansu. His fist clenched, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. He continued, outlining the consequences: prison for Hyunsung, juvenile detention for Oh Hyaji. This was their future, he declared. With a hint of dark amusement, he pointed out the irony: Hyunsung would be imprisoned for at least 3 years, while Hyaji would likely only face a few months. The man's gaze narrowed, his thoughts turning to Oh Hyaji's fate.
He wondered aloud what would become of her.
His concern, however, was not one of genuine care. He was contemplating her vulnerability without her father's protection, a chilling thought that twisted his lips into a cruel smile. He questioned whether she would be safe from him.
Another man, seemingly a bystander, reacted with outrage.
He accused the first man of issuing a threat, questioning if he truly believed he could get away with his actions. The first man, unfazed, responded with a chilling declaration. He pointed a finger, his face contorted in a furious expression, and declared that bullying him would achieve nothing. He revealed his trump card: Go Changbyum was behind him, providing a powerful backing to his threats. A sinister grin spread across his face as he laid out his plan: he would order Changbyum to break Oh Hyaji's legs and gouge out her eyes. The sheer brutality of the threat hung heavy in the air. A young woman, Hyaji, clutches her throat, her face contorted in pain as she gasps for air. A man, his features obscured, kneels beside her, urgently shouting for her to wake up. But another man, calm and collected, intervenes, advising him to remain calm, assuring him that there is still another option.
The first man, seemingly agitated, stands and adjusts his jacket.
He appears to be searching for something. While an older man watches from a distance, his expression grim. The younger man finds a small, metallic object on the floor, a key, and picks it up. A voice, dark and ominous, commands him to use the key to sever Hyaji's Achilles heel.
A close-up reveals a piercing blue eye, surrounded by darkness, suggesting a malevolent entity.
The voice continues, emphasizing the need to prevent this demon from entering the world. Back in the room, the younger man leaves, while Hyaji's mother and sister react with horror and disbelief to his actions, calling the police. A woman frantically urged someone to call the police, as a man was leaving the premises. Meanwhile, a man knelt before a knife, his face etched with despair and anguish. He muttered to himself, questioning his actions. His wife, finding him in this state, cried out in alarm, begging him to stop. The man's eyes, filled with a chilling emptiness, reflected his worry about his business and family's future. His desperate plea was for the safety of his daughter, Hyaji. He reflected on his past mistake of spoiling his children too much. His wife continued to urge him to regain his composure. Suddenly, 2 young women ran past him, their screams echoing in the background. Kim Hyunsung, his face contorted in a silent scream, his eyes wide with a primal terror, stumbled backward. His body was battered and bruised, a testament to the brutal attack he had just endured. He fell, the world tilting violently as he plummeted towards the unforgiving concrete below. Meanwhile, Oh Hyaji, her own face marred by cuts and bruises, lunged forward, a glint of cold fury in her eyes. A knife was clutched tightly in her hand, her expression one of ruthless determination. One of the bullies, his leg injured, cried out for help, his voice a desperate rasp. In a dimly lit cafe, 2 figures sat across from each other. One, a woman with striking features and a sharp gaze, spoke, her voice laced with a chilling calm. She questioned her companion's plans, hinting at a larger, more sinister scheme. The man, his expression cold and calculating, revealed his intentions: to slowly push Oh Chansum to the brink of ruin. He detailed his plan: to systematically expose Oh Chansum's illegal activities, one by one, culminating in the release of damaging evidence. The woman added another layer to their plan: if Oh Chansum retaliated against Oh Hyaji, she would report him for domestic violence. The ultimate goal, as the man chillingly stated, was to leave Oh Hyaji crippled, penniless, and utterly alone. 2 men sat across from each other at a small table in a dimly lit cafe. One, older with a floral shirt, glared at the other, a younger man with short, dark hair. "You spiteful bastard, so what are you planning?" he spat. The younger man calmly replied, "You may have bought yourself some time, but one day the Golden Circle will find out."
"That's right, that's why I was thinking of offering you a deal."
The scene shifted to a large, imposing structure resembling a Trojan horse, positioned before a fortress with tall, imposing towers.
The sky was a brooding gray. The massive wooden structure was detailed, its wheels visible beneath its bulk. A caption below read, "A Trojan horse." Back in the cafe, the younger man continued, "You didn't give me the materials because you were stupid. You were betting on me to survive." The older man's face was contorted in a mixture of anger and realization. He muttered, "You knew it too, didn't you? That you're expendable to the Golden Circle." The younger man pressed on, "Let's be honest. Why would you be loyal to the Golden Circle?" The older man responded, "It's all about the money. So how about you make that money through me?" The younger man leaned back, a skeptical expression on his face. He asked, "You're doing all this merely because Myunjin Construction's backing you?" The older man, his face partially obscured by his hand, replied, "No matter how close to the edge I am, don't take me for a fool. Being an internal spy would mean risking my life." He admitted it, as his interlocutor had said, he joined the Golden Circle to reach the top of the country. The Golden Circle, he explained, possessed the power to achieve that ambition. And he had only given his leash to the other man out of fear of the organization. His companion scoffed, questioning the idea that all this was being done merely for Myunjin Construction and his trust. "Ridiculous," he retorted. He then uttered the word celestials. The other man sputtered, "WH what? How did you?" His companion sat with his arms crossed, a smug look on his face. He was informed that he would be in charge of the top-tier members. This was the outcome of a vertical society. Naturally, there were classes within the Golden Circle, depicted as a pyramid. The narration box explained the inner workings of an elite group known as the top tier, operating within a larger organization called the Golden Circle. Members of this top tier had their own high-level brokers. And the higher their rank, the better the rewards received by those brokers. Most significantly, a top-tier member's broker was also accepted as a member of the top tier itself. The narration box emphasized the exclusivity of the top tier, stating that it was not something just anyone could know about. A man and a woman sat in a room, discussing the top tier. The woman questioned the man about it. The man reacted with shock and disbelief to the implications of the top tier's existence, calling it crazy. He then considered the potential consequences of betrayal, acknowledging the risks involved. However, he also saw an opportunity. If Kim Hyun-sung succeeded in taking down the Golden Circle, it would serve his purposes. He considered this his ideal scenario, a perfect opportunity. The woman then asked how he planned to make her a member of the top tier. The man responded that he wanted her to keep quiet about their conversation for 1 month. A young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, pointed directly at the viewer. His expression was one of intense focus, bordering on malice. He spoke, his words carrying a chilling promise, "You'll get what you want." Young Chansu sat on a bus, lost in thought. The narration box revealed his internal contemplation, the Golden Circle, the Golden Line, and the top tier. He wondered how Kim Hyun-sung knew of their existence. But that was something everyone would find out years later. The Golden Gate was shocking because it involved some of the top people in the world of politics and business. It was further revealed that they were labeled as top tier and given special treatment. But the case, dubbed the Golden Gate. A hand pressed a button, the narration box identifying the person as an actual top tier member. It wasn't enough to take down one Golden Circle. The filthy wealth and power that made the Golden Circle possible wouldn't fall easily. The scene shifted to a city street, the words "It's now time" appearing prominently. This marked the beginning of Kim Hyun-sung's counterattack. A man stood on a rooftop, his back to the viewer, gazing down at the city below. His posture suggested a grim determination, a silent resolve hardening his features. He was ready to take the next step in his plan. A young boy was approached, the question hanging in the air: did he send a mysterious note? The note itself offered a way to clear up suspicions, a cryptic message promising a meeting. Senator Kim Pan-ho, a man of power and influence, explained the situation, his words carrying the weight of his position. He acknowledged the absurdity of the claims, yet urged the boy to listen and judge for himself. A young man with a confident smirk entered the scene, his intentions clear, he was there to make a deal. The narrative shifted, revealing Kim Pan-ho's past. During his time as a professor, he strategically formed connections with powerful families. But as his seemingly stable world began to unravel, things took an unexpected turn. Senator Jang Hoil, a member of the opposing party, dramatically exposed the corruption of Kim Pan-ho. This was a moment he had long anticipated, the moment Kim Pan-ho would desperately need Kim Hyun-sung. A note was passed to Kim Hyun-sung, promising to help clear up suspicions in exchange for his assistance, just as Kim Hyun-sung had once needed him. Kim Pan-ho questioned why Jang Hoil would make such accusations, given the lack of personal or political gain. His associate surmised that someone must have prompted Jang Hoil to act. Suspecting Senator Yang Minggu, the leader of Kim Pan-ho's own party, as the likely instigator. Kim Pan-ho deemed this a dangerous accusation. His associate, however, maintained that it was a ploy orchestrated by Senator Yang Minggu. The associate believed Yang Minggu was attempting to eliminate a rising political rival. The narrative opens with a strategic assessment. Attacking Kim Hyun-sung directly would have been problematic, he was too well protected. Therefore, a more indirect approach was deemed necessary. A puppet master's hand, manipulating strings, controlled the events from the shadows. Senator Jang Ho-ilis, a seemingly insignificant pawn, was chosen as the instrument of this plan.
Because targeting Hyun-sung, a member of the opposing party, appeared plausible. His lack of weaknesses ensured that any counterattack would be futile. A conversation unfolds between two figures.
One, impatient, demands a solution.
The other, seemingly unfazed, calmly responds.
There's no perfect explanation for the situation, he admits. The implication is that the plan is inherently flawed, yet it proceeds.
The conversation continues, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. Children of powerful families often achieve exceptionally high grades, leading to inevitable gossip. And there's only one way to resolve this: a decisive conclusion is reached.
The plan, despite its flaws, will move forward.
A strategic shift is proposed. If the message itself cannot be countered, attack the messenger.
This is the core of the plan against Kim Hyun-sung.
The final panel reveals a chilling prediction: sooner or later, a scandal involving international students and drug use will erupt.
This is the catalyst for the plan's execution. The scene opens with a narration box revealing a crucial detail: among a group of international students, one identity remains undisclosed.
The panel shifts to a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, a smirk playing on his lips.
He is Senator Jang Ho-il's son, currently studying abroad.
The young man, Senator Jang's son, is shown in conversation with an older, more seasoned man.
He feigns ignorance, responding with a dismissive laugh to the older man's insinuations.
The older man explains that a drug case is about to break in the news, and that the young man can use this to his advantage. The older man continues, emphasizing the difficulty of repairing a damaged reputation in politics. Simply taking down a mere sniper isn't enough to quell suspicions. But the young man assures him that he has other plans to help the senator, ensuring the scandal won't affect his political career. The young man, now alone, gives a final instruction: once he proves himself worthy of trust, he should be contacted again within a week. A few days later, a newspaper headline revealed a large-scale drug bust among international students.
Even Senator Jang Ho-il was unaware that his eldest son was a habitual drug user. Kim Hyun-sung, a 17-year-old student from Cheolal High School, was incredulous.
He questioned how a mere high school student could possibly know about the senator's son's drug use. It was revealed that Mr. Go Changbyeom, a key figure in Hyun-sung's life, had a vast network of contacts. Hyun-sung, backed by Myung-jin Constructions, was the top-ranking student in the entire school, wielding significant influence and causing quite a stir. Hyun-sung's actions were deliberate. He didn't contact his associate without a plan, his goal being to uncover the truth.
Before proceeding, Hyun-sung had a question for the senator. He directly asked the senator if he harbored presidential ambitions.
The senator admitted to his ambitions, though he remained uncertain about his prospects.
However, Hyun-sung's next words hinted at a deeper understanding of the senator's plans. A voice, cold and dismissive, echoed in the void.
It declared that the subject lacked the compelling narrative of a privileged life, destined for greatness.
The image shifted, showing two versions of the same man.
One, a young man in a graduation gown, radiating potential; the other, older, with a weary, world-weary expression. He became a professor, and even a member of parliament, the voice continued, detailing a life of success and influence. But the life of the top 0.01% in South Korea was not enough. He would fail in the race for presidency, the voice declared, because he had too much. The voice explained that in his previous life, he had failed for precisely this reason.
He scoffed, a defiant laugh escaping his lips. He would not give up, he would not be defeated. He declared that he would do it himself. His resolve hardened. A new voice, mysterious and powerful, cut through the air, introducing itself as the Kingmaker.
The scene opens with a wide shot of a school building under a partly cloudy sky.
A speech bubble floats above, containing the words, "Did you hear?"
Inside, two students converse.
One asks, "Huh? Out of the blue?"
But why, reacting to the news that Oh Hye-ji has dropped out of school.
The other student, seated at a desk, replies, "I don't know either."
One student continues, explaining that a friend saw Oh Hye-ji being taken to the hospital a few days prior, severely injured to the point of being unable to walk on her own.
The other student reacts with a simple, "Geez." Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, appears, a smirk playing on his lips. He thinks to himself, what an idiot.
He had countless ways to protect Oh Hye-ji. He then writes in his notebook, adding, "Well, it's not that I don't understand.
It's hard to think rationally when you're overwhelmed with emotion." He continues his internal monologue, reflecting, "Just like I couldn't even think that I could move away in my previous life."
Hyun-sung concludes his thoughts, stating, "Anyhow, I can have someone keep a watch over Oh Hye-ji.
Now all that's left is to get that presidency-obsessed bastard Kim Pan-ho to accept my offer."
The camera focuses on the exterior of a building. The sign reads, "Kim Pan-ho, Senator's Office." A voice, presumably off-panel, explains that money laundering is easy in the construction industry and that they will handle the funding. Inside, a man with short, dark hair sits at a desk. He explains that they will craft a story for the campaign, a narrative that will make people look up to him. A perfect narrative for a presidential campaign. The scene shifts to a close-up of an older man with graying hair and intense eyes. He has a goatee and wears a light brown coat. He states that the man will be the politician who crushes the Golden Circle. The younger man from earlier asks if a group like that actually exists. The older man confirms its existence, explaining that once the golden circle becomes a social issue, the younger man will become a star overnight if he acts quickly. The older man assures the younger man that there is no other risk for him to take. He will set the table, and if anything gets spilled, he will clean it up. All the younger man has to do is help only as much as asked, when needed. A shadowy figure sat across from another, their faces obscured. He acknowledged the other's words, understanding them despite their youth. He mused that, after all, they were merely the words of a 17-year-old high school student. And offered the younger man reassurance, promising to give him plenty of time to investigate further. The older man, however, corrected his previous statement. He clarified that the young man wasn't just any 17-year-old high school student, he was the second son of Myeongjin Construction, and someone was desperately searching for him. Namely, Go Changbyum's backer. The older man continued, explaining that if Kim Panho refused to cooperate, he would have to put Plan B into motion. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression walked purposefully through a school courtyard. His thoughts turned to Kim Panho, whom he needed to eliminate because he knew his true identity. He needed to find a new racehorse. He considered the potential risks, acknowledging that he might face another powerful opponent. And the worst-case scenario, Kim Panho and the Golden Circle joining forces. He hoped that wouldn't happen. Suddenly, he was called by name, Mr. Kim Hyun-sung? Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked down the hallway, his backpack slung over his shoulder. His crisp white shirt and neatly knotted red tie hinted at a meticulous nature, belying the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. A voice, cold and sharp, cut through the air, "Please get on, while I'm being nice." The speaker, a large, imposing man in a dark suit, gestured impatiently towards a luxury car parked nearby. His expression was one of barely contained menace. Hyun-sung, his back to the viewer, seemed to hesitate for a moment before slowly approaching the car. A muttered thought escaped Hyun-sung, "This dude's crazy." Inside the car, a second man, sharply dressed, spoke, "So you are Go Changbyum's backer, after all." The first man, seemingly amused, responded, "I'll admit it. Your movements definitely aren't like an average 17-year-old. He continued, "But do you even know what it means to take down the Golden Circle?" Hyun-sung's internal monologue confirmed, as expected, he already knew about the Golden Circle. The conversation continued in a dimly lit office. The first man pressed, "It's just that I don't understand. You haven't once been a victim of the Golden Circle, so why are you so fired up to destroy it?" A chilling question echoed in the void, "Have you experienced it?" Kim Hyun-sung, his face obscured, sat alone, a red tie stark against his white shirt. He felt the crushing weight of helplessness in the face of relentless malice. A powerful person like him might fight back, but the Golden Circle didn't target such people in the first place. Hyun-sung, small and vulnerable, sat curled on the floor, dwarfed by two enormous hands looming above him, adorned with gold rings. The hands represented the inescapable threat of the Golden Circle. They targeted the poor, the weak, those incapable of fighting back. Hyun-sung sat at his desk, his hands clasped tightly, a picture of despair. He understood their strategy: if these victims didn't even go to school, their lives would truly be over. They couldn't hope for help from teachers or adults. Because as long as the Golden Circle was involved, adults would be wary of them. Knowing he'd be beaten up if he went to school, Hyun-sung was trapped in a cycle of fear and helplessness, his future hanging precariously in the balance. A chilling narration box ominously declared that the bullying would continue even after school was over, leaving the victim helpless and suffering at the hands of their tormentors. The word hell filled the panel, reflecting the protagonist's 10 years of suffering as a vegetative patient. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, now back in time, vowed to break the cycle of school violence. His determination was evident as he spoke of ending the cycle of school violence. He acknowledged that violence might be an eternal problem for humanity. But his resolve remained firm: he would destroy the system that profited from such acts. An older man, seemingly a confidant, listened intently as Hyun-sung explained his plan. The man, intrigued, asked to hear Hyun-sung's plan, promising to consider it. Hyun-sung revealed his strategy: to win over a broker and fabricate a report to make it appear that the commission investigating him was successful. The scene opens with a large, imposing statue, its back to the viewer. A narration box reveals a conversation: the Golden Circle will face repercussions for manipulating and deceiving their client. And later, during his senior year, when it's time to take the SATs, Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a confident smirk, plans to transfer to Gangnam, Seoul, to maintain his #1 ranking in the country. A new scene unfolds in an office. The narration box poses a question: what if the top-ranking student in Gangnam joins the fray? And what if the truth about the Golden Circle's failure to eliminate him is revealed? A man in a suit, his face etched with worry, responds that it would be a huge disaster. Hyun-sung, seen in profile, explains that the limited outside intervention within the school environment allows him to withstand any pressure. He just needs enough support to avoid expulsion. The longer he holds out, the more trouble the Golden Circle will face. The man in the suit observes Hyun-sung, noting his intense desire to succeed. The man concludes that Hyun-sung and he are of the same kind. An older man with graying hair and a neatly trimmed beard sat in a dimly lit cafe, a thoughtful expression on his face. He chuckled softly, responding to an unshown question about his presidential aspirations. He claimed there was no special reason, he simply wanted to try his hand at it. The focus shifted to a younger man with dark hair and striking purple eyes. His gaze was intense, almost predatory. He mused that, ironically, he knew many who harbored similar ambitions, given their. The older man, now seen in a more formal setting, confidently declared that he had never experienced a single failure in his life. He had attended Korea University, obtained a professorship, and even served as a senator. So, he questioned, why couldn't he be the best in the country? The older man's expression turned sharp. He warned the younger man to remember that a single failure would result in immediate abandonment and the destruction of all evidence. He reiterated his lack of support and his intention to eliminate any trace of the younger man's involvement should he fail. Then, with a chilling smile, he posed a question. If the younger man thought he could handle all of that, then he would accept his offer. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a determined expression, muttered to himself as he walked. He felt a pressing need to get to the gym. He was a picture of youthful energy, his dark hair neatly styled, a red tie complementing his crisp white shirt. A backpack hung from his shoulders, suggesting a student's routine. He paused briefly, speaking to a young woman with long, dark hair, also in school attire. He assured her it would be quick, asking her to wait a moment. Hyun-sung revealed that the woman, Hyeji, had dropped out of school after a traumatic event. He explained that everyone believed she had been rushed to the emergency room. But Hyeji directly accused Hyun-sung of being responsible for her suffering. Hyun-sung remained calm, assuring her he wouldn't tell anyone. His expression, however, hinted at a deeper, darker emotion. He confessed to disliking people like Hyeji, describing them as sociopaths who only cared about their own feelings. The weight of a past tragedy hung heavy in the air as he revealed that his brother had died because of people like her. Hyun-sung, still recovering from his 10-year ordeal as a vegetative patient, found himself inexplicably back in time. He questioned the woman before him, his voice laced with suspicion, "What exactly is your point?" She responded, her tone suggesting a willingness to help, "Hyun-sung, I'm here to help you." Hyun-sung's thoughts turned to Choi Seona. He realized he had no specific memories of her from his past life. A profound realization washed over him. Choi Seona, I have no particular memory about her from my past life. Is that why? Finally, I saw her true self. A close-up of Choi Seona's face revealed a complex expression, hinting at hidden depths and a concealed agenda. The narration box revealed a shocking truth about Seona's background, the hidden, twisted side of Choi Seona. He mused on the strategic implications. That's definitely a useful card, but... The woman pressed Hyun-sung, testing his resolve. How far can you go for this job? Hyun-sung's response was unwavering. I'll do anything. She pressed further, revealing the true extent of her request. Really? In that case, can you gouge the eyes out of the guys? Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a sharp gaze and a pen in hand, stood defiantly. His expression was one of cold fury, his lips curled into a sneer as he addressed his unseen tormentors. He spat out the words, "No, bastards who killed your brother with this?" A wave of dark, almost blood-red energy filled the panel, obscuring the scene and suggesting a powerful emotional response from the unseen recipient of Hyun-sung's accusation. Hyun-sung's inner monologue revealed a chilling resolve. He thought, when I break my opponent's bones, I'm prepared to have my own broken too. The scene shifted to an older man, his face etched with worry and defeat. He stood in a dimly lit room, his posture conveying a sense of profound weariness. His internal voice echoed Hyun-sung's grim determination. When I ruin someone's life, I'm prepared to have mine ruined too. A close-up showed a discarded pen lying on the floor, a subtle detail hinting at the instrument used in the past act of violence. Hyun-sung's voiceover continued, emphasizing his unwavering commitment to retribution. I'm prepared to have mine ruined too. A woman with long dark hair, sitting on some steps, responded with a sharp, dismissive retort. Don't ever call me for this shit again. Hyun-sung, his expression unchanged, dismissed her with a final, dismissive statement. Your weak will would only get in my way. A stark declaration appeared on the page. In this path where there's no room for an ordinary life, there's no place for you. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with short, dark hair, walked with purpose. He carried a backpack, his expression resolute. He muttered to himself that this was the correct thing to do. Hyun-sung's friend, a taller blonde young man with a relaxed demeanor, approached him. He asked if Hyun-sung was finished and whether he had studied. Hyun-sung confirmed that he had, having made a promise. The blonde young man, whose name is Saiwo, explained that while they were together in Daesan, their situation would be different in Seoul. Saiwo continued, emphasizing that his own challenges were already significant enough. Saiwo looked up, surprised. He noticed someone familiar. Saiwo and Hyun-sung stood together, observing the arrival of a man. Saiwo commented on the man's persistence, noting that other private academies had given up after only a couple of attempts. The man introduced himself as the director of the Miracle Intensive Academy. He pleaded with them, promising this was his last attempt and asking for their time. A jovial, elderly man with silver hair sat at his desk, a pleased smile on his face as he spoke on the phone. He gestured expansively, clearly pleased with himself. He was discussing the success of his efforts to elevate the school's prestige. In an attempt to promote Cheonil High, he had orchestrated media coverage of Kim Hyun-sung's perfect score on a mock exam. But this publicity unexpectedly attracted the attention of the most prestigious academies in Daesan. A representative from Dashang Academy approached Kim Hyun-sung with a generous offer, a scholarship of 3 million won per month, with further support if his brother also enrolled,
and continued support until high school graduation.
Two men, one older and one younger, stood on a street corner. The older man, holding a document, spoke to the younger man, suggesting he not overdo things and would go first. The younger man agreed, saying he would see him later. The younger man, alone now, was approached by someone who questioned his presence there again. He responded that he remembered refusing a previous offer. The younger man proposed a deal, he would buy the other man's reputation. A map of Daesan and Seoul was shown, with several locations marked, indicating the expansion plans of Miracle. A proposition was made. If word got out that Kim Hyun-sung was attending Miracle Academy, the school would be able to compete with the best academies in Seoul.
In fact, his actual attendance wasn't even necessary, simply acknowledging the rumor of his enrollment would suffice.
The speaker, a man with a shrewd expression, continued explaining the plan. Furthermore, a perfect score on the SATs would earn Hyun-sung an additional 100 million won as an incentive. Hyun-sung, upon hearing this offer, pondered the value of his current situation. He mused that, excluding his desire for revenge, his life wasn't so bad. But a significant caveat remained.
Hyun-sung ultimately declined the offer.
His decision surprised the man who had made the proposition, who questioned his reasoning. He simply stated, just because.
Hyun-sung's curt response left the matter unresolved. The next day dawned, and a question hung in the air: was that Kim Hyun-sung? Lee Niso, the administrator of the Daechi area Sky Mom Cafe, introduced herself and politely inquired if he had a moment to spare. The Daechi area's Sky Mom Cafe was explained as a place where parents residing in the area shared academic information.
And it was during one of these discussions that Kim Hyun-sung's story came up. Lee Niso, with a knowing smile, revealed that she had an offer for him. She proposed that he tutor the children of the cafe's members, including her own. A woman, impeccably dressed, explained that she wasn't expecting immediate, drastic improvements. Seoul, she pointed out, had many qualified teachers. Instead, she wanted him to share the knowledge he'd gained during his schooling.
Once a week, 4 times a month, for 2 million won per session.
She added that they would comply with any other conditions he might have, as long as he taught in Daesan.
The man, however, expressed unfamiliarity with this arrangement. He politely asked for a few days to consider the offer.
Meanwhile, a man sat at his computer, dismissing the online chatter as insignificant. He saw the idea of a 10 million won paid member and decided to observe her actions. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, perused an online academy bulletin board, searching for a hidden message board for paid members. He wondered if a specific bulletin, perhaps containing information relevant to his past, was hidden among the ordinary postings.
A sinister smile played on the lips of an unseen individual, their identity obscured from view.
The image focused only on their mouth, hinting at a hidden presence and malicious intent.
Someone casually inquired if Hyun-sung knew anyone at the school, noting his recent academic success. The question was laced with subtle curiosity, suggesting an underlying motive.
A subsequent message revealed a rumor about Hyun-sung's exceptional grades, attributing them to secret tutoring from a star-study academy lecturer. The rumor also mentioned that Hyun-sung had publicly protested against the actions of someone named Oh Soo-jong. Hyun-sung reflected on a past life event, the Golden Gate incident, pondering who had profited most from the ensuing chaos. His thoughts were clearly focused on the implications of this past event and its connection to his present situation. A swirling vortex of golden light appeared, symbolizing the mystery and power surrounding the Golden Gate incident. Hyun-sung dismissed the notion that ordinary people or politicians were the primary beneficiaries of the Golden Gate incident. He concluded that it was the helicopter parents, those excessively concerned with their children's futures, who ultimately profited the most from the chaos. Hyun-sung mused that instead of being outraged by the Golden Circle's actions, the parents had likely used the situation to their advantage. A man sat before a computer screen, his back to the viewer. He listened intently as the voices of parents filled the room, their anger palpable as they lamented the lost opportunities of their children. The man's expression remained unchanged, his eyes focused on something unseen.
He recognized the potential in their frustration, a potent force waiting to be harnessed.
He picked up his phone, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He spoke into the receiver, his voice calm and measured. Kim Hyun-sung speaking.
Let's meet tomorrow. Elsewhere, a man exited a vehicle, his movements sharp and precise. A forceful slam of the car door echoed as he stepped onto the pavement.
His companions echoed his sentiment, their complaints rising in a chorus of annoyance.
What a load of shit. Why do we have to come all the way to Daesan? What kind of bullshit is this? Kang Minwo, Lee Niso's son, stood with his group of friends, their disdain for their current location palpable. Minwo's scorn for Kim Hyun-sung was clear.
He scoffed, that lowly nobody, Kim Hyun-sung.
This isn't even Gangnam. Isn't he just a bum studying all the way out in the boonies? My mom said he doesn't even have parents.
A group of students, including a girl with long, light gray hair, stood in a dimly lit hallway. The girl's annoyance was palpable. She muttered to herself about the inconvenience of having a particular tutor. She continued her internal monologue, expressing skepticism about the quality of even the top tutors in the Daichi area. She recounted her attempt to cause a distraction to avoid the tutoring session, only to face her mother's wrath instead. Meanwhile, 2 other students discussed the situation, one of them dismissing the previous student's complaints as mere excuses. A third student, sporting a red tie and a distinctive emblem on his jacket, appeared, checking his phone and seemingly unconcerned with the other's conversation. One of the girls expressed her concern about the consequences of skipping class, fearing punishment from her mother. The student in the red tie offered a solution: if they all skipped class together, the school would simply assign a different tutor. Another student questioned the point of skipping class, given their tutor's perceived incompetence. The student in the red tie shrugged off the concerns, expressing a desire for some fun and dismissing the long trip to Daesan as a waste of time. A group of menacing figures, led by a powerfully built man with short, reddish-brown hair, strode down a city street. Their laughter echoed, a chilling sound that spoke of their malicious intent. One of them, a blonde woman, smirked, while another, a hooded figure, remained silent, his face obscured by shadow. "It's me, young Chansu," a voice announced, the words cutting through the air like a knife. The scene shifted to a different location. A man sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Thanks to you, I had a meal with Mr. Lim Keel-hyung, the CEO of Future Investment and Securities," he reflected, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. "So, Kim Panho acted as a bridge like I asked him to," he continued, his voice low and measured. He continued his internal monologue. "CEO Lim Keel-hyung's oldest child will be entering high school next year, so he'll definitely need the golden circle." The man spoke again, this time aloud. "That'll be your chance to enter the top tier." His instructions continued: "Once you're entrusted with the top tier, share key information with me in real time." A close-up of a man's eye revealed a steely gaze, hinting at his determination and ambition. Another man, speaking on the phone, gave further instructions: "And never push your clients' targets to the brink. Wrap it up as a success, but take care to give them room to breathe." A stark warning echoed in Kim Hyun-sung's mind: stray even slightly from his assigned role, and he would be doomed. He acknowledged the gravity of the situation, silently vowing to keep that in mind. Once young Chansu infiltrated the Golden Circle, he would inevitably learn the identities of its victims. A large fist, bloodied and bruised, slammed down beside him, the image a stark reminder of the violence he had endured. Even if it meant foregoing his own revenge, he wouldn't turn his back on the stories he had witnessed and heard during his 10 years of silent suffering. He simply wanted to be involved, to make a difference. The image shifted to show him lying in a hospital bed, a vegetative patient. His memories remained painfully vivid, a constant reminder of the injustice he had suffered. A soft sigh escaped his lips. He knew he couldn't push himself too far. He had to proceed cautiously. Any further action could prove dangerous. His gaze drifted to the clock. His accomplices were already late on their first day. The scene opens with a disco ball casting multicolored light across a dimly lit room. A caption reads: "My wild thoughts and my anxious gaze and..." Inside a karaoke room, 3 young women are engrossed in their own activities. One takes a selfie, another applies makeup, while a third watches them. A young man in a hoodie sits at the table, singing into a microphone. He seems oblivious to the women's presence. He thinks, "You who keep seeing me." Suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung appears in the doorway. One of the women exclaims, "What fucking century is that song from?" Hyun-sung ignores her. Another young man, startled by his appearance, shouts, "Ah, fuck. What the hell?" The other young man continues, "You dumb fuck, this is our room, so get lost." Hyun-sung looks at the speaker, a smirk playing on his lips. He asks, "What? Flick, do you know me?" Before the other young man can respond, Hyun-sung attacks with surprising speed. He thinks, "Who are?" A blur of motion as Hyun-sung delivers a swift blow, sending the young man sprawling to the floor. Hyun-sung's attack is so fast that the young man only manages a pained grunt, "Kya-hyak." Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, clutched at his throat, his face contorted in silent agony. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. A young man with a bruised face glared defiantly. He spat out a furious challenge, "Who the hell do you think you are?" He continued, his voice dripping with menace, "Do you even know who my mom and dad are? One call, and your life will be over." The young man, his face bloodied and swollen, clutched his jaw in pain as he glared at the other, seemingly unfazed individual. A voice, calm and chillingly authoritative, cut through the air, "Call them." The voice pressed further, "Call them right now, and tell them the truth." The command was followed by a chilling revelation, that you cut the first day of your tutoring and got your ass beat like a dog by the teacher. A figure emerged from the shadows, his face obscured but his presence radiating menace. The young man's eyes widened in fear. Terror gripping him, he frantically dialed a number, muttering, Mom. I'm in Daesan right now and..." A stern-looking man in a crisp white shirt and red tie stood, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on someone unseen below. His expression was one of barely contained anger. Below him, a young man with reddish-brown hair knelt, phone pressed to his ear, his face etched with worry. He looked up, his voice laced with disbelief as he spoke into the phone, "But Kim Hyun-sung, are you out of your mind?" The young man's face was a mask of frustration. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he continued his phone call, his voice rising in agitation. "What did I tell you?
I told you this was the last time. Are you in your right mind? He continued to berate the unseen Hyunsung, his words sharp and accusatory. Didn't I tell you to listen to the tutor? How could you skip tutoring even on the first day? The man reached out, his hand outstretched to take the phone from the kneeling youth. He snatched the phone, his expression hardening further. The time on the phone's screen read 9:41. He barked a single order into the phone, be punctual. The young man, his face bloodied, looked up at the man, his eyes wide with fear. The phone screen now showed 0:05. A voice, filled with desperate apology, pleaded from the phone, H. Hyunsung. I'm really sorry about this. Please, if you can just forgive us today, this won't happen again. A smirk played on the lips of a man, his expression one of quiet confidence. He uttered a single phrase, barely a whisper, of course. In case Minwo does anything wrong, I won't interfere in whatever punishment you decide, regardless of what it is. The other kid's parents confirmed this as well. So, please relax and... Okay, make your choice. The young man, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and determination, stared upward, awaiting his fate. He was given a stark choice. A nighttime shot of a street corner, a cell phone store visible in the background. A voice, laced with sarcasm, cuts through the silence, fucking. He caused all that fuss when he said that the first day would only be an hour. I know, right? Why isn't the driver coming? A young woman with blonde hair, Shin Yumi, sat on a curb, casually asking if someone knew anyone in Daisen they could hang out with. A man's voice, off-panel, asked why she wanted to take revenge, prompting the next panel. The man, shown only from the shoulders up, held a phone displaying a picture of a severely bruised face. He stated that he had to pay them back for what they did, claiming he'd never been so angry in his life. His face, filled with rage, was shown in close-up. He muttered that the person responsible didn't know who he was, referring to himself as Daisen's boss. Yumi, seeing his anger, urged her contact to call him quickly. Yumi's contact, a man in a suit, expressed concern that his mother wouldn't be happy about his actions. He responded defiantly, stating that this wasn't his first time causing trouble and that blood is thicker than water. The man in the suit stated that this would be a great thing to brag about, and he would make the call. The phone rang. Yumi answered, cheerfully greeting the caller. The caller's voice, surprised, exclaimed Jinwoo. 2 days later. 2 women walked down the street, discussing a man who had beaten up someone for being late to a tutoring session. One of the women expressed concern about the man's strength. The second woman, however, remained unconvinced, questioning whether the man was truly okay, noting his apparent strength. The larger man, Park Jinwoo, introduced himself to Yumi, boasting about his fighting prowess and the difference between street fights and actual combat. Yumi, impressed, asked if the building they were approaching was the one they were looking for. Jinwoo confirmed that it was indeed the correct location. Jinwoo excitedly called out to someone inside the gym, his enthusiasm palpable. He expressed his desire to spar with a first-year high school student he had spotted. Jinwoo explained his reasons for wanting a workout, highlighting the other student's impressive physique. A man with short, dark hair and a smirk contemplated his next move. He mused that if his opponent won, he would consider a certain proposition. A single word, barely audible, escaped his lips. Park Jinwoo, his face streaked with sweat and tears, angrily demanded an explanation for Kim Saiwo's unexpected presence. Kim Saiwo, equally surprised and agitated, retorted with a frustrated curse, questioning why Park Jinwoo was there. Observing the scene, a man with blonde hair commented on Kim Saiwo's surprisingly attractive appearance. While a woman with blonde hair breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Kim Saiwo hadn't beaten up the other two. The woman's relief quickly turned to disbelief as she realized the implications of Kim Saiwo's presence. She pointed excitedly, revealing to a nearby man that Kim Saiwo was the one who had previously beaten up Park Jinwoo. Kim Saiwo, wiping sweat from his brow, stood calmly in the background. Hyunsung, a model student known for his intelligence, good looks, and fighting prowess, was confronted. Someone questioned his actions, accusing him of beating up children. He responded simply, only those who deserve it. The scene shifted, showing Hyunsung delivering a swift, powerful blow to a bully. The impact was clearly felt, sending the bully reeling. The bully, momentarily stunned, gasped, "Oh, Jinwoo?" Hyunsung, however, continued his assault, shouting Jinwoo as he unleashed another blow, the sound of impact echoing through a nearby gym where 2 other men watched in surprise. A young woman with blonde hair, witnessing the scene, cried out, "Hey! Where are you going?" Park Jinwoo, the man Hyunsung had been fighting, was escaping, panting, fuck, I almost got screwed there." The blonde woman, clearly concerned, tried to stop Jinwoo, grabbing his arm. But he shrugged her off. Jinwoo's anger was evident as he was confronted by another man who shouted, "Kim Hyunsung's your fucking tutor?" Hyunsung, having caught up to them, calmly commanded, "Stop your nonsense and shut up." A burly man roughly grasped a young girl's shoulders. His voice, though low, carried a distinct threat. He instructed her to never call him again and to focus solely on her tutoring. The man, his back now turned, strode away. He muttered a warning under his breath: if she wanted to avoid serious consequences, she should consider him dead and listen to Hyunsung. A woman followed him, her expression unreadable.
A single, harsh word escaped her lips. Fuck, no wonder.
Screw the damn girl.
The scene shifted to a classroom. A complex mathematical equation filled a thought bubble above the students' heads. The equation discussed the real numbers among the nth square roots of positive numbers, differentiating between even and odd values of n. The students, diligently taking notes, were engrossed in the lecture. The equation continued, explaining the nth square root of a real number when n is odd. One student, a young man with reddish-brown hair, struggled to keep up. His brow furrowed in concentration, a slight tremor in his hand as he scribbled furiously. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he finally grasped the concept. The word focus appeared in a thought bubble above his head. The tutor, a man with a weary expression, addressed the student. He acknowledged the student's exhaustion from traveling to Daesan 3 times a week.
He then issued a stark warning: the student's parents would be very unhappy if his grades didn't improve after this expensive tutoring. A chilling premonition hung in the air.
The unseen speaker's words, "I bet something worse is waiting for you in the future," echoed with a sinister undertone. A stark contrast to the smug confidence radiating from the young man before him. He sneered, "Don't deny it.
You've been played around with your entire lives."
The scene shifted, revealing 2 students, their faces etched with worry. One, a young man with reddish-brown hair, and the other, a young woman with blonde hair and dark circles under her eyes.
A voice, seemingly belonging to an authority figure, cut through the tension: accept reality. If you do well on this final, the consequences would be severe.
The same voice continued, "I'll cut this class to once a week, and I'll tell your parents to drop you from all the other classes."
However, a glimmer of hope appeared.
The voice offered a deal: "If you trust me and keep doing as I say, I'll make sure this college entrance exam gets into a 4-year university in Seoul." The young man, seemingly the one in charge, presented a choice: "Do you want to cram all week, or study with me on one day, and study on your own the rest of the time?"
Half a month passed. The results were astounding.
Minhwa's grades soared, improving by 2 grades on the final exam in every subject. The narrator added, "I heard the other kids' grades went up by a grade or more as well." Minhwa, deeply grateful, responded, "Anyhow, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart." Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a serious expression, sat across from a woman, nursing a cup of coffee. He explained that he wanted to meet to discuss continuing their tutoring sessions. The woman, with a confident smile, proposed a payment of 10 million won per month for once-a-week tutoring sessions, along with a bonus for significant improvements in grades. Hyun-sung, though seemingly unfazed by the substantial offer, expressed a condition. He stated that he would accept the tutoring job only if she kept her promises to him. A condition the woman readily agreed to, assuring him she would uphold her end of the bargain. As they finalized their agreement, the woman casually inquired about the occupation of Minhwa's father.
The woman's seemingly innocent question about Minhwa's father's profession
elicited a response that revealed her husband's dedication to using their wealth and influence to ensure their child's education. The woman's final words confirmed her husband's commitment to their child's education, using their resources to the fullest extent. The chapter opens with a close-up of Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression.
He is dressed in a school uniform.
A thought bubble reveals his internal reflection: there's a reason why Kong Minhwa's parents aren't associated with the Golden Circle.
A narration box reveals a crucial piece of information: Kang Dongcheol is the deputy chief prosecutor of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office.
The scene shifts to a school hallway.
2 students are talking.
One excitedly announces that winter vacation has arrived.
He asks his friend about their plans for the break.
The second student replies that they are happy about the vacation, but reminds his friend that things are different for first and second-year high school students. He continues, explaining that how students spend their vacations can significantly impact their future lives. Suddenly, a man approaches Hyun-sung. He apologizes for almost forgetting Hyun-sung and asks him to come for a bit.
Hyun-sung and the man are now standing face-to-face in a classroom.
The man tells Hyun-sung that he cares about him a lot.
He advises Hyun-sung to call him anytime if anything happens during the vacation.
The man assures Hyun-sung that his door is always open for him. A narration box reveals the man's internal thoughts. At first, he was bewildered by the kind of guy Hyun-sung is. Kim Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, glared defiantly. He muttered that he had plenty to say, even beyond the immediate matter at hand.
Beginning with the shocking revelation of his English teacher's affair.
A situation Hyun-sung initially believed would be his downfall, but which unexpectedly turned into a stroke of luck. A sinister smile stretched across Hyun-sung's lips as he confidently asserted that his interlocutor would understand his meaning. He granted them permission to smile and enjoy their vacation, a stark contrast to the grim determination in his eyes. A subtle hint of his underlying plan. For now, Hyun-sung would allow their happiness to continue, a temporary reprieve before his true intentions came to fruition. A friend called out to him, urging him to leave. Hyun-sung, however, knew that his plan was soon to be enacted, and that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges.
2 figures, their backs turned, walked down a hallway, their presence hinting at the impending conflict.
Kim Hyun-sung, along with his friend Siwoo, questioned their martial arts coach about their current skill level. The coach, a stern-looking man, seemed hesitant to answer, merely uttering an uncertain He began his assessment, noting Siwoo's striking techniques were impeccable, but his grappling skills needed improvement.
Saiwa's skill was sufficient for amateur fights, but professional competition was a bridge too far.
Turning his attention to Hyunsung, the coach praised his excellent judgment and daring, noting his ability to handle both striking and grappling techniques.
However, this proficiency was only effective against lower-ranked opponents.
The coach summarized Hyunsung's potential as high but cautioned that he lacked the physical maturity for professional competition. He explained that Hyunsung's opponents were typically in their prime, around 30 years old.
The scene shifts to a dynamic action panel showing a fierce martial arts match.
A blonde-haired fighter delivers a powerful blow to his opponent. A powerful kick connected, the force sending ripples through the air as one fighter crumpled to the ground. His coach watched, shaking his head. "You'll never win against those guys," he stated, his voice laced with grim certainty. He continued, explaining, "Strike for strike, or grappling, you'll surely lose because of the physical difference." Undeterred, the young fighter responded, "Then coach, let me ask one favor of you." He leaned in, a determined glint in his eyes.
"During this winter vacation,"
he requested, "please help me and Sivu bulk up."
The clock strikes 5 a.m. A new day begins.
Two young men, their breaths ragged, pound the city streets at a furious pace. Their intense morning workout routine had begun with a basic run,
immediately followed by a grueling strength training session.
The first young man, sweat dripping from his brow, performs barbell push presses. Then transitions to pull-ups, his muscles straining with the effort.
Finally completing the set with lunges.
It's clear that this is not just about the physical exertion, maintaining proper nutrition is equally important. 3 bowls of meticulously prepared salads sit before him.
The instruction is simple: consume everything.
Despite the rigorous training and forced meals, the young man is clearly struggling.
He collapses, overcome by nausea, into a bathroom. Kim Hyunsung, his face etched with exertion, breathed heavily.
He questioned whether his rigorous training was too intense, or if the forced consumption of food was the culprit for his discomfort. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his entire body ached, threatening to break apart at any moment.
Yet, he pressed on.
Hyunsung reasoned that if his coach discovered his current state, the training intensity would be reduced.
However, he felt he was improving daily and couldn't afford to stop. He couldn't even handle Choi Taijun, a mere B ranker, at his current level.
This was merely the beginning, and he had to persevere.
Hyunsung finally possessed all the pieces necessary to destroy the Golden Circle.
He resolved not to let his weakness cause his plan to crumble. A chilling reminder of his past suffering pierced his thoughts. A sudden jolt awakened Hyunsung from his intense training regimen.
He gasped, his body racked with pain. An image of his family, a painful reminder of his past, flashed before his eyes. His screams echoed in the silence.
The chapter opens with a stark reminder of Kim Hyunsung's past trauma, the despair he felt, begging for a second chance. Hyunsung's inner monologue reveals his burning desire for revenge against his tormentors. He vows to settle the score, even if it costs him his life. His face, contorted in a grimace of rage and determination, underscores his unwavering resolve.
He's willing to pay any price for retribution. The scene shifts to a dimly lit hallway.
A figure, coughing violently, is seen on the floor, while Hyunsung stands menacingly in the doorway.
Someone whispers Hyunsung's name, a mixture of concern and apprehension in their tone.
Another individual expresses worry about Hyunsung's actions, fearing the consequences if things escalate further. The scene changes to a more brightly lit area, where Hyunsung's coach observes him training intensely.
Despite his reservations, the coach remains resolute in his decision to support Hyunsung.
The final panel shows a man in a cage, his face bruised and bloodied, expressing his ignorance about what happened to Hyunsung. A young man, his face obscured, stood defiantly, his body tense. He seemed to be in a dark, gritty environment, the faint light reflecting off his skin. His internal monologue echoed, he knew his adversary would never stop.
A grizzled man, his face etched with worry and determination, observed the scene.
He mused that if he stopped the young man, he would simply find another, more dangerous, path. His jaw clenched.
And if that were to happen, he would rather be the one to take care of him.
His fists clenched, his knuckles white.
The scene shifted to a gym.
A young man with short, dark hair strained under the weight of a barbell during a bench press. He reflected that it wasn't his place to make decisions for the other young man. 5 weeks into his training, the young man from the gym unleashed a powerful punch, his fist blurring into motion. The force of the blow was depicted by motion lines radiating from his fist. The impact of the punch was shown in a separate panel, emphasizing its power and speed. The force of the blow was clearly depicted. He continued his assault with a flurry of blows, each strike precise and powerful. The young man moved with a speed and precision that suggested extensive training. Finally, he landed a devastating kick, the impact echoing in the stark white background. The force of the blow was clearly depicted. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with a sculpted physique, stood amidst a boxing gym, his gaze unwavering. He addressed his coach,
inquiring about his current skill level.
His coach observed that Hyunsung's muscles had developed rapidly, resulting in a density that was not yet fully refined, but he was already capable of rivaling a professional fighter.
Hyunsung, slightly surprised, questioned this assessment.
The coach then proposed a sparring match, a suggestion that was met with a calculating look from Hyunsung.
With a confident smirk, the coach beckoned Hyunsung to join him. He explained that a direct confrontation would be the quickest way to gauge Hyunsung's true strength.
Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary student, stood firm, his knuckles meeting his opponent's in a tense standoff. "Don't go easy on me," he declared, his voice a low growl. The clash was swift and brutal. Hyunsung moved with surprising speed and precision, his every move calculated and powerful. His opponent, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack, could only watch as Hyunsung's blows landed with impact. "Reaction speed's good," his opponent noted, impressed despite the situation.
Hyunsung continued his relentless assault, his focus unwavering. "He's holding out, and his focus is good as well," the opponent muttered, acknowledging Hyunsung's skill.
Hyunsung's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination hardening his gaze. A surge of power seemed to emanate from within him. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, a swift kick that sent his opponent reeling. But it's still too early, he thought, a hint of caution in his mind.
Despite his current advantage, Hyunsung's opponent was still a formidable foe.
The narration box explained, with his confidence at a high right now, it's easy for Hyunsung to misjudge the level he's at.
The opponent, seizing an opening, launched a surprise attack, catching Hyunsung off guard. Hyunsung was sent flying backward by the force of the blow.
His opponent smirked, "So I gotta let him know exactly where he stands right now."
Kim Hyunsung, a young man with a determined expression, clenched his jaw.
He was bruised and battered, but his eyes burned with resolve. The thought crossed his mind, he couldn't afford to rush into anything dangerous. But that didn't mean he would shy away from a fight. He launched a swift, powerful punch, his movements precise and deadly.
The impact sent his opponent sprawling across the floor. A surprised exclamation escaped his lips as he crashed to the ground.
Hyunsung stood over him, his face a mask of grim determination.
His eyes, though bruised, held a cold, calculating glint. His thoughts raced. No matter the odds, he had to create opportunities and seize them. He wouldn't let anything stop him. Because regardless of who he faced or the conditions, he had to win. This was a battle he couldn't afford to lose. He unleashed another brutal attack, a flurry of blows that left his opponent reeling. He had to win, at all costs. Hyunsung's inner monologue continued.
He wouldn't make excuses for his failures.
The opponents being too strong or too numerous was irrelevant.
He wouldn't allow himself to feel sorry for himself.
Giving up was not an option.
He would fight until the very end. Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary first grader, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A fist, impossibly fast, connected with his jaw, sending him reeling backward, the force of the blow echoing in the sudden silence that followed. His vision swam, his face already blooming with angry red welts. Before him loomed the blurry figure of his attacker, a fist cocked and ready to strike again.
But Hyunsung, despite the pain, reacted instantly. His counterattack was a blur of motion, a testament to his surprising fighting prowess. He moved with a speed and precision that belied his age, his movements a whirlwind of calculated strikes, landing a powerful blow that sent his attacker sprawling. Watching from the sidelines, a smirk played on the lips of an unseen observer. Impressive, he mused, but you. Hyunsung, fueled by adrenaline and a burning sense of justice, unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike more precise and powerful than the last, leaving his opponent battered and broken. The fight was far from over, however. As Hyunsung collapsed, gasping for breath, a voice cut through the air. "Hyunsung, there's no doubt you've got it." A muscular man, his face etched with grim determination, unleashed a powerful blow. His opponent, partially obscured from view, crumpled under the impact, the force of the strike echoing in the confined space. The attacker stood defiant, a monstrous bear's head looming menacingly behind him, its jaws agape in a silent roar. A stark reminder of the overwhelming power he possessed. A speech bubble appeared, stating, "But there are still worlds you can't reach yet." The man, his breath ragged, let out a pained groan, "Ugh." A voice whispered, "Hyunsung." Another young man, with blonde hair, approached, concern etched on his face. He asked, "Hyunsung, are you okay?" He continued, "Oi, are you okay?" "Hyunsung, you're not weak. It's just that the coach is a damn monster." The blonde-haired youth explained, "He's not a champion for no reason. He took all of your attacks and still overpowered you in the fight." Hyunsung, his face bruised and bloodied, laughed maniacally. "What the hell? Why are you laughing? Have you finally gone mad? Did you get in the head?" Kim Hyunsung, a model student, reflected on his past encounters with his coach. He recalled his previous inability to even land a single punch. The scene shifted to a flashback of a brutal sparring match between Hyunsung and his coach. The coach easily overpowered him, landing a powerful blow. But today, things were different. Hyunsung stood before his coach, his expression grim. Despite losing the fight again, Hyunsung noted a significant change. His coach seemed genuinely serious this time, unlike their previous encounters. Hyunsung's eyes, now glowing with an unnatural intensity, held a newfound determination. He silently vowed to himself, he could still become stronger. Later, a concerned friend approached Hyunsung, noticing a significant change in his demeanor. He questioned Hyunsung about what had happened.
Two men sat across from each other in what appeared to be a dimly lit bar or back alley. One, noticeably larger and more imposing, remained impassive. The other, smaller and seemingly nervous, stammered, "You look so frightening, I can barely speak to you." The larger man ignored the comment, instead producing a brown envelope. He stated, "Enough of that. The house you told me about finally came up for sale." The smaller man reacted with surprise, questioning, "What on earth do you need it for?" "The neighborhood is completely empty," the larger man explained, "so a villa or shopping center wouldn't make sense. That leaves a factory, but there are plenty of better places for factories than this." The smaller man looked concerned. The larger man added, "Mr. Go Changbyum, I got this intel from Senator Kim Pan-ho." The smaller man signed a document, the larger man remarking, "You made a great decision." Three men sat around a table, discussing the transaction. One of them, seemingly relieved, said, "I was worried about whether it would sell, even if I put up 500,000 won per square meter, but Director Go Changbyum especially doubled the price." Director, thank you so much." A narration box appeared, stating, "A large-scale industrial park will be built between Sejong City and Daesan City." Hyun-sung, a young man with sharp features and silver hair, frowned thoughtfully. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he pondered aloud, "And a part of this land will be expropriated for a road, and be connected to a freeway?" His companion responded, confirming, "Yes, this lot will be considered a prime location to a lot of people. And that's why we should consider Myungjin Constructions building a villa complex on this land." Hyun-sung, still skeptical, muttered, "It's only 1,000 pyong. How much profit can we make from a few villas?" His companion reacted with a gasp, "Ah. Don't tell me." In his previous life, the 1,000 pyong plot of land was sold at auction at a 2,000% increase in price, thanks to a series of favorable developments. But there was an even more important reason. The conversation shifted to Mr. Go Changbyum. He was asked, "Mr. Go Changbyum, you also saw the cadastral map, right?" The cadastral map revealed that this 1,000 pyong area of land would be partially taken up by a road, limiting its development. So there is a limit to its development. However, there was more to the story. Instead, there is about 20,000 pyongs of landlocked land behind this lot, which is worthless as of right now. A pivotal question was posed, but what if the land we bought is combined with the landlocked land? Even if the price of the land is as low as 500,000 won per square meter and goes up to 2 million. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, contemplates a lucrative business opportunity. His expression is one of quiet calculation, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The land alone is worth at least 30 billion won, he muses. And with the addition of Myungjin Construction's premium project, the value will be beyond imagination. He continues his internal monologue, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. This project represents not only a significant personal achievement but also a chance to showcase his abilities as the chairman of a construction company. The scene shifts to a different man, his silver hair neatly styled, his expression curious and slightly mischievous. He leans forward, a question hanging in the air. A man in a suit walks purposefully through the city streets. His thoughts are focused on his plans. Relentless training has honed his fighting skills, and with Changbyum's financial backing and Kim Pan-ho's influence, he feels well prepared. But he acknowledges a crucial weakness: he still lacks sufficient manpower. He needs his own army, men like young Chansu and Bae-sung. The man's thoughts are accompanied by images of three imposing figures: young Chansu, Bae-sang, and himself. He resolves to solidify his team during his second year. He acknowledged the enormity of the task ahead. There was still much work to be done. But Kim Hyun-sung resolved to proceed with calm and unwavering certainty. The snow melted, spring arrived, and flowers bloomed. Now, it was March. Hyun-sung, his back to the viewer, walked towards his school, a determined glint in his eyes, though unseen. Whispers of a rumor spread amongst students. They discussed a sophomore named Kim Hyun-sung, his reputation preceding him. The details focusing on his recent altercation with Shin Young-min. Two students reacted with shock to the news of Shin Young-min's involvement, one expressing disbelief at the rumor's veracity, while another, a more cynical individual, dismissed it as mere gossip. He questioned their credulity, highlighting the lack of first-hand knowledge. He then challenged their assumptions, pointing out their lack of experience with Shin Young-min's fighting prowess. A new student, Jang Hyukjin, entered the conversation, his opinion of Kim Hyun-sung's fighting abilities starkly contrasting with the rumors. He considered Hyun-sung a formidable opponent. One of the students dismissed Kim Hyun-sung as a loser, prompting a sharp rebuke from Jang Hyukjin, who demanded they extinguish their cigarette. The students apologized, but Jang Hyukjin's anger remained, his frustration evident as he challenged them to explain their audacity. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man in a sharp suit and red tie, sat with a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, a glint of defiance in his eyes. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible, yet filled with a quiet intensity. His attention was drawn to a name tag, a small detail that held immense significance. The name Kim Hyun-sung was clearly visible, a stark reminder of his identity and the events that were about to unfold. A close-up revealed a man's face, contorted in anguish. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he whispered a desperate apology. His voice was thick with remorse, his body trembling with the weight of his actions. The scene shifted to Hyunsung, standing on a rooftop, his expression grim. He reflected on a past agreement among the schools in Daesan, an unspoken rule to avoid large-scale conflicts. But Hyunsung harbored a deep disdain for those who violated this pact, particularly Shin Youngmin, a thug whose actions he despised. Hyunsung revealed his plan to clean up Cheonail High and expand his influence, aiming to establish his authority over every school in Daesan within the next 6 months. His ambition was clear, to reshape the power dynamics of Daesan schools, starting with Cheonail High.
A thought bubble appeared, expressing disbelief. Not just one school, but all of Daesan?
A man, his face etched with worry, spoke gravely. This was a serious matter, even for Hyunsung, something not to be taken lightly. A man in a suit warned that initiating a fight could make Cheonail public enemy number 1. High school students, aware of the Golden Circle, had formed factions and a secret system for mutual support. This system allowed them to help each other when needed. A determined voice declared the need to completely remove the Golden Circle's shadow from Daesan. A man offered a deal. Blind loyalty wasn't required. He would pay 500,000 won per school, with an additional 100,000 for the key person in each school's takedown. He displayed a large sum of money, outlining the terms of his offer to a group of students. The man, smiling confidently, offered the money, reiterating the terms of his proposition.
A voice, smooth and low, cuts through the air. What do you think? Isn't it worth it?
A few days later, in a school hallway, a sneering face appears before a classroom door labeled 1-1.
He spits out, "Ha, you fucking bastard."
His rage is palpable, the air crackles with barely contained fury.
This is pissing me off. He lunges forward, a blur of motion,
landing a brutal blow that sends his target sprawling. A young woman watches the scene unfold, a chilling smirk playing on her lips.
Dumb fucks.
Another young man, his face pale and drawn, speaks to her. At this rate, the freshmen will all be in my hand in no time. The newcomer's voice is calm, yet laced with a hint of menace.
Were you the one who just hit him?
Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary student, sat alone in the classroom, his back to the viewer. A question mark bubble above him indicated his confusion and uncertainty. A voice, filled with rage, cut through the silence.
The words, "That's right.
It was you, damn fucker," echoed Hyunsung's confusion. Hyunsung's head fell, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The weight of the accusation seemed to crush him. Suddenly, a figure in a suit launched a powerful kick, the force depicted by motion lines radiating from the impact. The impact sent Hyunsung sprawling across the floor, pain etched across his face. Hyunsung coughed, spitting out blood, his voice laced with pain and disbelief as he cursed, "Cook, fuck.
Why the hell are you screwing with me?"
His attacker, a man with short brown hair and intense eyes, loomed over him, his expression cold and unforgiving.
The attacker delivered another blow, a swift strike that sent Hyunsung reeling.
Hyunsung's body convulsed as he groaned in pain. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with sharp features and intense eyes, stood defiantly, his posture radiating an air of quiet strength. He was dressed in a sharp suit, a stark contrast to the school setting he found himself in. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he recalled the brutal attack. His face was contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. He cursed under his breath, the words a raw expression of his fury and confusion. Hyunsung, seemingly back in his younger self, stood in a school hallway. He called out to some unseen children, his voice laced with a hint of urgency. But then a sheepish smile touched his lips as he realized he'd forgotten something. "Silly me," he muttered, the tension visibly easing.
A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. Someone asked a cowering boy why he was being beaten.
The boy, visibly shaken and bruised, stammered a denial, his eyes wide with fear. Hyunsung's voice boomed, filled with righteous anger. He challenged the unseen bullies, his words sharp and unforgiving. He continued his confrontation, his gaze fixed on the cowering boy, a silent promise of protection in his eyes. His words a clear statement of his unwavering resolve to stand against injustice. He wouldn't let needless violence go unpunished. A man in a sharp suit, his face partially obscured by shadow, glared intensely. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he declared his intentions. "That's why he came all this way, for this person." He continued, his voice dripping with menace, that he would make an example out of his target. A brutal, swift attack followed. The man in the suit was pummeled, his face bloodied and bruised. His attacker, a young man with dark hair, stood over him, his expression grim. The scene shifted to show three onlookers, their faces a mixture of shock and fear. One, a man in a suit, looked particularly terrified, his eyes wide with panic. The focus returned to the young man with dark hair, his face still bruised but his expression hardening. He was clearly shaken, but a new determination hardened his gaze. Three other young men discussed the events, their voices hushed with awe. One of them, visibly shaken, recounted witnessing the fight firsthand, describing it as incredibly intense. Another added that he'd heard rumors of Kim Hyunsung's intervention against bullies, but he hadn't believed it until now. A final student asked if the others had heard about the incident. The scene opens with a conversation between two individuals. One of them, seemingly a superior, informs his subordinate that Kim Hyunsung is planning to clean up all of Daesan schools. He adds that Hyunsung will take anyone interested, so everyone should volunteer.
The subordinate, intrigued, asks what would happen if he takes the lead on this initiative. His superior responds that hundreds would come flying to his bank.
The conversation continues. The superior warns that once Hyunsung starts taking over Daesan, he'll collide with around a dozen schools. The superior explains that about half of those schools are just excessively posturing thugs, but the other half are the real deal.
He highlights young Heyman from ICT High School as a particularly noteworthy opponent. A close-up shows young Heyman, a muscular young man with a sinister grin.
The narration states that he beat Shin Youngmin in an amateur match. The superior questions Hyunsung's plan, pointing out that simply starting a fight isn't a viable strategy. He emphasizes that without proper justification, the other schools might gang up on Hyunsung. The superior reveals that he found out young Heyman is also a mercenary of the Golden Circle.
A strange atmosphere enveloped Kim Hyunsung.
A fist slammed down, a prelude to the violence that would soon follow.
The ominous tendrils of Gangnam's corrupting influence were slowly creeping into Daesan. A grim realization dawned on an unseen observer: where there are wrongdoers, there are always victims.
A man in a suit, his face obscured, held a phone, a calculating glint in his unseen eyes. He saw this as an opportunity, a chance to enact his own brand of justice. The scene shifted to Daesan Jail High staff room. A teacher confronted a student, Sung Daehoon, accusing him of theft.
The teacher threatened to call Daehoon's parents if he didn't confess.
Hyunsung, a young man with a worried expression, stammered an apology to the older man sitting across from him. His hands fidgeted nervously. The older man, his face etched with anger, accused Hyunsung of stealing 500,000 won.
He was incredulous that Hyunsung would even attempt to deny it.
He demanded Hyunsung return the money immediately, promising to decide on his punishment later. Hyunsung, looking increasingly distressed, claimed he had lost the money. The older man's expression hardened further.
The older man's fury escalated.
He confronted Hyunsung about his lie, highlighting the absurdity of claiming to have lost such a large sum after stealing it. He declared Hyunsung hopelessly irresponsible.
The older man, seething with rage, ordered Hyunsung to get down, threatening a severe punishment.
Outside, another boy, Daehun, witnessed the scene and confronted Hyunsung about his actions, questioning his morals and upbringing. Daehun then revealed that he had intervened to prevent Hyunsung from being framed by other children for the theft. He warned Hyunsung to be more careful in the future, suggesting he ask for help if he needed it. A young man with vibrant red hair, a smirk playing on his lips, brandished a wad of cash. His eyes gleamed with malice as he addressed an unseen audience, sneering, "People like you are the reason others think our school's branded as thugs." Nearby, a group observed the scene. One, a young man with blonde hair, chuckled, "Ah, this is a fucking joke." He's getting more and more creative at grilling him. The focus shifted to another young man, his face contorted in a grimace. He hissed, "You're the one who stole that money, you son of a bitch." A bully, his face unseen, kicked the victim's leg. He sneered, "Does it hurt a lot though?" I heard the homeroom teacher went crazy.
"Take off your pants, let's see your ass." The victim, his eyes downcast, mumbled, "Can I not take my pants off? I'll be good from now on."
The red-haired bully reappeared, his expression shifting to one of casual inquiry.
He asked, "Ha, Daehoon, is life good these days?"
He continued, a cruel smile twisting his lips, "That rainy day in middle school, remember you promised me naked on your knees.
That you'd listen to every word I said."
Daehoon's eyes widened in fear and shame as the bully's words hung heavy in the air. The bully's final, chilling command echoed, "Be a good boy before I go crazy."
"Fucking take it off." Daehoon's body trembled as he began to comply, his face a mask of terror and resignation. The scene opens on a city street, the legs of a tall man in beige pants dominating the foreground. In the background, a group of people stand, their features indistinct, suggesting a bustling urban environment. The focus shifts to a young man with vibrant red hair, his expression hardening as he observes a group of people in the distance. He mutters to himself, deeming their actions dirty, and vows to retaliate. The red-haired man confronts another man, demanding more money. The second man, visibly distressed, pleads that he doesn't have that much money.
The red-haired man dismisses his pleas, unconcerned. The red-haired man's face contorts into a cruel smirk. He unleashes a swift, brutal attack on the other man,
leaving the victim groaning on the ground. The red-haired man curses his own actions, realizing his mistake.
The red-haired man acknowledges his error, realizing the severity of his actions. The red-haired man decides to target the boy's mother. The scene shifts to a snack store, where the red-haired man plans to confront the boy's mother. Daehoon's face contorted in a mask of fury, his eyes blazing with rage. His teeth bared in a snarl, he roared a string of curses at his unseen tormentor. He stood in a school hallway, his back to the camera, seemingly oblivious to the two figures lurking behind him.
A tense silence hung in the air.
A silence broken only by the echo of Daehoon's earlier outburst. Turning, he confronted the two boys, his expression hardening. One of the boys, Hongjin, knelt before him, fear etched onto his face. He stammered an apology, clearly regretting his actions. Daehoon's eyes narrowed, his expression unyielding. He delivered a chilling warning, his voice low and dangerous.
With blinding speed, Daehoon launched a swift, precise attack. A blur of motion, a flash of steel.
The blade sliced through the air, connecting with its target with deadly accuracy, sending Hongjin sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The other boy stared in shock and disbelief, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered a question, clearly unsure of what he had just witnessed. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself pursued by a trio of bullies down a dimly lit hallway. His expression was one of grim determination, a stark contrast to the fear etched on the faces of his pursuers.
He effortlessly sidestepped the first attacker's clumsy lunge.
Then, with a swift, precise movement, he countered with a powerful blow that sent the second bully sprawling to the ground. Hyun-sung's eyes narrowed, a cold fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. He moved with a predatory grace, his movements economical and deadly. Kim Hyun-sung awoke with a gasp, his body racked with pain. He was in bed, his mind racing, wondering how he'd ended up in this state.
Why had this happened to him?
A surge of anger coursed through him. He considered stabbing his tormentor, but
he hesitated. He'd never fought anyone before. How could someone like him endure such torment? This felt like hell.
His eyes fell upon his phone, a notification blinked.
He picked it up.
Reading a message about accepting complaints related to school violence.
It was an email from an unknown sender, offering to help him get revenge for the bullying he endured.
A glimmer of hope sparked within him. The scene opens with a close-up on a crumpled figure beneath a blanket, the only visible features being the top of a head and shoulders. The image is dark and somewhat blurry, suggesting a state of disorientation or unconsciousness.
A voice, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the silence. You sent the email, right?
The perspective shifts to a playground. A man with short, dark hair, dressed in a dark suit, stands with his back to the viewer, while another man, with gray hair, sits nearby.
The gray-haired man responds, incredulous, email? No way. That was real.
The suited man turns, his expression grim.
The world's a real shitty place, right? You gotta go through this shit just because you're weak.
The gray-haired man, his face etched with pain, adds, some people dismiss our suffering by calling this stuff childhood pranks.
The suited man, seemingly moved by this, replies, OR? He's so empathetic about this. This isn't that simple.
Victims get traumatized for life, and perpetrators get away with it without a hint of guilt. He continues, his voice heavy with frustration. The image shows the suited man's back, his shoulders slumped in defeat. It shouldn't be that way, but the victims don't have a way out. A final thought bubble appears, after all, putting up with it only brings on more harassment, and fighting back could invite more brutal assault. The final panel shows the suited man's face, contorted in a grimace of anguish and despair, tears streaming down his face. His eyes are wide, reflecting the immense pain he carries. The chapter opens with a close-up of a gleaming knife, its polished surface reflecting a sharp light.
A narration box ominously states that a single moment of fighting back could transform a victim into a convicted felon instead of simply a perpetrator.
A chilling reminder of the harsh realities faced by victims.
Another narration box declares that no matter what a victim does, their life is already in ruins.
The scene shifts to a young man, his face etched with weariness, scrolling through his phone. He mutters to himself that the worries and struggles of victims are one-sided and exhausting, this reality is pure shit.
He continues his internal monologue, explaining that this is why his social media page exists.
Then, a sudden shift in tone, a proposition is made.
So, while we're on the topic, wanna make a deal? The next day at Jail High, a tense scene unfolds.
On Hangryul, a third-year student at Jail High, aggressively demands to know which of the students present is Sung Dae-hoon.
He confronts a student, sneering that he didn't think the student would do anything. Hangryul reminds him that he shouldn't forget who his brother is.
The panel shows a close-up of Korean text, suggesting a moment of intense action or emotion. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with neatly combed gray hair and a serious expression, sat at a desk, his gaze fixed on something unseen.
His posture was tense, his hands clasped tightly together.
Suddenly, a man with dark hair and a furious expression appeared, looming over Hyun-sung. He roared a demand for an answer. The man unleashed a swift, brutal blow, striking Hyun-sung across the face. The impact sending a jolt of pain through Hyun-sung's head. The man continued his assault, his rage escalating with each strike. Hyun-sung, his face bloodied and bruised, dared to question his attacker, asking why he was being hit. The man responded with outrage, incredulous that Hyun-sung would question him, given the reason for his attack.
Hyun-sung, despite his injuries, remained defiant.
He revealed that the attack was in retaliation for something his brother had done,
calmly explaining that he had his friend's number and would call him if necessary. Hyun-sung made the call. A single word echoed through the phone, hello.
A furious man, his face contorted in anger, held a phone to his ear. He was shouting into the receiver, his words laced with venom. He was demanding to know who had dared to harm his brother. On the other end of the line, a calm, almost amused voice responded. He explained that his brother had been the aggressor, initiating the violence, and that he had merely retaliated. The man on the receiving end sputtered in disbelief, demanding clarification. He was clearly struggling to comprehend the situation.
The calm voice continued, detailing the extent of the brother's bullying.
For 4 years, he had relentlessly tormented a boy named Daehoon, extorting money, forcing him to run errands, and even humiliating him publicly. He gave an ultimatum: apologize for his brother's actions, or face the consequences. He knew that if he didn't act, the situation would escalate further. The calm voice on the other end of the line pressed his advantage, questioning his loyalty and threatening further action. Defiant, the man on the phone doubled down, stating his intention to kill the other man. He was clearly not backing down. The calm voice, unfazed, accepted the challenge, suggesting they arrange a time and place to settle their dispute. Kim Hyun-sung, a student from Cheonil High, identified himself. A large group of students from JL High approached him. They confirmed his identity, and he acknowledged it. A JL High student warned Hyun-sung that a fight would escalate into a conflict between their schools, suggesting they find a peaceful resolution. A JL High student observed Hyun-sung's demeanor, suspecting he knew who they were. Hyun-sung saw through their attempts at reconciliation, stating that only the other party should apologize. The JL High student's anger flared at Hyun-sung's refusal to back down. Hyun-sung's expression hardened, showing his determination. On Hongjin, a young man with a bandaged face and fiery red hair, sneered at another individual, his expression a mixture of anger and malice. He barked in order at his companion, demanding that he apologize to someone unseen. Hongjin impatiently urged his companion to comply, his words laced with disdain. The other man, visibly apprehensive, flinched under his gaze. A grunt of pain escaped his lips. Hongjin, reluctantly, mumbled an apology to a man with short, neatly combed hair, dressed in a dark suit. The man in the suit, however, couldn't hear him. He repeated his apology, louder this time, asking if the other was satisfied. Meanwhile, another voice, seemingly unseen, spoke, addressing Hongjin by name and revealing a pivotal piece of information. The man in the suit, Hyun-sung, smiled subtly, a glint in his eyes hinting at a hidden agenda. Hyun-sung revealed that he had given Hongjin 2 choices: to end things peacefully after a promise not to cause trouble again, or to face revenge for his past actions. Hyun-sung extended his hand to Hongjin, who looked down at it with a mixture of fear and resignation. He considered the offer, acknowledging that accepting it was the safest option, given the circumstances. Hyun-sung's internal monologue revealed his thoughts: while revenge would have felt satisfying, it would have also broken the already strained relationship between them. A voice, laced with chilling amusement, echoed in the air. What do you think I chose? The question hung unanswered as a brutal fist connected with a man's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact was swift and decisive. Another man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood poised, a sneer playing on his lips. He addressed the fallen man with venomous contempt: you piece of shit. With a swift, brutal uppercut, he sent the man flying backwards, his body arcing through the air before crashing to the ground. His words were a signal. A voice roared, war's on. Beat them all to a pulp. A flurry of fists and feet descended upon the group of men. They were quickly overwhelmed, leaving one man lying unconscious on the ground as the others fled. A brutal fist slammed into a man's face, the impact echoing in a sharp crack. The force of the blow sent the victim reeling, a stark visual indicator of the count beginning. The attacker, a man in a dark suit, continued his assault with a flurry of swift, precise blows. Each punch landed with bone-jarring impact, the sounds of flesh-meeting fist punctuated by the numbers 2 and 3. Each strike a testament to his superior fighting skills. A final, devastating blow connected, sending the victim sprawling to the ground. 4. Echoed in the sudden silence. A grim punctuation marked to the end of the brutal beating. The attacker's next words were a chilling revelation. He sneered, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he revealed his greedy intentions. He said 500 for each school, right? The bonus will be mine. His triumph was short-lived. Another man, enraged, lunged at him, shouting, piece of shit. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with striking blonde hair, smirked as he effortlessly leaped into the air, his hoodie billowing behind him. How dare you, he sneered, the words echoing the intensity of his movement. His swift attack connected with his target, a boy with dark green hair, sending him sprawling to the ground with a pained cry. Hyun-sung's internal monologue revealed his unwavering resolve: I have to prove it here at all costs. He launched another attack, a powerful kick aimed at another of his tormentors, sending the bully flying backward against a brick wall. Hyun-sung, his face grim, continued his relentless assault. A swift, precise blow sent his next victim tumbling to the ground, his face contorted in pain. That'll be useful to Hyun-sung's plans in the future as well, Hyun-sung thought, a cold calculation in his eyes. He continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. The impact of his strikes echoed through the alleyway. The final blow sent his opponent crashing to the ground, defeated. Dust swirled around Hyun-sung as he stood victorious. A triumphant smirk played on Hyun-sung's lips. Because I have to stay together with Hyun-sung until the end, he declared, his voice filled with grim determination. Kim Hyun-sung, a model student, found himself muttering a simple arithmetic problem: how much is 500 divided by 15? A large group of students, led by Hyun-sung, ran across a sandy expanse, pursued by a smaller group of figures. One of the pursuers, exasperated, shouted about the inexplicable loss despite having double the numbers.
Hyunsung's pursuer was sent flying by a powerful blow, his body contorting in midair.
The impact echoed as Hyunsung, his face grim, continued his assault, effortlessly taking down his opponents one by one.
He muttered, "Bastards."
Hyunsung's rage intensified as he delivered a brutal blow, his voice laced with fury as he questioned their audacity.
Reinforcements arrived for the opposing side, their leader confident in their superior numbers.
Hyunsung's eyes narrowed, he saw a path to victory.
If he could just eliminate this one key opponent, it would be the end of the fight.
He lunged forward with a fierce roar.
A guttural cry escaped Kim Hyunsung's lips, a raw sound of pain and fury.
He braced himself against a brutal blow, his face contorting in agony as a fist connected with his nose.
The impact sending a shockwave through his body.
Hyunsung retaliated instantly, his counterattack a blur of motion. A swift kick sending his attacker sprawling.
The attacker, a sneering young man, scoffed, "What a load of bullcrap. So what if my brother had his fun with a fucking loser?" Hyunsung's voice was dangerously low. "So you're siding with your brother despite knowing everything that's going on?"
The attacker sneered, "That's right, you piece of shit.
Tell me your name and school, I'm gonna fucking kill you."
Hyunsung, however, had already anticipated this, and the scene shifted to show several unconscious figures lying on the floor.
A voice, presumably a bystander, whispered, "What are you doing right now?"
A large, muscular man lay on the ground, his upper body visible.
He weakly asked, "So, what do you want?"
Another man, with short brown hair and intense eyes, responded dismissively, "Today's incident was just a fight between the guys from Jail High."
Got it?
A sharply dressed man, holding a smartphone, issued a chilling warning, "If any of you speak up about today's incident, it won't end with simple disciplinary action and an expulsion." The sharply dressed man grabbed the muscular man by the throat, demanding, "Answer me." The man with brown hair watched, a cruel smirk spreading across his face.
He mused, "I guess you're not having that much of a hard time, huh?"
The sharply dressed man tightened his grip, observing, "Seeing how you're not even answering me."
He repeated his demand, "I said answer me."
The muscular man's pained cry filled the air. The muscular man's body convulsed violently as he let out a final, agonizing scream. His eyes bulged, revealing a terrifying sight. Blood splattered across the dark ground, marking the end of the scene. Kim Hyunsung, his face contorted in agony, clutched at his throat, blood welling up between his fingers. He collapsed onto the cold, hard floor, his body racked with pain, a dark stain spreading across his shirt. A figure loomed over him, their presence casting a menacing shadow. "Oi," a voice sneered, the sound dripping with malice. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with neatly combed gray hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, stumbled through a school hallway. He was confronted by a burly man with short, dark hair, whose face was twisted in a sneer. The man spat out, "This little piece of..." Hyunsung, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else, something darker, stammered, "Sorry."
"Not at all, I'm sorry."
Another of the bullies, a shorter man with green hair, spoke, suggesting they leave.
We'll get going first, okay?" The bullies quickly retreated. Hyunsung watched them go, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His internal monologue registered the unexpected turn of events. "Ha? On Hongjin's minions apologize to me?" He thought, "That's right." Hyunsung walked on, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflected, school used to be such a peaceful place. A declaration of intent filled the air. Now it's my turn to keep my word. The words hung heavy with unspoken determination, a promise of retribution. The scene shifted, the title card reversing the situation, setting the stage. A question hung in the air, "Are you for real?" There's testimonials too. Doubt lingered. "I thought it was bullshit too, but I asked a friend of mine from Jail High and apparently it's true." A second-year student at Jail High explained their discovery. A few days prior, they'd seen a post offering to punish school bullies on behalf of their victims. The post was titled "From Us, to Dae-san." The post's message was stark: "Want to show hell to the bastards who ruined your life? One email is all it takes, and then your imagination will become reality." Three young men huddled together, fear evident in their posture. One nervously questioned, "No way we'll be screwed over too, right?" Their leader snapped, silencing their concerns. "Stop saying bullshit. We don't have anything to do with Jail High School. Stop cowering, you dumb fucks." Another man appeared, his face obscured by a hood. The leader's eyes narrowed as he spoke, a threat laced in his tone. "If any fucker shows up in front of me, I'm gonna beat his face to pulp." "Mo Manhwa?" Two young men, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and anger, confronted a hooded figure. "Ah, fucking scared me. Who are you?" "Do you know me?" one of them stammered, his voice trembling slightly. The hooded figure chuckled, a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. He replied, "Really well. You see, my informant told me all about you." The figure continued, his voice low and menacing, "Frequent violence, harassment, and even forced theft." He gestured dismissively towards the two, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Pretty diverse, aren't you?" One of the young men, his face contorted in rage, shouted, "So what are you going to do, you fucking bastard?" The two young men lunged at the hooded figure, fists raised. But he effortlessly dodged their attacks, his movements swift and precise.
He moved with a speed that defied their expectations. The hooded figure, now standing over the fallen youths, sneered. Said like a true piece of shit. A man, seated on the ground, calmly observed 4 boys huddled together, their hands raised in a gesture of surrender. He instructed them to raise their hands properly, his tone suggesting a lack of patience with their half-hearted compliance.
Lee Jikyol, the man overseeing the scene, appeared to be reviewing information on his phone. His expression was one of quiet intensity.
The views on Daehyun Sung's social media post exploded, indicating a significant surge in attention and engagement. Elsewhere, another man, wearing a hat, reported that he had completed his task, with Yang Juyeok's assistance. This collaboration resulted in a massive influx of emails, suggesting a significant response to their actions. A close-up revealed a concerned expression on the face of one of the boys, prompting a question about his well-being. He was then confronted with a harsh accusation, detailing past acts of extortion, cigarette-related violence, and physical assault. The boy was struck across the face, the impact depicted with dynamic lines suggesting a forceful blow. The narration box explained the reason behind the current situation, stating that Hyun Sung's plight was understandable. A young man with blonde hair, a baseball cap, and visible injuries glared defiantly, declaring that life would no longer be easy for those who had wronged him. His hand, bearing the same wounds, clenched into a fist as he vowed to ensure justice would be served. The scene shifted to Daesan ICT High School, where a conversation between 2 students, Haemin and an unnamed individual, unfolded. Haemin was concerned about Kim Hyun Sung's actions at Kianil High.
Haemin's companion, while nervously counting money, expressed his belief that Hyun Sung's actions would inevitably affect them as well.
Haemin, a third-year student at Daesan ICT High, questioned Hyun Sung's actions, wondering why he was causing trouble at Daesan when he should have stayed out of it.
He then instructed someone to contact Hongryul immediately. Despite their friendship, Haemin's companion insisted they couldn't remain silent about Hyun Sung's actions. A group of students, their faces obscured, sat on bleachers, their conversation overheard. It was revealed that one of them had used social media requests as an excuse for his actions. A cruel boast followed, detailing the extent of his violence. He had beaten someone severely, leaving them with significant injuries. The bully, Hongryul, a man with short, spiky green hair and a cruel smirk, sat alone, seemingly pleased with himself. He reveled in the pain he had inflicted. Another student, his face partially obscured, worried aloud about the possibility of retaliation from the person he had harmed. Fear was evident in his posture. He recalled the ruthlessness of his attacker, noting that the victim's identity seemed irrelevant to the bully. The worried student decided to act preemptively, fearing further violence. He sought out Hongryul. He proposed a devious plan to Hongryul, to report the assault to the teachers, framing the victim as the aggressor. The plan was simple, to falsely accuse the victim of assault, using the existing injuries as evidence of a fight. Hongryul, a sinister smile playing on his lips, agreed to the plan, confident in his ability to manipulate the situation to his advantage. The victim, meanwhile, was left in a state of fear and despair. A hand reached out, its fingers tightening around Kim Hyun Sung's jaw, forcing his head back. He winced, a muffled UHP escaping his lips as pain shot through his face. His tormentor sneered, his words dripping with contempt, "So you're scared of that fucker, but fine with me?" Hyun Sung's eyes narrowed. Rage flared in his gaze as he muttered, "Then let me fucking switch for your sake." With a sudden burst of motion, Hyun Sung lashed out. A flurry of blows connecting with his attacker's face. Blood splattered across the dark background, the impact echoing in the silence. His attacker crumpled to the ground. Hyun Sung's attacker, now defeated, spoke with a chilling calm, "I can do that for you, can't I, you little shit?" A hand reached across the table, placing a document before Hyun Sung. The words, "How is this reasonable to you?" hung in the air. The document detailed a report of Hyun Sung's involvement in an assault orchestrated through social media. The gravity of the situation settled upon the room. Kim Hyun Sung would face punishment, along with his bullies. A meeting was underway. A serious-looking man, pen in hand, sat at the head of a large table, reviewing documents. His expression was one of deep concern as he voiced his thoughts. A student from another school couldn't just ruthlessly assault their students like that. He continued, voicing his disbelief that something straight out of a gangster movie was happening at Jail High. Turning to another man in a suit, he asked Sung Dae-hoon if he had anything to say about the incident. Sung Dae-hoon, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and defiance, responded that Hyun Sung had nothing to do with it. The first man's eyes narrowed. He revealed a piece of paper, his voice sharp with accusation, "What? You wrote this post yourself?" Dae-hoon's response was defiant. Even if he was the informant, what was the problem? Dae-hoon's expression hardened. After 4 years of being horribly bullied, he had finally gotten his revenge, thanks to someone's help. The other man's anger flared. He shouted, accusing Dae-hoon of claiming innocence despite his actions. The scene escalated. The tension was palpable as the two men faced off. The man's face was contorted in rage. The confrontation had reached a boiling point. A man with short, graying hair and a serious expression insisted, "Look, I didn't say I wrote that. I said even if I was the informant." He continued, emphasizing his point, "Hyun Sung has nothing to do with this matter."
Another man, this one with dark hair and a worried look, stated definitively, "That's all the truth about this incident that you need to know." A question arose from the group, "Why did you call us here?" A group of men stood together. One of them, sharply dressed, commanded, "If you have something to say, then make it quick." One of the men, his face partially obscured, revealed a shocking piece of information: that little shit, Kim Hyun-sung is controlling a precise system in every school now. He elaborated, a system in which anyone committing school violence will be properly retaliated against. Another man, with bright orange hair, scoffed, "What kind of situation do you think this is?" A final, ominous statement concluded the conversation: Kim Hyun-sung wants to take over the entire Daesan using the bullying victims as an excuse. The sprawling cityscape of Daesan stretched out before the reader, a panorama of towering skyscrapers and bustling streets. A voice, sharp and insistent, cut through the scene. "Above all, I'm clearly right here." The speaker, a man with a furious expression, gritted his teeth. His words were laced with anger, "So I can't fucking stand that piece of shit trying to take over Daesan." Two other men stood nearby, their faces grim. One of them spoke, his voice low and measured, "Moreover, we can't let that one rascal take away all the fun we've enjoyed all this time, right?" The other man asked, a hint of apprehension in his tone, "Do you have a plan?" He added with a chilling chuckle, "That'll fuck him up good." The scene shifted to a dilapidated warehouse, the air thick with anticipation. One of the men, Hojun, was questioned. "Hojun, what did you think was so unfair?" Kim Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, offered a choked apology. His voice, barely a whisper, carried the weight of his remorse. He stood before Lim Hojun, his tormentor, tears streaming down his battered face. Hojun's response was a torrent of bitter accusations. He spat out his rage, blaming Hyun-sung for his current state. Hojun continued his tirade, reminding Hyun-sung of his past actions, specifically his attempt to intervene in a bullying incident in their first year. He pointed out the irony of Hyun-sung's current suffering, suggesting it was a consequence of his own actions. Hojun's anger escalated, his words laced with contempt as he mocked Hyun-sung's distress, culminating in a violent punch that sent Hyun-sung reeling. Hyun-sung, despite the pain, managed to identify his attacker as Lim Hojun, his voice strained but clear. He also correctly identified Yoo Young-hyun, standing beside Hojun, as his accomplice. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with silver hair, found himself surrounded by a group of older students. Their expressions were menacing, their bodies tense, suggesting an imminent confrontation. The air crackled with unspoken threats as the older students advanced, their movements suggesting a planned attack. Hyun-sung's posture remained defensive, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. One of the older students, his face bruised and bloodied, gasped, "K. Kim Hyun-sung?" Hyun-sung, now revealed to be wearing a dark hoodie, responded simply, "I'm sorry." The other two students, equally battered, looked on in confusion. One of them asked, "What for?" The panel shifted to show the hands of two of the older students, their fists clenched, their knuckles white with suppressed rage. One of them stammered, I didn't have a choice either." The student explained, "They said they'd kill my brother if I didn't go along with their plan." Hyun-sung, his face hardening, interrupted with a furious, "Shut the fuck up." He then unleashed a swift, powerful blow. The impact sent the student sprawling, the force of the strike depicted by a blur of motion lines. A voice, laced with suspicion, questioned, "Really worried, huh?" Kim Hyun-sung, his face partially obscured, cautiously descended a flight of stairs, his footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridor. He reached the bottom, only to be greeted by a sneering figure. "Nice to meet you, you fucking piece of shit," the man spat, introducing himself as Young Haeman. Surrounding Young Haeman was a large group of students, their expressions ranging from menacing to indifferent. Hyun-sung stood alone in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by the hostile crowd. The ominous words hung in the air, "This is all a fucking trap for you. You wanna cry with joy, don't you?" Hyun-sung, unfazed, retorted, "Around 100 of you? I guess scumbags have a shit ton of time, huh?" From the sidelines, another student observed, "Piece of shit's fucking asking us to kill him. Look at him bluffing." Young Haeman, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, asked, "Do you want to hear a funny story?" The scene opens with a close-up of a smartphone screen, its contents obscured. The narration box above reveals that this is the social media page from Us Today-san. The question, "Who do you think it is?" hangs in the air. The following panel reveals the answer, Jo Jae-jin. Jo Jae-jin is shown looking at his phone. The narration box explains that, as the administrator, he could see who wrote the posts or comments. The narration box states that Jo Jae-jin's actions were to appeal to Kim Hyun-sung. He is shown walking purposefully, a man in a suit trailing behind him. Jo Jae-jin actively participated in this plan. The following panel shows another character, his face partially obscured, stating that he is close with the social media page's admin. Therefore, he knows who the people hiding behind anonymity really are. Another character, with green hair, reacts with a surprised, "So what?" The narration box reveals that the green-haired character is referring to the people who wrote comments about helping Lim Ha-jun's. Two men walk away from the camera. The narration box states that those who wrote the comments were all scumbags no different from Yoon Young-hyun. They were all like Yoon Young-hyun. The final panel shows a character reacting with shock, muttering, "What the fuck? Kian Il-hai?" A group of young men, their faces grim and determined, stood in a shadowed hallway. Their attire suggested a shared affiliation, a sense of unity in their posture. One, noticeably larger and older than the rest, stood at the forefront, his expression unreadable. The focus shifted to a young man with dark hair and a bruised face, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and recognition. He whispered the names On Hongryul, Lee Jikyul, and Yang Juyak, each name a silent accusation. His gaze drifted to the group in the hallway, a question forming in his mind: why were they there? A single strip of medical tape covered a cut on his nose. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through his thoughts. He was told that he regretted helping Yu Young-hyun, his friend, a regret that was now painfully clear. Tears welled in the young man's eyes, a stark contrast to the anger and confusion that had previously dominated his expression. His face bore the marks of a brutal beating. The voice continued, explaining that from that day forward, he had become their plaything. The weight of this revelation settled heavily upon him. But he was told he shouldn't feel sorry, as the speaker had known all along. A young man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes, wearing a hooded jacket, smirked, revealing a cruel satisfaction. He was the one who had set the trap. The hooded figure's hands clasped together, a gesture of cold finality. He stated simply, "You all did." Kim Hyun-sung, his face a mask of bloody wounds, glared defiantly. His eyes, an unnatural shade of blue, burned with intensity. A chilling smile stretched across his lips as he issued a stark warning. On Hongryul, a man with a stern expression and a bandage on his face, addressed another individual, his tone sharp and accusatory. He inquired if the other knew Shin Youngmin and the other delinquents from Kianil High. He then pressed further, questioning who sent them to juvenile detention. And finally, he voiced his suspicion that the person before him was no different from the others. The hooded figure, his face partially obscured, responded with a plea for forgiveness, desperately begging to be allowed to graduate. On Hongryul, however, remained unmoved. He coldly stated that the other would pay the same price as the rest. But he also revealed that he currently had a use for him. The hooded figure, now seemingly resigned to his fate, listened intently as On Hongryul issued his instructions. 3 figures stood against a muted backdrop. One, centrally positioned, wore a hooded jacket, his face obscured. Flanking him were 2 others, one with short, blonde hair and another with darker skin and a gold chain. Is that about 20 of you? What are you going to do with that head count? One of the men asked, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. The scene shifted to a prison-like setting. A large group of men, seemingly subdued and defeated, stood behind bars. Besides, aren't they all the guys who got wrecked by Kim Hyun-sung? A voice remarked, the implication clear. The camera focused on a portion of the group, their expressions sullen and defeated. These bastards got no fucking pride. A man with vibrant green hair and sharp features spoke, his voice sharp with anger. Fucking crazy? Don't you get the situation you're in? Do you realize what will happen if Daesan falls into Kim Hyun-sung's hands? The hooded figure from earlier responded with a dismissive sneer. Does that have to do with me, you piece of shit? The scene returned to the group of men, their faces grim. What? The green-haired man continued his tirade. Did you fucking go mad after being hit like a damn dog? You're the fucking lunatic here, asshole. A close-up on a man with a band-aid on his nose, his face contorted in rage. You think you're Daesan's top dog? Who the hell are you to tell me to come and go? On Hongryul, a man with a stern expression and vibrant green hair, questioned his companion's readiness for the impending confrontation. He voiced his doubt, wondering aloud if they were truly prepared for what lay ahead. His companion, a man with dark hair and a bandage over his nose, scoffed at the suggestion. He vehemently dismissed the concern, declaring it bullshit. He confidently asserted that if anyone were to take over Daesan, it would be the strongest among them. However, he admitted to harboring serious doubts about their ability to defeat Kim Hyun-sung. The dark-haired man, still brimming with confidence, proposed a solution. If On Hongryul was so worried about Daesan, he should fight Kim Hyun-sung one-on-one immediately. On Hongryul, his face contorted in a grimace, accepted the challenge. He stated that if his companion won, he would handle whatever consequences followed. A narration box revealed that On Hongryul's provocative challenge was, in fact, a carefully planned maneuver. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and a calm demeanor, appeared, seemingly unfazed by the challenge. He calmly asked what his opponents intended to do, implying he was ready to proceed. Hyun-sung's internal monologue revealed a strategic plan. If he agreed to a one-on-one fight, he could decisively defeat Young Haenan in front of everyone. However, the narration box indicated that Hyun-sung had a different plan in mind. Someone observed that if Kim Hyun-sung had managed to defeat Shin Youngmin, his fighting capabilities were undeniable. However, a lingering doubt remained. They were vastly outnumbered. What was there to worry about? Hyun-sung, however, remained unconvinced. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he retorted. You sure think a lot. Just keep thinking then. Hyun-sung, in a swift, calculated movement, dodged an incoming attack. And retaliated with a powerful blow that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground. A smirk played on Hyun-sung's lips as he declared. While I go ahead and start. He then launched another attack. With a decisive strike, Hyun-sung incapacitated another opponent. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary first grader, was violently shoved from a rooftop. The force of the impact sent him sprawling, the world dissolving into a blur of motion. He awoke 10 years later, his body ravaged, his mind trapped in a vegetative state. Only his hearing and consciousness remained, a cruel torment that kept him tethered to the world he could no longer experience. But then, unexpectedly, he found himself back in the very moment his ordeal began.
His tormentors, a group of older students, surrounded him. One, a particularly cruel-looking boy with dark hair, voiced his disbelief at Hyunsun's unexpected defiance. He muttered about Hyunsun's audacity, questioning if he was truly suggesting a fight. Hyunsun, however, noticed something peculiar. A large group of students stood silently observing the scene, their expressions unreadable. He wondered why they were simply standing there, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding confrontation. A chilling realization washed over him as he saw the boy's face contorted in rage. This was the same boy who had orchestrated his fall from the rooftop 10 years prior. He was the mastermind behind his suffering. The boy's fury intensified as he heard Hyunsun's challenge. He couldn't believe that this frail-looking boy was daring to fight them all alone. His disbelief morphed into a sneer of contempt. His words, laced with venom, confirmed Hyunsun's suspicions. He was indeed planning to fight them all alone. A grim determination settled over Hyunsun's face.
A vicious grin spread across the boy's face as he barked out an order to his accomplices.
The command was simple, brutal, and devoid of mercy: crush Hyunsun. Landing blow after blow with precision and power.
The sheer intensity of his counterattack stunned his attackers.
Kim Hyunsun, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was being violently attacked by a bully, his face contorted in pain as he was held down. Hyunsun's attacker delivered a brutal blow, the impact sending tremors through the victim's body. Later, Hyunsun, now seemingly recovered, sat with another young man. He contemplated the daunting task ahead, acknowledging the sheer number of his enemies. I obviously won't be able to take on all 100 of them, he mused. But a determined glint appeared in his eyes. But for them to know what happens when they won't comply. Hyunsun moved with surprising speed, his attack a blur of motion. He struck his opponent with incredible force. The impact sending the man sprawling to the ground, defeated. Hyunsun's thoughts turned to his strategy.
I gotta make it crystal clear to them right there, he resolved. And he prepared for the next confrontation. Another opponent approached, but Hyunsun was ready. He anticipated the challenge, already assessing the difference in scale between his current location and the more dangerous Gangnam area.
And Gangnam will definitely be on a different level from Daesan, he thought.
Kim Hyun-sung, his face obscured by shadow, reflected on the nature of his enemies.
He knew there were organized groups, and plenty of individuals far stronger than Choi Taijun. So then, what was his course of action? The image of a brutal attack flashed before his eyes. He needed to be prepared for anything. The most preposterous of situations. Hyun-sung delivered a swift, brutal blow to his opponent, leaving him incapacitated. He warned them not to interfere unless he asked for help. Because if this was enough to bring him to his knees, then his revenge would never succeed. His resolve hardened. Hyun-sung's face, bloodied and bruised, twisted into a grim smile as he looked down at his defeated foe. His eyes burned with a cold fire. A bloody mist filled the air as Hyun-sung stood over his fallen opponent. One of the bullies, his face etched with concern, questioned if everything would be alright, suggesting they call for backup. Hyun-sung had instructed them to wait, so they decided to trust his judgment. Suddenly, a furious voice cut through the air. Hyun-sung, his face contorted in rage, bellowed at his attackers for ganging up on a single opponent. His outburst was a command, a primal scream urging them to attack him all at once. Hyun-sung stood defiant, a lone figure amidst a sea of aggressors, ready to face them head-on. The ensuing brawl was a whirlwind of motion, a flurry of fists and feet as Hyun-sung moved with surprising speed and skill. He effortlessly dodged and weaved through the attacks, his counterblows landing with precision and force. Each strike sending another bully sprawling to the ground. The fight culminated in a brutal display of skill as Hyun-sung delivered a final, decisive blow, leaving one of his attackers groaning in pain. Kim Hyun-sung, a boy with a grim determination etched onto his face, launched himself forward, his body a blur of motion as he lunged at his attacker. The impact of his attack echoing with the force of a battering ram, a brutal counterattack that sent his opponent reeling backward. Hyun-sung's adversary, his face contorted in a mask of pain and disbelief, could only mutter, "That crazy bastard." Undeterred, Hyun-sung's eyes blazed with a fierce resolve. "That's right. Let's go all the way through with this." Another attacker, a taller figure with gray hair, tried to intervene, grabbing Hyun-sung from behind. But Hyun-sung, despite the blood streaming down his face, showed no sign of backing down. "Even if it kills me." With a guttural roar, Hyun-sung retaliated, his ferocity undiminished. He continued his relentless assault, his determination unwavering. "Because there's no way I'm going down while I'm in my senses." Watching the brutal exchange, a third boy, with vibrant green hair, could only stare in shock, whispering, "What the fuck?" Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a chilling smile, his face marred by bloody wounds, stood amidst the dilapidated remains of a building. His eyes, a stark violet, gleamed with a dangerous light. The scene shifted to reveal a glimpse of his bloodied hand, a stark contrast to the otherwise sharp lines of his suit.
The image was cut off, leaving the rest of the scene shrouded in mystery. Young Haeman, a man with vibrant green hair, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and anger, spoke to a man in a suit. He expressed his apprehension about facing Hyunsung, fearing a similar fate to Shin Youngmin.
His companions echoed his disbelief, questioning Hyunsung's actions and his self-proclaimed identity as a human.
Another man, his back turned, was questioned about his focus by a companion. A warning was issued, to finish what they started. Hyunsung swiftly moved, delivering a powerful blow that sent young Haeman crashing to the ground. The impact was brutal, leaving Haeman injured and vulnerable. The voiceover emphasized the need to finish the fight. Witnessing the scene, another individual reacted with anger and disbelief, cursing Hyunsung. A furious roar escaped Kim Hyunsung's lips, his face contorted in a grimace of barely contained rage.
"All of you, get out of the way."
A blonde-haired man, his features sharp and determined, burst through the crowd surrounding Hyunsung. He declared, with unwavering confidence, "I'll take him on." Hyunsung, his back to the camera, watched the blonde man approach. The blonde man lunged forward, a vicious grin splitting his face as he unleashed a brutal attack. But Hyunsung effortlessly countered, his movements precise and deadly. A swift blow sent the blonde man reeling.
Hyunsung followed up with a devastating strike,
sending the blonde man sprawling. The two grappled, a whirlwind of fists and fury.
Hyunsung, with a final, powerful blow, sent his attacker flying backwards, leaving him dazed and defeated.
Hyunsung stood victorious, his face grim but resolute.
A blur of motion, a whirlwind of violence.
Left Yu Jongyun sprawled on the ground, a crimson stain blooming across his chest. A pained groan escaped his lips as he struggled to catch his breath. Above him, a figure emerged from the dust and debris.
A voice, laced with chilling certainty, cut through the air. "You're Yu Jongyun, right?"
The speaker, Kim Hyunsung, revealed a face marred by cuts and bruises, yet his eyes burned with an unsettling intensity. A cruel smile stretched across his lips as he clenched his fist. With a sudden burst of speed,
Hyunsung launched himself at Jongyun, a flurry of blows raining down upon his opponent. Each strike precise and brutal.
Jongyun barely had time to react before he was sent sprawling again.
Another blow connected, sending Jongyun reeling.
A guttural sound escaped his lips as he tasted blood.
"Fucking lunatic."
Before Hyunsung could deliver the final blow, several figures intervened, pulling him away from the battered Jongyun.
"Get that bastard away from him."
Kim Hyunsung, a boy of 10 with a bruised face and bloodied lip, found himself surrounded by a group of older boys. Their sneering faces and aggressive stances spoke volumes of their intentions.
He braced himself, anticipating their next move.
A flurry of fists and kicks rained down on him, each blow a testament to the bully's brutal strength. Hyunsung's body crumpled under the relentless assault, his desperate struggle against the overwhelming odds only serving to fuel their sadistic glee. The scene shifted, the sounds of violence fading into a dark, almost silent void, leaving only the heavy breathing of one of the attackers, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Another bully, his face a mask of pain and defeat, lay beside him, his words barely audible above the ragged gasps for air.
He weakly whispered, "We lost."
Two figures emerged from the shadows, their faces illuminated by a cruel smirk. One was a man with dark hair and sharp features, the other a woman with blonde hair, her expression equally menacing.
A desperate struggle unfolded.
Kim Hyunsung, already injured and on the ground, was surrounded by a group of menacing figures.
A voice, filled with righteous fury, cut through the chaos, "Get the hell away from Hyunsung."
The attackers, however, remained unmoved. A figure, seemingly in charge, declared, "In that case, from now on, all high schools in Daesan will follow Kian Hai's orders."
Hyunsung, battered and bleeding, glared up at his tormentors. His voice, though strained, held a defiant edge. "If I tell you to come, you come. If I say go, you leave."
The leader, his face obscured by shadow, surveyed the scene.
He then posed a simple question to his underlings: "Does anyone object?" 2 weeks later, at ICT High, a student spotted a familiar face. "Whoa, young Haeman's here. I haven't seen him in a while." Another student, however, offered a grim update. "I heard he ran away in the middle of a fight against Kian High."
Young Haeman, the student in question, sat alone, his expression a mixture of regret and self-loathing.
"Why the fuck did I do that?"
His inner turmoil continued, a torrent of self-recrimination washing over him. He muttered to himself, "You shouldn't mess with a lunatic like him in the first place."
"Oi, fucking bastards, I get it, so shut the hell up."
A young man with short, dark green hair glared intensely, his expression hardening as he warned someone unseen, "If you grumble in front of me one more time." He continued, his voice laced with barely contained menace, "There you are." A sudden, unsettling close-up of a pale, piercing blue eye filled the panel, suggesting a shift in perspective or a supernatural element. The focus shifted to another young man, his face etched with worry and distress. His name, Young Haeman, was revealed in a thought bubble.
He anxiously addressed the green-haired man. "Here. There was something I couldn't say because you ran away last time." The green-haired man's expression turned grim as he asked, "You know Moon Byunsian, right?"
A shadowy figure, only partially visible, revealed a sinister smile.
He stated, "He sent me an email." The scene opens with a white void, a stark contrast to the previous panel. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Then, a close-up on a man's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and grim determination. He thinks to himself that this is the target the Golden Circle hired him to eliminate, but questions how the target found him. He silently vows to silence the target. And the target, a young man with spiky green hair, appears, sneering and demanding to know what the other man intends to do. The young man's challenge is met with a swift, brutal attack. The sound of impact echoes in the silence. A flurry of motion too fast to follow, ending with the green-haired youth sent flying backwards. The green-haired youth crashes to the ground, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. As the other man stands over him, his expression unreadable. Kim Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, stirred in his hospital bed. A low groan escaped his lips. A voice, sharp and concerned, cut through the haze of his pain. "You awake?" Hyun-sung's eyes flickered open, his vision blurry. He saw a man in a suit, his face partially obscured. A confused whisper escaped his lips, "Mr. Principal?" The principal, a stern-faced man with graying hair, looked down at Hyun-sung. His voice was tight with barely controlled anger. "This is all Kim Hyun-sung's doing." He continued, his frustration growing. "How could he cause a ruckus in someone else's school? We can't just let this slide." The principal's gaze hardened. He leaned closer, his voice low and accusatory. "Didn't you swing your fist at him first?" Hyun-sung's eyes widened slightly as the principal continued. "Kim Hyun-sung just came to talk to you. The world calls that self-defense." Hyun-sung's face contorted in rage. A furious outburst tore from his lips. "What fucking bullshit is that?" The scene opens with a close-up of a young man's face, contorted in anger. His teeth are bared, and his expression is one of intense fury. He is being berated by an unseen voice, which accuses him of being the cause of all the problems among the children. The unseen speaker continues, highlighting the young man's reputation as a troublemaker at school. The young man, whose face is now partially visible, has short, dark green hair and a defiant expression. He declares his intention to take the matter to court, his anger escalating. The word "OI" explodes from the panel, emphasizing his outburst. An older man with a stern expression appears, his face etched with lines of age and authority. He asks the young man if he knows who Moon Byung-seon is, his tone laced with a warning. The young man's expression shifts to one of dawning realization and fear as the weight of the name sinks in. The narration box reveals that young Heyman was oblivious to events that transpired while he was unconscious. The scene shifts to Principal Oh Dae-hwan, who is on the phone, a triumphant expression on his face. He is revealed to have covered for Kim Hyun-sung. And that Kim Hyun-sung and Nam Yeon-seok had made a secret deal, hidden from the Golden Circle. The older man warns the young man that Kim Hyun-sung had already begun laying the groundwork for something, and that if he doesn't want his life ruined, he should leave. The final panel shows the older man's hand, his expression unseen, as he calls the young man a scumbag and reveals his plan to plunge young Heyman into hell. A young man with short, dark hair and flushed cheeks stood silhouetted against a vibrant sunset. His expression was one of simmering anger and frustration. A guttural curse escaped his lips, "Fucking shit." The intensity of the word suggested a profound sense of betrayal and despair. He continued his furious internal monologue. He'd been expelled from school because of Kim Hyun-sung. His anger intensified as he wondered why his father was involved, his thoughts punctuated by another furious outburst. "Why the fucking hell is my father?" The scene shifted to a construction site. A man in a hard hat, speaking on his phone, laughed cruelly. He was blaming his expelled son for the loss of his job. His words were a venomous accusation. "Oi, you fucking bastard." A large hand grasped the young man from the previous panels, lifting him into the air like a rag doll. His face was contorted in a silent scream. A phone call interrupts the mundane cityscape. A voice, gravelly and low, speaks into the receiver. "Long time. It's me, Byung-seon." The recipient's face registers shock and confusion. "Moon Byung-seon," he repeats, incredulous. Byung-seon continues, his tone laced with a hint of bitterness. He mentions the devastating impact on Ju Dongjun's family, a shared tragedy. The other man's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. "Ah, do you not know who that is?" he asks, his voice strained. Byung-seon reveals a shocking truth. The man on the other end of the line hired the Golden Circle, a notorious group, to target him. Hyun-sung, he explains, planned to completely destroy both their lives. The man's face pales, he stumbles back, a silent plea in his eyes. "Don't tell me." He whispers, fear gripping him. The scene shifts. Byung-seon confronts the man, his expression grim. "Long time, huh?" he sneers. Byung-seon delivers a chilling threat, his voice dripping with malice. "That dream of yours, it won't come true at any cost," he declares. A final, ominous message appears, because starting today, you won't be able to use your hands. The scene opens at Daesan Science High School. Two students are talking, one asks if a rumor is true, and the other replies that his older brother told him about it. Two other students, dressed in sharp suits, overheard their conversation. One of them scoffed at the rumor, dismissing it as crazy and irrelevant to their school. He continued, expressing his annoyance that such matters were interfering with their school life. Suddenly, a third student appeared, interrupting their conversation with a forceful shove. The student who was shoved reacted angrily, demanding an apology from the one who shoved him.
The other student, seemingly unapologetic, retorted that he had already apologized. He repeated his apology, albeit poorly, while the other two students looked on. Kim Hyun-jin, his shoulder aching, angrily rejected the half-hearted apology offered to him. He seethed, the injustice of the situation clear in his expression.
The panel introduces Kim Hyun-jin, Kim Hyun-sung's younger brother, a first-year student at Daesan Science High. He retorted that the other party wasn't in a position to be lashing out at him. Hyunjin's older brother, Hyun-sung, questioned whether Hyun-jin was truly intending to offer a proper apology.
Hyun-sung, fueled by rage and a desire for vengeance, unleashed a swift and brutal attack on Hyun-jin. The attack was swift and brutal, Hyun-sung's fury evident in every blow. He roared at Hyun-jin, accusing him of wishing for death. The scene shifts to last winter.
Hyun-sung's older brother is seen asking him which high school he wants to attend.
Hyun-jin expressed his desire to attend the same high school as his brother, even planning to attend the same university. Hyun-sung silently vowed to protect Hyun-jin, regardless of the challenges. Hyun-sung believed that attending the same school as his brother would create a better future for him. A subtle hint of the protective bond between the brothers. Over a simple meal, a conversation about Daesan Science High School ensued. The question of enrollment hung in the air, a silent contemplation playing on Hyun-sung's face. With a determined glint in his eyes, Hyun-sung readily agreed to attend the school, his enthusiasm evident in his tone.
Hyun-sung recounts an incident where he accidentally bumped into Byung-soo in the corridor, apologizing immediately. However, Byung-soo initiated a fight, punching Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung vehemently denied Byung-soo's accusations, asserting his innocence in the altercation. A teacher, Lee Hakbyum, intervened, sharply reprimanding Byung-soo for his aggressive behavior. Lee Hakbyum, identified as Han Byung-soo's homeroom teacher, is introduced.
Byung-soo maintained that Hyun-sung started the fight, claiming Hyun-sung initiated physical contact first. Lee Hakbyum's internal monologue reveals his frustration with the situation, hinting at a reluctance to fully investigate due to his internal assessment. A middle-aged man with graying hair and a weary expression contemplates the events that transpired. He had a rough idea of what happened, but the details remained elusive. The scene shifts to a stern-looking teacher addressing two students. He declared that both were at fault for the fight at school and demanded that they bring their guardians to school the following day. One of the students protested, but the teacher firmly reiterated his demand, assuring him that bringing his guardian was non-negotiable. The student, his face bruised, reluctantly agreed to bring his guardian. His companion watched with a calculating expression. A sudden burst of energy emanated from the student, suggesting a hidden power or intense emotion. The scene shifts back to the two students. The student's companion, displaying a smug demeanor, challenged him, questioning his willingness to accept responsibility. He warned the other student that his grandmother would have a difficult time dealing with the situation if he continued to deny his fault. The bruised student ignored the warning, choosing to remain silent. His companion continued to taunt him, mocking his pride. The smug student revealed that his father owned a construction company, implying a privileged background and a sense of superiority. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself cornered by Han Byung-soo. Byung-soo, with a smirk playing on his lips, casually mentioned that his older brother was the top student at Daesan Future High, a clear threat. He then added, with chilling nonchalance, that Hyun-sung's school life was now irrevocably ruined. Byung-soo's anger flared, his words laced with venom as he berated Hyun-sung for daring to defy him, calling him a damn orphan. Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, gritted his teeth in pain and anger. The image conveyed the intensity of the beating he had just endured. The next day, a man approached Lee Hakbyum, Hyun-sung's homeroom teacher, and inquired if he was Han Byung-soo's guardian. Hakbyum introduced himself as Byung-soo's homeroom teacher. Han Shulho, Byung-soo's father, explained that Hyun-sung had been consistently disrespectful towards his son, treating him as a joke. He continued, detailing how Hyun-sung had escalated the situation the previous day by physically assaulting his son. Han Shulho expressed his outrage at Hyun-sung's audacity, questioning whether his son could be expected to endure such treatment indefinitely. While acknowledging that violence is wrong, Han Shulho argued that self-defense is a justifiable exception. Hyun-sung's father and other adults discussed the fight that had broken out, suggesting disciplinary action against Hyun-jin, the instigator. They seemed to dismiss Hyun-sung's father's concerns as inconsequential. Another adult agreed, stating that Hyun-jin deserved whatever punishment he received. A teacher, however, intervened, stating that he would let the matter go if Hyun-jin's guardian apologized. Otherwise, he would take action, emphasizing his duty to guide his students. The teacher, his face hardening, explained that this was the sole reason for the meeting. He then instructed them to proceed to the counseling room, revealing that Hyun-jin's guardian was already waiting there. The teacher's expression turned serious as he listened to Byung-soo's comment about the headstrong homeroom teacher. However, he maintained his resolve, stating that it didn't change the situation. Three men, sharply dressed in dark suits, stood in what appeared to be a dimly lit office. One, slightly taller than the others, spoke with a confident smirk. He assured his companions there was no need to worry about such a trivial matter, urging them to simply trust him. His words were met with agreement. One of the men confirmed that had they informed him about the situation earlier, the current predicament would have been avoided entirely. He emphasized that this was his father and brother they were discussing. The three men then exited the building, their confident stride suggesting a sense of purpose and impending action. As they walked, a voice boomed from behind, declaring Kim Hyun-jin to be in serious trouble. Inside a school hallway, the three men approached a doorway. One of them gestured towards the interior, calmly instructing someone to take a seat inside. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair sat alone, his expression grim. A narration box revealed that Kim Hyun-jin's grandmother was supposed to be his guardian. However, due to her illness, his brother had come instead. The narration box explained the situation. Back in the school hallway, the three men sat at a table, their expressions shifting to one of annoyance and impatience. A thought bubble indicated a growing sense of frustration. One of them angrily questioned why someone would even come, expressing his annoyance. He then stated his intention to inform the guardians about the incident. Finally, a narration box revealed crucial information. According to an eyewitness, Han Byung-soo was the first to initiate a fight with Kim Hyun-jin. A man with short, dark hair and a stern expression stood before a group of people, his voice laced with apology. He stated that he was sorry for his son's violent behavior, admitting that it was his fault for raising his son incorrectly. The man's son, with light-colored hair, looked on, his expression a mixture of shame and confusion. He was addressed by his father, who demanded an immediate apology to the victims. But the son protested his innocence, claiming he didn't do anything wrong. The son, Han Byung-soo, vehemently denied the accusations, claiming that Kim Hyun-sung had struck him first. His face contorted in anger, a surge of rage evident in his expression. Han Byung-soo's father reminded him that Kim Hyun-sung had claimed he struck first, further escalating the tension, and insisted that his son apologize immediately. The scene shifted back to the meeting, where the adults discussed the incident and the need for Han Byung-soo to apologize to Kim Hyun-sung. In a dimly lit office, a stern-looking man in a suit addressed a burly, imposing figure. He explained that he had something else to discuss regarding Kim Hyun-jin's guardian, requesting a few minutes of their time. The burly man, seemingly unfazed, responded that while the school considered him inflexible, he simply wanted students to live lives befitting their status as students. He then revealed that he'd heard rumors of powerful figures from Daesan supporting the stern man. Back in the office, the burly man confessed his dislike for the suited man, but clarified that if it meant a good kid like Hyun-jin could attend school without trouble, he was willing to make an exception. He emphasized his willingness to act as Hyun-jin's guardian at school as many times as needed. A flashback revealed Lee Hakbyum, the reason Hyun-jin was transferred to the science school. In his past life, he was fired for protecting a student who was a target of the Golden Circle. Lee Hakbyum, a man with a stern expression and a gray jacket, was shown in a dramatic close-up. A voice, filled with a quiet intensity, echoed in the otherwise silent room. It spoke of trust betrayed, of a faith broken by the allure of wealth and power. A disappointment in the lack of sound judgment shown towards the students under his care. The speaker lamented the failure to uphold the standards expected of a true educator. The speaker continued, his words heavy with the weight of expectation and consequence. He pleaded for a severe punishment should a similar transgression occur again. A man, dressed in a sharp suit, bowed deeply before the speaker, his head nearly touching the table. His posture spoke volumes of remorse and acceptance. Uttering a heartfelt, "Thank you very much," the weight of his apology hung heavy in the air. The man's words, though simple, carried a profound sense of humility. He pledged his unwavering obedience, willing to bow his head again and again. Han Byung-gu, a young man with silver hair, confronted his friends. He angrily reminded them of a prior agreement: they would support him if he faced punishment from the student committee. His friends, however, were less than enthusiastic. One of them pointed out the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that Byung-gu had messed with someone backed by Myung-jin Constructions. Another friend, exasperated, revealed that the person Byung-gu had antagonized was Kim Hyun-sung, a student known for his ruthlessness and violence. The sheer power and influence of Hyun-sung's older brother, who was known for violently attacking students in Daesan, was brought to light. Byung-gu's face paled as the full weight of his actions crashed down on him. His fear intensified as the name Kim Hyun-sung of Kyeonul High was uttered, solidifying the identity of his adversary. Kim Hyun-sung, seemingly unfazed, calmly entered the scene. He declared that he too had something to say, setting the stage for a confrontation. Kim Hyun-sung, a boy with a sharp gaze and dark hair, stood silently observing a group of older boys. One of them, with silver hair and a pale complexion, bowed deeply before him, his face etched with fear. The other two, similarly dressed in suits, stood rigidly behind him, their expressions grim. Hyun-sung's expression remained unchanged as he watched the silver-haired boy bow. A sudden, sharp movement caught his attention. One of the boys in the background lunged forward. "What the hell?" one of them exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise and anger. Hyun-sung's internal monologue was a furious, silent scream, "Why the fuck?" A close-up on Hyun-sung's face revealed the intensity of his suppressed rage. His eyes, usually bright, were now clouded with a cold fury, reflecting the years of suffering he had endured. Scars marred his face, a testament to his ordeal. Hyun-sung's voice, though low, carried an undeniable weight of authority. "Are your brother and father not cowering along?" he asked, his words dripping with contempt. The scene shifted to show two figures walking away from the school building, their backs turned to the viewer. They were the silver-haired boy's brother and father, fleeing the scene.
The two men continued their hasty retreat, their steps quick and furtive. They were clearly trying to escape Hyunsung's wrath. The silver-haired boy, left alone, trembled before Hyunsung. He pleaded for forgiveness, his voice choked with fear. I am really sorry. I won't mess with Hyunjin again. One of the men, presumably the father, spoke, his voice heavy with regret. It was my fault for raising my son the wrong way. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. The other man, the brother, also offered an apology, his tone laced with a mixture of fear and resentment. I apologize on behalf of my brother. Even if I have to beat the shit out of him in the future, one phone call from me. Three men in suits stood silently, their faces grim. One, younger and with lighter hair, sat slumped in a chair, his expression one of weary resignation. The older man, standing behind him, spoke, his words laced with cold fury. The younger man's brother was out of control, and he would spend the rest of his life in bed. He continued, a chilling satisfaction in his voice, anyone who crossed him from Daesan was doomed. The scene shifted to a powerfully built man in a dark suit and red tie. His face was hard, his jaw clenched. He spoke with a cruel confidence, getting rid of the other man was child's play. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, stammered an apology. Two men, one of whom was the younger man from the earlier scene, were on their knees, begging for forgiveness. Their faces were contorted with fear and desperation. A faint whisper cut through the tension, Hyung. The focus shifted to another young man, his face bruised and battered. He was Kim Hyunsung, his trauma reawakened by the sight of his beaten brother. The sight of his brother, after Han Byung-soo beat him, triggered Kim Hyunsung's suppressed trauma. The scene opens with a harsh, crimson-colored thought bubble containing a furious accusation, you fucking shitty bastard. Two figures face each other, their expressions mirroring intense animosity. One, with dark hair and a furious scowl, glares at the other, whose face is contorted in a mixture of fear and defiance. Rain seems to fall around them. The dark-haired figure's rage intensifies, as another thought bubble explodes with the words, how dare a fucking scumbag like you lay hands on my brother. His fury is barely contained, as a black thought bubble reveals his inner turmoil, I'd rather rip you to shreds right now, and even that wouldn't be enough. With a sudden, violent movement, he grabs the other by the throat. The dark-haired man's grip tightens, but he struggles to maintain control. A black thought bubble reveals his internal conflict, yet I'm barely holding back for the sake of my brother, Hyunsung. He addresses the other, his voice strained but controlled, if you want my anger to calm down, and hope this all goes away. He issues a chilling ultimatum, go to my brother, and beg him like the fucking dog you are. His eyes burn with barely suppressed rage as he finishes with a final, menacing question, got it? A little while later. Hyunjin, trembling, offered a profuse apology to Kim Hyunsung. He confessed to having deliberately picked a fight with him, his intentions far from honorable. His remorse extended beyond the physical altercation, he also apologized for his thoughtless words, vowing to change his behavior. Hyunsung, surrounded by onlookers, listened impassively as Hyunjin's apology echoed through the hallway. Hyunsung, showing unexpected magnanimity, told Hyunjin it was okay and to get up. Hyunjin, surprised by this response, could only stammer in disbelief. Understanding the difficulty of apologizing publicly, Hyunsung accepted his apology. Hyunsung's acceptance was a quiet act of forgiveness, a gesture that spoke volumes about his character. A flashback revealed Hyunsung's inner thoughts, he wanted to protect his childlike innocence. He warned Hyunjin never to repeat such actions. The narration box revealed the true reason behind Kim Hyunsung's decision to send his younger brother, Kim Hyunjin, to Daesan Science High School. From that day forward, Kim Hyunjin's life took an unexpected turn. Hyunjin's classmates, observing his actions, questioned if he was truly Kim Hyunsung's brother, given his remarkable abilities. They marveled at his hidden powers. During the break, even senior students sought out Kim Hyunjin. One of Hyunjin's classmates offered support, promising assistance with any school-related problems and expressing interest in meeting his brother. Hyunjin reflected on his brother's influence, acknowledging his brother's significance but surprised by the extent of his brother's impact. This marked the moment Daesan truly fell under Kim Hyunsung's control. Rumors spread among the students about Kim Hyunsung and his potential actions with the power he now wielded. Despite the speculation, time passed quietly, and Kim Hyunsung remained motionless. The scene shifts to the office of the executive director. A sign clearly reads, Office of the Executive Director. Inside, a group of men sat around a large conference table, their expressions grim. One man, dressed in a sharp suit, burst through the door, announcing triumphantly, we succeeded. The camera focuses on a news report. A news anchor, her face partially obscured, reported on the Sejong City reconstruction case. The government, she continued, had just made an official announcement. An announcement that felt like a jackpot to a certain someone. Kim Hyunsung, his eyes gleaming with an almost imperceptible hint of malice, is shown from behind. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. A narration box declared, it finally blew up. The following speech bubble explained, I understand the intention behind your proposed plan for a luxury villa complex, Executive Director Go Changbyum. A few months prior, a discussion unfolded. One voice expressed concern, we don't even know what'll happen to the industrial park or the highway. Buying 66115 SQM of land in the middle of nowhere despite that is ridiculous. Another voice countered, if any of your predictions happens to go wrong, we're gonna suffer a huge loss. The scene was set in the Myeongjin Construction's conference room. A stern voice interrupted, the construction business doesn't run on prayers. He continued, you're only looking at it from one perspective. Team leader Go Chang-sik spoke, Team leader Go Chang-sik, buying land in a sweet location at this price is a bargain in itself. Daesan City's road plan is already in early stages, right? There's nothing to lose. It's definitely worth the investment. That alone is enough to see that the land we bought definitely has a demand. He questioned, do you still think my actions were reckless, despite that, team leader Go Chang-sik? In a dimly lit boardroom, two men sat across a polished mahogany table. One, sharply dressed in a suit, addressed the other, his voice calm yet firm. He pointed out the current real estate boom, emphasizing the need to focus on profitable ventures. The suited man continued, highlighting the immense popularity of Myeongjin Construction, noting that people were lining up to buy their buildings and apartments. Yet, he questioned the allocation of manpower to a luxury villa complex, considering it an inefficient use of resources during such a profitable time. His frustration grew, his voice rising as he declared the plan to be the most inefficient possible. The other man, team leader Go Chang-sik, remained impassive, reminding him of his position as an executive director and his apparent lack of awareness regarding basic business strategy. Chang-sik calmly explained that the land wasn't going anywhere, and that securing it first was a strategic move, waiting for the right time to develop was the key to maximizing profits. He then pointed out that everyone else understood this strategy, implying the other man's lack of understanding was unusual. Chang-sik, with a smirk, advised the other man to stop whining and focus on the bigger picture, suggesting he needed to learn to think strategically if he wanted to be a successful executive director. The suited man, clearly agitated, exclaimed his confusion, his question hanging in the air. An older man, his face etched with years of experience and a hint of sternness, addressed the younger man before him. You put your name on this business plan, when you could have simply given the results. He continued, his gaze unwavering. Whether it's success or failure, it'll all be yours. But will you be able to handle the result, Executive Director Go Changbyum? Go Changbyum, a man with silver hair and sharp features, responded calmly. Please believe me, Mr. Chairman. His voice held a quiet confidence as he added, I won't let you down. Another man, presenting a business proposal, stated, present, so the profit from purchasing the land alone are at least around 30 billion. He continued, pointing to a map illustrating the project's scope. Once the industrial park is built and the villas are completed, property values will rise even higher than they are now. The chairman, observing Go Changbyum, remarked, you were such a troubled child all this time. Yet, he acknowledged Go Changbyum's achievement. You found a new business item for the company, and even succeeded for the world to see. The chairman, walking away, reiterated his earlier statement. I told you before, didn't I? Whether it's success or failure, it'll all be yours. An older man with silver hair sat in a large office chair, a weary expression on his face. He spoke, his voice devoid of any particular emotion, there's no need to worry about it anymore. He continued, the announcement hanging heavy in the air, the next chairman of Myeongjin Constructions will be succeeding me is Executive Director Go Changbyum. A younger man with dark hair and glasses reacted with disbelief. His voice was sharp, laced with incredulity, you can't do that. What's the big deal about his success this time? The older man responded, his tone measured and calm, matters of revamping key ministries are basically lottery. It's not simply because he brought results. The older man's gaze hardened, his expression turning serious. He asked, his voice low and intense, what did you do when he pitched this idea a few months ago? The younger man flinched, a look of guilt crossing his features. He admitted, his voice barely a whisper, you opposed it because you were focused on the potential success Changbyum would have rather than the company's benefits. That's why. Because the person who cares about the company is better suited to be the chairman. The scene opens with a close-up on the intense, sharp gaze of an elderly man, his eyes filled with a mixture of shrewdness and barely concealed anger. Deep lines etched around his eyes spoke of years spent in power and decision-making. His thoughts, sharp as shards of glass, pierced the silence, is my eldest son still not good enough? A younger man, his face partially visible, responded curtly, no, sir. The younger man's words seemed to trigger a wave of frustration in the elder. He leaned forward, his expression hardening. The chairman's voice boomed, Myeongjin Construction only needs one successor. The younger man, Chang-sik, visibly flinched. His eyes widened in surprise and a hint of fear as the chairman continued. Chang-sik, as of tomorrow, leave Myeongjin Construction and just live your life. I will recognize your dedication all this time and reward you accordingly. Alone on the stairwell, Chang-sik let out a frustrated sigh, huff, huff, huff. How the F*** can this be? How can he kick me out like I'm nothing? He picked up his phone, a grim determination settling on his face. I really didn't want to use this, but... A man, dressed in a sharp dark suit, clutches his chest. His internal monologue reveals his conflicted feelings, he can't simply abandon the company he's destined to inherit. He then approaches another man, a reporter, and asks if he's busy. The suited man, now on a phone call, suggests they have lunch, noting it's been a while. Later, seated in a cafe, he asks his companion if they remember the place.
His companion confirms that he does, recalling it as the place where he was given a chance. The conversation shifts. The companion admits to initially thinking the suited man was a lunatic but then asks why he believed in him. The answer is revealed: the companion believed because the suited man didn't hide his greed. A close-up on the suited man's face shows a smirk as he points at his companion. He explains that he figured the companion would make him chairman no matter what it took. A man with silver hair, impeccably dressed, addressed another, his expression a mixture of smugness and calculation. He thanked the other man, Hyun-sung, for securing him the position of next chairman, promising his unwavering support in return, reiterating his commitment to Hyun-sung's objectives. He chuckled, referring to Hyun-sung as a reliable little brat, a comment that hinted at a complex, perhaps even manipulative, relationship between them. The silver-haired man, now on a phone call, was addressed as Director Kim Kyeoljin. He listened intently. His expression shifted dramatically as he heard something unexpected over the phone. A sharp intake of breath betrayed his surprise. A sudden, sharp exclamation escaping his lips. He was clearly agitated. He demanded clarification, his voice tight with barely controlled fury. What article had been published? A news report flashed on screen: construction company heir turns out to be illegitimate son? A man sat before a computer screen, a sneer playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, disdain lacing his words. The other had dared to observe his position, to overstep his boundaries. His gaze fell upon a recent online comment. Someone had identified the company involved as Myeongjin Construction. He found the news amusing, a touch of manic glee in his expression. Had the other remained in his place, things would have been different, he mused, a chilling thought forming in his mind. The man reclined in his chair, a glass of red wine in hand. He considered how he might have treated the other, had circumstances been different. He took a sip, a smug smile spreading across his face. He considered himself incredibly lucky, a fortunate beneficiary of circumstance. A strange flow of funds from their chairman had come to his attention. This revelation led to a tearful confession from Go Chang-sik's mother. His father had yet to leave his mistress. Go Chang-sik had discovered his father's affair. Even more shocking, however, he was warned to keep this information from Go Changbyum, lest the situation escalate beyond control. A sinister smile spread across the man's face. Decades ago, a woman gave birth to a child. Hyun-sung, a man whose face bore the marks of a brutal past, addressed a superior. He demanded the removal of certain articles, unconcerned with the methods employed. His tone brooked no argument. He drained a glass of liquor in one swift motion, the amber liquid disappearing as quickly as it appeared. Hyun-sung's superior, a man whose age was etched onto his face, offered a hasty apology, explaining a sudden work emergency. He lamented the actions of a man named Chang-sik, whose reckless behavior had created an irreparable situation. He admitted understanding Chang-sik's ambition to become chairman, but there were lines even that ambition could not cross. This time, he would not forgive Chang-sik. Hyun-sung's plan to confront Chang-sik was questioned. He was told that physical violence would not solve the underlying problem. The narrative focuses on the complex machinations within the Go Myeongjin family, specifically the race for succession and the baffling actions of its members. Two men are shown, a younger man in a suit with glasses, smirking confidently, and an older man with gray hair, his expression grim. The younger man seems to be addressing the older one. Despite Go Chang-sik's obvious qualifications for chairmanship, Go Myeongjin surprisingly supported Go Changbyum. The Myeongjin Construction Company remains silent about the existence of an illegitimate child. The mother of the illegitimate child resolved Go Changbyum's problems, yet Go Chang-sik chose to study abroad and never sought her out. A young man with dark hair and a woman with long, light hair are shown holding hands, walking away from a dark cityscape. The scene suggests a sense of departure or estrangement. The narrative highlights the mother's acceptance of her husband's illegitimate child as her own. After investigating the mystery surrounding Kim Hyun-sung, a deduction is made. The deduction reveals that Go Chang-sik, not Go Changbyum, is the illegitimate son. One man questions why the fact that Go Chang-sik is illegitimate wasn't used to bring him down earlier. It could have easily been his downfall. The scene shows two men sitting in a booth at a restaurant, one looking concerned. Hyun-sung, a young boy with silver hair, recounted his childhood memories. He recalled that his powerful and wealthy father was a terrible man. A man who drank, cheated, and even abused his mother, day in and day out. That day, Hyun-sung's parents had a fight. Naive, he tried to comfort his mother. And in a moment of vulnerability, she revealed a painful secret. His mother confessed that Chang-sik, Hyun-sung's supposed brother, wasn't actually his sibling. She didn't even know who his biological father was. She explained that she felt obligated to raise Chang-sik, as he was still her husband's child. But seeing Chang-sik was painful, as he reminded her of her husband. Hyun-sung, enraged by his mother's suffering, urged her to divorce his father. He suggested she take a large alimony payment and stay with him instead. A man's voice, laced with a hint of challenge, cuts through the silence. He asks, "Do you know what my mom said back then?" A woman, her silver hair framing a tear-streaked face, weeps silently. Her expression is a mixture of sorrow and resignation, her shoulders shaking slightly. He continues, "Even so, we're family, right? That's the reason, because competition is competition, and family is family.
The man's face hardens. He dismisses the sentiment, muttering, "Chairman?" As if that's important. "I can't let this hurt my mom's heart." His internal monologue reveals a conflict. Fuck, should I kill that bastard Go Chang-sik or let him live? Executive Director Go Changbyeom, however, seems to have found a solution. He declares, "There is one way that'll solve everything with no one getting hurt." A sinister smile plays on his lips as he raises a finger, adding, "Would you like to hear it?" The next day, in the press room of Myeongjin Construction, Go Changbyeom, now seemingly composed, declares, "I'm no longer just a drunkard." A muscular man with short, gray hair stood before a large audience, his posture radiating confidence. He wore a crisp white lab coat over a dark suit, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the room. He declared, "I'm the heir to a giant corporation." The man continued, introducing himself as Changbyeom, the executive director of Myeongjin Constructions. Changbyeom began his address with an apology, acknowledging the family issues that had caused disappointment among many. He explained that the purpose of this meeting was to answer any questions the audience might have. Changbyeom clarified that while he acknowledged the family issues, this did not mean he was illegitimate. He presented a DNA test as proof that he was the legitimate son of Chairman Go Myeongjin. Changbyeom emphasized that the test was conducted by an official organization. A member of the audience questioned whether there was another illegitimate child. Changbyeom confirmed that there was, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The final panel simply stated, "That child." A man with silver hair, sharp features, and a determined expression sat at a table, his gaze directed upward. He wore a crisp white lab coat over a dark suit, a red tie adding a splash of color to his formal attire. The scene shifted to a man sitting at a desk in an office, his face etched with sorrow. He revealed that his mother had died during a miscarriage, and his father felt immense guilt over the loss. A close-up showed a man's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of anger and distress. His jaw was clenched, and his expression conveyed a simmering rage. He urgently addressed Executive Director Go Changbyeom, demanding an answer to a pressing question: who was responsible for the events that unfolded? Revealing the truth about his family's situation in a tense boardroom meeting. A hand gripped a microphone tightly, knuckles white with tension. The scene was charged with anticipation. The man, now identified as the next chairman of Jeongjin Constructions and eldest son of the family, issued a stern warning: anyone who harassed his family would face a fierce response. His face contorted in a mask of fury, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. He was ready to unleash his wrath. A promise of swift and decisive retribution hung heavy in the air. A powerful fist clenched, the knuckles bone white against the stark backdrop of a laptop screen. A surge of energy, a blinding white light, erupted from the hand. A raw, visceral outburst of frustration escaping in a single, guttural word: fuck. The young man, his face contorted in a grimace of disbelief, gasped, "That's a lie." His voice, raw with fury, echoed the sentiment: "It's all a fucking lie." A calm, almost serene voice cut through the storm of emotion. "Thank you so much, Changbyeom." The speaker continued, their gratitude heartfelt, for shutting down the rumors when you didn't even have anything to do with them, and for thinking about your family and not competition. Changbyeom, seated in a modern office, responded humbly, "Please don't mention it. I only did as expected of me." An older man, his hair silver, smiled knowingly. "Look at you, acting all humble. Don't worry, the paperwork for your position is in progress." He offered a piece of fatherly advice: live a life you're not embarrassed about as the chairman of Myeongjin Construction, even though I couldn't. Inside a lavish office, a man in glasses, Chang-sik, is speaking to a stern-looking older man with silver hair, presumably his father. He asks Changbyeom, his father's associate, to wait outside for a moment, needing to speak privately with his father. The older man, Chang-sik's father, sits on a plush sofa. He begins to speak, acknowledging his son's actions to become chairman of the family business. He states that he doesn't intend to blame him for those actions, explaining that the family tried to treat him fairly, despite his illegitimate status. The father's tone shifts, his expression hardening. He questions Chang-sik's actions, implying that despite the family's efforts, Chang-sik has somehow ruined everything. Chang-sik, overcome with guilt and remorse, apologizes to his father. The father reflects on his wife's cruelty and how she had neglected Chang-sik for years, despite giving birth to him. Despite this, he affirms that Chang-sik is his son, and that he believes it was all worth it. The father offers Chang-sik some buildings and assures him that he won't hold him accountable for his actions, telling him to quietly step back. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, made a desperate plea. He vowed to do his best from now on, imploring someone to give him one last chance, shouting the name Go Chang-sik. Another man, his face contorted in anger, revealed the reason Go Changbyeom kept his secret until the end. He didn't use it against Chang-sik as a competitor because he considered him family. Go Chang-sik, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of dawning understanding, processed this revelation. The weight of the truth settled upon him: it was because he was family. The reason for Changbyeom's actions was reiterated: he acted as he did because he considered Chang-sik family. A flashback showed Go Myeongjin, the chairman, surrounded by his family. The narration explained that he could have easily passed the chairmanship to his eldest son, Go Changbyeom. Despite this, Myeongjin gave his illegitimate son, Go Chang-sik, a chance to enter the succession race. Not only Myeongjin, but also Chang-sik's mother and Go Changbyeom supported this decision. They genuinely considered Go Chang-sik his family.
The scene shifts to a pair of glasses lying on a surface, seemingly abandoned. Go Chang-sik's eyes welled up with tears as a profound realization washed over him. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out a whispered apology. A painful admission that he was the one who had been truly privileged. Meanwhile, a man with silver hair stood silently in a doorway, a thoughtful expression on his face. At Incheon International Airport, a conversation unfolded between two men. One man questioned the other's decision to leave, particularly concerning his wife. The departing man explained that their marriage was a mere formality, lacking genuine feelings, and that he even had an affair. He was leaving to live separately. A quick exchange of a small, rectangular object took place. The departing man received materials needed to run a company, along with assurances that his people would be taken care of by the other man. He was confident in their usefulness. Han-sung, now a young man, was approached by someone. They asked him a single question, pressing him to reveal who had helped him. Han-sung, seemingly confused, mentioned director Kim Kyeoljin, but questioned whether the person who helped him was an executive or a team leader. The person questioning Hyun-sung pointed out that if it wasn't someone from the company, the only person he had spent a lot of money on was Kim Hyun-sung himself. And that he was just a high school student. The other man, observing Hyun-sung's reaction, questioned his response. Hyun-sung's expression hardened. He was clearly agitated by the implication that his recovery was due to a high schooler's actions. He scoffed, revealing his disdain for being a mere dumb fuck guard whose only purpose was to protect the succession race, now over. Hyun-sung's anger intensified as he processed the implications of the other man's words. Everything he had endured was because of a high schooler? Hyun-sung, his face partially obscured by a scarf, stood beside a man with silver hair. The silver-haired man warned Hyun-sung that he wouldn't let him get away with whatever he was planning, even if he was his brother. Hyun-sung, seemingly unfazed, calmly responded that he should calm down and asked what he could even do now. The silver-haired man admitted that Hyun-sung was better at manipulating people. And that this was precisely why he was the next chairman. The silver-haired man explained that he would never run things based on the words of a high schooler. Hyun-sung, on an escalator, received a call. He was informed that the caller knew his identity. The caller, whose face was not visible, asked if Hyun-sung was calling to say goodbye. Hyun-sung responded that he was calling to warn the other person, not to say goodbye. He stated that he wasn't like Mr. Changbyum, who resolved matters peacefully. An unseen voice delivered a stark warning: you may be able to live on as a member of the royal family now, but you won't have a single handful of power. The voice continued, dismissively, so don't try to pull any stunts. A man, presumably the recipient of this warning, could be seen walking away from the camera, a suitcase in hand. He muttered to himself, did you two plan this? Elsewhere, a conversation unfolded between two individuals. One, with silver hair, spoke, Hyung, who said he wouldn't let it slide if I messed with you, and you, who's warning me for Hyung's sake. The silver-haired man's face contorted into a sneer, his eyes narrowed in a clear display of anger directed at his companion. Meanwhile, the man with the suitcase spoke on his phone, a hint of bitterness in his tone. I envy your loyalty for each other, but this almost makes me feel upset. He continued, his voice flat and emotionless, I clearly acknowledged my brother's capabilities. The man looked down from a high vantage point, a smirk playing on his lips. He stated, so thanks in advance. His thoughts turned to his brother, a single word hanging in the air, my brother, and... He watched a plane take off in the distance, his expression unreadable. The name of a company, Myungjin Construction, appeared in a text box. A triumphant thought echoed in Kim Hyun-sung's mind. He had finally solved a crucial piece of the puzzle. Hyun-sung walked down a hallway, his steps measured and purposeful. A quiet determination hardening his gaze. Only a few months remained before he could set his plan in motion, to finally take down the golden circle. Hyun-sung, his expression confident and calculating, checked his phone. A desperate plea echoed in the room, barely audible above the hum of electronics. Hyun-sung sat hunched over, his shoulders slumped in despair. The words please hung heavy in the air. A voice, filled with anguish, pleaded with him over the phone, Hyun-sung, please. A phone screen illuminated the darkness, displaying an incoming call notification. The options were stark, view later, message, reject, and answer. The screen shifted, revealing a missed call from Young Miho, 44 missed calls, to be exact. The time was 12:51 a.m., Friday, December 1st. A stark red message appeared on the screen, time to clean up the rest of the mess. In a sleek, modern office, a young man with sharp features and a hint of weariness in his eyes stood before an older, distinguished gentleman. He addressed the older man with a polite, yet slightly hesitant tone, expressing his gratitude for the unexpected visit. The older man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, responded with a calm demeanor, suggesting that his presence was of little consequence. The younger man, relaxed and composed, sat comfortably on a plush sofa, a subtle air of confidence surrounding him. He exuded an aura of quiet power. However, the older man's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he broached a serious topic, Kim Hyun-sung, an essential aspect of Kianil High School, and the potential consequences of neglecting his situation. The principal, a man of considerable age and experience, voiced his concerns about the potential repercussions of refusing Myungjin Construction's funding, emphasizing the long-term implications for the school. He suggested a pragmatic approach, focusing on the long-term relationship with Hyunsung, acknowledging that he would eventually graduate. The younger man, however, expressed his unwavering commitment to supporting Hyunil High School, driven by his dedication to the student's future.
The principal, though initially hesitant, conceded that someone of Hyunsung's caliber deserved a larger stage than Daesan. The date is December 1st. A text message appears on screen. Hyunsung, please pick up my call, will you? The scene shifts to December 3rd, 11:27 p.m. Another text message arrives at 11:45 p.m. It reads, I still sincerely regret my actions back then. If you just give me one more chance, I'll apologize to you properly and correct my wrongs. The time is now 1:12 a.m. The close-up shows a young man with dark hair and intense, violet eyes, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He picks up his phone. The young man reads the messages. He thinks, this guy's a joke, Hyunsung. A smirk plays on his lips as he types a reply. He's finally here. A different young man, with slightly messy purple-tinged hair and a bandage on his cheek, appears. He asks, can you spare me a minute of your time? After escaping Daesan, Kim Hyunsung dreamt of a fresh start in a new city and school, a new beginning. He stood before the imposing structure of his new high school, a determined look on his face. His parents had spent a fortune to erase his past, to give him this chance at a new life. He resolved to make the most of it, to live a completely new life from that day forward. Hyunsung casually greeted his classmates, offering to buy them snacks. Planning to use this as a way to integrate himself into the school's social dynamics. He made his way to class, leaving his new friends to head to the PC cafe. Young Miho, one of the students, expressed his amazement at Hyunsung's kindness and generosity. Hyunsung, however, downplayed his actions, suggesting it was nothing special. He was determined to live a normal high school life. Kim Hyunsung, a model student, locked the classroom door and placed the key in the teacher's room. He hadn't forgotten anything, so he could head to the PC bang now. Hyunsung began walking away from school, his steps quickening as he headed towards his destination. When a voice called out to him, Oi, Bodhisattva. A young man with a confident smirk, Park Mingyu, appeared, asking Hyunsung to carry something to his house. Hyunsung hesitated, his mind racing as he considered the implications. Recognizing Park Mingyu's face, he knew that complying would make him an errand boy. He knew he had to appear spiteful, even if it meant getting beaten up. Hyunsung's internal conflict was evident, a single tear rolled down his cheek as he muttered, I don't wanna. Why should I? Before Mingyu could react, Hyunsung launched a swift counterattack, sending Mingyu sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. Ki-ok. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with purple hair and visible piercings, braced himself, his face contorted in a grimace. He knew that surrendering would only lead to worse consequences. If I surrender from just this one punch, I'll be screwed for real, he thought, a cold dread gripping him. He steeled his resolve, refusing to show weakness. The thought echoed in his mind, I can't come off as weak. Hyunsung lunged forward, his anger boiling over. Why are you fucking hitting me? He roared, his voice raw with fury. His attacker, a taller young man with short, dark green hair, smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice, and effortlessly deflected Hyunsung's attack. Oh, what's this weak-ass punch? He sneered, his words dripping with contempt. The bully landed a powerful blow, sending Hyunsung reeling. A pained groan escaped his lips, erg. Hyunsung fell to the ground, his vision blurring. His attacker stood over him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He addressed unseen accomplices, his voice laced with chilling amusement, say hello, guys. The bully looked down at the unconscious Hyunsung, a sinister glint in his eyes. This is my new toy, he declared, his tone cold and predatory. Following the incident, young Mino's school life took an unexpected turn. A forceful blow landed on young Mino's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. His bag fell beside him as a voice sneered, good job bringing that bag, dumbass. Now go buy me a bun. Mino winced in pain, a muffled cry escaping his lips as he struggled to his feet. He attempted to leave, but his former friends blocked his path. One of them said, hey, guys. After school is over today, let's go. Another scoffed, what the fuck? This bullshit right from the morning. Young Mino's face was bruised and bloodied. His tormentors issued a final threat, don't talk to us from now on. Young Miho became completely alone, and reality became harsher for him. Later, two of his former friends were arguing. One angrily demanded, do you think I'm joking? Just 50,000 won? Kim Hyunsung, a young man with purple hair and a bruised face, winced as someone roughly grasped his jaw. His expression was a mixture of pain and defiance. Hyunsung's tormentor sneered, but what can you even do? Tell my parents? Stab me? Hyunsung's captor responded with chilling indifference, try it if you can, you dumbfuck. The scene shifted to show another boy, seemingly amused, watching from a distance. His captor turned to him, a smug grin spreading across his face. Do you know who that is? The amused boy explained, he's from a well-known rich family in Gyeonggi-do. One word from his parents, and even the principal comes running. Hyunsung's captor continued his taunts, so crying to your parents won't be of any use. So will you report me? Hyunsung countered, then my friend will hire a lawyer and ruin your life all the way through.
His captor pointed at Hyunsung's throat, a chilling finality in his voice. You're already screwed.
Hyunsung, desperate, asked, why are you doing all this to me? What did I even do that was so wrong to you? His captor responded callously, someone asked me to, you see. The bully delivered a final, cruel blow. You should have lived a proper life, man.
Hyunsung, his face contorted in fear and pain, could only manage a desperate plea. Don't tell me it's. Kim Hyunsung, from the very beginning, had been waiting for young Miho to ascend the metaphorical stairs of hope. Hyunsung, in his desperation to survive, had changed his phone number and abandoned his friends.
He was met with a sarcastic remark, really desperate to survive, huh, young Miho? Well, that's cute of you.
His plan was based on a cynical truth: the higher Miho climbed, the harder his fall would be. Hyunsung made a phone call, inquiring about the progress of a task he had previously assigned.
He was given an update. A skilled individual named Park Mingyu, who attends young Miho's school, had been identified. Park Mingyu's internal skill rating was AB+.
The details of the job were then discussed: a 1,000 down payment, with 5,000 more upon completion.
The objective was to ensure young Miho's expulsion from school.
The person on the other end of the call instructed Hyunsung to make sure that no matter how hard Miho tried to start anew, there would be no hope for him.
Hyunsung responded with a smirk, you're seriously a crazy bastard, huh? He then added, that sounds like an oddly nice compliment.
The narration box confirmed that Kim Hyunsung had hired the Golden Circle to carry out the attack. Meanwhile, two figures played a game of rock paper scissors, one of them exclaiming, oh yeah. Hyunsung, his face contorted in a grimace, felt the weight of his pursuers. He muttered to himself, that crazy fucker still hasn't given up on me.
I need to run away. Hyunsung questioned his options, realizing that running away wouldn't solve his problems.
Meanwhile, another individual approached, casually suggesting, oi, that looks comfortable.
Let me have a seat too.
The newcomer sat down beside Hyunsung, commenting on the cost of the situation. That's expensive as fuck, hee.
He added, I'll always be within Kim Hyunsung's palms. Anyway.
Hyunsung resolved to endure, whispering to himself, I'll try and endure it.
That's what life's about. Hyunsung's resolve was evident in his tear-streaked face as he thought, if I keep enduring, things might work themselves out. Suddenly, someone called out, Miho.
Miho, a new character, appeared, holding a carton of milk and boasting, I aged this milk for a whole 3 days outside. If you shake it, you can feel how fucking thick it is. If you drink this, and endure it through the next class without going to the bathroom. 3 figures stood in a dimly lit classroom. A muscular man, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood at the center, flanked by 2 thinner, more subtly dressed men. One of the flanking figures, with short, neatly combed hair, looked concerned, while the other, with darker hair, maintained a neutral expression. The central figure made a promise: he would not cause trouble again.
One of the flanking figures, a young man with purple hair and visible injuries, questioned the promise with a skeptical, really?
The muscular man reiterated his promise, suggesting the other might have trust issues. The muscular man offered a small, green box to the young man with purple hair. A subtle smirk played on his lips. The young man accepted the box, his expression unreadable. Shortly after class began, young Miho felt a strange urge.
A wave of nausea washed over him. He muttered, fuck, here it comes. I just gotta endure it for 1 hour. And then it'll all be over.
3 distorted clocks, their hands melting and dripping, symbolized the passage of time. The distorted clocks continued their surreal dance, for God's sake.
The clock on the wall showed the time, 2:58 p.m.
A stark, dark room, the only light source emanating from the clock's face, illuminated the scene. Kim Hyunsung, a young man with purple hair, sat hunched over a desk, his face buried in his arms. A profound sense of despair washed over him as he muttered, I can't take it anymore.
He internally resolved, just a little longer.
A surge of pain racked his body, sweat beading on his brow as he gritted his teeth. A guttural cry escaping his lips, fuck. Hyunsung stumbled back, his face contorted in pain. His classmates watched, their expressions a mixture of shock and amusement.
One of them snickered, did he actually shit himself? Another student commented, wow, that was sick.
Hyunsung, alone in the restroom, felt a wave of despair.
He thought, I can't endure this anymore. There's no way I can take all this alone. A sudden realization struck him. Wait, my gym clothes. That's right. I have evidence this time. Kim Hyunsung, his body hidden from view, adjusted his uniform.
He reasoned that if anyone saw his injuries, they would definitely help him. Hyunsung then apologized to his teacher, admitting that his prank had gone too far. He vowed that this would not happen again.
Park Miho and another boy, observing from a distance, exchanged glances. Miho suspected that Hyunsung was being bullied.
Miho's friend, casually dismissing the situation, suggested that the teacher could ask other students. He claimed that he and Miho were close friends with Hyunsung. Miho's friend, his face contorted in a cruel smirk, pressed Hyunsung, asking if their friendship was not true.
Tears streamed down Hyunsung's face. Miho's friend cynically remarked that teachers were merely public servants, primarily concerned with reaching retirement.
He implied that teachers would likely ignore Hyunsung's plight.
Hyunsung winced in pain as he was struck.
His friend continued, acknowledging that some teachers possessed a strong sense of duty, but he suggested that the presence of such dedicated teachers would lead to the opening of a review board, implying a chance for Hyunsung's bullies to be investigated. Miho's friend then urged Miho to carefully observe the situation, setting the stage for a confrontation. Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary student, was violently shoved. The force of the blow sent him sprawling. He landed hard, the impact echoing the turmoil brewing within him. Two figures loomed over him, their faces twisted in cruel amusement. One of them sneered, stating that from that moment on, they were both to blame for what happened. But, the other continued, the bullies would testify that Hyunsung was solely at fault. He was urged to confess and take the blame. One of the bullies, his face contorted in a sneer, challenged Hyunsung to prove his innocence, using a vulgar and aggressive tone. Hyunsung, alone and betrayed, reflected bitterly on his misplaced trust in a teacher, questioning his own naivete. His thoughts turned to the brutal beating he had endured, wondering if that was what led to his vegetative state.
He muttered the name of one of his tormentors, Oi Young Miho. Elsewhere, a group of students discussed a rumor, questioning its veracity.
The rumor, it turned out, concerned Hyunsung's expulsion from school for bullying in Daesan. Hyunsung, overhearing this, was shocked and confused.
Hyunsung's face, bruised and battered, reflected his inner turmoil.
The rumor, a cruel twist of fate, further complicated his already desperate situation. The scene opens with a fragmented image, suggesting a shattered past.
A voiceover, laced with bitter irony, declares, "It's karma." Another voice, skeptical and cynical, questions, is he trying to act as the good guy? The cynicism intensifies.
A harsh voice sneers, how fucking obvious.
Fucking disgusting.
A few days later, the narrative shifts to young Miho's house. Inside, young Miho, a man with short, dark purple hair, stands with a weary expression.
He mutters to himself, "Yes, I'm coming." He approaches the door, his hand reaching for the doorknob.
And opens it, revealing a figure inside.
A voice, low and menacing, greets him, "Long time, no see, Miho?"
Suddenly, the scene explodes into violence.
The figure attacks Miho, sending him sprawling to the floor. Miho, dazed and injured, demands, "Why are you here?
You already completed the job you were hired for."
His attacker replies, "It's all over now." "So you know too, huh?" "Well, you're not wrong."
A man with a sharp gaze and a self-assured smirk leaned against a wall, arms crossed. He mused to himself that every once in a while, a client would approach him with unusual requests. The man continued his internal monologue, recalling a particularly strange request, to beat a specific individual close to death once a month. A chilling message appeared on the page, "Carve it into your bones that this hell isn't over." The scene shifted.
A man, Hyunsung, appeared, his face etched with sorrow.
He offered a sincere apology.
Hyunsung, looking contrite, knelt before the other man.
The other man stood over him, his expression unreadable. He expressed his willingness to atone for his past actions, pleading for forgiveness and offering to make amends in any way possible. Hyunsung, his face bearing the marks of past violence, reflected on the devastating consequences of someone's malice. Despite his remorse, the other man offered Hyunsung one last chance, given the lengths he had gone to find him.
The other man gave Hyunsung a final instruction, to take down Park Mingo, the person responsible for his suffering.
Kim Hyunsung, his face bruised and bandaged, sat on the ground, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion.
He stammered, barely audible, "P. Park Mingu." "How?"
Hyunsung's voice cracked as he pleaded, "PL, please just tell me how.
What do I need to do? I don't have any power or money."
Park Mingu, looming over him, responded with a chillingly calm tone, "You've got your body though." Mingu continued, his instructions precise and cruel, "You can't turn over the whole school with that.
Just create a mess that the police have to take action on."
A cruel smile played on Mingu's lips as he sized up Hyunsung. Mingu's voice dropped to a low, almost conspiratorial whisper, "If you want freedom." He added, his words dripping with malice, "Prove that you've got what it takes."
A classroom.
A young man with dark hair sits at a desk, a bored expression on his face. He mutters to himself that things are incredibly dull now that his plaything is gone.
Another student, a taller man with a sharper look, leans in.
He remarks that the golden circle is a surprisingly good deal, expressing disbelief at having gotten away with beating up young Miho and an extra 6K. The taller student grins, considering whether to treat himself to a nice vacation with his ill-gotten gains, now that he has an extra 6K every month. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes as someone kicks a door open.
A man in a dark jacket approaches the students.
He shows a picture ID and asks if the dark-haired student is Park Mingu. The man instructs Park Mingu to follow him quietly, emphasizing his politeness.
Mingu is confused, questioning if the man is a police officer.
The man reveals that young Miho, the person the other student had beaten up, jumped off a building the previous night. A bloody hand lay splayed on a dark surface, the crimson staining the pale skin a stark contrast to the shadows. The narration box revealed a grim truth: Kim Hyunsung, a model student, had fallen from the 4th floor of his house, left in a vegetative state. Hyunsung, now a young man, sat slumped in a chair, his head in his hands. He muttered that the events unfolding had nothing to do with him, while an officer looked on, calling him a shameless bastard. The officer revealed that young Miho, the victim of Hyunsun's bullying, had left Hyunsun's name in his will. A testament that detailed Miho's despair and his unwillingness to continue living because of the relentless bullying.
But that wasn't all. The officer revealed that there were numerous witnesses and CCTV footage of Hyunsung bullying Miho and even breaking into his house. Hyunsung stammered, attempting to explain what happened, but the officer demanded a full explanation.
The officer's words hit Hyunsung hard. One look at the evidence was enough to seal his fate. Hyunsung cursed, realizing he was in deep trouble. He wondered what he should do now, as the officer pointed out that with the evidence, juvenile detention was inevitable. Will, a young boy, wrote a letter to his parents, explaining that he couldn't bear Park Mingu's bullying any longer and took drastic measures, expressing remorse for his actions.
He vehemently denied wanting to take the blame for what happened, asserting his innocence.
Will revealed a shocking truth: he was hired by someone named Young Miho to assault Park Mingu.
A detective, enraged by this revelation, angrily told Will to shut up.
The detective, visibly agitated, questioned Will's actions, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The detective pressed Will, questioning why he was given so much money for the job.
Will questioned if it was to take the fall for something bigger.
Will, curious, asked the detective if the rumors about the Golden Circle controlling South Korea were true. The detective scoffed, dismissing the idea as nonsense, not meant for the likes of Will.
The detective revealed that the large sum of money was to ensure Will took the blame if anything went wrong.
He then invited Will to discuss the Golden Circle further. A shadowy figure, their face obscured, posed a pointed question: "But how will you prove it?" The figure continued, their voice a low murmur: "There's me in the police station.
And there's someone else in the prosecutor's office and the courts too. Do you have proof?"
A sinister smile stretched across the figure's face.
"Try poking around as much as you want. If you're that curious to see what will happen to you, then. Do you get what you're supposed to do now? Let's get through this nicely, yeah?"
The scene shifted to a stark interrogation room. A young man with short, gray hair sat opposite a man in a dark suit, his expression apprehensive. A news report flashed on screen. In a certain high school in Gyeonggi-do, a student who was a victim of bullying committed suicide by jumping off a building after he dropped out of school.
The scene opens in a hospital waiting room.
Several individuals, including a woman with dark hair and a man in a blue cap, sit anxiously, their faces etched with worry. A television screen displays a news report, the details of which are unclear, but the overall atmosphere suggests a serious incident. Despite the gravity of the situation, a narration box reveals that the student involved, though severely injured, miraculously survived. However, the culprit, Mr. Park, has been identified, and legal proceedings are underway. The focus shifts to a woman, likely a family member, expressing her outrage and frustration. She is visibly upset, barely containing her anger towards Mr. Park, wishing for a harsher punishment.
The narration reveals that Park Mingyu ultimately took the blame for the incident.
A second thought bubble shows the woman reflecting on her own potential culpability. Had she acted more rashly? The scene changes. A young man with short, dark hair stands in a hospital corridor, his expression determined. He silently resolves to take down the Golden Circle, a group seemingly responsible for his past trauma, once and for all. He intends to seize any opportunity to achieve his goal, but he also plans to enjoy life's smaller pleasures along the way. He approaches room 301.
A fist clenches, suggesting anticipation and resolve. Inside, a voice invites him in.
A surprised and concerned woman appears, questioning his unexpected visit and suggesting he call a nurse. A young man with short, dark hair, wearing a beige jacket, stood in a hospital room. His voice, sharp with urgency, cut through the air as he yelled at someone unseen, demanding they leave immediately. He continued to berate the unseen individual, questioning what kind of trick they were trying to play. Another man, dressed in dark clothing, stood nearby, observing the scene with a concerned expression. The first man, however, remained resolute in his demands.
Meanwhile, the second man's thoughts turned inward. He had made a promise to Miho, vowing to stop bullying him. The weight of that promise was heavy on his mind, and he worried about the consequences of breaking it. The first man, his face contorted in a grimace, warned the second man that he would not tolerate any harm coming to Miho. He was clearly agitated and ready to act. He emphasized the seriousness of his warning, stating that he would intervene if he heard anything amiss. His determination was palpable. The second man, seemingly resigned, urged the other to leave, his tone laced with a mixture of worry and pleading. The second man, alone now, clutched his chest, a look of profound worry etched on his face. He revealed his desperate prayer for Miho's safety.
Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with purple hair, lay in a hospital bed, his body still and lifeless except for the faint rise and fall of his chest. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as he weakly whispered a desperate plea: "Please, for God's sake."
A silent prayer lost in the sterile environment. A figure, cloaked in shadow, loomed over him, their presence a stark contrast to the pale light of the room.
The figure spoke, their voice a low, chilling murmur: "I hope you're conscious." The shadowy figure, revealed to be a man with short, dark hair and a cruel smile, leaned closer, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. He spoke, his words dripping with a chilling satisfaction: "So that this feeling right now, the words I say to you, and this moment,
will be etched into your mind. So that you can remember them all while you're trapped in there.
The camera focused on Hyun-sun's foot, twitching slightly beneath the covers. The man's voice echoed, laced with cruel amusement, "You should have just given up like the rest of them and accepted your fate." He continued, his voice dripping with contempt, "You see, seeing you struggle like a damn insect to survive somehow
was so fun it gave me goosebumps. Hey, Miho. I don't have any intention of keeping my promise to you." The man's face, sharp and cruel, was illuminated by a sinister grin. He spoke, his voice low and menacing, "So you better stay this way for your own sake. Because if you wake up..." Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, lay in a hospital bed, his face partially obscured by an oxygen mask. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a silent testament to his suffering. A voice echoed in his mind, a chilling promise, "You're going to meet me again in your hellish reality." The voice belonged to someone consumed by vengeance. He reflected, "I chose this path not for justice or some great cause, but for revenge." Hyun-sung, now seemingly recovered and in a supermarket, continued his internal monologue. He admitted, "But I can't just bury myself in that sense of revenge." He selected some groceries, a butcher cheerfully offering him a package of meat. Hyun-sung paid for his purchases, planning his meal. He mused, stir-fried pork should do, right? While I'm at it, I should also grab some fried eggs for Hyun-jin. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, his eyes widening in alarm. A voice, seemingly internal, asked, "Would you like to earn rewards for this?" Hyun-jin, a young woman with dark hair, rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Oh? Ma'am? Aren't you buying these?" Hyun-sung, his face etched with fear and confusion, looked down, seemingly overwhelmed. A young man, his face obscured, muttered a name to himself, "Oh Hyaji?" The scene shifts to a man cooking. He speaks, revealing a dark secret, "It's just as you and I thought. They faked her injury with a doctor from the hospital. They lied about cutting her Achilles heel. How touching, the affection of a parent for their child. Geez." He continues, contemplating his next move, "What do you want me to do? Should I get rid of the doctor and Oh Hyaji?" He pauses, then decides against it, "No, it's okay. Just let them be. He has money and power. There's no way he'd abandon his daughter that easily." The scene shifts to a man in a suit, working at a computer. He seems troubled, he even hired the Golden Circle for her, after all. "You want to let them be despite all that?" Another man asks a question, "Do you know what Oh Hyaji bought at the supermarket?" The answer is revealed, just some snacks that she could have bought anywhere. The narration continues, drawing a conclusion, "She acted like a patient for months, so she must have been quite suffocated. She even wore a hoodie because she was scared she'd get caught. This might not be the first time either. It doesn't matter if she comes out like this every once in a while." Hyun-sung, his mind racing, questioned whether his tormentors had recognized him upon his return. He quickly dismissed the thought, concluding it was improbable. The narration box describes a peculiar state, she could walk, but only when alone, she could open the door, but not leave the room. The image shows a pot simmering on a stove. The narration box explains that Oh Hyaji and young Miho inflicted the longest possible suffering on Hyun-sung. A living hell, as the narration box concludes. The panel shows Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a chilling smile, a stark contrast to his previous suffering. Hyun-sung, stirring a pot, silently vowed to inflict the same despair they had caused him. Time passed quickly, nearing the end of the sophomore year. However, for Hyun-sung, the days were far from calm. The scene shifts to Hyun-sung engaged in a fierce fight within a cage-like arena. He delivers a powerful blow, sending his opponent flying backward. A swift, brutal strike. Hyun-sung's face is set in grim determination as he prepares for the next attack. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a brutal confrontation. A swift, powerful blow sent him reeling. The force of the impact throwing him off balance as he stumbled. Only to be met with another devastating attack. A powerful kick connected, sending Hyun-sung flying. The fight continued relentlessly, a blur of motion within a confined space. The clock in the background ticked down, marking the passage of time during this intense exchange. Hyun-sung's opponent, a powerfully built man with short, light blonde hair, paused, catching his breath. He seemed to be assessing his opponent's stamina. He asked if Hyun-sung was tired, having gone 5 rounds of 5 minutes each. Hyun-sung, however, replied that he was still capable of continuing. The blonde man, seemingly impressed, commented that Hyun-sung's training was going well. A man, presumably their coach, entered the scene. The coach, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, spoke to Hyun-sung, telling him to rest while he observed. He noted that Hyun-sung was quite impressive for a high schooler. Sweat beaded on Kim Hyun-sung's brow as he recalled his trainer's words, they had pushed him to the limit, ensuring he would have no rivals by his second year. He reflected that his intense training was about to end. His trainer then instructed him to clear his schedule for the weekend. Because they were going to Seoul to assess the results of his training. A few days earlier, at the Lee Do-hak gym in Seoul, Hyun-sung was lifting weights, his muscles straining under the effort. Another man, observing him, commented that it looked like young Dookyol. Hyun-sung's companion wondered why young Dookyol was there. He explained that young Dookyol was friends with their coach.
They then exchanged pleasantries, with Hyun-sung responding that he was doing okay. A gym coach, overwhelmed with work, explained his current situation to someone unseen. He was incredibly busy, and one of his students had recently joined the UFL, causing a stir. The coach, Lee Do-hak, expressed his excitement about the news. Lee Do-hak, a junior from Young Duk-yeol's gym, was introduced. Before a drug incident, he was highly regarded. However, after Young Duk-yeol's downfall, Lee Do-hak's situation changed drastically. He rose in popularity within the UFL after Young Duk-yeol's fall, but a secret remained unknown to many. Lee Do-hak's intense gaze revealed a hidden darkness. His eyes glowed menacingly. The truth was revealed, Lee Do-hak also used performance-enhancing drugs. The coach reflected on his past, regretting his actions. He couldn't believe he was thinking this way, calling himself a piece of shit. Despite his inner turmoil, the coach approached someone, apologizing for the favor he was about to ask after such a long time. He requested a sparring match between his students and the others. The coach's request was met with a response highlighting the significant differences between the training environments in Seoul and the countryside. A man with short, dark hair and a smirk sat with his arms crossed, a smug expression on his face. He mused that sparring would be difficult. Addressing someone named Duk-yeol, the man explained that because they were once close, he would be frank. There was no way for Duk-yeol to restore his image in the fighting scene. He continued, noting that people these days see everything on YouTube, so they already know about Duk-yeol's past. Duk-yeol responded that his students would refuse to spar solely because it was Duk-yeol who asked. He questioned why Duk-yeol would do this. Duk-yeol pressed further, asking why he would want to punish the students under him, suggesting he simply tell the aunties to diet and exercise. The man's internal monologue expressed relief that Duk-yeol hadn't changed a bit. He thought to himself, thankfully, Duk-yeol was still the same trash bag as he was with a filthy history. The man stated he wasn't planning on debuting again, he just wanted to see how much they've improved while showing off that he has a junior like Duk-yeol. He internally considered this a great chance to humiliate Duk-yeol and promote his gym. A cruel smirk stretched across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He responded with a nonchalant, "If that's what you say." He continued, suggesting, "Let's set a date." Three men stood in a hallway, one remarked, "Oh, yeah, Seoul sure is different." Another chided a third, "Saiwoo, stop making it so obvious that you're a country bumpkin." An Dong-yeop, a martial artist with 4 wins and 1 defeat, protested against sparring with high schoolers. He argued that such a match would be beneath them and damage their reputation. His concerns were shared by Hwang Dae-myung, whose record boasted 6 wins and 3 defeats, with a title match on the horizon. Their coach, however, dismissed their worries. He explained that the high schoolers were rigorously trained by young Duk-yeol, making them formidable opponents. He emphasized that even a minor defeat would draw unwanted attention. Further adding that in today's world, even professional athletes need to maintain a strong online presence. The coach offered this as an opportunity for them, and An Dong-yeop and Hwang Dae-myung reluctantly agreed. An Dong-yeop, however, inwardly vowed to thoroughly defeat his opponents. The coach chuckled, anticipating the outcome. A flashback revealed Lee Do-hak's past as a UFL fighter, though his memories of that time were not positive. His record showed 2 wins and 5 losses. Even with the aid of drugs, Lee Do-hak couldn't get close to young Duk-yeol until his retirement. Meeting young Duk-yeol after a long time gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. The look of hope in young Duk-yeol's eyes for his students strangely bothered him. It's going to be more fun than he thought. He decided to show them this time. He was overwhelmingly better as a teacher than young Duk-yeol. That's a lot of famous faces. There are even people from the martial arts scene. 3 men, one with blonde hair, stood in a hallway, observing the scene. That bastard, Do-hak, planned this to screw him over. The children weren't even nervous. Do you get why they called all these people and pros from the national martial arts scene over a little sparring session? A man with short, dark hair pulled on a pair of dark gloves. His expression was serious, almost grim. He muttered to himself, questioning whether the upcoming fight would be difficult. Another man, this one with light blonde hair, responded, clarifying that a difficult fight wasn't the point, the important thing was the opponent's inability to stand against him. He emphasized that no high schooler could withstand him. At that moment, a man named Young Duk-yeol experienced a surge of intense emotion. For the first time, he felt a powerful connection to his students, a feeling that surprised him. His thoughts turned to the possibility that his role as a teacher might be more impactful than he initially believed. The scene shifted to a fighting arena. A voice boomed out, instructing the fighters to take their positions. Coach Lee Do-hak, observing the scene, commented on the intensity of the match he had arranged. One of the fighters, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, expressed some guilt about fighting a high schooler but justified it by blaming the student's teacher. However, his remorse was short-lived. His annoyance with the high schooler's appearance quickly resurfaced, as he found the student's face incredibly irritating. A young man with a shaved head and intense eyes glared at his opponent, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists. "Let me pound that shitty-ass face first," he snarled, a vicious glint in his eyes. He lunged forward, a blur of motion, landing a swift, powerful blow that sent his opponent reeling backward. The impact echoed through the air. The other man, surprised by the force of the attack, stumbled back, clutching his side. Observing the fight, a bystander muttered to himself, "Oh, this guy has moves.
Does he do kickboxing? Taekwondo?"
The attacker, however, remained focused, his eyes narrowed in concentration. "I'll just catch his low kick and counter,"
he thought, anticipating his opponent's next move.
With a swift, precise movement, he countered with a devastating calf kick, the impact sending a jolt through his opponent's leg.
"Oh? A calf kick?"
A narration box explained, calf kick is a technique that aims for the opponent's calf with low attack points among the low kicks. The narration continued, it uses the shot to the calf to restrict the opponent's movement.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself in a brutal fight.
His opponent, a muscular man with a scar above his eyebrow, unleashed a flurry of blows.
But Hyun-sung effortlessly dodged each strike, his movements surprisingly agile and precise.
He countered with a swift blow, the impact echoing through the air, sending his opponent reeling. The force of the blow was evident in the way his opponent's body reacted, a testament to Hyun-sung's unexpected strength. Hyun-sung's opponent, momentarily stunned, muttered to himself about Hyun-sung's fighting style, realizing that he was using kicks instead of punches, a tactic designed to exploit Hyun-sung's boxing-based fighting style. He considered this a cheap tactic. Hyun-sung, however, anticipated his opponent's strategy. He internally noted that his opponent was focusing on his feet, preparing for a counter.
His opponent lunged forward, aiming for a takedown. Hyun-sung saw this coming and reacted instantly, expertly countering the attack.
The swiftness of his response was remarkable,
leaving his opponent vulnerable. Hyun-sung's internal monologue revealed his plan to finish the fight quickly. With a final, decisive blow, Hyun-sung ended the fight. The impact was swift and brutal, leaving his opponent defeated.
A muscular man, his face contorted in pain, received a brutal blow. Blood trickled from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground. His opponent, equally imposing, stood over him, victorious. The defeated man lay sprawled on the floor, his body still trembling slightly.
A voice called out, "Stop."
The victor, a man with light blonde hair and piercing eyes, turned his head, seemingly unfazed by the interruption. Another man, shorter and darker-haired, approached cautiously, his hands raised in a gesture of appeasement. The blonde-haired man's thoughts drifted, Hyun-sung must be planning to leave for Seoul, using the excuse that I'm no help to him.
So I gotta show him right here, right now.
His resolve hardened. His internal monologue continued, my role doesn't just end within Daesan. The panel shifts to show Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with short, dark blue hair, a serious expression on his face.
He stands before a chain-link fence, his gaze unwavering. Hyun-sung spoke to his coach, "Coach, you said Seoul's the big C."
The blonde-haired man responded, his voice laced with a hint of mockery, but the pro couldn't even last one round.
The blonde-haired man smirked, his thoughts clear, if this is their level, let's not get Hyun-sung involved, yeah?
Sweat glistened on Hyun-sung's back as he finished his intense workout, his muscles taut and powerful.
He declared, "I'll take on the next guy."
3 men surrounded a larger, gray-haired man, their faces contorted in anger.
One of them shouted, "Insolent brat." Another added, "Calm down." The larger man retorted, "Don't you fucking learn manners at your gym?"
One of the men, clearly agitated, urged another, "Dukyeol.
He's running his damn mouth. You gotta tell him off."
The gray-haired man scoffed, after winning with a fluke, he's just yapping that damn mouth.
Aren't you going to give him a lesson?
Dukyeol, the man addressed, responded thoughtfully, I mean, he's not wrong, whether or not it's fluke, it's still true that he didn't even last one round. Dukyeol continued, he should be prepared to handle it if he calls over people for sparring. That's how the world of professionals works, doesn't it? He then turned to the others, asking, so what do you want to do? Sai was warmed up now, I think. One of the men muttered anxiously, if that young Dukyeol might get his lucky break.
Not to mention, what about the rumors that'll spread in the industry?
A final warning was issued, if your student comes back crippled, don't come to me. A muscular young man, Hwang Dae-neon, panted heavily in a cage-like training area, his body glistening with sweat. His coach, a stern-looking man with short gray hair, observed him with a critical eye. Fool, the coach barked, shut up and go train.
The coach's expression softened slightly as he addressed Dae-neon again, a hint of encouragement in his voice. He asked, Hwang Dae-neon, you can do it, right? Dae-neon, though clearly exhausted, responded with a confident smirk. Yeah. Come on, coach. You know I'm an expert at that style.
He wiped the sweat from his brow, his muscles tense with barely contained energy. The coach watched him, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm trusting you, the coach said quietly. Suddenly, a loud, jarring clang echoed through the gym. A bright red alarm bell blared. The alarm startled both Dae-neon and his coach. In the cage, a tense atmosphere settled as Dae-neon faced off against an unseen opponent. The fight began. Dae-neon moved with surprising speed and precision, but his movements lacked their usual aggression. The coach watched the fight with a knowing smile. From his perspective, the situation was clear. He thought to himself, as if they know anything about him. Dae-neon's testing the waters. To get the hang of his range. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself in a desperate fight for survival. He was pushed from a rooftop, the impact a blur of motion. A sudden, violent force sending him hurtling towards the unforgiving ground below. His body twisted unnaturally as he fell. The impact left him critically injured, his body battered and broken. A sharp pain shot through him, followed by an agonizing silence. Observing the scene from a distance, Huang Damian, a skilled fighter known for his precise control of distance, noted the near miss. He mused on the attacker's skill, commenting that the blow had come from a distance so precise it barely missed its target. Meanwhile, Saiwo, another key player in this unfolding drama, was left wondering what course of action Hyunsung would take next. The scene shifted to a brutal confrontation. A fierce exchange of blows began between Hyunsung and a powerful opponent. A flurry of punches and counters, each strike carrying immense force. Hyunsung, despite his opponent's strength, refused to yield. He recognized his opponent's power, but the thought of giving up and falling here was unacceptable. The weight of his past training and the potential consequences of failure pressed heavily upon him. With renewed determination, Hyunsung countered with a powerful blow, turning the tide of the fight. A flashback sequence begins. Kim Hyunsung, the protagonist, is shown enduring brutal beatings, his face contorted in pain. The narration box reveals his thoughts. He remembers the reason he went through this hellish training. The beatings continue relentlessly, day in and day out. Hyunsung's eyes snap open, his jaw hangs open, and a glint of determination appears in his eyes. He sees an opportunity. Seizing the moment, Hyunsung counters with a swift, powerful punch, landing a brutal blow to his attacker's face. The force of the impact is depicted in a burst of energy. The attacker stumbles back, groaning in pain. Hyunsung, panting but resolute, notes that he landed a good hit. He declares that the fight is over. However, his opponent, surprisingly resilient, rises to his feet and attacks again. The attacker is surprised by Hyunsung's unexpected counterattack. Hyunsung's internal monologue expresses disbelief and defiance. Hyunsung, bruised but unyielding, prepares for another round, his expression a mixture of grim determination and quiet fury. Hyunsung, now a shadow of his former self, found himself engaged in a brutal fight. His opponent, a blonde-haired man, bore the brunt of his fury. A concerned voice pierced through the chaos. Hyunsung, you used to be such a cheerful and great guy. What happened to you? Despite the ferocity of the fight, a friend observed Hyunsung's inner strength. He mused, no matter how ruthless you become, you're still the same inside. I can't wrap my head out why you're trying to take on all the danger all alone. Hyunsung continued his relentless assault, his movements precise and brutal. A flurry of blows landing with bone-jarring impact. His friend watched, a quiet understanding in his eyes. He thought, it may take me multiple lives to be able to understand your emotions and thoughts. But that's okay. The fight concluded with Hyunsung's opponent on the ground, defeated. A look of determination hardened Hyunsung's features. As he explained, because just as you held your hand out during my hardest times, I won't let your hand go at any cost, Kim Hyunsung. Hyunsung's friend, despite his injuries, attempted to stand, but Hyunsung quickly subdued him with a swift takedown. Kim Hyunsung awoke with a groan, his body racked with pain. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to sit up. His hands trembling as he reached out, his vision still blurry. Hyunsung found himself in a dimly lit cage, the sounds of jeering and laughter echoing around him. A man with a sneer watched from the sidelines, a cruel amusement in his eyes. The man approached, his voice a low murmur. Hyunsung, you saw that, right? Another man, muscular and imposing, spoke up from behind the cage. I won against 2 pro players even though I'm weaker than you. I'll definitely be of help to you in your plans. The muscular man continued, I'll be your chess piece. Just let me be a part of your plan. He added with a chilling threat, if you say no to that, then I'll just do as I please. Who knows? I might become the one variable you couldn't think of. Hyunsung's gaze hardened. The man in the cage questioned him, what about you? Why are you going that far? Right now, you're acting like someone whose life is over. Hyunsung remained silent, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. A muscular man with short, dark hair sneered, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He spat out a furious question, what the hell are you trying to pull right now? He continued his tirade, his voice laced with anger. Enough of your bullshit, and get ready for the next match. The panel shifts to focus on a different man, Shin Chang-hoon. He has vibrant blue hair, a confident smirk, and a muscular physique. His expression is one of smug amusement. A young man with dark hair and blood staining his hands is shown from the chest up. His eyes are wide, reflecting a mixture of fear and desperation. A voice, seemingly belonging to an unseen observer, comments on his predicament. He's in a dire situation. The young man's humiliation is palpable, he's being forced into submission before a large crowd. His tormentor cackles, relishing the power dynamic. The scene shifts to a larger, muscular man with short, gray hair, Coach Lee Dahak. He observes the unfolding events with a grim expression, his thoughts turning to the implications for his own reputation. Coach Lee Dohak's internal monologue reveals his anxiety. If this situation escalates, his reputation will be irreparably damaged. The narrative then focuses on the potential fallout. People will gossip about young Dookyol, a superior player and coach, and his perceived failure to protect the young man. A solution is proposed. Shin Chang-hoon, a secret weapon for Coach Lee Do-hak, should be used to turn the situation around. However, Chang-hoon points out that he hasn't even had his debut match yet.
Chang-hoon is described as the most talented student Coach Lee Do-hak has ever trained.
The coach suggests a sparring match as a way to gain attention and salvage his reputation. Coach Lee Do-hak's plan is revealed. He intends to use this opportunity to create an extravagant debut for Chang-hoon, transforming him into a martial arts star. A young man with short, dark blue hair and a determined expression addressed his coach. He casually asked, "Coach, you owe me one, yeah?" The camera focuses on his hands, clenched tightly, hinting at a simmering intensity beneath his calm exterior.
The coach, surrounded by other students, responded, instructing him to find another student to spar with a particularly formidable opponent named Chang-hoon.
He emphasized Chang-hoon's exceptional fighting capabilities. The young man, seemingly unfazed, simply replied that the choice was his. His thoughts drifted to his past life, recalling two individuals destined for greatness in the national martial arts scene. One was Kim Mu-yeol, and the other was Shin Chang-hoon, the very person he was about to face. A flashback showed Chang-hoon's meteoric rise to fame, his explosive fighting style earning him the nickname Dynamite, and his rapid ascension to the UFL within 2 years of his debut. He resolved to accept the challenge. This was an opportunity to prove himself. He briefly acknowledged another person, Siwoo, promising to speak later, before turning his attention back to the impending fight. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A sharp pain shot through his head as he was violently shoved. The world around him blurring into a chaotic mess of colors and sounds. His attacker, a young man with vibrant blue hair, loomed over him, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He sneered, certain of his victory. "He's coming to his death on his own 2 feet," the bully jeered, his words laced with malice.
Hyun-sung, despite the pain, felt a surge of defiance.
"All the better for me, if you want to end this quickly," he thought, a grim smile spreading across his face. With surprising speed and strength, he countered the bully's attack, landing a powerful blow that sent his attacker reeling. The bully stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock. Hyun-sung pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left the bully defenseless. A young man with purple hair, his face marred by cuts and bruises, grinned savagely. His eyes gleamed with a feral intensity, and a hint of something dark flickered within their depths. He spat out a string of curses, his voice laced with contempt as he prepared to strike. "You fucking," he snarled, his muscles coiled and ready to unleash a devastating blow. The impact echoed through the air as a powerful punch connected, a blur of motion leaving the opponent reeling. The attacker, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, followed up with a relentless barrage of blows. "How dare he fight head-to-head against me," he thought, fury fueling his assault. A swift kick landed with bone-jarring force, sending the opponent sprawling across the floor. 2 onlookers watched the fight unfold, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. One of them, a man with a goatee, observed, "Isn't Hyun-sun's style that I know of?" The young man, his breathing ragged, wiped sweat from his brow. He muttered to himself, "Seoul is an unexplored territory and the base of enemies. Be sure how long that'll work." He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. "So put it to rest," he declared, his eyes burning with determination. A surge of power coursed through him, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. A voice, disembodied and echoing, urged him, "Submit to your instincts." The voice continued, "A justification for the coming struggle, because I won't be perfect at all times in Seoul either." The scene shifted abruptly. A blur of motion indicated a sudden, violent confrontation. Kim Hyun-sung, his blue hair a stark contrast to the dark setting, unleashed a flurry of blows against his opponent. A brutal display of skill and power. A bystander watched in shock, questioning the sudden shift in events. What happened to him all of a sudden? Hyun-sung's opponent, momentarily stunned, explained his actions. "I was driving him into a corner." A desperate attempt to gain the upper hand. Hyun-sung, however, found himself trapped, his voice laced with grim determination. "Fuck, I'm cornered." But as he braced for the inevitable, a surge of energy erupted from within him. The narration box describes Kim Hyun-sung, innate physique, ability to assess the situation, talent, and aspiration. As a martial arts player, Hyun-sung is perfect, second to nobody. However, what's truly frightening about him is that he shows absolutely no regard for his own safety. Hyun-sung unleashes a swift, powerful punch, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated. He is determined to defeat his opponent, no matter the cost. A bystander comments that Shin Chang-hoon just got knocked out. Another bystander exclaims in disbelief, "This is crazy, man." Hyun-sung, a young man with short, dark hair, stood before his coach, a muscular man with a stern expression. He acknowledged the unusual nature of his request, admitting that it was unreasonable. Despite the difficulty, Hyun-sung explained that thanks to his coach's help, he had reached his desired level of skill. The coach, sweat beading on his brow, expressed his sincere gratitude for Hyun-sung's dedication and for keeping their agreement. He then added that this was all he could do for Hyun-sung. The coach, a man with dark hair and a stubbled beard, offered a final word of encouragement, wishing Hyun-sung's safety. News of a decisive victory spread, with those who had heard of Hyun-sung's farewell message viewing it as preparation for his debut. Anticipation for his rise was high, as the scene depicted a brutal martial arts match. On December 10th, a conversation about marketability unfolded. Someone inquired about the origin of Dukyeol's students, followed by a later query regarding the fighters he trained, noting that Dukyeol's image remained somewhat compromised. A proposal was made to debut the students together, promising a title match upon achieving results. Despite the renewed interest, for young Dukyeol, all of this felt meaningless. He had anticipated feeling refreshed, but Hyunsung and Saiwoo would leave once the deal concluded, yet he felt a sense of lost will. He sat alone, surrounded by empty bottles, a sense of weariness settling upon him. Initially driven by monetary gain, he realized something profound during a fight: he genuinely enjoyed teaching. At one point, he felt inferior to Lee Dahak, but as he trained his students, those feelings vanished. He could support them and earn money simultaneously. A cell phone displayed a contact list, the screen illuminating a dark, possibly nighttime setting. The owner of the phone pondered, questioning whether he would find a student who met his standards. The scene shifted to a dimly lit gym or training area. A young man, his face unseen, approached a seated figure, his question hanging in the air. Inquiring if the seated man was Coach Young Dukyeol. The coach, slightly disheveled and surrounded by empty bottles, responded. He noted the intensity of their previous sparring match. And despite others' opinions, declared the young man extremely talented. The young man, his face now visible, revealed his ambition: he wanted to become a champion and requested the coach's help in his training. Coach Young Dukyeol, observing the young man, was struck by a resemblance to someone from his past. He asked the young man's name. A predatory grin stretched across Kim Hyunsung's face, his eyes gleaming with mischief. A cruel glint hinted at the darkness lurking beneath his seemingly innocent exterior. He introduced himself to his coach, Kim Moonyeol. A few days later, Kim Moonyeol sat on a park bench with Hyunsung, his expression serious. He explained the dangerous nature of his upcoming mission. Hyunsung questioned why he had been trained so extensively if he wasn't going to be involved. Kim Moonyeol clarified that while Hyunsung wouldn't be going to Seoul with him, his help would still be needed. He promised to contact Hyunsung when he needed him, instructing him to come to Seoul at that time. Hyunsung, understanding the implicit trust, accepted the sincerity behind Moonyeol's words. He then left Dae-san in Hyunsung's care, emphasizing the trust placed in him. The next day, a young man with silver hair approached another, asking a question. The man with silver hair, Kim Hyunsung, inquired about Kim Saiwoo. Hyunsung abruptly asked Saiwoo who should take over after Hyunsung graduates, prompting Saiwoo's confusion. Saiwoo confidently declared that he should be the one to take over, asserting his claim. But Hyunsung questioned Saiwoo's accomplishments, implying a lack of merit. Saiwoo acknowledged the issue, recognizing the potential problem. Other students observed, noting that Hyunsung's departure would leave his seat empty. He challenged Saiwoo to a fight, stating his intention directly. Saiwoo reacted angrily to the challenge. A man in a sharp suit, his face a mask of smug confidence, leaned back, a hint of a cruel smile playing on his lips. He mused aloud, "The taste of power is too sweet, you know?" He continued, his voice low and menacing, "It's too early for you to just turn over the hierarchy." A younger man, with blonde hair, countered with a smirk. "What do you take me for? I learned a lot by being on Hyunsung's side, you know." The scene shifted abruptly. A tense atmosphere filled the air as the blonde-haired man launched a swift, powerful kick, connecting with the other man's body with a resounding impact. Elsewhere, a hushed conversation took place. "Fuck, did you hear? I heard Kim Saiwoo picked a fight with that insane Seongo and fucking crushed him." Two students discussed the recent events. One remarked, "Whoa, Kim Saiwoo's that good?" The other replied, "That's not all. I heard he's going around trampling on every bully who tries to defy him." The blonde-haired man, Kim Saiwoo, stood over a fallen opponent. He uttered a single word, "Next." Three figures watched from a distance, their faces grim. One of them muttered, "Arrogant." Following a brief but intense fight with Bae Seongo, Kim Saiwoo began to establish the school's hierarchy. He first took on the third-year students. Then, the second and first-year students who were considered decent fighters also challenged him. The result was a resounding victory for Kim Saiwoo. Every challenger fell before him. Kim Saiwoo walked away, leaving a trail of defeated students in his wake. Park Jin-woo, observing the scene, questioned Kim Saiwoo's dominance, wondering if he truly needed to be at the top. He expressed contentment with his second place, acknowledging Kim Hyunsung as the true top dog. He even found being third place acceptable. With that, the school hierarchy was established, with Kim Saiwoo recognized as the top student in Cheonail High. Time passed quickly. And the final exams arrived, marking the end of the year and the beginning of winter break. Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary student, sat in a classroom. His gaze was sharp, betraying a hidden intensity. He had achieved a perfect score on his exam, a testament to his exceptional academic abilities. He mused that this was all part of a carefully laid plan. Leaving the classroom, Hyunsung reflected on his grades and his very existence in Gangnam, a place where academic excellence was paramount. His success wasn't merely about grades, it was a matter of survival. Hyun-sung knew that in Gangnam, where academic records were meticulously scrutinized, any slip-up would have disastrous consequences. He anticipated that the Golden Circle, a group of influential figures, would soon take notice of his perfect score and seek him out. Suddenly, a figure appeared, calling out Hyun-sung's name. The casualness of the greeting belied a hidden purpose. Another individual, his face obscured by shadows, approached Hyun-sung. He announced that he had something to say. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair and haunted eyes, stood alone in a dimly lit room. He reflected on his past actions, acknowledging the shame he felt for ignoring those who had helped him. A flashback revealed him as a victim, lying on the ground, surrounded by a group of bullies. He accepted their potential curses, feeling he had no justification for his actions. Hyun-sung continued his internal monologue, recalling how, after the incident, he was ostracized by his peers, branded a selfish person. Feeling invisible, he found solace only in his studies. Yet, surprisingly, he found a strange happiness in this isolation, a stark contrast to his previous experiences. He was relieved that Park Min-cheol's gang no longer bothered him. For the first time, he experienced the normalcy of life, a simple peace he hadn't known before. But this peace was short-lived. The absence of friends was difficult, but not as bad as the constant bullying he had endured. Now, however, he had friends who understood him, who had shared similar past experiences. Despite this newfound support, a lingering doubt remained in his mind. Kim Hyun-sung, a model student, reflected on the past. He mused that if he could go back to the day the review board convened, he would make a different choice. But acknowledged his current inability to do so, recognizing his own cowardice. Attributing his previous inaction to fear of a few harsh words. However, his resolve shifted upon learning of an impending school transfer. A detail that solidified his determination. He could never forget that day, he vowed. And he wanted others to know the significance of his actions. Because, thanks to his sacrifice, others could live. This sentiment was echoed by a fellow student. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a smirk playing on his lips, casually dismissed the notion of altruism. He hadn't intervened to help others, he simply found the bullies repulsive. Another student, beaming with gratitude, expressed his thanks for Hyun-sung's actions, stating that he was able to graduate because of him. He even planned to cheer for Hyun-sung after he transferred schools. Hyun-sung, however, rejected the praise, insisting that his actions stemmed from self-interest, not goodwill, and that he didn't deserve the compliments. Hyun-sung walked away, a pensive expression on his face. He worried that if his emotions faded, he might forget his true objective. He acknowledged a significant problem: the conflict wouldn't remain confined to the school grounds. Suddenly, another individual approached Hyun-sung, identifying him as Kim Hyun-sung from Cheonail High. The other student expressed his deep gratitude, stating that without Hyun-sung's help, he wouldn't be where he was now. Hyun-sung, however, brushed off the thanks, stating that his actions were solely to prove his superiority over the bullies. He reiterated that their gratitude was unnecessary. A man, his face partially obscured, stood on a city street, his shoulders slumped. He listened intently as another man, dressed in a sharp suit, spoke to him. "It doesn't matter why you did it," the suited man stated, his tone firm yet measured. "Because the fact that I could escape hell thanks to you is still true." The first man's response was quiet, yet resolute, his gaze fixed on the ground. He held up his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. "There are way more kids like me in Daesan than you think," he stated, a hint of grim determination in his voice. "After you took over all of Daesan, that social media page turned into a bulletin board where we'd check up on each other." The screen displayed a social media page, a testament to a shared struggle and mutual support. A comment on the page detailed a recent victory. "That bastard's legs are broken, so he comes to school on crutches. I almost peed in my pants seeing that." The man continued, "We discussed how to deal with the bullies. And also kept tabs on the bullies you took down." The shared experience forged a bond of resilience and shared purpose. He reflected on his gratitude. "I really want to thank Kim Hyun-sung for all he's done. For all the kids who are members of that page, just the thought of going to school would choke them, and every day was a living hell." A smile touched his lips. He added, "I'll say this for the other members of the page too. Thank you so much, Hyun-sung." Walking down the street, he observed the positive change around him. There are more and more students who smile whenever they see me now. The atmosphere felt lighter, a stark contrast to the oppressive environment of the past. Kim Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a grimace, blood staining his lips, lay on the ground. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected a torment only he could fully comprehend. A vivid resurgence of memories flooded his mind, the fearful gazes of those who had tormented him, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hatred. He reflected on the cycle of hatred, concluding that his actions, born from the pain he had endured, were merely a consequence of that same hatred. The image shifted to a young woman, her face streaked with tears, her eyes bloodshot and filled with anguish. Her expression conveyed a profound sense of despair. A stark reminder of the twisted justice he had enacted. Hyun-sung, now a young man with glasses, reflected on his actions. He initially believed he had merely dipped his toes into something truly filthy. But the more he rid the world of its trash, the happier people seemed to become. He questioned the nature of his actions, wondering if they were truly evil. concluding that his actions were not evil, but rather a form of judgment. A shadowy figure, his face obscured but for a sinister smile revealing sharp teeth and intense purple eyes, held aloft a scale of justice. The scales themselves were dark and ominous, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The title card declared, "The Judgment of Blood." The back of a man's head was shown, his hair short and dark. A narration box above him read, "Something nobody wants to step forward for, but someone must do." He resolved, "I'll gladly take on that role.
Because that might just be the reason I came back to the past."
Kim Hyun-sung, his back to the viewer, stood in an empty classroom. A narration box stated, "Winter vacations just happened to come around the corner." Another box added, "After today, Kim Hyun-sung and Cheonail's relationship would be completely over."
He walked down the stairs, the narration box below stating, "And a quick farewell to Kim Youngchul as well." But they had no idea.
Kim Hyun-sung, now facing the reader, had a determined expression. His internal monologue was revealed, "I have no plans of forgiving them just because they helped me a little. There's no doubt that they'll help other scumbags when I'm not here." Hyun-sung, a young man impeccably dressed in a school uniform, stood in a hallway. His expression was serious, almost grim. Someone had just told him, "You gotta trim off the rotten leaves." He turned to face a woman with long dark hair, dressed in a smart coat and blouse.
She asked him, "Do you have some time?" The woman continued, expressing concern about their surroundings.
"I don't think we're close enough to be having private conversations."
Hyun-sung responded curtly, "It's not for me."
The woman revealed the reason for the meeting.
"My dad says he wants to meet you." Later, in a formal setting, an older man greeted Hyun-sung. "Looks like Siona was right about your looks. Have a seat. Have you had dinner yet?"
He added, "You're Siona's classmate, so feel free to talk to me as you would with her." The man was identified as Choi Sung-pil, a former high-ranking government official and Siona's father. He also learned that Choi Sung-pil, Siona's father, was now the chairman of the Anti-School Violence Committee and had a history of trying to eliminate school violence, though he found it difficult. Knowing the tediousness of the task, he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness when he learned that the bullying incidents involving his son, Dae-san, had significantly decreased. However, a gut-wrenching thought simultaneously crossed his mind. If his son had a friend like the one who spoke up against the injustices, perhaps things would have turned out differently.
He wondered if his son would still be alive today.
It was all meaningless talk. If only he had done his job properly as a father. He was an incompetent father. He hadn't even noticed the subtle hints his son had been giving him. He recalled hearing that children from dual-income households often struggle to express their feelings. He hadn't realized then that his son would become a living example of that. The day his son's grades plummeted, he relentlessly questioned him late into the night, demanding an explanation.
Then, out of the blue, his son mentioned transferring schools. Two men sat across from each other, engaged in a serious conversation.
One, older and more formally dressed, expressed his regret, stating that despite his desire for family happiness, his priorities had led him down a different path. The lingering anger still burned within him. He continued, explaining that his relocation to Daesan was an attempt to make amends, to raise his daughter Siona well and curb school violence. Ultimately, he conceded that his methods were not as effective as those of the other man. He sipped his tea, contemplating this. The older man, his face etched with determination, informed the younger that he had something important to tell him. The younger man, his expression serious, listened intently. He was assured that support would always be there for him. The older man emphasized that as long as his NGO remained operational, it would be difficult for anyone to obstruct the younger man's path.
Blood splatters were visible on his suit.
The older man urged the younger to remember this. He reassured the younger man that he and many others like him were there to support him. The scene opens with a low-angle shot, focusing on a pair of feet in stylish sneakers and dark trousers. The legs belong to a young man, his presence implied rather than explicitly shown. He stands in what appears to be a dimly lit hallway, his face set in a grim determination.
His internal monologue echoes his resolve, "I won't forget today, no matter what."
The young man extends his hand to another, older individual in a business suit. A brief exchange takes place, concluding with the younger man's quiet gratitude, "Thank you, sir." His thoughts drift back to a past conversation. He reflects, "I realized after our conversation back then that I claimed I'd kill those rascals who killed my brother, but didn't actually do anything." The scene shifts to a young woman with long dark hair, sitting on a swing set.
She confesses her lack of conviction. "I wasn't confident I could take responsibility for my actions."
The young man sits beside her on the swing set. He reassures her, "That's not your fault."
"I know. Those scums are the ones at fault."
"But, Hyun-sung, I have a new dream now thanks to you." He continues, explaining his observation of her newfound power. "After you gained power, you didn't face any problems no matter what you did.
I saw it with my own eyes, yet it was so spine-chilling I couldn't believe it."
The young woman reflects on this, acknowledging the dark side of such power, while that was the filthiness of power. A woman with long, dark hair and a sharp gaze, her expression betraying a steely resolve, declared that her ambition to seize power was the very reason for her actions. She intended to become a prosecutor at all costs. A means to an end, to grasp power with her own hands. So she could live life on her own terms. She then implored someone to not lose hope, explaining that she was working towards a goal and wouldn't give up. A man with short, brown hair and a confident smirk offered his genuine support. As winter vacation began, Kim Hyun-sung focused on spending quality time with his family. He questioned if the ribeye steak was the only one, his eyes fixated on the delicious-looking meat. Sharing a meal with his family, Hyun-sung enjoyed a delicious dinner together. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, stood amidst a snowy landscape with two older men. One, an elderly gentleman with silver hair, remarked on the beauty of a snowflake, to which Hyun-sung simply agreed. They enjoyed the scenery together. Their companionship extended beyond quiet moments in nature. They even visited an amusement park together for the first time. A photograph on Hyun-sung's phone showed the elderly gentleman, beaming, giving a peace sign. Hyun-sung reflected on his grandfather's youthful appearance, noting how much he seemed like a young girl. His grandfather's comment about his soft hands sparked a conversation. The older man suggested finding Hyun-sung a wife, prompting a surprised reaction and a question about his grandfather's intentions. The grandfather continued, suggesting Hyun-sung dye his hair, implying that his current look was the best. He then advised Hyun-sung to embrace his natural aging process, suggesting he use any extra money to buy his favorite chicken. The grandfather encouraged Hyun-sung to enjoy his life to the fullest. Hyun-sung, however, dismissed his grandfather's words as mere ramblings. The scene concluded with a reflection on the happy and cherishable moments they shared. The narration box revealed that what Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, valued most about returning to the past wasn't the chance for revenge. Instead, it was the absence of his family's suffering. Their pain had vanished, leaving him happier than ever before. The panel showed Hyun-sung and his family, smiling and relaxed in their home. Hyun-sung's phone displayed a text message conversation. He had completed a task and would check in again in a week. Now, it was truly time for him to leave. The imposing Daetaeang Group headquarters loomed large, its name emblazoned across the sleek glass facade. A testament to its position as one of Korea's top 3 companies, encompassing electronics, automobiles, life insurance, and more. Outside, several employees bustled about the building's entrance, their movements a flurry of activity as they went about their day. A common sight for a company consistently ranked among the top 3 choices for graduates seeking employment. A young man with striking blonde hair, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, stood with his back to the viewer, his presence exuding an air of quiet confidence. Nearby, a subordinate watched him with undisguised admiration, whispering his thoughts aloud. The subordinate marveled at the heir to the Daetaeang Group, commenting on his striking appearance and even more impressive personality. The heir responded with a polite greeting. Yoon Hyun-min, heir to the Daetaeang Group, is introduced. His sharp features, piercing red eyes, and confident posture project an air of power and ambition. A woman, captivated by Hyun-min, expresses her desire for him to go out with her. Her words are met with a dismissive retort from a nearby man. The man defends Hyun-min, emphasizing that his success wasn't due to his wealth but to his own hard work and skills. The conversation continues, with the man suggesting that even without his inheritance, Hyun-min's capabilities would have made him a successful partner regardless. He questions whether Hyun-min would be content with people of their social standing. Hyun-min sits, listening intently, his expression unreadable, prompting a demand for a repetition of the previous statement. Hyun-min's response is a chillingly amused inquiry about the current situation. He adjusts his tie, a subtle yet menacing gesture, foreshadowing a potential escalation. 2 women, their faces contorted in anger, confronted the principal of Daesun Myri High School. They demanded an explanation for a situation they clearly found unacceptable. The principal, a man visibly distressed, attempted to calm them, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. He wiped sweat from his brow, his anxiety palpable. Their children were 12th graders, a crucial year for their futures, and this disruption was causing immense stress. One of the women exploded, furious that a student transfer was happening at such a critical time, especially given the importance of upcoming mock exams. She demanded an explanation, her voice sharp and accusatory. The principal, increasingly agitated, struggled to respond. He stammered a weak justification, claiming the decision was already made, a fact that only further enraged the women. One of the women challenged his passivity, questioning whether he would simply accept the transfer without any consideration for their concerns. The other woman, Jo Hae-ju, the head of the Parents Association, revealed her involvement in the school's affairs, implying that she had a hand in the transfer decision and had dealt with personal issues related to it. She challenged the principal, reminding him of her influence and the extent of her investment in the school. He, defeated and resigned, admitted to knowing the extent of her involvement but felt powerless to stop the transfer. A single, stark white panel dominated the page, save for a speech bubble at the top and a smaller box near the bottom. The speech bubble contained a desperate plea, "I have no choice." The smaller box, stark against the white background, simply stated, "1 month ago." The scene shifted to a dimly lit office, strewn with papers and a manila envelope. The text above the envelope read, "This is evidence for the dirty matters you've committed till now, principal." This was followed by another statement, "This is enough to warrant criminal punishment, much less just losing your job." A man with short, graying hair, his face etched with worry, was shown. The speech bubble above him stated, "You should know better than to watch how much you drink. You went out for a second round when you have a family? More importantly," he added, "this fellow is underage." The gray-haired man's face contorted in distress. He asked, "Just what do you want from me?" The other man, seen only in profile, wearing a cap, responded, "It's quite simple. One student is going to transfer to your school. His grades are very good. The parents are going to make a fuss, but..." He continued, "I think your life is much more important than the colleges of a few students, isn't it?" The gray-haired man looked down at the documents in his hands. He sighed, "Parents in the Gangnam area have too much power. It's not a matter I can do on my own, even as the principal." A man with a sinister smile contacted someone for help, sending a text message to Go Changbyeom, who confirmed his arrival. He anxiously awaited their arrival, wondering how much time had passed. Realizing only 5 minutes had elapsed, he needed to buy time somehow. The principal, a man with silver hair, spoke to a group of concerned parents. He explained that the transfer students' records were clean, and refusing to accept him would cause more problems. But the parents were unconcerned with the paperwork, only with the potential impact on their children's college applications. They demanded to know how the principal would compensate for this disruption. But the principal calmly responded that shouting wouldn't solve anything. The parents scoffed at his calm demeanor, calling him unreasonable and his actions a joke. A man's lips curled into a smirk as he mused, "I guess it was a large misjudgment on my part." The scene shifted to a tense conversation. A woman's voice cut through the air, "We're going to make this public. If you've taken that many bribes, isn't it common sense to do your money's worth?" The woman, with dark hair and sunglasses perched atop her head, leaned in, her expression sharp and accusatory. She addressed the older man before her voice laced with barely contained fury, "I will make you witness just how bad you've messed up." The older man, clearly distressed, pleaded, "Ma'am, please." Before he could finish, the woman lashed out with a swift, powerful blow, sending him sprawling to the ground. Her fury undiminished, she snarled, "You fucker. You think I'm going to calm down?" She continued, her voice dripping with contempt, "Our kids might have a new obstacle in their lives because of you." Her words were sharp and unforgiving, "You think I'm naive? You think you can just wash your hands with this? Ha! If you have a mouth, fucking use it." The older man, his face contorted in fear and desperation, could only stammer, "Ma'am, please calm down." A woman's legs, clad in elegant high heels, were visible, her weight shifting subtly as she seemed to pause, a slight question forming on her lips. A woman with dark hair and sunglasses, her expression sharp and curious, inquired about the commotion from another woman on the phone, her face partially obscured. The scene shifted to show two women, one in a stylish dress holding a purse, the other in a more formal jacket, standing close together. The woman in sunglasses, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple, seemed to recognize someone, her expression turning to one of dawning realization. Meanwhile, in a separate scene, a hand offered a plate of sliced apples to someone off-panel, the words, "Try some of this," child accompanying the gesture. The recipient of the apples politely accepted the offering, murmuring their thanks. Her relationship with her husband's family improved as his grades rose, significantly boosting her reputation in Gangnam's private education circles. Around that time, Kim Hyun-sung made a request of Miss Miso. Lee Miso then posted something online, her actions suggesting a significant development. The narrative focuses on the online posts Kim Hyun-sung had strategically shared, detailing their impact. These posts, shared on the Daechidan Sky Mom Cafe, saw a dramatic increase in viewership within weeks, multiplying over 30 times. This surge in popularity granted Lee Miso significant influence within Gangnam's private education sector, solidifying her position as the moderator of the largest college entrance prep forum. Lee Miso, a woman in an elegant dress, holds a phone, a smirk playing on her lips. She reflects on the situation, finding it hard to believe the extent of her success. A concerned individual confronts Lee Miso, questioning the aggressive tactics used against the principal, simply because a transfer student excels academically. Another woman, equally concerned, joins the conversation, expressing her disapproval of the situation as a parent. Lee Miso, seemingly oblivious, continues her phone call, seemingly unaware of the conversation around her. She is then questioned about the information she shared, implying that it is no longer needed. The other woman's response is cut short, leaving the situation unresolved. A woman with dark hair and aviator sunglasses, her expression sharp and unfriendly, addressed someone unseen. She stated that Minwoo was not a student at this school, questioning the reason for their interference. She continued, explaining that Kim Hyun-sung, the student who had recently transferred, was very close friends with her son, Minwoo. The woman, identified as Minwoo's mother, declared that as a mother, she couldn't stand idly by while her son's friend was wronged. However, she conceded that they were free to act as they pleased, adding a pointed warning that some actions would be interpreted as a declaration of hostility. Minwoo's mother let out a chilling laugh, her eyes glinting with malice. Two other women, presumably associates, spoke quietly amongst themselves. One expressed discomfort with the situation, and the other agreed. They decided to end things there for now. Minwoo's mother and her associates began to leave. One of the associates looked back at the other woman, who seemed to be waiting for something. The associate explained that they would overlook the incident, given how far the other woman had gone for Minwoo. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes fluttered open, a single word escaping his lips, "Yes." "That's how it was resolved," a voice explained, the implication clear. "So parents won't get in the way of your transfer anymore." A man with short brown hair finished the call, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
Thank you, I won't forget this help. Hyunsung expressed his gratitude. Ah, you take care of our Minwo. I can do anything for you, just give me a call.
The man chuckled, his offer open-ended.
So this is the start. Is because it's the school where the Golden Circle is most active. If I, the highest academically ranked student, transfer to this school, they will not let me be.
Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, reviewed a target list displayed on a whiteboard. He mused that being added to it wouldn't be a significant problem.
Considering his influential background in Daesan wouldn't be of much use in his current location.
However, his apprehension was overshadowed by excitement. He reflected on how many times he had anticipated this moment.
Hyunsung, comfortably seated on a luxurious sofa, realized that his long-awaited arrival in Gangnam was finally a reality.
As events unfolded precisely as he had planned, a request had been made to eliminate him by the Golden Circle. Despite the imminent threat, Hyunsung remained resolute. The world, he observed, remained as corrupt as ever.
Just as rotten as before.
Hyunsung's feet tapped impatiently as he learned that he had been a target before. A previous attempt on his life, orchestrated by broker Kang Tae-gu, had failed. The task was now passed to young Chansu, who was currently tracking Hyunsung. A report came in, confirming the completion of a job. Upon further investigation, however, it turned out to be a complete failure. Retribution was served to everyone involved, from the commissioner to those with lesser ties.
Prompting a question from a man in a suit, why hadn't he been informed?
The explanation revealed that broker Young Chansu and mercenary Choi Tae-jun had been compromised by Kim Hyunsung. They immediately went to find young Chansu, only to discover that he had already left with his belongings. He must have anticipated this and escaped. Judging from this, the reason young Chansu remained in the Golden Circle
was to leak insider information.
The man in the suit, his eyes burning with a fiery red glow, asked for a conclusion. A subordinate, kneeling before him, stammered an apology. The scene opens with a close-up of a man's foot, clad in a dark shoe, forcefully stepping down on something unseen. The impact reverberating upwards, a sharp crack echoing through the air as the victim's head is shown, eyes squeezed shut in pain. A voice, laced with impatience, cuts through the silence. What took you so long to explain? We're in deep shit. A man in a sharp suit, his expression a blend of anger and calculation, strides into the frame. His eyes gleam with a dangerous light. He speaks, his voice low and menacing. If this information spreads, the Golden Circle members will panic. His gaze hardens, his concern palpable. That might cause a disturbance we can't afford. He turns away, his frustration evident. I can't lose my grip on the members because of some imbecile.
The Golden Circle needs to go on for a long time.
But a flicker of interest crosses his face as he examines a file. He muses, but this fucker is interesting. He could have graduated quietly in Daesan, yet he made his way to Seoul. A close-up on the file reveals a photo of a young man.
The suited man's eyes narrow in realization. I knew it. He's aiming for the Golden Circle.
A shadowy figure, his face obscured, sits in a dimly lit room. The words, "Are you approaching me, knowing who I am?" float above him, a chilling question hanging in the air. Below the question, a caption reads, "The police, the justice system, the press, and politicians." The image shifts to a close-up of the figure's legs, crossed at the ankles, as he sits back in a plush chair. The words, "All kneel before me," appear, a declaration of power. A caption below states, 1 month after school starts. The scene changes to a close-up of a man's face, his eyes glowing red with malice. A speech bubble above him reads, "Take care of Kim Hyunsung by then." Another man's face is shown, his expression unreadable. The words, "No matter what," appear below, suggesting a determined resolve. A hand, belonging to an unseen individual, clicked a stylus against a sleek device.
He began to review the file on Kim Hyunsung, the target.
Considering how Kim Hyunsung handled the Golden Circle's request, it was assumed he possessed a certain understanding of their system. He had also unified all the Daesan schools. Even though Daesan's competitiveness paled in comparison to Seoul, his strength was estimated to be between A+ and S rank.
A murmur of disbelief escaped the unseen individual. He questioned Hyunsung's audacity and his true identity.
Kim Hyunsung had caused this much trouble because Kianil High School principal Oh Dae-hwan and his homeroom teacher, Kim Young-cheol, actively supported him. Furthermore, he was being sponsored by Wongjin Construction's managing director, Go Chang-seum. A smirk played on Kim Young-cheol's lips as he confidently puffed on a cigarette. A parent committee attempted to block Kim Hyunsung's transfer, but their efforts were thwarted by the interference of Lee Mi-so, the wife of Deputy Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol. Meanwhile, two men discussed Kim Hyunsung, noting his apparent connection to someone.
Kim Hyunsung arrived in Gangnam with a specific purpose. A meeting of the Golden Circle, a sole broker convening, was underway. A speaker addressed the attendees, asking if anyone had questions.
One attendee inquired about Kim Hyunsung's relationship with Kang Dong-cheol, and confirmed that there was no political involvement known at this time. Park Hyung-jun, an executive of the Golden Circle, commented on Kim Hyunsung's impressive actions, noting that the meeting was being held because of him.
He emphasized that they couldn't ignore Kim Hyunsung's blatant challenge. The scene opens with a title card declaring that failure is non-existent in the Golden Circle's history.
A voiceover then contemplates the number of useful students at Daesun Mairi High School, revealing that the school is under special management with 2 S-ranked students, one of whom is Choi Myung-hoon, ranked S+.
A man, seemingly in charge, confidently asserts that there shouldn't be any internal problems,
but then questions the reliability of the teachers. Another voice assures him that most teachers at Daesun Mairi High School are cooperating.
The man in charge smirks, explaining that the problematic principal, Iksu, will be replaced by someone more compliant.
And another man pledges to personally handle the situation. He stresses the importance of prioritizing this matter above all else. The group discusses the higher-ups' demand for completion within the first month of the school year.
Someone confidently asserted that a task, whatever it may be, would be completed within a week.
The scene shifts, and a voiceover clarifies that this isn't a return to school, but rather a return to conflict. The feeling of time's passage is noted. It feels as if only yesterday the protagonist arrived in Seoul. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, is shown walking through a city street.
He expresses surprise that school has already begun.
A narration box describes the city's landscape: skyscrapers, luxurious cars, and bustling crowds.
Hyun-sung walks amidst the city's activity, feeling like he's in an unfamiliar place. The narration shifts to describe the school's location, near a subway station, and its immaculate appearance. Daesun Mairi High School is revealed to be at the center of power,
a place where wealth is abundant enough for residents to live in Gangnam. The scene opens with a flurry of Korean won banknotes falling against a dark background. A caption reads, "They also have powerful connections. They will lead the future of Korea." 2 sharply dressed men, one in a dark suit and the other in a white suit, shake hands amidst the falling money. Their faces are obscured, but their smiles suggest a powerful alliance. The scene shifts to Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, walking towards a school gate. A thought bubble above him reads, "Crossing that gate
marks the first step toward my revenge." Inside the school, a classroom sign reads 3 to 3. A teacher announces, "Attention. There's a friend I'd like to introduce to you guys before we start." The teacher continues, explaining that the new student won first place in the national mock examination.
He's introduced as Jang Won-ji, the homeroom teacher at Daesun Mairi High School.
Jang Won-ji is told to introduce himself. He looks apprehensive.
Hyun-sung observes Won-ji, thinking, "He seems like he has a lot of problems with me." Hyun-sung's internal monologue continues, "These assholes are also meeting me for the first time today.
They're all hostile towards me. It's as if they planned it together. Interesting."
Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, sat alone, his expression unreadable. He mused to himself, uncertain whether the relentless bullying was due to his academic achievements or if someone had orchestrated it. He identified himself as Hyun-sung, but expressed indifference to the situation, even stating that he enjoyed the chaos. The scene shifted to a classroom. A teacher announced that the upcoming March evaluation tests were crucial, focusing on last year's SAT questions.
Hyun-sung listened impassively as the teacher spoke. He internally speculated that the intense school environment might stem from the school's location in Gangnam.
His eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses, a subtle sign of his contemplation.
Another teacher, recognizing Hyun-sung's exceptional academic record and good looks, directly addressed him. He was identified as the top scorer in the national mock examination. The teacher challenged Hyun-sung to demonstrate his problem-solving skills. Hyun-sung, unfazed by the attention, stated that he didn't care about this kind of attention. He noted that every teacher, starting with this one, seemed to be targeting him. A teacher, his face a mask of thinly veiled amusement, clapped slowly. "Wow," he remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, "you can solve this? The national rank one sure is different."
Another teacher, her smile sharp and predatory, leaned in. "Is there even anything I can teach you?" she asked, her words laced with a hint of menace. Hyun-sung, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Their praise felt hollow, a thinly veiled attempt to mask something far more sinister. He sensed their wariness, a feeling that they were extremely wary of him, their praise hiding a deeper concern that he would somehow bring down their students' grades. He entered the classroom, the air thick with unspoken tension.
Rows of students sat at their desks, their faces obscured by shadows, their postures rigid and apprehensive.
Hyun-sung's blood ran cold as he perceived their blatant intent. It didn't take long to face the uncomfortable reality.
Hyun-sung's inner voice echoed with a raw, visceral frustration. "FXXX, it's so fucking fucked up," he thought, the words a testament to his mounting anger and disbelief.
His classmates whispered amongst themselves, their conversation laced with a mixture of confusion and resentment.
"I know, right? Does this make sense? What are we supposed to do when the national number 1 student transfers in? Shouldn't we be kicking up a fuss about it?
It's unfair that we're stuck with this shit." One of them, however, offered a dissenting opinion.
"The school isn't at fault." 2 students, their faces partially obscured, engaged in a hushed conversation. One voiced his annoyance, muttering that the new transfer student was causing problems and inconveniences at their grade-conscious school, questioning whether the new student's self-centered behavior indicated sociopathic tendencies.
A third student, his face visible, chimed in, recalling how enthusiastically the transfer student had tackled a classroom problem earlier. his confidence striking the other two as remarkable.
A hand, holding a pen, wrote furiously on a notepad. The writer, unseen, asserted that this was not Kianil High School, and that the students couldn't do whatever they pleased.
The writing continuing with a forceful flourish.
The unseen writer's voice, sharp and demanding, cut through the air.
He questioned the transfer student's silence, demanding an explanation for his decision to enroll in their school. The transfer student, his face now visible, responded with a cool indifference, questioning whether he owed the other any explanation. The two students from the beginning of the scene reacted with annoyance to the transfer student's attitude, pointing out the inconvenience he was causing.
A man in a suit, his face obscured, steepled his fingers. He mused, that's how they were going to play it, huh? Okay.
The words "you deserve what's coming for you" appeared in a thought bubble, a chilling premonition. Suddenly, a powerful blow landed, the force depicted by motion lines radiating from the impact point.
The man in the suit was sent sprawling.
Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and determination.
He asked, "What are you doing?" His attacker, a young man with a cruel smile and visible wounds, retorted with a question of his own, "What am I doing?" The attacker's inner thoughts were revealed, "Screwing you up."
The attacker adjusted his school uniform, a chillingly calm demeanor despite his injuries. Hyun-sung winced in pain as a sharp blow connected, the sound effects emphasizing the impact.
A bully, his face partially visible behind a hood, cried out, "The new kid is beating me."
Kim Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bloodied, cried out for help as Go Dong-soo, his tormentor, loomed over him. Go Dong-soo's expression was one of cold indifference, he showed no remorse for his actions.
Later, a teacher confronted Go Dong-soo, accusing him of beating up Hyun-sung to silence him because of his studies.
The teacher pressed him further, questioning his actions during lunch and demanding an explanation for his behavior. Go Dong-soo denied any wrongdoing, claiming he did nothing. The teacher, however, pointed to Hyun-sung's injuries, demanding an explanation for the visible wounds on his face. He desperately tried to explain the situation.
Go Dong-soo continued to deny his involvement, maintaining his innocence.
The teacher, with other students present as witnesses, directly asked if Kim Hyun-sung had been assaulted by Go Dong-soo. Kim Hyun-sung, a model student, effortlessly began a one-sided fight, beating his opponent to a pulp.
His classmates watched, paralyzed by fear.
They knew Dong-soo hadn't done anything wrong, but they were too terrified to intervene. One of the onlookers, smirking, commented that he'd heard a lot about Hyun-sung's past.
He'd apparently been a crazy asshole at his previous school.
Hyun-sung, his eyes narrowed, wondered if this attack was orchestrated by the Golden Circle, or if they were simply trying to eliminate a competitor. Regardless of the reason, he realized he'd fallen into a trap on his very first day of school.
He hadn't even begun to fight back yet.
This incident confirmed his suspicions. The Golden Circle had discovered his existence and his plans to transfer to Seoul.
However, he couldn't understand their motives, as Young Chansu, a key member of the Golden Circle, wasn't present.
Hyun-sung stood defiantly, his back to two sinister figures who were clearly plotting against him. Kim Hyun-sung, his body ravaged but his mind sharp, vowed revenge. From his vegetative state, he had witnessed the injustice done to him, and now, back in time, he resolved to fight back.
It was all-out war.
Hyun-sung, facing his accusers, calmly requested that his friends not be present during the proceedings.
He felt their presence was inappropriate given the circumstances.
He insisted that if he were truly guilty, he would accept any punishment he deserved, but he wanted other witnesses to be called instead. His accusers scoffed, dismissing Hyun-sung's request.
He declared that Dong-soo's testimony alone was sufficient evidence, and angrily accused Hyun-sung of lying.
The accuser's anger intensified, his words cutting through Hyun-sung's calm demeanor. He didn't care about Hyun-sung's past achievements, his focus was solely on the present accusation. Ignoring the outburst, Hyun-sung calmly pulled out his phone and began to make a call.
His accuser watched, bewildered, as Hyun-sung's actions unfolded. Hyun-sung's calm demeanor and clear explanation of the situation convinced the operator to send help immediately.
With the call ended, Hyun-sung hung up, leaving his accuser speechless and shocked. Hyun-sung's friend, witnessing the events, questioned his actions, but Hyun-sung explained that they needed to establish the facts to solve the problem properly. Someone, unseen, presented evidence, stating that everything was recorded. A man's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he stared at the evidence. He muttered to himself, revealing his cautious nature in commenting on the convenience of the situation. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, a model student with excellent grades, good looks, and above-average fighting skills, stood confidently, a pen held in his hand. A hand, clad in a crisp, blue-striped shirt and suit jacket, held a pen poised over a document. The pen hovered, as if emphasizing the gravity of the words to come. "Here's the evidence you were looking for, everything is recorded here," the unseen speaker stated, the words carrying a weight of finality.
A close-up revealed a man's face, etched with worry and tension.
His eyes, wide and filled with apprehension, darted around nervously.
A bead of sweat trickled down his temple.
"I'm the very cautious kind," he muttered to himself, a tremor in his voice betraying his unease. The pen tapped against the desk, a sharp contrast to the quiet intensity of the room.
A high schooler threatening self-harm, the voice, now audible, expressed disbelief. A sigh escaping as the pen was set down.
What a nasty world out there, the speaker concluded, a hint of weariness in their tone. Two figures sat across from each other in what appeared to be an office. One, older with silver hair, sharply questioned the other, a younger man with dark hair, about his recent actions. The younger man apologized, explaining that he had been struggling with poor grades and was further frustrated by the transfer of a high-ranking student to their school. The older man sternly asserted that the younger man's actions constituted a crime. He then added that the younger man was also in the wrong. The younger man, his expression miserable, explained that he had momentarily lost his reasoning upon seeing the student's despairing face. A third individual, seated separately, interjected, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and expressing concern for Kim Hyun-sung's distress. He highlighted that this incident occurred on Kim Hyun-sung's very first day of school, raising concerns about the student's future anxieties. The older man with silver hair, adjusting his glasses, remarked that Gangnam was a place where various incidents occurred due to the intense pressure surrounding grades. A woman with brown hair and glasses, presumably a teacher, confidently stated that she believed the younger man had no ill intentions towards the children or Mr. Jang Won-ji. The scene shifted to show Jin Kyung-hee, the vice principal of Daesung Myri High School. The narration box explained that high school seniors often act according to their true feelings, and that the teacher was more inclined to trust students he already knew. A man with short, dark green hair and a serious expression sat at a desk, his hand to his mouth as if suppressing a cough. He cleared his throat, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and mused that the situation was merely an unfortunate misunderstanding caused by certain conditions. However, since an official report had been filed, he felt obligated to resolve the matter. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair and glasses sighed, expressing her understanding of the need to punish the student to set an example, but also noting the many other issues currently plaguing the school. The man explained that the school typically doesn't accept transfer students, but Principal Onexu had insisted on this particular case, leading to the current internal audits. The woman, her expression thoughtful, simply murmured, "Oh." The man continued, requesting understanding for their heavy workload and urging them not to be too harsh on the young student. He sighed, acknowledging the importance of both the future of youth and the rights of victims. The woman smiled knowingly, suggesting a solution.
Proposing that Hyun-sung receive a sincere apology and move on.
Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, observed the scene unfolding before him. It was as if a meticulously planned play was being enacted, designed to achieve a specific outcome. He noted how those involved were subtly coercing each other into compliance. A familiar, unpleasant feeling of déjà vu washed over him. The image of several figures with sinister grins surrounding a lone figure in a chair intensified his sense of helplessness, a feeling all too familiar from his past trauma. Hyun-sung, seated in the chair, felt a grim certainty settle upon him. This was exactly as he expected.
Hyun-sung's thoughts turned to the Gangnam cartel, realizing that its influence extended far beyond the students and teachers, reaching even into the police force. It was a stark reminder of the cartel's power and reach. The absurdity of the situation struck him. The sheer audacity of the cartel's actions was almost comical in its brazenness. Despite his usual unwavering resolve, Hyun-sung found himself in a peculiar situation. He had always maintained that he would never forgive anyone for their actions. Yet, the police were appeasing his anger, and the vice principal was negotiating a compromise with them. This was a blatant attempt to cover up the truth. Hyun-sung saw through their charade. Their eyes betrayed their intentions, silently communicating a threat. If he didn't accept their offer, he would face severe consequences for disrupting their carefully constructed cover-up. A vice principal, his face etched with concern, questioned the harshness of a proposed solution. He explained that his suggestion stemmed from a desire to prevent the student from being perceived negatively. The vice principal reminded the student that a whole school year remained, implying that there was still time to address the situation. The student, Kim Hyun-sung, expressed gratitude for their concern, but pointed out his legal status as a minor. Hyun-sung, holding a small, metallic object, suggested that such matters should be discussed among adults. A shadow fell across the floor as Hyun-sung left, a simple "nice to meet you" echoing in the silence. A distraught-looking man, introduced as Park Jong-soo, identified himself as Kim Hyun-sung's lawyer. The lawyer's name, Park Jong-soo, was clearly stated. Lee Niso was introduced, her expression hinting at a complex personality. A man's internal monologue reveals his frustration. He reflects on a woman whose influence was not part of his original plan, noting her significant advantage. Her husband is the deputy chief prosecutor of Seoul's Central District. He believes his plan would be significantly improved with the deputy chief prosecutor on his side. However, research indicates that this individual is unsuitable for involvement in his private sanction. In the prosecution, Kang Dong-cheol is known for his strong moral compass. Two men discuss Kang Dong-cheol.
One describes him as someone who will defend what he believes in, even at personal risk, and champions social justice. His abilities and background are extraordinary, and he rarely makes mistakes, making him virtually untouchable in his field. The man reviewing Kang Dong-cheol's file finds him surprisingly different from Lee Miso, who readily spends large sums of money for her child. He realizes that approaching someone like Kang Dong-cheol requires caution. A wrong approach could backfire spectacularly.
Despite the risk, he remains undeterred.
Ultimately, he concludes that he needs someone on his side who is well-versed in the legal field. A woman, her face partially obscured, searched her phone, her intention clear, to find a lawyer both competent and incorruptible. a determined glint in her eyes as she navigated the digital world. The woman, now fully visible, spoke into her phone, her voice calm yet resolute. "Yes, teacher, I'm listening." She received a business card, the gist of the situation now clear. The woman relayed the information to two other individuals, her tone serious. "This is a big enough incident to charge the people involved." One of them, a man in a suit, reacted with a sharp intake of breath, his expression one of shock and disbelief. A silent exclamation escaping him as the gravity of the situation sunk in. The conversation shifted, the focus turning to the potential for a cover-up. One of the men argued that it was a misunderstanding, a misjudgment of Hyun-sung's position. The other, however, remained unconvinced, his skepticism palpable.
The unconvinced man's skepticism intensified, his question hanging heavy in the air. "Do you think I'm talking to you right now?"
A man, his face etched with frustration, voiced his opinion. He believed the school should have handled the situation more appropriately, rather than simply dismissing the incident with a slap on the wrist. He felt compelled to hold the school accountable for its negligence. A woman, her expression a mixture of concern and skepticism, questioned the harshness of his approach, reminding him of the children's young age. He responded that it wasn't his place to judge. Instead, he calmly stated that the court would ultimately decide the matter. In the next scene, a man, his body language showing remorse, begged for forgiveness, promising to avoid future problems. The other man, his face stern, interrupted him, stating that mistakes happen unintentionally. He continued, emphasizing that malicious actions are legally defined as crimes. His words hung heavy in the air as he looked down at the remorseful man. A stern-faced woman, her expression a mixture of anger and frustration, confronted a powerfully built man in a suit. She demanded to know his plan of action regarding the case. Meanwhile, two men engaged in a hushed conversation. One, with dark green hair, appeared anxious, the other, with darker hair, wore a smug expression, seemingly pleased with the unfolding events. The powerfully built man responded calmly, agreeing to handle the situation as requested by Kim Hyun-sung and his associates,
though he privately considered the offer outrageous.
A young man, sharply dressed in a suit and tie, confidently stated that he would serve as Kim Hyun-sung's lawyer for the next year, for a fee of $10,000 per court appearance. He mused that this was a significant sum for a few hours of work to settle a case outside of a full trial.
But this arrangement was contingent on Kim Hyun-sung being the sole victim. The young lawyer internally affirmed his commitment to justice, despite having witnessed numerous corrupt situations during his time as a defense attorney.
The narrative opens with a stark declaration: in a world inherently unjust, the case of Kim Hyun-sung, a model student, was particularly compelling. However, this case presented a unique twist. Hyun-sung was inexplicably asked to wait until the first day of school, only to become a victim within half a day. The scene shifts to Hyun-sung, now a young man, encountering two figures. One of them demands to know his identity. Hyun-sung, uncertain of his own place in this situation, simply states that he doesn't belong here.
He offers a terse explanation to the questioning figures. That's all he can offer at this moment.
Elsewhere, a woman informs a man, Mr. Jang, that she has been assigned to oversee this case. And a shift in focus to the unexpected turn of events involving Kim Hyun-sung. The woman assures Mr. Jang that she will meet expectations, noting the rarity of such tight deadlines from higher authorities. A woman with dark brown hair, glasses, and a serious expression, nervously chewed on her fingernail. Her thoughts were clearly focused on a pressing deadline. She mused that, given the circumstances, proceeding with caution was paramount. This was how things had always been done, and it had always worked. She decided to stick to the tried and true method. The narration box explained that hiring a lawyer had proven effective in dealing with Go Dong-soo and his friends. 3 students discussed Kim Hyun-sung's newfound intimidating presence, advising each other to avoid eye contact to prevent further legal trouble. The narration box summarized Kim Hyun-sung's transformation from someone people were wary of to someone they actively avoided. The students were amazed to see Kim Hyun-sung studying diligently during break time, further solidifying his reputation as the top student.
Kim Hyun-sung found himself isolated.
3 boys watched him from a distance, their disdain evident. One of them sneered, commenting on the meager portion of food Hyun-sung was eating, while another chuckled, suggesting that he was alone and needed the food to survive. Hyun-sung, however, reflected on his situation. He mused that life and soul was never easy, and that his current circumstances were, in fact, better than he expected. He sat alone, calmly eating his lunch. A subtle smirk played on his lips. The intensity of the reactions to his presence confirmed his suspicion. He had managed to unsettle the entire school. Hyun-sung left the room, his footsteps echoing softly as he walked. He headed towards the cafeteria during lunchtime. A voice called out to him, surprised by his presence. Another student observed Hyun-sung from afar, impressed by his unwavering focus and dedication, noting that his conscientious nature was the reason for his top ranking in the nation.
Hyun-sung sat down at a table, seemingly unfazed by the attention.
A classmate approached him, casually inquiring about the taste of his food.
He picked up a piece of food and ate it.
Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, sat silently, his eyes betraying a depth of unspoken emotion. He accepted a pair of chopsticks, his movements deliberate and controlled, as another student watched him intently.
A subtle tension hung in the air. The observer, Choi Myung-hoon, a member of the Golden Circle's elite hitmen, smirked, his expression a mixture of amusement and disdain.
He openly voiced his disgust at the school's food.
Hyun-sung, seemingly unfazed by Myung-hoon's presence, calmly observed the other boy.
Myung-hoon, leaning in close, revealed a small recording device, his tone laced with menace.
He implied that Hyun-sung's actions were being monitored.
Myung-hoon, his voice low and menacing, explained that Hyun-sung would not be treated as a normal student at this school. His words carried an undercurrent of threat. He continued, revealing a chilling truth: Hyun-sung's own actions were the reason for the impending danger. Myung-hoon's words were a stark warning. Myung-hoon's threat escalated, painting a grim picture of the consequences Hyun-sung would face if he continued to defy the school's unspoken rules. The teachers, he implied, would be merciless. He emphasized that Hyun-sung's privileged background would offer him no protection. His words hung heavy in the air. Myung-hoon paused, seemingly questioning his own actions before continuing. He revealed his true motive: to warn Hyun-sung of the exciting events to come, events directly caused by his own actions. The scene ended with a sense of impending chaos. A hand, calloused and strong, rested on a table. The owner, unseen, issued a chilling challenge. Annoyed? Frustrated? Then come to me. I'll knock you down ruthlessly. Kim Hyun-sung, his eyes sharp and intense, was shown in a close-up. Beside him, a smirking figure, seemingly his antagonist, was depicted in a smaller inset panel. The antagonist, clad in a stylish school jacket, exuded an air of arrogance. A young man with short, reddish-brown hair and a sharp gaze confronted another, his voice laced with anger. He questioned why the other had only given a warning to someone instead of punishing them more severely. The second young man, with teal hair and a confident smirk, calmly reassured him that the teachers also had his back. The reddish-haired youth, still unconvinced, pressed for details, wanting to know the extent of the situation. His teal-haired companion responded with a chilling account: the individual in question had single-handedly taken on the entire school, subduing everyone and leaving them incapacitated. The reddish-haired young man, stunned by the revelation, could only utter a single word: how? The teal-haired young man explained that the individual either sent his victims to juvenile prison or left them in a vegetative state. He then dropped a bombshell: the person who had become a vegetable was Kim Hyun-sung, a former member of the Golden Circle, who had concealed his identity and applied to rejoin the group. The teal-haired young man revealed that this was the reason why the Golden Circle offered him 100 million. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, reviewed the stack of checks in front of him. His gaze lingered on the substantial sums, a quiet calculation forming in his mind. If I finish the job perfectly, I might even receive a bonus, he mused, a glint of determination in his eyes. He knew this wasn't just about the money, it was about something far more significant. Meanwhile, two figures, their faces partially obscured by shadow, engaged in a hushed conversation. One, with dark hair, spoke with intensity. You can't treat that bastard like the other stupid idiots. He's not one to back down in a fight even with a broken arm or a leg. The other, with pink hair, nodded grimly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Let's show him, the dark-haired figure stated, a cold resolve hardening their features. The scene shifted to Hyun-sung, his expression thoughtful. You get what I'm saying, right? He asked himself, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. The deadline loomed, a pressure he couldn't ignore. The narration box revealed the urgency. The deadline set by Golden Circle is probably the midterms of the first semester. Hyun-sung, in a classroom setting, focused intently on a complex math problem. For this problem, you need to add the value of x squared, and solve with y being the point of symmetry, he muttered, his brow furrowed in concentration. The stakes were high, academic failure would have serious consequences. If my grades are affected, the commissioners will be on my back. Golden Circle won't sit idly by even if I have a recorder. His thoughts trailed off as he noticed something unusual. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with sharp eyes and a self-assured smirk, is shown in a school hallway. Behind him, a smaller boy with a mischievous grin makes a threatening gesture. Hyun-sung thinks to himself, I predicted as much. Although, they're acting more childish than I thought. The smaller boy, emboldened, approaches Hyun-sung, sneering, what? Hyun-sung's internal monologue continues, this is a kind of test too. How much and for how long can I endure? He considers his strategy, to turn this into an ideal situation for Golden Circle where I can't hold back and explode. Hyun-sung is incredulous, they know how crazy I am, yet they're coming at me like this? He reflects, I've even prepared myself for this particular lifestyle. The smaller boy declares, okay. That's it for today's lesson. Hyun-sung concludes, even if I destroy Myung-hoon, someone else will simply replace him, so that's not a solution. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, sat alone in a classroom. His gaze was distant, his mind preoccupied with a plan. He resolved to set a clear example, one that would demonstrate the school system's inability to control him. He decided he needed to become a thorn in their side. A decision solidified as he walked through the school hallways. He encountered a bully, who, noticing Hyun-sung, casually asked if he was having fun. Hyun-sung, seemingly unfazed, subtly deactivated a recording device he had been carrying. The act was swift and silent, a testament to his practiced efficiency. With surprising speed and precision, Hyun-sung launched a swift attack.
The bully was sent sprawling to the ground with a powerful blow. The bully, stunned and enraged, cursed at Hyunsung, questioning why he had been attacked. Hyunsung remained impassive, a sense of grim determination etched on his face. He knew this was just the beginning. A bystander, witnessing the altercation, nervously pointed out that this was violence within the school. Kim Hyunsung, his face bruised and bloodied, glared up at his attacker. "You hit me first," he spat, the words laced with pain and defiance. His opponent, Go Dong-soo, simply replied, "I know." Hyunsung's inner monologue revealed his self-reproach. "Shit, I blatantly fell for his provocation." The scene shifted to Hyunsung's reflection, showing a flashback of Go Dong-soo and his accomplices plotting against him. Their plans, however, were vastly different from what Hyunsung anticipated. He justified his actions to himself, "I'm just doing what I need to do to stay on track with my plans." Hyunsung's gaze swept across the classroom, settling on a group of onlookers. He addressed them, a chilling calmness in his voice. "Watch." He raised his hand, a subtle glow emanating from it. "You're all witnesses." With a swift, powerful movement, Hyunsung unleashed a burst of energy, striking Go Dong-soo with immense force. The impact sent Go Dong-soo reeling, his body crumpling to the floor. Hyunsung's eyes, filled with a cold determination, narrowed. A close-up reveals a young man's face contorted in a sinister grin, his sharp teeth bared in a predatory smile. His eyes gleam with malice, reflecting a dark intensity. The scene shifts to a classroom. A woman, presumably a teacher, addresses a student named Yonho, demanding an explanation for what transpired. Yonho, his face bruised and bandaged, sits before the teacher, his expression one of weary resignation. He begins to explain, recounting how he had annoyed another student, Kim Hyunsung, leading to a violent confrontation. He claims his actions were merely playful, but Hyunsung's response was excessive. Yonho continues his account, describing how Hyunsung's reaction escalated quickly after school let out, resulting in a one-sided beating. He admits to provoking Hyunsung, but insists the subsequent assault was excessive. The teacher, having heard Yonho's explanation, declares that Hyunsung's actions, while harsh, were a justified response to Yonho's initial provocation. The narrative focuses on Kim Hyunsung, a model student, whose seemingly perfect life is about to take a drastic turn. Hyunsung is accused of using violence against a friend over a joke, a claim that places him in a precarious situation. A council, seemingly composed of shadowy figures, questions Hyunsung's innocence, demanding proof of his claim. They challenge him to present irrefutable evidence, specifically mentioning an amazing recording. Hyunsung boldly admits to striking the other boy, openly requesting a council hearing to determine his punishment. He insists that this matter requires a fair and thorough investigation, not a hasty resolution. Hyunsung's willingness to accept any punishment if found guilty is met with skepticism by the council members. The council members whisper amongst themselves, surprised by Hyunsung's unexpectedly compliant behavior. One member suspects Hyunsung is employing a calculated strategy to appease the council, possibly due to his youth and perceived complacency. The scene is set in Gangnam, a stark contrast to the protagonist's previous environment, Daesan. It's a location impervious to outside influence, except for the enigmatic Golden Circle. A figure, presumably the protagonist, sits in a Gangnam office, his posture suggesting unease. The narrator observes that his usual methods from Daesan won't work here. The narrator assures the reader that the protagonist is merely improvising, urging them to remain calm. A woman, with a confident and almost amused expression, sits in a chair. She is introduced as a key figure in this new setting. She declares that the protagonist will not be attending school any further. A plate of meticulously arranged fruit is shown, hinting at a luxurious lifestyle. A woman with long, reddish-brown hair appears, her expression suggesting a warm and welcoming demeanor. She seems to be in a position of authority or influence. The woman approaches the protagonist, addressing him affectionately as "my son." She carries the plate of fruit. She inquires about his studies, her tone gentle but laced with underlying concern. The protagonist, however, interrupts, revealing that something bad has happened. A student sadly contemplates a broken plate of apples on the floor. He reflects on the recent news that Mr. Hyunsung, his tutor, can no longer provide instruction. The student, surprised, exclaims about a council meeting. He reveals that his tutor is the top-ranked educator in the nation. The reason for the council meeting is revealed. A teacher claims Mr. Hyunsung assaulted another student. Two women, concerned, discuss the situation. One wonders what course of action to take. One of the women suggests they join forces to support Mr. Hyunsung. Their plan is to ensure he receives a fair hearing and that his tutoring can continue. One of the women, visibly distressed, explains their strategy, to use outside influence to ensure a fair outcome. The other woman agrees, suggesting that demonstrating their sincerity might convince Mr. Hyunsung to resume tutoring. A man, presumably a prosecutor, reported to someone off-panel that he had spoken to the other members. He then turned to a worried-looking woman, asking for her help. The woman, Miso, explained the difficulties of caring for Minwo. The man responded that, as a prosecutor, he couldn't use taxpayer money or his power for personal matters. He continued, stating that it wasn't his fault if Minwo didn't get into Korea University. Miso started to cry, her face showing immense sadness and distress. The man reflected on his previous detachment, deciding to tutor Minwo separately.
He then embraced Miso, explaining that while he couldn't help as a prosecutor, he could help as her husband. A title card appeared, indicating that there are 5 days until the council opening.
The scene opens at the Park Young-soo law office.
A client, a powerfully built man, sits across from his attorney, a young man with dark hair, and states that this offer is different from the one previously made. The client, clearly agitated, demands to know what the attorney thinks he is.
The attorney calmly explains that he cannot represent him in the upcoming council, as the incident was clearly school violence.
The client, furious, tells the attorney that if he wants to be bought off, he should annul the contract and find another attorney immediately. The young attorney, unfazed, retorts that there are plenty of people who would eagerly accept such a deal.
The client pauses, considering this. The attorney calmly sips his coffee. To be honest, the client admits he couldn't sleep after that night. He demands to know what happened and who is supporting the attorney. The attorney asks why the innocent student, the teachers rallying against him, and the police see him as evil.
A man in a suit, his face etched with worry, confessed his desire to help, but he stopped himself, unable to articulate the full extent of his reservations. He apologized for disappointing the other person, explaining that he simply wanted to know their true feelings. He stated that the conditions remained unchanged. He offered to annul their contract without penalty, but
a dramatic caption appeared. The die was already thrown.
A young man with purple hair, his expression intense, asked if the other person could listen to what he had to say. The scene shifted back to the older man, a caption stating that it didn't matter whether his opponent lived or died. The older man simply said, "Talk." Another caption appeared, "I don't plan on stopping here." The final panel showed a man in a suit, his back to the viewer, standing before a council. A caption indicated the number of days until the council's opening. A stern-faced woman with neatly pulled-back auburn hair, dressed in a dark-collared shirt, surveyed the room. Beside her, another woman with dark hair watched intently. "Seems like everyone is present," the auburn-haired woman stated, her tone suggesting a certain level of impatience. 2 men sat nearby, one, older with a contemplative expression, observed the proceedings quietly.
The other, younger and more tense, reviewed some papers.
The auburn-haired woman, her expression sharpening, announced, "The council will begin the discussion."
The subject of the discussion was revealed, on student Kim Hyun-sung's act of school violence.
Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with dark hair, sharp features, and a school uniform, sat calmly at a table, his gaze unwavering. He exuded an air of quiet confidence.
The scene opens a few days before the day of council.
Kim Hyun-sung, frustrated by the situation, acted out. The teachers threatened to rip him apart. He noted the irony of using the teachers as a threat, recognizing it as a weakness of the Golden Circle.
His explanation left Park Young-soo speechless. Park Young-soo was the only target the Golden Circle couldn't eliminate, a stain that could never see the light. Park Young-soo couldn't immediately answer Kim Hyun-sung's question about the use of violence. He reflected that defying the Golden Circle was wrong. When Park Young-soo had previously taken on cases from Golden Circle victims, the client's fear led him to close the cases midway. Now, he faces another Golden Circle victim, and he is giving up on the lawsuit. A man, his face etched with weariness, muttered to himself, "Geez, this is bad." He reflected on his past. "I stopped being a prosecutor so I could live a life of pride and justice." He continued his internal monologue, his hands covering his face in despair. He questioned his past decisions. "I sometimes doubt if I really made the right choice back then." The man's thoughts shifted to the consequences of his actions. He recalled, "I went against the senior prosecutor's corruption, so they ostracized me for being a snitch." His gaze fell upon a framed photograph of his wife. A wave of sadness washed over him as he lamented, "My wife divorced me because I quit being a prosecutor." He wrestled with the question of whether his choices were truly justified. He wondered aloud, what was the right choice so I could be a good father and husband? He steeled his resolve, declaring, "If I ever let go of my conviction, then all that would have been for nothing." Another man, seemingly younger, entered the scene.
The older man addressed him, "I admit it, you didn't do anything wrong. You did your best to survive."
The younger man responded, "Tell me, what do you want from me?"
A plea escaped the younger man's lips, "Please don't." The narrative begins by explaining that the conflict started with Yu Yonho's immature reaction to his friend's disciplinary actions. Fueled by resentment, he threw eraser shavings at Kim Hyun-sung, initiating a fight.
Hyun-sung retaliated with immediate violence. Hyun-sung's violent response was deemed one-sided, based on classmate testimonies. However, the incident left Yonho with permanent injuries.
The gravity of Yonho's permanent injuries, specifically the extent of the damage, is discussed, causing shock and concern. The diagnosis reveals that Yonho lost 3 teeth as a result of the assault. Beyond the physical trauma, Yonho is also undergoing psychiatric therapy to address the psychological impact of the incident. The scene opens with a formal statement, presented by a representative of the parents of Daesun Myri High School students. The statement clearly expresses the parents' desire for Kim Hyun-sung to receive appropriate punishment. A man, presumably a school official, reviews the statement, noting that it cites circumstantial evidence of Kim Hyun-sung's violent tendencies as justification for severe disciplinary action. Based on this evidence, the school official requests severe disciplinary action against Kim Hyun-sung. He wonders what he should do. Meanwhile, a woman, likely a lawyer representing the school, expresses her inability to help Kim Hyun-sung. The woman reflects that things are going their way, but questions Kim Hyun-sung's unusual calmness. She glances back at Kim Hyun-sung, who maintains a composed expression. The woman notes the absence of the lawyer who was present earlier and finds it strange that Kim Hyun-sung remains silent. Despite these concerns, the woman declares that the diagnosis, statement, and lawyer's absence are all perfectly set up, and instructs Kim Hyun-sung to present his rebuttal.
One individual asserted that Yoo Yeon-ho's injuries were irreversible, a fate from which he could not return,
while another countered, admitting to striking Yeon-ho, but denying the permanence of his injuries. The discussion turned to the validity of the diagnosis. A doctor, presented with the suggestion that the diagnosis was incorrect, responded that two key suspicions had arisen. The first suspicion centered on whether Yoo Yeon-ho's missing teeth were a genuine symptom of his injuries.
The doctor noted that such symptoms were absent during the initial incident. The second suspicion involved a previous incident where the school had wrongly accused another student, Go Dong-soo. A teacher, reflecting on this past event, spoke that even minor misconduct would have resulted in immediate punishment upon transfer. This implied that the school's actions were not always impartial. The conversation shifted to the investigation's results and the school's tendency to overreact with disciplinary actions without thorough investigation. One individual, Kim Hyun-sung, smirked, suggesting that Yoo Yeon-ho might have fabricated his report. Two other individuals rebuked Hyun-sung, deeming his speculation excessive. Two figures loomed over a seated, bespectacled man, their expressions grim. One of them demanded that he show remorse for his actions. But he scoffed, claiming that even if someone came prepared, it would still amount to nothing but trash. Dismissing the rebuttal as insignificant, he saw no point in further discussion. The scene shifted to a formal setting. Kim Hyun-sung was accused of clear violence, committed in front of many students. He was further criticized for his lack of reflection on his actions since the beginning, especially considering the multiple conflicts before his transfer. A stern-faced woman, her expression a mask of cold judgment, delivered the final verdict. Student Hyun-sung was expelled. Hyun-sung, shown upside down in the panel, simply thanked the headmaster. A satisfied voice noted that this expulsion, despite the risks, would please their clients. A man with a beard, wearing a dark shirt and a watch, spoke on his phone. He stated that due to the importance of the matter, aside from the reward, a special bonus would be sent for the fruitful result. He also added that Daesung Myri High School would be left to the recipient, believing them more than capable of handling it. Jin Myung-hee, the vice principal, now promoted to principal, reacted with surprise to the news, dropping her phone in shock. She exclaimed about how great this was, attributing her smooth ascension to Won-exu's idiocy. A sigh escaped Jin Myung-hee's lips as she reflected on the power of being principal with the Golden Circle's support. She then mused on how beautiful life was. The next day arrived. A frantic voice demanded to know the whereabouts of a certain bastard. The speaker, clearly enraged, accused the bastard of ignoring their words. The scene shifted to a classroom where several students and teachers reacted with fear to the outburst. A hand, presumably belonging to the person who had shouted, pointed down at a stack of papers. A stern voice echoed through the room, filled with disbelief and accusation. What the hell is this? You were expelled, so why are you here? The scene shifted to a tense encounter between a young man with sharp features and a woman, possibly a teacher or administrator, her expression etched with suspicion. He sat calmly, his gaze unwavering, as she pointed a finger at him, clearly displeased. The woman slammed a document onto the desk, her frustration evident. Internally, she declared, I have no reason to follow that outcome. The young man remained defiant. The woman retorted, that outcome was made after thorough investigation. A mere student can't deny it so brazenly. He calmly responded, please take this and discuss the specifics with my lawyer. I need to prepare for class, so please hand the textbook back. The woman's face contorted in disbelief and fury. Her eyes widened, and a shocked gasp escaped her lips. What is this bullshit? The woman's expression softened slightly as she explained, yesterday's council's outcome shows room for controversy, so we have requested a suspension of the outcome's execution. The young man, clearly surprised, whispered, this is unbelievable. To enlighten you further. The lawyer, a stout man with thick glasses, confidently stated that if the school accepted the suspension of expulsion, his client would have no obligation to follow any school rules. He continued, emphasizing that even if expulsion or forceful transfer were considered, all disciplinary action would be suspended. His opponent, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, countered that she would use every legal means to prolong the case as much as possible. The lawyer calmly responded that, after all of this, his client would graduate safely. He then mused that if that happened, the school officials who commissioned the Golden Circle would be in disarray. The scene shifts to the woman reviewing documents, a look of disbelief washing over her face as she looked at the documents. She questioned aloud whether they were truly willing to oppose the Golden Circle. The lawyer angrily rejected the idea of suspending disciplinary action, daring her to challenge him. He then sarcastically suggested that she should have prayed they didn't discover their plan instead of confronting him. A stern-faced man, his glasses perched on his nose, questioned the feasibility of escaping the Golden Circle's influence within South Korea.
He pointed out that despite the money used in court, one cannot create their own rulings. Therefore, he stressed the importance of precedent in legal proceedings, explaining that if a precedent exists and a ruling that doesn't make sense is made, the accused can appeal, potentially changing the original trial completely, even leading to the judge's dismissal for incompetence. This, he argued, demonstrated how often the Golden Circle used this method of suspension as disciplinary action. With a forceful gesture, he slammed the documents onto the table, emphasizing his point.
A woman, her face etched with shock and concern, reacted to the revelation.
The man, a smug look on his face, explained that to avoid suspension, one must navigate the Golden Circle's past incidents. He emphasized the necessity of dealing with the Golden Circle's past actions to prevent disciplinary measures. A news report flashed across the screen, detailing a shocking incident involving a promising student. Kim Hyun-sung, a student with a bright future at Korea University, had been framed for causing a classmate's suicide. The camera focused on Kim Hyun-sung, lying in a hospital bed, his face pale and his body still. He was a vegetative patient, his consciousness trapped within a broken body. Disciplinary action against his assailant had been initiated, but it was delayed due to a suspension of action request. Until the ruling was made, the student would continue to attend school. This was how one could outsmart the law. Kim Hyun-sung, having reconciled with young Chansu, learned about this strategy, a tactic prominently used by the Golden Circle. As long as he remained a student at Daesun Myri High School, he would continue to be summoned to disciplinary councils. He planned to ensure that the members of the Golden Circle within the school could no longer touch him. In this council, he would use the same dirty methods they employed. Hyun-sung pondered the common factor between Lee Ji-won, Shin Min-hee, and Kwon Ji-hoon. A hand gestures towards a stack of documents, each page filled with meticulously recorded data.
The accompanying text reveals a startling truth. They're all Golden Circle clients. The narration continues, detailing the shocking implications of this revelation.
All of these cases, despite having requested suspensions, resulted in high school graduations without incident. And now they live fantastic lives, seemingly unaffected by past transgressions. A man, his face partially obscured by glasses, sits in contemplation. His thoughts are revealed in the speech bubble above him. If the Golden Circle continues to create problems for his client, he will use these precedents in court to defend his client's actions. A woman with dark hair and sharp features scoffs, dismissing his concerns. She declares that they will do everything to get rid of Kim Hyun-sung, revealing a ruthless determination. Her chilling laughter echoes as she casually states that sacrificing one judge is nothing compared to their ultimate goal. The man, seemingly undeterred, defiantly challenges them, daring them to do their worst. He confidently asserts that they won't be able to touch their client. The man's expression shifts to one of quiet amusement as he observes the unfolding events. He muses to himself about the fortuitous timing of this client situation. Inside a dimly lit office, a man in a suit and glasses leaned back in his chair, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He remarked that he understood clients' reluctance to reveal their identities. A woman, her face etched with impatience, stood across from him. She suggested, with a hint of menace, that if he wanted to make a mess of things, he should look outside. The man simply replied that they had prepared a gift for him. Outside, Choi Sung-pil, the president of the Anti-School Violence Committee, addressed a crowd with a megaphone. He introduced himself with an almost theatrical flourish.
Sung-pil continued, emphasizing that school violence could affect anyone's children.
He pointed out that there were always signs, gloomy expressions, unusual behavior, sudden school transfers that indicated a child was being tormented. He urged adults not to miss these warning signs, pleading with them to act to prevent further tragedies. Sung-pil stressed the importance of taking action even on small suspicions, lest they regret the consequences. His voice filled with raw emotion, Sung-pil implored the audience not to repeat his mistake. A woman with sharp features and glasses, her expression a mixture of anger and determination, mused aloud. Money and power, she thought, were two things she also desired.
Her thoughts continued, a question forming in her mind: would money and power be enough to manipulate a certain organization?
The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Her gaze hardened, a challenge in her eyes as she addressed a shadowy figure beside her, a man whose face was mostly obscured by darkness but whose smirk was clearly visible.
Would it be enough to move that organization, Principal?
A man's face, etched with worry, filled the panel. He was relaying a serious message. Kim Hyun-sung, the boy they had tormented, threatened to expose their Golden Circle if they continued to harass him. He scoffed, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Within the confines of the school, he felt untouchable. Kim Hyun-sung, that bastard, he sneered, was the only obstacle.
Another man, observing the scene, offered a thoughtful counterpoint.
He believed Hyun-sung was escalating the situation to cover up something far more significant, something that had not yet been exposed. A woman, seated across from him, agreed. Hyun-sung had crossed a line, she confirmed.
The question hung heavy in the air: what should they do now? Given the circumstances, a swift resolution was deemed necessary.
They needed to eliminate Hyun-sung quickly. One of the men picked up his phone, his intention clear.
He was about to make a call.
He barked orders into the phone, his voice sharp and urgent.
The instructions were simple: do absolutely nothing tomorrow.
The narrative opens with a statement: Kim Hyun-sung was not the only victim of the Golden Circle at Daesun Myri High School. The scene shifts to a tense confrontation. A young man, his face contorted in anger, confronts another, shouting, "Kang Jae-wook, you bastard! How much longer are you going to act smart?" The aggressor continues his tirade, sneering, "Do you think I'm fucking stupid? I told you to either drop out or transfer if you want to live." His words are punctuated by a close-up of the victim's battered face, blood trickling from his lip as he whimpers, I am sorry." The aggressor rejects the apology with a contemptuous laugh, "Sorry? Fucking bullshit. Do you think I don't know?" He continues his verbal assault, "Fuck, you think you can just hang around this year because you're a senior?" The aggressor reveals his knowledge of the victim's actions, "I know that you're a fucking rat because you stuck around for a year." The scene shifts slightly, showing other students observing the altercation. The aggressor speaks again, "It's been a while since I've seen a guy like you." He pauses, then adds, "Though I still feel bad. It'll be faster for you to leave this school." Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly invincible student, excellent grades, striking looks, exceptional fighting skills, and a strong moral compass, lay on the ground, his eyes wide with a primal fear. A single thought echoed in his mind: the graduation ceremony was just days away. But the agonizing pain that ripped through his body was far more immediate. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he felt himself falling, the world tilting violently. The ground rushing up to meet him. His vision blurred, the sounds of his tormentors fading into a dull roar. A broken finger was the least of his worries, he was falling, and falling fast. A few days into the first semester of his first year, a new presence shifted the dynamics of Hyun-sung's life. Choi Myung-hoon, a name that would become synonymous with Hyun-sung's suffering, entered the scene. Hyun-sung, his face bruised and bearing the marks of recent violence, confronted Kang Jae-wook, the leader of the group that had tormented him. The question hung heavy in the air: was Kang Jae-wook responsible for his suffering? The day Kang Jae-wook's carefully constructed world began to crumble. Even the move to Gangnam with his parents, a desperate attempt to escape his past, couldn't shield him from the consequences of his actions. Hyun-sung, despite the relentless bullying, had resolved to endure Choi Myung-hoon's torment for one more year. He clung to the hope of graduation, a beacon in the darkness of his daily struggle. But fate, it seemed, had other plans for him. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, sat alone at his desk, the weight of unbearable pain etched onto his face. His internal monologue echoed the despair: should he just end it all? Meanwhile, Kang Jae-wook, another student, was shown kneeling in despair. The narration box explained that Choi Myung-hoon had been bullying a senior, Kim Hyun-sung, in a similar manner. However, because Kim Hyun-sung had retaliated, he faced disciplinary action from the school council. It seemed escape from Choi Myung-hoon was impossible. Hyun-sung believed this to be his fate, but days later, a surprising revelation emerged: despite his expulsion, he was still attending school. Jae-wook, witnessing this, reacted with disbelief. "That's crazy. Is that even possible?" Another student explained that Hyun-sung could continue attending school until the court ruling on his appeal was finalized. He might even graduate by then. Jae-wook's thoughts turned to the possibility that if Hyun-sung could overcome Choi Myung-hoon, perhaps there was hope for him too. A glimmer of hope appeared on Jae-wook's face as he thought about senior Kim Hyun-sung's resilience. Someone then mentioned senior Kim Hyun-sung's name again, bringing his situation back into focus. A younger student, his face etched with worry, approached a taller, more composed classmate. He stammered that he needed to tell him something important. Though he wasn't entirely certain, he suspected that Choi Myung-hoon, a particularly troublesome bully, was deliberately provoking him. The taller student listened intently, then confessed that he, too, was being bullied, just like his classmate. A small object, seemingly money, was tossed between them as the conversation continued. The taller student seemed to be considering something. He expressed a quiet hope that his classmate would prevail in whatever conflict was brewing. A sudden, violent impact was shown, suggesting a confrontation had begun, leaving the taller student drenched in sweat and clearly distressed. The younger student rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being. He asked if he was all right, only to receive a simple, resigned "oh" in response. Suddenly, a new character appeared, a smirking individual in stylish clothing, confirming the younger student's suspicions. He revealed that Choi Myung-hoon was intentionally bullying them both. One bully, his face partially obscured, instructed his accomplice to remain passive, warning him against any action, emphasizing his ignorance of the situation. Meanwhile, a different pair of bullies observed from a distance, commenting on the arrival of someone they considered a bastard, believing themselves to be underestimated. One of them then issued a command to inform their associates, signaling the commencement of their plan. The plan, set in motion, involved a large group of students. Two individuals, presumably involved in the plan, were shown walking down a flight of stairs. One of the bullies, previously seen observing from afar, now stood among the group of students, a smirk playing on his lips. Kim Hyun-sung, the protagonist, was identified by one of the bullies. Hyun-sung stood at the bottom of the stairs, surrounded by a large group of students, the tension palpable. The bully's anticipation and malicious intent were evident in his expression. Kim Hyun-sung, a seemingly ordinary student, stood defiantly amidst a group of older boys, his eyes blazing with defiance. "Senior my ass, you fuckwits," he spat, his voice dripping with contempt. From the shadows, a voice urged them on. "Fuck, don't be scared and fuck him up." The command was raw, laced with aggression. The older boys, emboldened by the unseen instigator, charged towards Hyunsung. But Hyunsung, despite being outnumbered, met their assault with surprising agility, dodging their clumsy blows with ease. With a swift, calculated movement, Hyunsung countered, his leg arcing upwards in a powerful kick that sent one of his attackers sprawling. The impact echoing through the hallway. He had clearly trained in self-defense. Hyunsung's thoughts raced. I knew about Kang Jae-wook because of the information that young Chansu gave me. A swift kick to Jae-wook's leg sent him stumbling backward, his face contorted in surprise and pain. Hyunsung, despite his initial success, found himself suddenly overwhelmed. A gasp escaped his lips. Ha? Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary elementary school student, was violently shoved down a flight of stairs. The force of the impact sent him sprawling, his body crumpling against the unforgiving concrete. The blurry motion of his attackers a testament to the brutal nature of the assault. He landed hard, the world fading into a painful blur. 10 years later, Hyunsung, now a young man, found himself reliving that fateful day. His thoughts raced, he recalled Kang Jae-wook, desperate for help, approaching him just before the attack. Hyunsung, his senses heightened by his decade-long ordeal, reacted instantly. With a swift, brutal movement, he launched a devastating blow, connecting with his attacker's face with bone-jarring force. The impact sent the man reeling. A blur of motion as Hyunsung followed through with a second, equally powerful strike. The attacker crumpled to the ground, defeated. Hyunsung's mind raced. He wondered if he could safely navigate the stairs again, a chilling reminder of his past trauma. A curse, raw and visceral, escaped his lips. Fuck. He moved with a renewed sense of purpose, his eyes fixed on his next target. Another attacker lunged, but Hyunsung was ready. Easily countering the attack with a swift kick that sent the man sprawling. Hyunsung's enhanced abilities, honed during his years of suffering, were clearly evident. Kim Hyunsung, a seemingly ordinary 6th grader, was violently shoved from the rooftop by a group of older students. His body tumbling down the stairs, the impact leaving him breathless and disoriented. A sickening thud echoing as he hit the ground. 10 years later, Hyunsung, now a young man, found himself inexplicably back in that very moment, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in time. Observing the scene with a chilling clarity, the bullies' faces contorted in malice as they prepared to strike again. He saw the blood already spilled. A desperate plea for help escaping his lips as he witnessed the brutal attack unfold once more. One of the bullies, noticing Hyunsung's presence, grabbed him, demanding to know what he was doing there. Hyunsung, his eyes burning with a newfound resolve, smirked, a chilling response escaping his lips. We're just getting started. A young man with short, green hair, dressed in a school uniform, stood anxiously by a set of filing cabinets. His brow furrowed, worry etched onto his face. He silently wondered if Kim Hyunsung would be alright. He clenched his fists, a surge of determination hardening his expression. He surmised that Hyunsung had gone to confront Choi Myung-hoon. Suddenly, another student, this one with blonde hair, rushed past, breathlessly informing him of a fight breaking out in the next building. The green-haired student's eyes widened in alarm as he learned that Kim Hyunsung was not just fighting, but being severely outnumbered and mobbed by all the school's strong fighters. His friend, a boy with dark hair, reacted with disbelief to the news. The gravity of the situation settled upon the green-haired student. He realized that Hyunsung was in mortal danger. A wave of panic washed over him as he grappled with the urgent need to intervene. He knew he had to act, and act fast. A young man, his face contorted in alarm, burst into a room, his words tumbling out in a rush. He frantically reported that something bad had happened. He addressed a stern-looking man, his voice rising in urgency. He demanded that Kim Hyunsung leave the building immediately. The young man insisted that it was something truly terrible. The older man, clearly impatient, repeated his order to leave, emphasizing the importance of a meeting currently underway. His tone hardened, the older man dismissed the young man curtly, telling him to leave. The young man, clearly shaken, stumbled back, his face a mask of distress. He watched the older man leave, a question forming in his mind: how could he so easily dismiss the situation? He reached for his phone, his resolve hardening. He would report this to the police. He made the call, explaining the situation at Daesung Myri High School, emphasizing the large group involved. A frantic plea for help cuts through the silence. Please come here quickly. The caller confirms the location, Daesung Myri High School. He urgently repeats, yes. Please come as soon as possible. A terse response follows. But there has been a 3-car rear-ended collision nearby by a drunk driver. The dispatcher explains the delay: teachers are in a sudden meeting, and the police are preoccupied. We'll solve that issue first, then send officers there. We're sorry. A man, Kang Jae-wook, observes the situation unfolding. His internal monologue reveals his suspicion: this is too much of a coincidence. The scene shifts to the previous night. He addresses someone named Myung-hoon. Myung-hoon, listen up. Just for tomorrow, Daesung Myri High will become a lawless place. Myung-hoon, a large man in a Chanel shirt, is on the phone, his expression grim. He is receiving instructions. The instructions are clear: Mission Blackout is turning the school into the purge. There won't be anyone interfering, witnesses, and evidence. Do you understand? Myung-hoon hangs up, a smirk playing on his lips as he takes a drag from his cigarette. He is ready. Hyun-sung, lying on the ground, muttered to himself, expressing his anticipation for the following day. A narration box revealed his inner turmoil. He wondered just how far the Golden Circle, a group of bullies, would go. A new character, a young man with short, dark hair, appeared, sweating profusely. He internally questioned whether he should run away or ignore the situation.
He continued his internal monologue, rationalizing his inaction.
He considered his senior a lifeline, but ultimately decided it wasn't his concern. Despite his initial reluctance, the young man admitted to himself that he was genuinely worried about Hyun-sung. He reflected on Hyun-sung as the first person to ever side with him. With a surge of determination, he snapped a wooden stick in two with his foot.
He resolved not to stand idly by as a bystander. He couldn't just watch.
The young man's face contorted in anger and determination as he declared that this was his business too. He ran towards the source of the trouble, a determined look on his face. He burst onto the scene, startling someone on the stairs. A surprised "what" escaped their lips. A young man with vibrant green hair, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, strained against an unseen force. His eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and determination. He cried out, a desperate plea for help echoing in the air, "Senior." The scene shifted to a rooftop. Two figures grappled, one in a dark suit, the other in a school uniform. Blood stained the ground beneath them. A third figure, observing from a distance, gasped, "Are you?" Close up on the face of the student in the school uniform, his eyes were wide with shock and terror, sweat beading on his forehead. His attacker, the man in the suit, clutched a bloodied weapon, his face obscured by shadow. A desperate cry pierced the silence, "Senior." 2 years have passed since the new administration declared war on the Golden Gate, a clandestine organization.
Many powerful elites, including the Great Sun Corporation, were exposed as Golden Circle members.
And over 100 criminals, including clients, perpetrators, and even Golden Circle members, have been charged.
It's difficult to confront such an unpleasant truth. But a man watches a video of Chairman Yoon on his phone, remembering the events.
A reminder of the necessity to prevent such events from repeating. In a hospital waiting room, several people watch the same video of Chairman Yoon on a large screen. His guilt is undeniable, yet he continues to stall justice with appeals. His actions are shameless. Two figures, one seemingly a government official, discuss the importance of addressing societal issues.
The official stated that ignoring deep-rooted problems would have long-term consequences.
Continuing the conversation, the official emphasized that consistent attention and constructive criticism were vital for societal improvement. He then turned the discussion to Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol, a key figure in the Golden Gate incident, seeking his opinion on the matter. Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol, appearing stern and resolute, declared that criminals must be punished, asserting that this was a simple principle. His words were shown on a television screen, observed by a woman who seemed to agree with his stance. The woman, watching the broadcast, voiced her own aspiration to build a society where meritocracy is the primary principle.
Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol, back on screen, issued a stark warning: those who commit crimes should not feel safe until they face justice. His gaze was intense, conveying a sense of unwavering determination to bring criminals to justice. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, a young man with white hair sat alone, seemingly aware of the prosecutor's words and the threat they implied. 2 years prior, immediately after Kim Hyun-sung's visit, Yoon Hyun-min remained hopeful. Seated in his hospital room, Yoon Hyun-min reflected, "My father's corporation is powerful.
The Great Sun Corporation is not a small deal, it won't fall easily."
His eyes blazing with determination, he muttered, "Whatever that bastard has planned, it won't work."
He continued, a grim smile playing on his lips, "This will be a long battle."
"With grim resolve," he declared, "I'll endure it and ruin that bastard's revenge."
A year later, however, a stark realization dawned on him: his efforts had limits. He knew he would be stuck there for at least 3 more years. The anxiety of his father potentially failing began to creep in. And Yoon Hyun-min, overcome with worry, collapsed on the floor, whispering, "I hope my father will keep his promise." Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with short, bleached hair, lay in a hospital bed, his body racked with silent sobs. His face was contorted in grief, his shoulders shaking as he whispered, "But, still, he abandoned me." But a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He clenched his jaw, a new resolve hardening his gaze. "No, I must believe him," he thought, a silent vow forming in the depths of his mind. He knew the truth was a precarious tightrope walk. "There's no other realistic option," he muttered to himself, the words barely audible above the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor.
Yet, doubt gnawed at the edges of his certainty.
A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat.
But fuck, is he really trustworthy?
The question echoed in the silent chamber of his mind, a chilling counterpoint to his fragile hope. For 10 long years, Hyun-sung had been trapped in a vegetative state, his body unresponsive, his mind a prisoner within.
He began to lose his sanity, clinging to life by a thread, sustained only by the regular injections of medication.
Each day, a nurse administered the life-sustaining drugs, a stark reminder of his helplessness. While Hyun-sung's mind escaped into fantasies of freedom, of vengeance, of escaping the sterile confines of his prison. He dreamed of confronting his tormentors, of exacting justice for the cruel act that had stolen his life. A plan began to form in his mind. To start, I'll go find that fucking bastard, because only that way he could push through, he resolved, a grim determination settling over his features.
The medication was administered.
The meds are kicking in now, one of the nurses observed, her voice calm and professional. Anyway, what's going to happen to this patient, her colleague asked, a hint of concern in her tone.
A dismissive voice echoed in the sterile white room. I don't pity him. He's simply paying for his sins.
The statement was met with immediate and furious rebuttal. A hand, seemingly emerging from the shadows, pointed accusingly at two figures in crisp, blue uniforms.
What the fuck are you saying, you fuckheads?
The source of the outburst was revealed, a young man with spiky, light-colored hair, his eyes blazing with a fierce, crimson light. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. A single word escaped his lips, a guttural whisper, fuck? The young man's eyes flickered, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of the situation.
He muttered to himself, what happened yesterday was just a dream, right?
But the harsh reality crashed down upon him as he stood up, his body trembling with barely contained rage.
You bastards! He slammed his fist against a nearby wall, his voice raw with fury. Great Sun Corporation isn't really ruined, right? Say it, isn't it?
His voice cracked, desperation lacing his words.
Please, anyone, just come and say it to me.
The young man stood alone in the long, sterile corridor, his desperate plea hanging unanswered in the silence. Kim Hyun-sung, his face contorted in a grimace, let out a guttural whisper, shit. His eyes, wide with despair, reflected the bleakness of his situation.
A chilling thought pierced his mind, am I really doomed?
A cruel laugh escaped his lips as he covered his face, a manic grin spreading across his features.
He muttered to himself, ha 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 ha. In the end, you got everything you wanted.
Hyun-sung, his back to the viewer, stood resolute.
He silently vowed, I can't just stay like this.
I won't live the rest of my life under your dumb rules. His determination hardened into a grim resolve.
A fierce thought echoed in his mind, I'd rather die.
With a surge of desperate energy, Hyun-sung attempted to inflict grievous harm upon himself.
A bloody scene unfolding before him as he gasped, help.
A trail of blood marked his desperate struggle. A voice, strained but urgent, cut through the silence, just a bit longer.
The voice continued, hurry up and stop him.
Hyun-sung's eyes widened in shock as he saw two doctors rushing towards him.
He cursed, this lunatic. Fuck, how did they find out I was trying to kill myself?
Kim Hyun-sung, lying on the rooftop, realized with dawning horror that his fall wasn't accidental. He had been under surveillance the entire time. And that his tormentors intended to completely destroy him.
Later, at the hospital, a doctor and a man in a jacket discussed Hyun-sung's condition. How's the patient?
The doctor replied, luckily, his life is not at risk.
But reattaching his tongue is nearly impossible.
The doctor continued, explaining that Hyun-sung would be moved to a special ward.
To prevent incidents like the one that day.
The man in the jacket smirked, adding, he'll be safe there, very safe. The doctor simply responded, leave it to you. As the man walked away, he mused, he held out better than I thought, as expected of the Golden Circle's creator. A sinister smile played on the lips of a young man with purple hair as he thought, all I had to do was give him a little push. A sinister smirk stretched across the face of one of the bullies as he watched his victim fall. The other bully, his face obscured by shadow, remained silent, but his eyes reflected a similar satisfaction. His companion, breathing heavily, muttered that things should be easier now. One of the bullies stretched, a triumphant grin on his face. He declared that they could now handle their victim however they wanted, without any issues. The other bully, however, seemed less certain.
He checked his phone, a thoughtful HM escaping his lips. Now what, he wondered aloud. He received a message.
The sender instructed him not to call unless it was something truly urgent. Further instructions followed, take care of Yoon Hyuman, and he would never have to worry about money again. The deal, the message concluded, still stood if the money was deposited by the end of the month. The bully pondered the message, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. It seemed the sender wanted to erase Yoon Hyuman from his life entirely.
But then, a question arose, would this make Hyun-sung happy?
He quickly dismissed the thought.
Complicating things was unnecessary, he would simply do whatever was asked.
A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, contemplates his orders. He questions whether his superior has ever been insincere, concluding that his instructions are simple, obey only explicit commands.
He nods slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. He affirms to himself that this is the correct course of action.
A young man, holding a selfie stick and camera, introduces himself and his channel, explaining that he's visiting Korea University for his campus tour content. He explains that Korea University is renowned for its high-achieving students, or even randomly selected students are typically top of their class or have perfect CSAT scores.
He intends to personally investigate the rumors surrounding the university.
Arriving at the university, he and his companion express their anticipation, confirming their expectations.
The scene opens with two young men standing outside a school building.
One, with short, blue hair, looks anxious, the other, with dark purple hair, has a more confident demeanor. The purple-haired young man casually inquires about the blue-haired one's CSAT score,
revealing that he only missed one question.
A nearby onlooker expresses surprise at the blue-haired young man's reaction to such a minor mistake, deeming it shameful. The purple-haired young man smirks, boasting about attending Korea University. Another young man, this one with reddish-brown hair, approaches the pair. He observes the purple-haired young man, noting the dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a hidden story. The reddish-brown-haired young man prompts the purple-haired one to introduce himself. The purple-haired young man introduces himself as Kong Minwo, a medical student. The reddish-brown-haired young man then inquires about Kong Minwo's CSAT score, assuming he was at the top of his class. Kong Minwo admits that the year was tough and he got 3 questions wrong, but still managed a good score. The purple-haired young man is impressed by this, asking for any secret test-taking advice. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with neatly styled reddish-brown hair, sat alone, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused to himself, honestly admitting that his exceptional academic achievements were largely due to the rigorous, almost insane, tutelage he'd received. A fact that had become widely known. The narrator interjected, explaining that people were desperate to uncover the identity of this legendary tutor. Hyun-sung's phone buzzed with messages. One message read, "Even the bottom 4 percentile students," followed by another, "This is what's wrong with private education." Then, a message from someone named Minwonim arrived, "Hello, Minwonim, my sats are around the corner so I could use," followed by a message from someone at OO Academy's HR team who had seen his interview on Notube, and finally, a message from a parent whose child was struggling in school. The narrator noted that comments flooded in, and his DMs exploded. Hyun-sung, overwhelmed, apologized, explaining that he and his father were already quite famous, making it impossible to respond to everyone. He sighed, deciding to mute his notifications. Then, a message caught his attention, an invitation to a group dance date with dance majors. A grin spread across his face as he enthusiastically accepted. He checked the details, noting there weren't enough guys, so some people from his department were also coming. He confirmed that this was perfectly fine with him. Hyun-sung looked at his reflection in the mirror, a confident and self-assured expression on his face. Whispers of admiration filled the room. The girls openly commented on the newcomer's striking appearance. Meanwhile, a young man with reddish-brown hair sat alone, a strained smile on his face. He muttered to himself, trying to maintain a facade of composure. He confessed to feeling terrible, a stark contrast to his outward appearance. Another young man, with dark hair and a more relaxed demeanor, observed him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. A sharp voice cut through the air. The redhead was berated for a critical oversight. The speaker angrily questioned his judgment in bringing someone so strikingly handsome to the event, emphasizing the poor choice of attire. The dark-haired young man, intrigued, asked the newcomer's name. Kim Si-woo. The name was revealed. He declared his intention to maintain his dignity and not simply be a filler. Kim Hyun-sung, his body still, lay trapped in a vegetative state, only his consciousness and hearing remaining. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as he silently willed himself to find a way out of this agonizing existence. There had to be a way. A glimmer of determination sparked within him. He would find a way. The scene shifted. 2 men, one with blonde hair and the other with reddish-brown hair, sat at a table, engaged in a conversation. The blonde-haired man, initiating the discussion, asked for their opinions on the renowned prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol. Meanwhile, 2 women sat at the same table, their attention seemingly elsewhere, as the conversation continued. One of the women, with long silver hair, raised her glass, suggesting they lighten the mood. She had clearly studied the situation carefully. The reddish-brown-haired man, however, reacted with disdain, muttering about an idiot. The blonde-haired man, seemingly oblivious to his companion's outburst, continued to express his genuine admiration for prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol, wondering aloud how he could possibly try to show off to his father. His companion, though initially dismissive, quietly admitted his own admiration, adding that Kang Dong-cheol also possessed a great personality. A final thought bubble appeared, reflecting on the inherent unfairness of life and its tendency to favor certain individuals. Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a determined set to his jaw, walked with a purposeful stride. His revenge plan was nearing its final stage. He paused, a question forming in his mind: should he continue his intense workout regimen? He considered his options. With his current skills, he might still have a chance at success. But then dismissed the thought. He had already given up on that path, all he wanted now was a normal life. Hyun-sung stared at his phone, a pensive expression on his face. He wondered if he would ever truly know the answer to his lingering questions. A voice, seemingly from a memory, reassured him his grades weren't bad at all. Hyun-sung sat on a park bench with another young man. His companion offered to help him study more. Si-woo, a young man with light hair and a pensive expression, questioned the purpose of his studies. He voiced his doubts, unconvinced of the value of academic pursuits. He considered a career in sports, envisioning himself training the next generation of athletes. A path that would involve guiding talented young people like himself, teaching proper training methods to prevent injuries. His friend, whose name is implied to be Dukyeol, asked if Si-woo felt excited by this prospect. Si-woo, a faint blush on his cheeks, simply hummed in response, his expression unreadable. He had been accepted into Korea University. Si-woo thrived in his college years, enjoying the experience to the fullest.
He actively pursued a more well-rounded college experience. The scene opens with a text box declaring, blind date. Two young men are shown in a classroom. One, with light hair and a worried expression, sits at a desk, clutching his phone. He confesses, I don't know what to do. The other, in a dark hoodie, stands nearby, inquiring, about? A series of text messages are displayed, showing a conversation between the light-haired young man and someone else. The exchange begins with a good morning, at 7:15 a.m., followed by a playful are you up? I'm still rolling around in bed at 7:30 a.m. The light-haired young man replies, yes, I'm already up, at 8:01 a.m. The conversation continues with him saying, I've got time today. What about you, Appa, at 8:02 a.m.? The conversation continues with the light-haired young man receiving a message at 8:58 a.m. saying, I'm at class. At 9 a.m., he asks, what about at 1? He receives a reply at 9:10 a.m., guess you're already in class. Do your best at the lecture. Finally, at 9:11 a.m., he asks, when does your class end? At 12:02 p.m., he receives a final message, just now. The young man in the hoodie looks down at his phone, a grimace twisting his features. He mutters to himself, what is this dumb convo? The scene shifts back to the classroom. The hooded young man asks the light-haired one, you're not interested in her, at all, right? The light-haired young man replies, no, I am. The hooded young man responds, for real? The hooded young man presses further, you talk to her that way? The hooded young man lets out a chuckle, ha. How many times have you dated? The light-haired young man looks surprised and stammers, dated? I guess, never. A name escaped someone's lips, barely a whisper, Saiwoo. A hooded figure, a smirk playing on his lips, appeared. He seemed amused by something. If you're going to waste your face like that, hand it over, you fucking idiot. The hooded figure's face was close, his expression one of intense anger. Why are you so mad about it? Saiwoo, seemingly unfazed, simply replied with a nonchalant oh. A different scene unfolded. A man sat at a desk, his hands clasped together. A single thought crossed his mind, it's been so long. After the Golden Gate incident settled, a post appeared on a forum on a peaceful day. An online post inquired about Kim Hyun-sung's current activities, garnering 324 comments. The post, initially generating significant interest, abruptly ceased receiving updates. One commenter questioned whether anything had happened to him. Another expressed curiosity about Hyun-sung's current well-being. One individual remarked that Hyun-sung possessed the intelligence to effortlessly gain admission to Korea University. However, another countered that if he had enrolled, there would likely be posts about it on university forums, which were absent. A third person speculated that Hyun-sung might be undergoing training to become a professional fighter. A fourth individual acknowledged Hyun-sung's intelligence but noted that the Gangnam office-tel incident demonstrated he was no ordinary person. Someone else found this explanation plausible, especially considering Kim Mu-yeol's recent debut in UFL and current winning streak. A man in a sharp suit carried 2 coffees. He spoke, his words a low murmur, barely audible above the muted sounds of the office. Hyun-sung was working with him. He suggested a coffee break for everyone. 2 women, their faces alight with gratitude, thanked him effusively. One exclaimed, you really are the best, chief. Observing from a distance, another woman whispered to her companion, questioning the widespread admiration for this young-looking man. One of the women explained, dismissing the other's curiosity as a result of her recent employment. She reminded them of the company's near bankruptcy 2 years prior, and how Hyun-sung's sudden appearance had miraculously resolved the crisis. A close-up of Hyun-sung's face showed a calm, self-assured expression. The final words of the panel served as a warning, if you want to ascend within this company's power chain, remember his name. The scene shifted to 2 years prior. A narration box declared the government's commitment to eradicating corruption. A distinguished older man with silver hair stood at a podium, addressing a large crowd of reporters and onlookers. The flash of cameras illuminated his face as he spoke, his words carrying a weight of significance. He stated that, having observed the unfolding Golden Gate scandal, he had come to a complete understanding of their mission. And simultaneously, a profound sense of shame washed over him. He confessed that, since neither he nor Myung-jin Construction were entirely blameless, simply pointing fingers wouldn't suffice. Therefore, he announced his resignation from his position as chairman. His face, etched with weariness and a hint of grim determination, was illuminated by the microphone light. He looked resolute in his decision. He continued, explaining that he would reveal all the corruption in which he was involved, anticipating significant backlash, including potential fines, financial losses, and more. The reporters in the audience buzzed with anticipation and whispered amongst themselves. Despite the potential consequences, a steely glint shone in his eyes. He was prepared to face the repercussions. Unexpectedly, Myung-jin Construction released internal documents. These documents contained evidence of illegal activities, such as the use of illicit funds to secure contracts, and instances of misconduct disguised as standard company practices. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, pondered aloud. He questioned whether the subject's close ties to the government would allow him to evade consequences. He continued his musings, attributing the subject's actions to celebrity syndrome, a belief in their own inflated importance.
He suggested leaving the subject to their own devices, believing intervention unnecessary if they were determined to self-destruct. The scene shifted to another man, his face unseen, who reflected on the loss of faith in Myung-jin. This loss of faith led to Go Changbyum's ascension as chairman, but his own past scandals soon surfaced, rendering him unfit to lead the crumbling company. Only an insider, the narrator explained, could truly understand Myung-jin's self-destructive actions. Hyun-sung was then approached with a proposition to work together. Hyun-sung, seated opposite the man, was reminded of his financial needs. The details of this opportunity were revealed, a high-paying position with substantial benefits. A man proposed to another, and, you won't be just an employee, but my personal secretary. So, what's with the hesitation? The other man, with silver hair and sharp eyes, responded, Myung-jin Construction has to fully follow my plan. Is that possible? The silver-haired man's subordinate enthusiastically agreed, yeah. Then please, arrange a meeting for me. Another man, seemingly in a different location, stated, Golden Gate isn't just a one-time scandal. A formal meeting was underway. The speaker declared, under President Kim Pan-ho, all the corruption being covered up will be exposed to the public, and everyone involved will suffer consequences. A man with dark hair and glasses calmly asserted, even if we take the hit, we must be the first to do it. He continued, explaining, because getting caught and confessing isn't the same. I'll give up the apartment allotment I got from Hyung as well. An older man with glasses, seemingly in deep thought, stated, in the near future, it'll be hard. Probably our biggest crisis. However, we won't collapse. The older man concluded, because Chairman Go Myung-jin never gave on building quality, no matter what. Two men sat across a large table from an older, distinguished gentleman. The younger man, with sharp features and silver hair, remained impassive. The older man, with a more relaxed posture, watched intently. The older gentleman stated that time would prove the younger man's philosophy. The older gentleman continued, emphasizing the need for proactive preparation. He saw this crisis as an opportunity to elevate the company's standing, should their plan succeed. The older gentleman lamented his inability to keep up with current trends, prompting a suggestion from the younger man. The younger man proposed using this opportunity to restructure the company's leadership. Following Chairman Go Myung-jin's resignation, Myung-jin Construction faced expected struggles. This dedication paid off when a widespread defect crisis hit the construction industry. The crisis was fueled by rising raw material prices and a steep increase in real estate values, leading to a surge in construction defects nationwide and widespread public anxiety. This, combined with their consistent quality and high volume of projects, led to unprecedented sales. The image shows Go Changbyum, chairman of Myung-jin Construction, a major corporation, striding confidently through the city. He gives a peace sign, radiating success. Despite his public image of success, Go Changbyum, who inherited the company from his predecessor, faces internal pressures. A voice warns him against getting carried away in interviews, reminding him that he always has to clean up his messes. Changbyum, looking weary, admits to having messed up. His companion advises him to maintain distance from the government, preferring to stand alone rather than rely on President Kim Pan-ho. He explains that if prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol gets wind of their actions, he won't stay quiet. Despite the concerns, Changbyum's companion acknowledges that the interview went well, praising his skill in such situations. Changbyum agrees, chuckling, and then his companion suggests a blind date. The companion explains that Chairman Son Hyung-gi wants to introduce his granddaughter to Changbyum. Inside a car, two men engaged in conversation. One, seemingly younger, insisted he was merely a high school graduate from a humble background. The other, older and sharply dressed, scoffed, reminding him of his true identity as the very essence of Myung-jin Constructions, a fact known throughout the industry. The younger man demurred, suggesting they postpone their discussion. The older man, however, proposed dinner at his place that very evening. A narration box explained that Hyun-jin was currently home on a break. Hyun-jin arrived home, announcing his presence with a cheerful greeting to his grandmother. He identified the building as his home, Changbyum's residence. Hyun-jin entered a spacious home, where his grandmother and another man were present. A comment was made about Hyun-jin's ability to eat a large meal alone. Another man, appearing younger, asked if Hyun-jin was home. Hyun-sung, another man present, was instructed to put down his things and help with dinner. He readily agreed. Someone commented on Hyun-sung's muscular physique, noting his development into a man. Hyun-sung modestly replied that such build was average for UDT soldiers. Hyun-jin, carrying a briefcase, walked into his room. Kim Hyun-sung, a man in a sharp black suit, retrieved his briefcase from the floor. He moved with a practiced grace, his movements economical and precise. Then checked his phone, his expression unreadable. The screen displayed a contact list. The contact list included names like prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol, Kim Si-woo, and Yoon Hyun-min. Hyun-sung's gaze lingered on Yoon Hyun-min's name. He mused, sometimes I wonder how Yoon Hyun-min is doing. A flicker of internal conflict crossed his features. He thought, but I should not check. A thought bubble appeared, containing a philosophical reflection. True revenge isn't being satisfied watching someone fall. It's also living a happy life myself. The thought trailed off as he considered the implications. Another thought bubble followed, everyone deserves happiness.
Hyun-sung stood before a door, his back to the viewer, contemplating his next move. A question forming in his mind: what should I do? A subtle smile played on his lips, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He seemed to have reached a decision. A woman, her hair tied up in a towel, spoke to a man getting ready to leave for work. "Honey, today's the first day for the new prosecutors, right?" He paused, considering her words as he adjusted his tie. "What do you think it'll be like this year?" he wondered aloud. He picked up his briefcase, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. "But I'll only know once I meet them." He looked at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Me?" She embraced him, her voice soft and reassuring. "Well, I know your sweet side, so it's alright." Arriving at the office, he encountered a new prosecutor. Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol, a man of sharp features and imposing presence, addressed his team. He stated that he was pleased to meet them all. He extended his hand to one of his subordinates, a woman with dark hair, expressing his eagerness to collaborate. The subordinate, Choi Seona, responded politely with a greeting. She introduced herself as Choi Seona, newly assigned to the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. A subtle smile played on her lips, hinting at a hidden agenda. Kang Dong-cheol observed Choi Seona, his gaze lingering on her eyes. He mused about her sharp gaze, questioning whether it was a sign of intelligence or naivete. Choi Seona expressed her pride in working alongside him. A ghost of a smile appeared on her face as she internally acknowledged that she was looking at her younger self. Kang Dong-cheol smiled subtly, a knowing glint in his eyes. Prosecutor Choi Seona affirmed their commitment to working together, promising to do their best. Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol readily agreed, assuring her of his cooperation. A ghostly, pale image of Kim Hyun-sung, a young man with a tormented expression, filled the panel. His eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and despair, his mouth twisted in a silent scream. Overlaid upon this image was a second, more intense version of Hyun-sung, his features sharpened, his eyes burning with a cold fury, and a cruel smile stretched across his face. The juxtaposition of these two images hinted at a profound transformation. That's how Devil Returns to School Days was completed. So many people worked hard besides me. Honestly, when I was younger, I used to think I did everything on my own. But through this project, I realized that wasn't true. Without the team, our PD, and my beloved family and friends, I wouldn't have made it this far. This opportunity was more than I deserved, and working alongside such talented artists was an honor. I just want to say thank you for believing in me. Thank you for sticking with me despite my shortcomings. And to all the readers who've stayed with us over the years, thank you. Truly. Your comments gave me so much strength throughout this journey. I wish you nothing but happiness in life, and I sincerely hope life treats you kindly. Thank you. Saiwon. Hello, I'm Jiamjo, the adapter for Season 2 of Devil Returns to School Days. First, thank you to all the readers who stayed with us for the past half year. I hope your time with Hyun-sung was enjoyable. It was a meaningful experience for me too. Though it wasn't my first time adapting a story, it was my first time putting my name on it. That mix of nerves and excitement. I'll remember it for a long time. I'd like to thank the original author, Sanchio Nim, and the team, PD Nim, Reggie Nim, Seven Nim, Wasambi Nim, and most of all, Saiwon. Thank you for bringing the words to life on a blank canvas. Sadly, this marks the end of my journey with Devil Returns to School Days. Maybe I'm the only one who feels a little sad. I hope to return for another great project. Until then, goodbye for now. I'm off to type away again. A bit late, but I wish you a new year full of blessings. Jiamjo.